What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7RR223. There's another person on my neck. As soon as she returned to the private room, 5 or 6 burly men followed her. Seeing her thugs coming, Jonalisa N's arrogance suddenly rose. She said viciously, "I'll give you another chance. Hand over the money obediently, and I won't bother with you about this matter anymore." Xia Ya said indifferently, "Okay, then you can bother with me." Upon hearing Xia Ya's words, Kazuki Hiyori next to her was so nervous that she couldn't help but 100. After staying in Yuhonglu for so many years, Kazuki Hiyori knew their methods too well. She reminded softly, "Xia Ya, those people on the opposite side are very strong. I know their strength too well. They used to be pirates, and later they were recruited by Yuhonglu to deal with some people who made trouble in Yuhonglu. Not only are they powerful, but their methods are also extremely cruel." Yamato raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Oh, were they pirates before? I want to see how capable they are." Jonalisa N couldn't sit still when she heard what Yamato said. She waved her hand to the big men behind her and said with gritted teeth, "Those who don't know their own strength, chop off their hands for me. I want to let them know that there is no good end for those who dare to act rogue in Yuhonglu." Hearing what Jonalisa N said, Kazuki Hiyori was frightened and immediately took a few steps back. Although she had heard about Xia Ya's strength just now, she had never seen it with her own eyes, but she had seen Jonalisa N's methods many times with her own eyes. Advertisement Xia Ya saw Kazuki's nervous expression and stood up quickly. Suddenly, Kazuki Hiyori felt as if her neck was surrounded by a warm scarf. Then 2 legs fell on her chest. Looking at the 2 legs hanging in front of her, Kazuki Hiyori stood there at a loss. What is this? I'm riding you now." At this time, Xia Ya's words came from above her head. Kazuki Hiyori didn't react for a while, because she didn't feel that she was being ridden. Logically speaking, there should be some weight on her neck with more people, but she just felt like she had an extra scarf. Except for the 2 legs in front of her chest, there was no discomfort. Xia Ya didn't wait for Kazuki Hiyori's reaction, and directly pulled the reins in her hand and started to operate it. And Jonalisa N on the opposite side didn't know that Kazuki Hiyori and Xia Ya had reached a consensus at this time. At this time, seeing Xia Ya sitting on Kazuki Hiyori was immediately furious. "Hey, not only did you not pay, you even dared to take notice of our courtesan. I wonder how you can get out of my Yuhonglu today. Daka, help me kill the man who covets the courtesan first." Mistrang Daka, a fierce man with an overly burly figure and rough appearance. His body is like a small mountain, his muscles are as solid as stones, and he has a messy black hair. With a thick beard, it adds a lot of rough temperament to him. His eyes are as deep as the sea, flashing with wild 4.8 light, it is impossible to ignore his existence. 013612028 Filu 224,410,480. He was dressed quite casually, with a worn vest and a simple pair of pants, and a pair of brown leather boots on his feet. On his waist, there was a huge sword. This sword was given to beasts by the old procuress Jonalisa N as a lot of protection money. Pirates were allowed to wear it. 224. Evil Boy Mistrang Daka. Mistran Daka is the captain of the Skullhead Pirates. And the people behind him are all his crew members. A few years ago, the Skullhead Pirates were also a notorious pirate group on the sea. Especially Mistran Daka, he has been a cruel and violent person since he was a child. He was born in the small town of Amilo on the island of Amilodra. Amilo is a quiet and peaceful town with simple folk customs. Mistran Daka was originally born in a happy family, but when he was 6 years old, his family left him unexpectedly. Perhaps because of the family changes, Mistran Daka's personality changed drastically, becoming very irritable, and his style of doing things also changed greatly. As he grew older, Mistran Daka's personality became very distorted. At the age of less than 10, he was already a well-known bully in the town of Amilo. In addition, he was born with a big body and was born with infinite strength, so people in the town were very afraid of his appearance. He committed many evil things in the town. Mistran Daka relied on his burly figure to bully the civilians in the town, stealing and even beating and scolding women and children. Mistran Daka's evil deeds made the people in Amilo miserable, but they just went along with it. Advertisement When Mistran Daka was 15 or 16 years old, one day, several little pirates appeared in Amilo. They were also teenagers. The leader was a man named Thales, the oldest among them, who was only about 17 or 18 years old. He was burly, dark-skinned, and his muscles looked very strong. He had a head of black hair, which grew randomly on his head. He also had a pair of very thick black eyebrows, which looked very fierce. He was dressed very casually, and he looked like a person who didn't care much at first glance. The same was true for the several younger brothers behind him, who looked like the same kind of people at first glance. They were all a group of gangsters from all over the place, and the reason why they teamed up to become pirates was not because of any great dreams. They are simply bad, like to do evil, like to bully the weak, and also enjoy the strange pleasure after burning, killing and looting. Taylor Shodo led a few people to wander in the town of Amilo. Soon, they came to the door of a tavern in the town. Advertisement Taylor Shodo winked at the younger brothers behind him and said, "Let's go." Bang. With a loud bang, the door of the tavern was kicked open by Taylor Shodo. The originally lively tavern immediately fell silent. Everyone in the tavern turned their heads to look at the door. There were several young men with ferocious faces standing at the door. They scanned the environment of the bar with evil eyes. Taylor Shoto said, "Little guys, this place seems pretty good." One of the younger brothers, Aide, echoed, "Brother, can we have a big drink here today?" Taylor Shoto, "Haha, that's a must." Then he walked into the bar with a few people. Several people came to the table closest to the bar and sat down. Seeing that the boss didn't move, Taylor Shoto shouted angrily at the bar. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve Lousy some wine." The boss knew from the tone that these people were not easy to mess with. 225. Lousy never has the habit of paying for meals. And judging from the figures of these people, they are not people that ordinary people can deal with. So the boss immediately served a bunch of wine respectfully and said with a smile, "Uncle, please enjoy slowly." Taylor Shoto and his friends drank with big gulps. The other guests in the pub also restored the previous atmosphere. Taylor Shoto and his friends were drinking happily, and suddenly a little brother said, "Brother, isn't it missing something if we drink like this?" Another little brother also said, "Yes, brother, it would be great if such good wine could be eaten with meat." Taylor Shoto also thought it was the case, so he shouted to the bar, "Boss, give us meat, bring the meat." Unfortunately, the chef of this tavern is on break today, so the tavern can't provide meat. So the tavern owner said with a smile, "I'm sorry, everyone, our store can't provide meat today. How about I go to the restaurant next door to buy some for you, please?" Taylor Shaw didn't care how the meat came, as long as there was something to eat, so he said angrily, "Then why don't you go?" The boss said with a smile, Okay, but you may need to pay for the meat first. After all, this is someone else's business." Hearing the boss asking for money, Taylor Shaw and others burst into laughter. "Haha, boss, he's asking you for money, advertisement. This is the funniest joke I've heard recently, haha." Seeing the teasing of his younger brothers, Taylor Shoto was immediately furious. He looked at the boss angrily. "I never pay for my meals, and you dare to ask me for money. I think you don't want to open this pub anymore." When Taylor Shoto said this, not only the pub owner was frightened, but even the other people in the pub were stunned when they heard such fierce words. Everyone stopped their actions. Who are those people? They look very fierce. That's right, the pub owner is in trouble now. The boss is losing a lot this time. The pub owner trembled in his heart at this time, and hurriedly said, No, uncle, I'll go get the meat for you. You drink first, I'll be quick." After that, the boss walked to the bar and prepared the money to buy some meat next door. The boss took the money and muttered, "These guys look so cruel, what should I do? I can't get the money for the wine, and I have to pay for the meat. What a mess." The boss's words were heard by the waiter next to him, and the waiter quickly said, "Boss, do you want to call Mr. Daka to investigate?" Then, the boss raised his hand and patted his forehead and said, "Oh, how could I forget him? Go find him for me." Mr. Daka's notoriety in Amilo town is well known to everyone. To read Jing Shuang's novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The bar owner had been persecuted by Mr. Daka before. Later, in order to do business safely, the bar owner found Mr. Daka and promised to give him some Bailey and some drinks every month, so that he would not come to the bar to make trouble. Seeing such a good thing, Mr. Daka also agreed to it. Occasionally, there were troublemakers in the bar, and he would also deal with the boss because he was defeated by the boss. 256. Battle Axe. Soon, the waiter arrived at Mr. Ndaka's door. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Mr. Ndaka was sleeping at home and was awakened by a knock on the door. He was in a very bad mood. Lousy is really sleeping. If you keep making noises, I will kill you. The bartender had no choice but to stand at the door and beg kindly. Daka, the bar owner has something very important to ask you. Please come and help me. Mr. Ndaka said impatiently. No matter how big the matter is, we have to wait until Lousy wakes up. Hearing Mr. Ndaka's unpleasant answer, the waiter suddenly felt guilty and didn't dare to say anything, for fear that he would really anger him, which would be difficult to deal with, but if he went back to the boss like this, it would be difficult to explain. So the waiter rolled his eyes and suddenly said, I don't know where those people come from. They are not afraid of you, Daka, and they want to make trouble in your territory? Hearing this, Mr. Ndaka woke up instantly. Who dares to act wildly in Lousy's territory? I think he is tired of living. Mr. Ndaka rolled over and got out of bed, opened the door angrily, and said angrily, Take Lousy with me quickly, CICC. I want them to be in trouble. The waiter saw Mr. Ndaka opening the door and hurriedly said, That's right, I think they dare to be arrogant because you are not here, Daka. As long as you go there, you will definitely scare them to death. Mr. Ndaka was about to go to the tavern with the waiter when he suddenly said, Wait. After that, he turned back to the house, took out his weapon, and fought. He had snatched the battle axe from an old man, who was too old and weak to fight him, and could only watch Mr. Ndaka take the battle axe away. Mr. Ndaka felt that the battle axe was born for him, so he cherished it very much. Under normal circumstances, he would not take the battle axe out. However, today, in order to show his status as the master, he had to take out the battle axe to increase his prestige. Advertisement. He wanted to let everyone in the entire Emilodra Island know that if they dared to act wildly on his territory, there would be no good end. Mr. Ndaka took out the battle axe, came out and said to the waiter who was still waiting outside the door, Let's go. At this time, Teleshadow and others were eating the meat bought by the tavern owner, and they kept talking. Boss, this island not only has delicious wine, but also delicious meat. I also think that the meat is more delicious than anything I've ever eaten. Tyler Shadow also thinks that this meat, paired with this wine, is simply a delicacy on earth. Seeing that the meat on the table was almost gone, Tire Shadow called out to the bar. Hurry up and bring some more meat to Lousy. When the tavern owner heard this, his hands trembled instantly. He said in a trembling voice, Uncle, I just bought 5,000 baileys of meat. We're just a small business. If you continue like this, our small shop can't afford it. When he heard what the boss said, Tire Shadow stood up. I think you really don't want to open this broken tavern. Guys, let's teach him a lesson. Just when Tire Shadow and others stood up and prepared to trouble the tavern owner, the waiter brought Mistrandaka to the tavern. 257. Mistrandaka versus Tyler Shadow. Before entering the tavern, Mistrandaka heard the harsh words of Telshodo from outside. So, he took a quick step and stood between the boss and Telshodo. The two looked at each other, and both of them had contempt for each other in their eyes. Mistrandaka snorted coldly and said, Where did you come from, you wild boy? How dare you come to my territory and make trouble? Have you asked me if I agree? Seeing the sturdy Mistrandaka, Telshodo was a little timid for a while, but when he thought that the other party was just one person and he had a group of brothers behind him, he would have the upper hand anyway, so there was no need to be afraid. So he also snorted coldly and said sarcastically, Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you are bigger. You dare to call yourself my uncle. I think you want to meet your uncle. When the tavern owner saw that Mistrandaka had come to him, he quickly turned around and hid behind the bar. Seeing this, the waiter also obeyed. Seeing the waiter following him, the boss gave him an appreciative look. Well done. You found Mistrandaka so quickly, good job. The waiter, who was praised by the boss, touched the back of his head embarrassedly, and said with a chuckle, This is what I should do. When the other guests in the tavern saw Mistrandaka coming, everyone was shocked. There was no way. Mistrandaka's ability was known to everyone in Amilo town. When he gets crazy, he doesn't recognize his relatives and will beat anyone he sees. Look at Mistrandaka. Daka is coming, we should be careful. Mistrandaka has to deal with several people. I wonder if he can win? He can definitely win. He is the strongest man I have ever seen. I once saw him punch through someone else's wall with just one fist. It was very scary. I have seen it too. Last time he went crazy by the river, he directly raised a huge stone. We were almost scared to death at that time. Fortunately, he didn't smash it directly into the crowd. Otherwise it would be terrible. Advertisement. Mistrandaka heard Telshodo's provocation in a tone of voice. He looked at him coldly, with a sneer on his lips, and said coldly, You don't know how to live or die. I will send you to see my uncle now. Please give me flowers. The angry eyes of the two met in the air, and the atmosphere became more tense in an instant. Suddenly, Telshodo swung the big knife in his hand and slashed at Mistrandaka fiercely. Although Daka was burly, his body was also very flexible. He flexibly dodged and hit Telshodo's shoulder with his battle axe. Clang! Telshodo was shocked, but he reacted quickly and resisted Daka's attack with great force. The fight between the two was as fierce as a storm, and the surrounding tables were smashed into pieces. The battle axe and the broadsword collided in the air, making a harsh metal friction sound. Daka's body was as hard as an iron tower, and his strength was very strong. Every attack could make Telshodo retreat a step. And Telshodo was also very cunning. He was very good at using the terrain in the tavern and the surrounding environment as cover, constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. 258. Brother, we know we are wrong, please let us go. Suddenly, Telshodo seemed to have found the right time. He let out a low roar, and the avenue in his hand slashed towards Daka like lightning. Daka's eyes condensed, and his body jumped up like a cheetah, dodging the broadsword that Telshodo chopped at him. Telshodo's heart trembled. He had never thought that Daka's sturdy body would be so flexible. Just when he was distracted, after Daka jumped up and landed, he immediately swung the battle axe in 750's hand and smashed it hard at Telshodo's head. Telshodo had no time to dodge, and could only use the broadsword to barely resist. The power of Mistrandaka's skill shook the surrounding tables, and some people were even shaken to the ground. At this time, everyone in the tavern was watching the fight between the two nervously. Daka's power is really strong, but the opponent doesn't seem to be weak either, and actually resisted Daka's attack. Advertisement. Come on, Daka. Although Mistrandaka is a notorious brutal gangster in Amilo town, and the opponents are villains who don't know where they came from, although they are not good people, at least Daka is from Amilo town. And people from Amilo town are their own people. So everyone in the tavern is willing to see Daka defeat Wodwo and others, so everyone is silently cheering for Daka in their hearts. At this time, Mistrandaka's eyes were full of confidence and enthusiasm, as if he wanted to completely defeat the enemy in front of him. However, at this moment, Taylor's Wodwo suddenly rushed forward, and the big knife in his hand formed an airtight barrier under his swing. Daka was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted, and he swung the battle axe with all his strength to chop Taylor's Wodwo. However, the cunning Taylor's Wodwo took advantage of his position and hid behind him, and the big knife in his hand was like a lion. Majesty stabbed at Daka's waist. Despite this, Daka still reacted quickly. He turned around quickly and blocked the attack of the big knife with his battle armor. He pulled out his other hand and pushed Telshodo hard, and he retreated uncontrollably. Because Daka used a lot of strength, Telshodo hit the wall behind him hard. Telshodo, who was in pain, widened his eyes and watched Daka approach step by step. At this moment, Daka swung the battle axe in his hand and slammed it down hard at Telshodo's waist. However, Telshodo was so scared that he peed his pants and his body slid down to the ground unconsciously. Advertisement. Because of this, Daka's battle axe did not directly hit Telshodo's neck, but split the wall behind him. A crack appeared. Everyone present gasped. Especially the people with Teleshadow. Seeing Teleshadow collapse on the ground, they all thought he was hit by Daka, and they were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Big brother, we know we are wrong, please let us go. 013612028 Filu 224,420,440. We will never dare to make trouble here again, please let our boss go. We will leave here immediately. When the other people in the tavern saw these people kneeling on the ground, they were immediately delighted. I said Daka can win. That's right, Daka is the strongest person in Aramillo town. I think these people will never dare to come to Aramillo to make trouble again. 259. Loyal little brother. Mr. Ndaka was in a better mood when he saw his brothers lying on the ground. He liked to see others begging for mercy. The more scared they were, the better he felt. This was so cool. Haha, you little bastards dared to act wildly on my territory without even asking who I was. Do you know you were wrong now? Get out of here. Hearing Daka's words, several of Hodo's brothers rolled and crawled to Taylor's Hodo's side. They anxiously checked Hodo's body. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wake up, brother, you must not die. What should we do if you die? Several brothers cried and shook Taylor's Hodo. And Taylor's Hodo, who had just fainted, was shaken awake at this time. Advertisement, brother, don't kill me. Taylor's Hodo, who had just woken up, was still immersed in the fear of the battle with Daka just now. He shouted out the fear in his heart unconsciously. However, as soon as he said this, he saw the faces of the people in front of him clearly, and he felt bad all of a sudden. He showed his cowardly side in front of his younger brothers. How can he, as the big brother, convince others in the future? How can he survive in this sea? So he said angrily, I'm not dead yet, what are you all waiting for? Seeing that his big brother woke up and sounded like he was fine, several younger brothers cried with joy and said, Great, big brother, you are really okay. Big brother, we all thought you were. What do you think, are you so eager for me to die? Taylor's Hodo said unhappily. Several people explained in unison, Big brother, what are you talking about? We are afraid that you will leave me just like that. Advertisement, that's right, big brother, you must not be in trouble, otherwise how can we live? Woo woo. We still have to follow the big brother to enjoy the good life. Listening to several people expressing their concern for him, Taylor Shodo felt uncomfortable. How can he enjoy the good life with these little brothers in the future when he can't even beat such a person who doesn't know where he came from? He felt depressed immediately. Daka, who was on the side, felt uncomfortable when he saw Taylor Shodo being cared for by a group of little brothers. He muttered in his heart, Tisk, with this level and ability, there are still such loyal little brothers, what kind of shit luck is this kid? Daka became more and more unhappy as he thought about it. He snorted coldly and said, HMPH, don't show off your brotherhood here, get out of here quickly, or I will kill you all. After hearing this, Taylor Shodo stood up quickly and prepared to leave here with his little brothers. There was no way he could be abused, but he couldn't let his little brothers suffer with him. Seeing this, the bar owner quickly came to Daka and said tremblingly, Daka, can you let them wait before leaving? Daka, who was already in a bad mood, became angry instantly when he heard the boss was going to make a request. Why, my words are so useless, and I have to listen to your instructions whether to leave or not. When the boss heard this, his legs became weak and he said, Daka, that's not what I meant, it's just that they haven't paid for the wine and food just now. 260. Come on, pay the protection fee. After hearing what the boss said, Daka was stunned for a moment. He had already received money from the boss, and this money was also considered protection money. Although he was not a good person, he could not break the rule of taking money to do things, otherwise he would be ridiculed in the future. Of course, he could also rob, but it was not a bad thing to have another way to make money. So Mr. Ndaka shouted to Taylor Shodo who was about to leave. Hey, did you forget something? At this, Taylor Shodo's step, which was about to take, paused instantly. He didn't know whether his foot should move forward or backward. He looked at the younger brother beside him with some uncertainty, and asked guiltily, Is he calling us? The younger brother said terrified, Brother, it seems that he is calling us? If we remember correctly, didn't he just let us go? Yes, brother, he told us to get out. I wonder if he regretted it? Advertisement, what, regret it? How can a man regret it immediately after saying he was going? This is too immoral, Taylor Shod said a little uneasily. The younger brother on the side did not dare to make a decision, so he could only ask Taylor Shod tentatively, But brother, should we go back or run away quickly? Go. Just when they were unsure whether to stay or flee, Daka shouted impatiently, Are you deaf? The wine and food haven't been paid yet, do you want to eat for free? At this time, Taylor's Hodo and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and a younger brother sighed and said, Brother, he asked us to go back and pay for the food, it's okay. Taylor's Hodo turned around trembling, looked at Daka flatteringly, and said with a smile, Brother, don't say that, I will pay right away. As he said that, the boss said excitedly, The food and wine cost a total of 50,000 Baileys. What? You just want to pay for such a small amount of wine and meat lousy 50,000 Baileys? Is this a black shop you run? Upon hearing the amount, Huoduo's voice immediately increased 8 times. The boss smiled and said, My guest, what you just wanted were all the best wines, so the price will naturally be much higher. Tyler's Huoduo wanted to continue to argue, but he felt the gaze of Daka on him, and he didn't dare to say anything in an instant, so he could only honestly take out 50,000 Baileys and give them to the boss. He has always been the one to cheat others, and this time he was cheated, and he felt really bad. Advertisement, but due to Daka's strength, he didn't dare to show dissatisfaction. So he quickly found his brothers. Hurry up, take out all the money you have, I don't have that much. A group of people turned all their pockets upside down and finally collected 50,000 Baileys. Jai Duo reluctantly handed the money to the boss, showing a little face that was uglier than crying, and said to Fu Daka, "Brother, we have paid the money, can we leave now?" "Okay. Well, get out of here, okay, I'll leave now." Tailor Xiaoduo was full of anger. He said to several younger brothers in a frustrated manner, "What are you still standing there for? Get out of here." As he said, several younger brothers immediately left the tavern behind Tailor Xiaoduo. After receiving the money, the boss's mouth was almost laughing. His wine was naturally not worth so much money, and he only spent 2,000 Baileys on the meal. 261. Unequal distribution of spoils? But looking at the broken tables and chairs in the tavern, he naturally wanted to blame Tailor Shodo, but he couldn't say that he had to pay for the tables and chairs, because Daka also broke a lot of them. So he could only ask the unlucky Tailor Shodo to pay some money. Anyway, with Daka here, they dare not default on their debts. After seeing Tailor Shodo and others disappear, Daka turned his head evilly and looked at the boss beside him. "Hey, boss, how much are you going to give me this time?" The boss certainly knew what Daka meant, but the 50,000 Baileys of 077 included the loss of his own tavern. But the boss thought about it and thought that if he didn't give Daka any benefits this time, it wouldn't be good. After all, he asked him to come and help this time. Although he just solved a big problem of his own very easily, he still had to give him some hard work fees. Besides, it is easier to invite a god than to send him away. If I offend Daka, it will be difficult for me to continue running my shop in Amilo. Not to mention that others are persecuting my business, Daka today will probably not let me go easily. So, the boss took out 10,000 Baileys and prepared to give them to Daka. "Daka, thanks to you this time, otherwise I would have a hard time closing this place. This is a small gift, please accept it." 11. Then the boss handed the 10,000 Baileys to Da Shang. Mr. Daka saw the Baileys in the boss's hand, with an incredible expression, and said angrily, "Why, I just helped you get back 50,000 Baileys, and you only give me this little? You are too mean?" Hearing what Daka said, the boss was stunned and quickly explained, "Daka, although I just received 50,000 Baileys, you see that my store has suffered a lot of losses. This amount of money is enough to cover the losses of my store, it's really not much, this 10,000 Baileys is really the maximum amount I, CIBG, can take out." Daka would not care about other people's losses, so he said angrily, "What does your loss have to do with me? Since I helped you get the money back, you should give me half of it." When the boss heard that Daka wanted to take half of the Bailey, he felt a little painful. He said flatteringly, "Daka, how about I give you 20,000 Baileys first? You see, my loss is really not small. Please be kind and I will compensate you next time, okay?" Hearing that the boss was bargaining with him, Daka became even more angry. "I think your shop doesn't want to continue operating in the small town of Amilo, I will let you close your shop today." As he said, Daka picked up a chair next to him and smashed it against the wall on the side. Seeing Daka's anger, the waiter of the tavern immediately persuaded the boss, "Boss, you should give half to Daka. We can't afford to offend this big Buddha, and we have to rely on him in the future." The boss naturally understood this, but it was too much to take away half of Bailey. He was willing to give 20,000, but he was still not satisfied. This was too much. Seeing that the boss was not willing to give in, the waiter continued, "Boss, give it to him quickly, otherwise we will lose more later. You see, Daka smashed a chair, and the tavern will be demolished later." The boss finally came to his senses and saw Daka walking towards the table beside the tavern, and the battle axe was raised above his head. 262, Devil Fruit? "If we don't stop it now, it will be too late," the boss quickly said in a flattering way. "Daka, don't be impulsive, don't get excited. I promise to give you half, stop it now." After hearing the boss's promise, Daka held the battle solution in the air, turned his head and said, "If you say stop, then I will lose face. How about this, just give me 30,000 Baileys." The boss shouted in shock, "What, 30,000 Baileys?" Daka said angrily, "Why, is it too little?" The waiter on the side quickly persuaded, "Boss, agree quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if Inca gets angry." So, the boss gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 30,000 is 30,000, I promise you." Hearing his satisfactory answer, Daka put down the battle axe in his hand, sat on the chair beside him, and said slowly, "Very good, then give it to me quickly." At this point, the boss could only take out most of the Bailey in his hand and give it to Daka. Although he was dissatisfied in his heart, there was no other way. This not only requires money, but also a smile, advertisement. Daka happily took the Bailey handed over by the boss and left the tavern with satisfaction. Others in the tavern looked at the frustrated boss and persuaded him, "Boss, you should be content, it's better than having nothing." 11. That's right, it's because of Daka that he helped you get back 50,000 Baileys. Although he took 30,000, you still have 20,000 left. That's right, if it weren't for Daka, you wouldn't even get these 20,000, so you have to thank Daka. That's right, at least your wine and food money is gone. Be content. The boss knew it in his heart, but the money he got flew away again, which was really a bad feeling. On the other side, a group of people including Tailor Shodo who fled in panic were wandering aimlessly in the town of Amilo. "Brother, where should we go now?" Tailor Shodo didn't know where to go at this time, and he was a little upset. His ability was indeed too small. If he wanted to dominate the sea, he had to become stronger. But is there any way to make himself stronger in the shortest time? Advertisement, please give me flowers. is there any good way to make us stronger immediately? Tyler Shadow unconsciously said what he thought. After hearing this, the younger brothers around him were silent for a moment, and then everyone started to discuss. I think we can find a few powerful masters to teach us. Find a master. This is too unrealistic. Besides, where can we find a powerful master to teach us? And even if we find it, how long will it take us to cultivate it? This method is too slow. 0. I have thought of a good way, the secret treasure of the sea. Are you talking about the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit? Yes, I heard that as long as you eat it, you can immediately gain a powerful and mysterious power? After hearing this, Taylor Shodo also thought that this method was very good, so he asked back, but where can we find this, devil fruit? Everyone also felt that if they wanted to become stronger, they had to have this, devil fruit, but this fruit was not something that could be obtained casually. There were so many pirates on the sea looking for it, and it would be even more difficult for them alone. 263. What, you want to change the big brother? Suddenly, a younger brother said, I have another idea, I don't know whether I should say it, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact if I say it. When Taylor Shodo heard that there were other ways, he immediately said excitedly without waiting for him to finish, just tell me what you can do, don't hesitate. After hearing Taylor Shodo's words, the younger brother still had some concerns. He confirmed again and again. Then I'll tell you, boss, you must promise that you can't be angry. 690. Taylor Shodo raised his hand and slapped him on the back of his head. Hole, what are you talking about? Tell me quickly. The younger brother whispered. We can also find a more powerful person to back us up. After hearing this, the others looked at the younger brother in disbelief. Finding a stronger person as a backer, doesn't this mean that you dislike the eldest brother for being too incompetent and want to change the eldest brother? Several people reacted instantly and quickly blocked the younger brother behind them, fearing that Taylor Shodo would beat him up after being furious. Everyone persuaded. Brother, he didn't mean that. Yes, he just said it casually. Brother, don't be angry. We only have you as our eldest brother, advertisement. Yes, we only recognize you as our eldest brother. And Taylor Shodo on the side was not angry at all at this time, he was thinking in his heart. This is a good idea. Before they came to the town of Amilo, they had always been smooth sailing and had never encountered any setbacks. Although he had experienced several life and death struggles, he had never felt so incompetent. This time, in such an inconspicuous bar in such an inconspicuous town like Amilo, he was beaten up by a street thug, and it was his brothers who begged him to save his life. Although he knew that there were countless strong men in this infinite sea, he couldn't even beat a street thug. How could he protect his brothers and lead them to survive in this sea? These brothers have been following him for a long time. If he wants to live a good life with them, he must become stronger or find a stronger person to rely on, so that he can continue to wander the sea unscrupulously. It's not in vain that these brothers follow him so wholeheartedly. It's not a one-day or one-night stand to become strong immediately. In this sea, in addition to eating devil fruit and getting its mysterious power, there is only one way to find a stronger backer. There is no other faster way. But on second thought, how can it be easy to find a backer? Advertisement and people may not necessarily give you a backer. What should we do? Seeing that Taylor's Rado said nothing, the younger brothers looked at him fearfully, fearing that he was angry in his heart, and it would be terrible if he exploded. Brother, what's wrong with you? Several younger brothers tried to wake up Taylor Shodo, who was thinking. Taylor Shodo, who came back to his senses, quickly shook his head and said, It's okay. Tell me, where can we find a backer now? Several younger brothers said in shock, Brother, he is joking. Yes, brother, let's think about changing the big brother. Brother, don't say angry words. 264. Be the big brother. Daka is confused. Hearing the excited younger brothers, Tellus Hodo quickly explained. I didn't say that in anger. I thought about it seriously. Finding a backer is indeed the fastest way for us to become stronger at present. But big brother, we just want to follow you. Yes, big brother, we don't want to leave you. Tellus Hodo said with a dark face. I didn't say I was leaving. I was just talking about where to find a stronger person or organization. Wouldn't it be nice if we joined them together? The younger brothers understood what Tellus Hodo meant. But big brother, where can we find stronger people? 28. And others may not accept us. Just when several people had no idea, Mr. Ndaka suddenly appeared in front of everyone. When Mr. Ndaka saw that Hodo and others dared to stay in the town of Amilo, he immediately walked over aggressively. Why, you dare to hang around in the town of Amilo, why don't you get out of here? Advertisement Taylor Shodo and others were panicking. This Mr. Ndaka Hodo was very powerful, and their boss had just experienced it. And Hodo was still in fear at this time, and didn't dare to offend him again. However, after looking at the battle axe in Mr. Ndaka's hand, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. Isn't this the backer given to them by God? So Taylor Shodo showed his color to several younger brothers beside him. Several younger brothers looked at Hodo with a confused look on their faces, and then looked at Daka opposite, completely at a loss. Taylor Shodo said in a muffled voice, You have also seen this man's strength, why don't we find him to be our boss? A group of confused younger brothers became even more confused at this time. Brother, are you kidding me? This guy is just a street thug, and he seems to have a very bad temper. Advertisement, besides, we just had a conflict with him, what if he flatters us? Don't be the boss anymore, I just want you to be my boss. Taylor Shodo said unhappily. Hole, since I am the boss, you have to listen to me. I said recognize him as the boss, you just follow me, don't talk so much nonsense. At this time, Taylor Shadow had completely determined Mr. Ndaka in his heart, and he felt that Daka would be the one who could lead him to the peak of his life. So Teleshodo bowed his waist, smiled, and said to Mr. Ndaka in a flattering way, "Brother, are you willing to be our subordinates?" Now it was Mr. Ndaka's turn to be confused. He said vigilantly, "What tricks are you up to? Don't think I will show mercy if you say so. Be careful or I will make you crawl out." Hodo continued to smile and said, "Brother, my name is Teleshodo." Then he pointed to a group of younger brothers behind him and said, "This is Militagu, this is Directra, he is Alensonu, and Maldora." With Teleshodo's introduction, Mr. Ndaka became more confused. "What is your purpose?" Hodo explained. "We were originally a group of gangsters wandering aimlessly on the sea. Today we met you, brother. You are so powerful. I think under your leadership, the brothers will definitely live a better and happier life." 265. Being the big brother? Are you such a casual person? The confused Mr. Ndaka asked back, "Are you guys sick? You can recognize me so casually?" Hodo boasted. "It's not casual, brother. We have seriously considered it. We have seen your strength just now, and we are conquered by your strength. Besides, how can this small place show your strength? With your strength, you should go to the sea and conquer the sea. We are especially willing to follow you to conquer the sea." When Mr. Ndaka heard what Hodo said, he felt itchy in his heart. It's not that he has never thought about going to the sea to make a living, but he is alone, doesn't know any sailing technology, and doesn't have a ship that can go to sea, so he has never had the experience of going to sea. So when he saw Hodo's group of loyal brothers just now, Mr. Ndaka was envious in his heart. He also hoped that he could have a group of companions. It was just that his childhood experiences and his brutal character made everyone in the small town of Amilo afraid to approach him and afraid of him, so that he had no friends or partners to confide in. But now there was a group of people in front of him who said they were willing to follow him and accompany him to the sea, which was something he had never thought of. But these people had just been taught a lesson by me. Did they really follow me voluntarily as I said, and not for any other purpose? Seeing that Daka didn't speak, Huoduo continued to lobby, "Brother, please rest assured, we have no second thoughts, and we sincerely hope that you can lead us out to explore. Besides, with your strength, even if we all come together, we are not your opponents at all." Mr. Ndaka said confidently. "That's right, with just a few of you, I dare not have any crooked thoughts." Seeing Daka speak, Huoduo's confidence increased greatly, and continued, "That's right, you agree to be our big brother and take us to enjoy a better life." While saying this, he did not forget to remind the younger brothers behind him, "Why don't you call me big brother?" Seeing Huoduo speak, everyone immediately shouted, "Big brother! Big brother! Advertisement, big brother!" Mr. Ndaka lost himself in the voice of big brother. He recognized a group of younger brothers in a confused way. "Since you have chosen to follow me, I will never let you down in the future." Everyone was excited after hearing this. "Hello, big brother is mighty. Follow big brother and you will have meat to eat. Follow big brother and you will have wine to drink." After that, Mr. Ndaka led a group of younger brothers to form the Skullhead Pirates. Daka made a name for himself on the sea with his extraordinary strength, until they came to Wano-kuni by chance. By chance, they were spotted by the Madam of Yuhonglu. Jonalizayan spent a lot of money to keep them in Yuhonglu, and then they became the gold medal thugs of Yuhonglu. King Zhao's, so this time the Madam brought them out again, ready to give Xia Ya and Yamato a good beating. After hearing Jonalizayan's order, Yinka immediately raised the battle axe in his hand and rushed towards Xia Ya. "Ya! Open black lens bracket 013612028 Fei Lu 224,430,590. At this time, the Madam shouted worriedly, "Be careful, don't hurt Xiao Zi. There is no other way, Xia Ya is riding the courtesan Xiao Zi. The courtesan Xiao Zi is her cash cow, if she gets hurt, it will be a big loss." 266. Everyone is confused. The shout from Zagan made Daka put down his raised fighting flag. He looked at Zagan with a worried look on his face. "Boss, look at this posture, how can I fight?" Joannalisa looked at Xia Ya riding on Xiao Zi, and she was also angry. This bad boy dared to use the courtesan as a shield. What should he do? Even when Mr. Ndaka stopped, Xia Ya didn't want to let him go. "Since you want to fight, let you enjoy the process of being beaten." Xia Ya tightened the reins on Kazuki Hiyori's neck. Then Kazuki Hiyori attacked quickly and came to the front of Zestrin in an instant. Raised his left foot and kicked Mr. Ndaka's lower abdomen fiercely. Mr. Ndaka didn't expect Xia Ya to attack so quickly. He was kicked by Kazuki Hiyori without warning. Instantly, the whole person was kicked out. At this time, a huge figure knocked open the door of the private room and flew out directly. It didn't stop until it hit the wall of the corridor. Advertisement. The people of the Skull Pirates looked at the scene in front of them in shock. "What's going on? I don't know, why did the big brother fly out?" The flying Mistrin, CIBB, Daka was also confused. When did Xiao Zi become so good? Impossible, this must not be her doing. Laozi is the captain of the Skull Pirates who was born with supernatural powers. How could he be kicked away by a woman? Johanna-Lisa N on the side was also confused, because she saw her beloved courtesan kicking Mr. Nka out with one foot. She screamed in shock. "Xiao Zi, what happened to you? How could you kick Mr. Ndaka away? Where did you get so much strength? How much strength does it take to kick Mr. Ndaka away?" Advertisement. At this time, Xiao Zi, Kazuki Hiyori, was also shocked. She said in disbelief, "Xia Ya, did I really kick that kick just now? How can I have such great strength? Kazuki Hiyori stared at her foot in amazement, totally unable to believe it. But this kick was indeed hers, but the strength was not what she could use. While everyone was shocked, Mr. Ndaka, who had been flying out, rushed in from the corridor in anger. He tightly grasped the battle axe in his hand, staring at Xia Ya with angry eyes. Although the kick just now was kicked out by Xiaozi. However, based on his understanding of Xiaozi, the strength just now was definitely not from Xiaozi's own strength. Although it is not clear why Xiaozi can kick with such great force, it must be related to the person who is locked in Shao Kai. I don't know where this guy came from, but he can actually command Xiaozi, and he can also make Xiaozi use such great force. Is he a devil fruit ability user? I have to be careful. So Daka turned his head slightly and said to Huo Duo behind him, Huo Duo, you will take the other people to deal with the masked one later. I don't think the other one is easy to deal with. Huo Duo said seriously. Boss, don't worry, leave the masked one to the brothers, just worry about dealing with the other one. As soon as Huo Duo finished speaking, Daka swung the battle axe in his hand and quickly chopped towards Xia Ya. 267. I just laughed. What can you do to me? With Xia Ya's reaction ability, Daka's speed was completely child's play in Xia Ya's eyes. Xia Ya pulled the reins behind Kazuki Hiyori's neck with one hand, and then Kazuki Hiyori gently dodged Daka's battle axe easily. Daka had never expected that Kazuki Hiyori could react so quickly. His center of gravity was unstable, and his body bent directly to the ground. The battle axe chopped a big hole in the ground. Because the force of the battle axe was too heavy, the battle axe was stuck in the ground for a while. Daka pulled out the battle axe angrily, but he didn't expect that the battle axe was not stuck as tight as he imagined. He lost his center of gravity again and sat on the ground. The scene was very funny. Ha ha ha. You are so funny, big guy. Yamato couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Seeing someone dare to make fun of his captain, Woduo couldn't hold back any longer. He angrily cursed. Where did you come from, you idiot? How dare you make fun of our captain? I think you are tired of living. Yamato said indifferently. Just laughed, what can you do to me? As he said, Tailor Woduo tightened the big knife in his hand and said angrily, then die. Woduo's eyes were full of anger, and the big knife in his hand was like a silver lightning, flashing cold light. Tailor Woduo took a deep breath, and the big knife in his hand began to dance. The blade was as smooth as flowing water, and the power was amazing. Every time the big knife danced, it seemed to split the sky and the earth, and the blade kept kneeling towards Yamato. Yamato said playfully, then I will play with you. Yamato stared at Tailor's Hodo's movements. As the blade kept coming, Yamato also swung the mace in her hand. The mace in Yamato's hand was as fierce as a storm. Advertisement clang. 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 In the constant clash between the broadsword and the mace, there were bursts of metal collision sounds. The fight between the two became more and more intense, and the air was full of tension and excitement. Tailor's Hodo's fighting style became more and more fierce, and Yamato kept changing his moves to deal with it. Ask for flowers. After a few moves, Hodo was obviously at a disadvantage. His face was full of admiration, and water kept dripping from his forehead. Yamato seemed to be at ease. Every time her mace hit, Hodo couldn't stand it and took a step back. However, Hodo didn't give up. He gritted his teeth, adjusted his breathing, and attacked Yamato again. His broadsword rushed straight to Yamato's face like a silver light. Seeing this, Yamato quickly retreated and cleverly avoided Huo Duo's attack. Seeing this, Yamato raised his mouth slightly and said proudly, you dare to come out like this? How powerful did I think you were? Damn it. Huo Duo took the opportunity to breathe for a while, adjusted his state, and prepared to attack again. He never thought that the person in front of him could dodge his attack so easily. He had already used most of his strength, but the other party seemed to be on defense all the time and did not launch any attack at all. It seems that he can only fight her with all his strength. Huo Duo fixed his eyes, waved the big knife in his hand again, and launched a more fierce attack on Yamato. Advertisement 268. Strange power. Yamato cleverly used the advantages of the terrain and the mace to easily resist all of Woduo's attacks. Gradually, Woduo began to breathe heavily. On the other side, Yamato looked at his embarrassed appearance with a smile as if nothing had happened. Yamato said proudly, is it fun? Woduo was exhausted at this time. He called out to a group of younger brothers behind him. Little ones, come on, drive her out of Yuhonglu. Then, several younger brothers rushed towards Dazong in a black mass. Mr. Ndaka on the other side was already furious at this time. Just as Tailor's Woduo and Yamato were fighting, Daka swung the battle axe in his hand vigorously and chopped it towards Xia Ya again. Before Kazuki Hiyori could react, Xia Ya once again manipulated her to easily avoid Daka's attack. Advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori was very excited at this time. Only then did she affirm Xia Ya's ability. From the kick at the beginning to the two easy dodges, it was just like a dream, completely beyond her cognition. No wonder Yamato had been telling her about Xia Ya's magic before. How can this be called magic? This is simply a miracle. After Xia Ya rode on her, not only did it not cause any burden to her body, but it made her body exert powerful energy. Not only strength, but also the flexibility of the body has increased by many times. This feeling is really too good. After dodging Mr. Ndaka's attack again, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help but say, Xia Ya, is this the ability of the riding fruit you mentioned? It can actually turn me into a Superman, it's really amazing. Xia Ya said proudly. There are more powerful ones. As she said that, Xia Ya did not give Mr. Ndaka time to react, and directly grasped the reins with both hands and pulled hard. The next second, Kazuki Hiyori hit with a straight punch at lightning speed. Mr. Ndaka flew out directly. Boom, advertisement. Mr. Ndaka hit the wall of the corridor heavily. Puff. I saw Mr. Ndaka covering his chest with one hand, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. At this time, he looked at Kazuki Hiyori in front of him with an incredible face. This was Xiaozi, the courtesan of their Yuhonglu. But Xiaozi at this moment made him feel very unfamiliar. She could actually punch him and make him vomit blood. I think with his strong physique, no one has ever been able to hit him so hard that he was seriously injured. This is too much. Thinking of this, Daka supported his hands on the ground and prepared to stand up, but as soon as he exerted force, he vomited a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. On the other side, the 187 brothel owner Jonalisa and also stared at her courtesan with wide eyes. She exclaimed, Xiaozi, are you crazy? How could you beat Daka to vomit blood? What's wrong with you? Not only was Daka unfamiliar with the brothel owner, but even Kazuki Hiyori herself felt unfamiliar. Although she knew that she had become very powerful under Xia Ya's riding, she never thought that she could be so strong. She could actually hit the huge Daka with one palm and cause internal injuries, and her fist was as if nothing had happened. Yuan Jin felt less than 10 points of grief. And the little brothers of the Skull Fusion pirates who were rushing to Yamato's knees were also beaten to the ground by Yamato at this time, and none of them could get up. 269. Don't you agree? Suddenly, there were cries of grief all over Yuhonglu. The old procuress Jonalizan, who saw this scene, was so frightened that her face turned pale and her legs softened unconsciously. At this time, Tailor Shodo also saw his captain being beaten to the ground and vomiting blood. He knelt down in fear. He said incoherently, "Two brothers, we are wrong. We are just doing things for money. Please don't kill us." The other brothers who were beaten by Yamato also knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Two big brothers, we know we are wrong, please forgive us. We will never dare to do it again. Big brother, God tier, please forgive us." On the other side, the old procuress Jonalizan, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but tremble and said, "Sir, I deserve to die. How can I take your money? This is all my fault. Please be magnanimous and let me go." Jonalizan never expected that before this man made a move, his group of thugs were beaten to a pulp. If this Xia Ya made another move, not only would Yuhonglu be in danger, but he would probably lose his life. Now the most important thing is to save his life first. Advertisement Xia Ya didn't care. Anyway, his purpose of coming here was to ride Kazuki Hiyori. Now that the purpose has been achieved, it's over. Speaking of this, Xia Ya said indifferently, "Then can I leave now?" Jonalizan quickly said, of course, sir, please take care." Then, Xia Ya jumped off Kazuki Hiyori. After greeting Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori, the three of them prepared to leave Yuhonglu. At this time, Joanna Lisa saw that her cash cow, the courtesan, was also going to leave, and immediately called out carefully, "Xiaozi, what are you doing with her?" Hearing the words of the madam, Xia Ya stopped and turned to her and said, "I forgot to tell you that the courtesan is now my person, so she is leaving with me now." After the words fell, the madam screamed, "What did you say? The courtesan is my person in Yuhonglu. How can you take her away just like that? I don't agree. What a joke, not only did they cheat their own money, but now they are going to cheat their own people. This is too much. This is even more robbery than robbery." Seeing such an excited Joanna Lisa, Xia Ya looked at the madam with a serious face and said coldly, "Don't you agree?" Seeing Xia Ya's expression, Jonalisa N was frightened. This look was too scary, as if it could take her life in the next second. Although she was very reluctant to let Xiaozi go, her life was more important anyway. If she didn't let him take Xiaozi away, she couldn't guarantee that Xia Ya would strangle her to death in the next second. She glanced at Mr. Angdaka, who was leaning against the wall with blood all over his mouth, and a group of his brothers kneeling on the ground. 013612028 Filu 224,440,430. Jonalisa N knew very well at this time that there was no stronger thug behind her to deal with the two people in front of her. The best way now is to let them go, otherwise I really don't know how it will end. Although I am very reluctant, there is no other way at the moment. So I can only say with reluctance, no, sir, you can take whoever you want, you don't need my consent." Xia Ya's eyes relaxed at this time, and she said lightly, "That's good, let's go." With that, Xia Ya took Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori and left the Yuhong building. 270. Kurozumi Snake. Just as Xia Ya and the other three had just left Yuhonglu, the Madame Jonalizan sent someone to inform Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi is the current general of Wano-kuni. He is very burly, with a big head and mouth, and his facial features look very discordant. He always wears a golden crown on the left side of his head, and a purple hair bun on the right side. There are also a lot of purple hair on both sides of his square face, and a large group of purple hair on the back of his head. He always wears a yellow kimono with many black crescent-shaped pentagonal patterns on it, and a black cloak with patterns on the back. He is very cruel and arrogant, loves wine and lust. He is an extremely cruel and dictatorial lord who adheres to the policy of isolation. Apart from his own interests, he does not care about the state affairs and people of Wano-kuni at all. Under his notice, the people of Wano-kuni suffered great oppression and exploitation. The real purpose of his doing this was to destroy Wano-kuni. Advertisement because he was the last descendant of the Kurozumi family, and the Kurozumi family was wiped out by the Kazuki family because of a failed rebellion. Kurozumi Orochi survived by chance, but because of his identity, Kurozumi Orochi was hunted by Wano-kuni's soldiers for many years. So he lived in fear when he was young, and thus planted his hatred for Wano-kuni. Later, in order to avenge the Kurozumi family, Kurozumi Orochi endured humiliation and became a minister of the Moon family. In the end, he used conspiracy to seize the position of general of Wano-kuni. The reason why the old procuress sent someone to inform Terudabu Orochi was because Kurozumi Orochi was very fascinated by the flower charm Kazuki. Whenever he held a drinking party, he would definitely invite the Oiran Kazuki to participate. Now the Oiran Kazuki was taken away, and Jonalisa-en was powerless. So all she could think of was to find Kurozumi Orochi, and use Kurozumi Orochi's power to snatch Xiaozi from Xia Ya. So when Terudabu Orochi heard that the courtesan Xiaozi was taken away, he was very angry. Advertisement. Who dared to touch my Sif? People. Who dared to be so presumptuous? Who gave him the courage? The guy who came to report said cautiously, it was a man named Xia Ya, and he was followed by a guy wearing a mask. It was very hateful. He took the courtesan away directly. Kurozumi Orochi roared. I don't care about Xia Ya. He dared to oppose me in Wano-kuni. I think he thinks his life is too long. He stood up angrily and walked towards the direction of Yuhonglu. At the door of Yuhonglu, the old procuress Jonalisa-en had been waiting for his arrival. Because Jonalisa-en knew too well how much Kurozumi Orochi loved the courtesan Xiaozi. If she told him how much money her Yuhonglu had lost, Kurozumi would definitely not ask. But if she told him that her Yuhonglu's courtesan Xiaozi was missing, Kurozumi would definitely come to check in person. So she only needed to tell him the news that Xiaozi was taken away, and Kurozumi would definitely help her find Xiaozi back. 013612028 Filu 224,440,550. As soon as she saw Kurozumi, Joanna Lisa came forward and cried, General, you are finally here, the courtesan Xiaozi. She was taken away by the bad guys. Kurozumi asked anxiously, tell me, where was Xiaozi taken? When Xia Ya and the others left Yuhonglu, Joanna Lisa had already sent someone to follow them. 271. Wanted. So now where Xia Ya and the others are, Jonalisa-en knows very well. Just waiting for Kurozumi Orochi to ask. So Jonalisa-en hurriedly said earnestly, report to the general, they have arrived at the Flower City Square. Let's go. Take me there quickly. As he said, under the guidance of the staff of Yuhonglu, Kurozumi Orochi led a group of people to the direction of Flower City Square. Xia Ya was shopping with Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori in Flower City Square. The most important thing is that Xia Ya must buy a boat now. Because he flew here alone when he came. But now with Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori, they must have a boat if they want to leave Wano-kuni. And after Kazuki Hiyori left Yuhonglu, Xia Ya bought her a mask. It's not that Xia Ya is afraid of Kazuki Hiyori being discovered, but she is afraid of trouble, because Kazuki Hiyori is too famous in Wano-kuni, especially in the Flower City, and her face is too dazzling when she walks on the street. So the three of them bought a lot of things in the Flower City Square, and also found a shop selling boats. The three of them were preparing to go to the shipyard to choose a suitable boat. Advertisement. Just when Yamato was happy and thought that he could leave Wano-kuni soon, a large group of people suddenly came. Go away! Go away! With a flustered sound of footsteps, Xia Ya and the other three were surrounded by a group of people. At this time, the people around were curiously looking at the three people who were surrounded. Aren't these Wano-kuni soldiers? Why are they surrounded? These three people must be wanted criminals, and now they have been found. I guess they're finished. Isn't it? It's easy to catch three people with so many people. At this moment, the wall of people in the siege suddenly dispersed, revealing a hole. Kurozumi Snake walked over angrily. He glanced at the three people in front of him and immediately locked his eyes on Kazuki Hiyori. Because Kazuki Hiyori was the courtesan Kazuki that he was obsessed with. He quickly changed his expression to a lecherous one and said, Gui, dear Kazuki, why are you here? I heard from the madam that you were taken away, and I was almost scared to death. Come with me, I'm going to have a party right away, because I was scared just now, and I must be happy. Please give me flowers 0, advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori turned his head and looked at Xia Ya, as if waiting for Xia Ya's reaction. At this time, Xia Ya didn't have any extra reaction, but Yamato on the side jumped out. Who are you? Kazuki won't go with you. She has promised us to go to sea with us. As soon as Yamato spoke, Kurozumi Orochi's eyes fell on Yamato's masked face. He felt that this person was familiar just now. 0, but he couldn't remember where he had seen this mask for a while. But soon, he stopped thinking about the mask. He only had one thought, which was to take Xiaozi back. No matter who this person was, he was only angry now, because someone dared to openly oppose him in Wano-kuni. Without my consent, none of you can take Xiaozi away. Come on, give this person who is in the way a good lesson. As he said that, a group of soldiers around Kurozumi attacked Yamato. 013612028 Fei Lu 224,450,060. These ordinary soldiers were like ants in front of Yamato, weak and vulnerable. Ah! Ah! With screams, Yamato used the mace in his hand to beat all the people to the ground in a few strokes. 272. Kurozumi the Great Worm. Seeing his men being beaten to the ground one by one, Kurozumi Orochi was furious. Who are you? You dared to challenge my authority in Wano Kuni. I think you don't want to live. Hearing what Kurozumi Orochi said, the people around him began to worry about Xia Ya and others. They dared to go against General Orochi. I think they are completely dead today, that's right. They dared to beat General Orochi's soldiers. They are simply courting death. Hey, you should admit your mistakes to General Orochi quickly. If you can't save your life, you can still keep your life. Hearing the advice from the people around him, Yamato said with disdain. Kurozumi Orochi, so what? I will turn you into Kurozumi Worm today. Yamato raised his mace and prepared to beat Kurozumi Orochi. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi finally saw the mace in Yamato's hand clearly, and finally remembered who Yamato was, because he never thought that Yamato would leave Onigashima. So even though he looked very familiar with Yamato, he didn't think of Yamato at all, because Kaido would not let him leave Onigashima. Moreover, even if Kaido was no longer in Wano Kuni, Yamato could not leave Onigashima, because he knew that Yamato had a special bomb installed by Quinn. So Yamato could not leave Onigashima alive. So, he was very sure that the person in front of him was indeed Yamato. So he exclaimed, "Wait a minute, are you Master Yamato?" Hearing Kurozumi Orochi call him Master, Yamato stopped his actions and looked at him with disgust. HMPH, don't think I will let you go just because you call me Master. Because of Kazuki Oden's matter, Yamato hated Kurozumi Orochi very much. Since he was thinking about leaving Wano Kuni, he might as well get rid of him, which could also be regarded as comforting Kazuki Oden's spirit in heaven. Kurozumi Orochi said in surprise, "No, Master Yamato, how did you leave Onigashima?" Yamato said with disdain, "What does this have to do with you?" Kurozumi Orochi knew very well that Yamato hated him, not to mention himself, even Lord Kaido was often challenged by Yamato. But he was different. If he hurt Yamato today, it would be difficult to explain to Kaido. So he tried to persuade, "Master Yamato, didn't Lord Kaido say that you can't leave Onigashima? You should go back quickly. I promise not to tell Lord Kaido about your leaving Onigashima." Haha, Yamato laughed as if he heard something funny. "Even if you tell Kaido, I will not only leave Onigashima, but also Wano Kuni. It's your bad luck to meet me today. I will cut you into pieces and then go to Wano Kuni to find Guy." Yamato raised his mace and smashed it straight at the top of Kurozumi Snake's head at lightning speed. Kurozumi Snake is also a devil fruit user. He is a zone snake fruit mythical beast Yamato no Orochi form user. So when Yamato's mace hit him, he quickly dodged to the side. Bang! With a loud bang, Yamato's mace hit nothing and hit the ground straight. In an instant, the ground with the mace as the center spread out in the form of cracks, and a big pit appeared on the ground. Yamato raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said disdainfully, "Huh, you dodge quickly." Yamato also knew the strength of Kurozumi Snake, and she dared not take it lightly. But due to Kaido's power, Kurozumi Snake never dared to have any conflict with Yamato. If he accidentally hurt Yamato, it would be difficult to explain. Kurozumi Snake continued, "Master Yamato, 1.8 you should go back quickly, I will not be able to explain when Master Kaido comes back." "You don't need to worry about my affairs, you should worry about yourself," Yamato said unhappily. Kazuki Hiyori on the side said worriedly, "Xia Ya, that snake is a devil fruit ability user. His strength should not be underestimated, I am afraid Yamato will be hurt by him." Xia Ya said confidently, "Don't worry about this, I will not let Yamato get hurt." 273. Bring Yamato back to Onigashima. After hearing what Xia Ya said, Kazuki Hiyori was still a little worried and continued, "Why don't you ride on me and we go fight Kurozumi Snake together?" Xia Ya couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry, Yamato's strength is not bad. If Yamato really can't beat him at that time, I will still have time to attack. Kurozumi Snake is a person who can transform into Yamato Snake, and his strength is very strong." But Xia Ya also knows that Yamato hates Kurozumi Snake. So Xia Ya let Yamato go to compete with him, because he reached a riding agreement with her. Yinhe's strength has also increased a lot. It's just right for her to show her new strength. Kazuki Hiyori heard what Xia Ya said, so naturally it was hard to say anything, and could only look at Yamato nervously. On the other side, Kurozumi Snake saw that Yamato was unmoved, and any persuasion seemed to be ineffective. He was very annoyed about this, but what should he do? If he fights, he is afraid that Kaido will blame him. If he doesn't fight, Yamato will keep chasing him. Kurozumi Orochi rolled his eyes and decided to fight because he wanted to take Yamato back to Onigashima. Advertisement. So, when Yamato attacked again, Kurozumi Orochi quickly grabbed a long sword from a soldier beside him. Clang! There was a loud noise of metal colliding in the air. Kurozumi Orochi held the long sword and steadily caught the mace that Yamato smashed. Then, Kurozumi Orochi pushed Yamato's mace out with a clever move. Yamato's body leaned back slightly. Using the power of his waist, Yamato raised the mace again, and smashed it at Kurozumi Orochi again with lightning speed. And Kurozumi Orochi also reacted very quickly and blocked Inwa's attack with the long sword again. Clang! 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 With the sound of metal colliding, sparks flew from the place where the mace and the long sword collided. The crowd around them all watched the duel between the two nervously. Everyone held their breath nervously, because they hadn't seen the two fighting with weapons for a long time. Since Wano Kuni was controlled by Kaido, the warriors of Wano Kuni never wore weapons again. Advertisement in the duel between the warriors could only be fists and feet, completely losing the dignity that a warrior should have. So, when they saw someone fighting with weapons again, they were extremely nervous and excited. It was as if Wano Kuni had returned to the previous period when the warriors were in power. And on the other side, Kazuki Hiyori also watched the duel between the two nervously. 013612028 Fei Lu 224,450,270. She also hated Kurozumi Orochi to the extreme. The reason why he tried every means to please Kurozumi Orochi in the past was to lurk around him, hoping to disintegrate Kaido's beast's pirates and liberate Wano Kuni one day. Now, with Xia Ya and Yamato, he plans to leave Wano Kuni again, although he is going to kill Kaido. But today Kurozumi Orochi came to his door. If he can kill him too, it will be icing on the cake. So Kazuki Hiyori really hopes that Yamato can kill Kurozumi Orochi directly. At this time on the battlefield, under Yamato's back and forth attacks, it seems that Kurozumi Orochi has not caused any damage. So, the distance between the two was pulled apart, and Yamato quickly thought about what kind of moves to use to deal with Kurozumi Orochi. At this time, Yamato looked at Xia Ya. Xia Ya understood. With one step, he went straight to Yamato. 274. The monster is coming. Seeing Xia Ya riding on Yamato, Kurozumi Snake on the opposite side said with a look of anger. Hole. Who told you to ride on Master Yamato? Get off now. Yamato didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. When Xia Ya rode on, Yamato immediately felt that his body was full of strength. It seemed that endless spiritual energy flowed into his body. Yamato couldn't help but take a deep breath. Xia Ya, I'm going to smash that snake. Okay, Xia Ya agreed readily. Without giving Kurozumi Snake any reaction, Xia Ya pulled Yamato's reins hard. Yamato raised the mace and quickly hammered it down on Kurozumi Snake's head. He quickly raised the long sword in his hand to resist Yamato's mace. Clang! At the moment when the mace and the long sword came into contact, Kurozumi Snake felt bad. He clearly felt that Yamato's momentum was completely different from before. He didn't know what had changed. Lang, advertisement. Sure enough, in an instant, the long sword was broken into two pieces by the mace. Fortunately, Kurozumi Orochi reacted quickly enough. At the moment when the long sword broke, he used clever positioning to perfectly avoid the mace under the hammer. The mace, which lost its resistance, smashed a big deep pit on the ground again. This deep pit was more than 10 times larger than the previous one. Kurozumi Orochi looked at the big pit on the ground in surprise. His face was incredible. Is this still the young Master Yamato he knew? The strength of the stick just now was extraordinary. If he was hit by this stick, the consequences would be unbearable to recall. What's going on, Master Yamato? How did your strength become so strong? Yamato didn't want to pay attention to him at all. She was only thinking about how to smash Kurozumi Snake. Xia Ya seemed to understand Yamato's thoughts. He pulled the reins directly and launched another round of attacks. Yamato's mace kept attacking Kurozumi Snake's head. And Kurozumi Snake is worthy of being the general of Wano Kuni, and his strength should not be underestimated. He evaded Yamato's rounds of attacks with agility. Advertisement. Yamato's mace hammered big holes in the ground one after another. Kurozumi Snake saw that Yamato had no intention of showing mercy, and he became even more annoyed. He said with a dark face, Master Yamato, my patience is limited. If you continue to make trouble, it will be difficult for me to hurt you by accident. Yamato said contemptuously. I don't even take Kaido seriously, and you dare to hurt me? I'm so funny. Kurozumi Orochi's face darkened and he said, in that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Kurozumi Orochi clenched his fists and shouted. Then, the black undercurrent of 6 paths behind him spurted out, and his neck quickly stretched out. 013612028 Filu 224,450,380. His head turned into a huge green-headed snake monster as his neck stretched out, and the stretched neck turned into a red snake body. And one of the undercurrents behind him turned into a green long snake, whose head was slightly smaller than Kurozumi Orochi's head. The scene at this time was on the body of the Kurozumi snake. 2 snakes that did not match had suddenly appeared. The people in the square were terrified when they saw this monster. Suddenly, the street was in chaos. Monster! Monster is coming! What a scary snake! So scary! Run! 275. Stimulate Yamato. Soon, all the people on the street ran away. Only Xia Ya and the other 3, Kurozumi Snake and his soldiers were left in Wado Square. Xia Ya was not in a hurry when he saw Kurozumi Snake transform. Yamato also looked at Kurozumi Snake's snake form calmly. Kurozumi Snake shook its 2 snakes, and both heads stared at Yamato. It seems that Yamato must be defeated today to end the fight. If I don't take action, Yamato will definitely not stop. Even if Kaido wants to blame me at that time, there is nothing I can do. At this time, the corner of Kurozumi Snake's snake head showed a subtle smile. Because facing Kaido, he thought of a perfect explanation. That is, he found that Master Yamato was going to escape, and he tried his best to stop him, but 697 accidentally hurt Master Yamato. In this way, Lord Kaido will definitely not blame him, but will reward him for his meritorious service in guarding Master Yamato. When the Kurozumi Snake thought of making a contribution, he couldn't help laughing. Advertisement. Seeing the Kurozumi Snake laughing for no reason, Yamato couldn't help complaining. This big bug is really annoying. Xia Ya. Let's get rid of him quickly. Okay. I also find him annoying. Xia Ya never gets tired of it, and he never refuses if there is a big fight. Just as the two were complaining, Xia, the green snakehead behind the Kurozumi snake, suddenly flew towards Yamato and Xia Ya. Fortunately, Xia Ya reacted quickly, pulled the reins and pulled hard, and took Yamato with him, and the two rolled over on the ground together, avoiding the attack of the Kurozumi snake. Boom. A loud bang. The snake head that missed the target went straight into the stone slab on the ground, and was immediately stuck in the stone. Damn it. Kurozumi gritted his teeth, and the green snake kept twisting and struggling, and then with a force, he pulled the snake head out. A large round stone hole appeared on the ground. Kurozumi, who finally pulled his head out, was extremely upset at this time. I didn't expect that the two people in front could actually dodge his attack. You know, his attack speed is not something that everyone can dodge. Based on his understanding of Yamato's strength, he definitely couldn't dodge his attack, so the problem must be with another person. Advertisement. He stared at Yamato and Xia Ya, who had just stabilized their steps. He muttered in his heart, who is that guy, and why is he with Master Yamato? And why is that guy riding on Yamato? Did he stimulate Master Yamato? Wait. Kurozumi Orochi suddenly thought of something. Master Yamato's attack was not that strong before, but it seemed that since that guy rode on her, Yamato's attack and speed have obviously increased several times. So he locked his eyes on Xia Ya. He looked at Xia Ya and said majestically, "Who are you? Did you cheat Master Yamato off Ghost Island? Do you know Master Yamato's identity?" Xia Ya said nothing, just looked at him quietly. Seeing this, Kurozumi Orochi thought Xia Ya was stunned by his words, and continued. "Master Yamato is the son of our Lord Kaido. How dare you kidnap Lord Kaido's son? Do you know that Master Yamato is backed by the entire Beast's pirates? Before Lord Kaido finds out, I advise you to take Master Yamato back quickly." 276. The Seven-Headed Snake, Mindy appears again. Xia Ya smiled contemptuously and said, "Are you talking about the Kaido who was beaten up by me?" Hearing Xia Ya's words, Kurozumi Snake's anger instantly burned up. "You, a guy with unknown origin, dared to make fun of Lord Kaido. What kind of character is it to not take a mirror to look at yourself? I think you don't know how powerful we Beast's pirates are. Today, I will let you see how powerful I am." As he said, the green-headed snake behind Kurozumi Snake was ready to move again. Seeing this, Xia Ya pulled the reins hard and controlled Yamato. Yamato wrapped lightning around the mace at a very fast speed, and then gathered his strength and was ready to attack at any time. As expected, the green-headed snake of the opposite Kurozumi Snake attacked again at an extremely fast speed. Mindy. With a roar from Yamato, then Yamato swung the mace in his hand, and then a stream of stick energy, similar to sword energy, gushed out from the mace. Bang! Kurozumi had expected Yamato's whistle. He had never expected that Yamato's whistle would have such a powerful killing power. This was where he made a complete mistake. The green snake collided with the stick and sent out a powerful shockwave. This powerful shockwave produced a wave of super strong light. The strong light was as hot as the sun, making it difficult to see how the two children of different powers competed. After the light source disappeared, a green snake head rolled on the ground. Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands. He didn't dare to look at the ground. Kurozumi was even more horrified to see his clone's head rolling on the ground. "Ah! B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** you all?" Kurozumi couldn't help but roared wildly. Yamato was also shocked, but she was not shocked. The head of Kurozumi's snake. Yamato was shocked that her power had been upgraded. Yamato said proudly, my Mindy seems to be getting stronger and stronger, Xia Ya, don't you think so?" Xia Ya smiled and said, "Needless to say, let's see whose power is supporting it." Haha. Yes. Xia Ya, you are still the best, Yamato said happily. Advertisement .00 No matter what the reason is, Yamato's own strength has indeed improved a lot. So in this regard, Yamato is really very happy. On the other side, Kurozumi's snake is not in the mood to pay attention to other things at this time. His anger value has reached its peak now. No matter who comes now, he can't stop him from killing Xia Ya and Yamato on the opposite side. He was actually chopped off by a little brat like Yamato and a person of unknown origin. This is simply a great shame. At this time, he no longer cares about what will happen to Kaido. He gritted his teeth in anger and mobilized all his strength. Then the black undercurrent of 6 paths was ejected from behind him again. Unlike before, this time the undercurrent of 6 paths turned into 6 green snakes. Kurozumi Orochi was originally a zone snake fruit mythical beast Yamata no Orochi form. So his final form is to be able to transform into an 8-headed snake. And each snake head has a different speed and range of attack. But at this time, his form can only maintain the appearance of a 7-headed snake. 277. Bloody scene because Yamato had just cut off one of his heads. And the 8 heads of Yamata no Orochi are equivalent to 8 lives. After the battle just now, Kurozumi Orochi lost one of his lives, so he was so angry. And now he summoned all his other heads to avenge Xia Ya and Yamato. Tisk 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 tisk. Seeing the disgusting image of Kurozumi Orochi, Xia Ya couldn't help but sneer. Yamato was also very disgusted. Just now, the 2 heads of the snake were already disgusting, and now there are 6 more, it's really disgusting. Xia Ya couldn't help but say. He is in the form of Yamada no Orochi, and can transform into a big snake, but you have cut off one just now, so he can only have 7 heads at most now. Yamato said excitedly. Then cut off all his other 6 heads, so it won't be so disgusting. Just as the two were talking, Kurozumi Orochi suddenly launched an attack. Xia Ya quickly manipulated Yamato and immediately transformed Yamato into the form of the Great Mouth God. If the 6 heads of the Kurozumi snake attacked at the same time, the speed and strength could be said to have increased several times. So Yamato had to be transformed into the form of the Great Mouth God, the beast form. Because in the form of the Great Mouth God, Yamato's explosive power and speed were also greatly improved. Of course, there was the most important point, advertisement. That was Xia Ya felt that he was more comfortable riding Yamato in the beast form. This was Xia Ya's selfishness. Naturally, it was not easy to tell Yamato. And the 6 heads of the Kurozumi snake were attacking quickly in 6 different directions at the same time. Under Xia Ya's control, Yamato kept jumping on the ground to avoid the attack of the Kurozumi snake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh whoosh, the 6 snake heads kept coming like bullets. Xia Ya took Yamato to dodge for a long time. In a jump, a snake head attacked again. Xia Ya pulled out a long sword from space at a very fast speed. He slashed at the snake's head. Puff! A fountain of blood gushed out from the snake's body. Then a green snake head rolled to the ground. The scene was filled with a bloody smell. Advertisement Yamato immediately said with disgust. What's going on? Why didn't the head smell bloody just now? Why is there so much blood gushing out of this head? Xia Ya thought for a while and said, it's probably because you used the whistle just now, which instantly roasted the wound of the snake, so there was no blood gushing out. Yamato nodded and said, oh, so that's the case, no wonder, I was wondering why it was different. The two people's discussion seemed to be something that had nothing to do with them. And the Kurozumi snake on the opposite side was already furious at this time. You two bastards, you cut off another snake head of mine. Damn it, I must kill you today. So the Kurozumi snake could no longer care about anything. He started attacking with his remaining 5 snake heads. 1.2 but things went against his wishes, no matter how he increased his speed or how he changed the angle. He could not hurt Yamato and Xia Ya at all. He angrily cursed, damn little devil, where did you come from? But at the moment when he was distracted, Xia Ya raised her knife again. Puff, the bloody scene reappeared. A snake head fell to the ground again. 278. A great shame. Seeing this, Yamato quickly moved away to avoid being splashed with blood. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi was stunned for a moment. What happened? Was he dreaming? What on earth did these 2 little devils do? In such a short time, these 2 little devils actually killed one of his snakes. This must not be true, this is just a dream. How could he fail repeatedly? This is simply a great shame. Ah, B asterisk 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 D. Kurozumi Orochi couldn't help but scream. Just when Kurozumi Orochi was in great pain, a soldier hurriedly ran to Kurozumi Orochi from a distance. The soldier said breathlessly, General Kurozumi Orochi, it's bad, Lord Jin and Lord Quinn have been defeated. Advertisement Kurozumi Orochi, who was still in pain, was shocked when he heard the news. He asked in surprise, what did you say? Where did the rumor come from? Will Jin and Quinn be defeated? The soldier replied tremblingly, General Kurozumi, this is true. The news came from the Beast's Pirates headquarters on Onigashima. Kurozumi's face darkened and he asked anxiously, who defeated them? Has any big shot come to Wano-kuni recently? Why haven't I heard any news? The soldier replied, the messenger said that Jin and Quinn were beaten up by a guy named Xia Ya and Master Yamato, and Master Yamato was taken away by that guy named Xia Ya. Hearing the soldier's words, Kurozumi looked at Xia Ya not far away with a horrified face. Muttered, you said the person who defeated Jin and Quinn was called Xia Ya, and he was with Master Yamato. The soldier heard Kurozumi's words and immediately replied, yes, General Kurozumi Snake, this news is true in Qianshan City, and I heard that Lord Jin and Kui Chuang Tyron were injured. Suddenly, Kurozumi Snake's heart was filled with fear. He looked at the 2 people in front of him in disbelief. Although he was confused, he was also afraid. No wonder he missed again and again. He looked at Xia Ya and couldn't help but ask loudly, your name is Xia Ya? Xia Ya calmly Kaido. Is it so? Hearing Xia Ya's answer, Kurozumi Snake instantly became a little nervous. He paused and asked calmly, were Jin and Quinn injured by you? Xia Ya said calmly, yes, what, do you want to avenge them? Hearing Xia Ya's answer, Kurozumi Snake was unwilling to believe it, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore, and quickly shook his head and said, this sir, you are joking, how dare I? Xia Ya said coldly, then what do you want? Hearing Xia Ya's tone, Kurozumi Orochi felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. He immediately showed an attentive look and said, Master 017, you are so powerful that even Jin and Quinn are not your opponents. How dare I act rashly in front of you? Just kidding, this kid can defeat the 2 most powerful of the 3 disasters. I can't guarantee that I can compete with him. Wait a minute. Kurozumi Orochi suddenly thought of something even more terrifying. He asked hesitantly, Master, you said before that you beat up Master Kaido, is this true? Xia Ya laughed and said, what if it's true or not? It's just a Kaido, I don't care at all. When Xia Ya said this, Kurozumi Orochi was stunned instantly. 279. The strongest devil? Kurozumi Orochi was full of doubts. He didn't want to believe what Xia Ya said, so he asked, "Who are you? How dare you say that even Lord Kaido is not your opponent?" At this moment, the soldier who came to report the news said, "Xia Ya, I seem to have heard this name somewhere, it's so familiar." Hearing the soldier's words, Kurozumi Orochi immediately turned around and asked, "Do you know him?" Suddenly, the soldier seemed to remember something, and his eyes widened. He opened his mouth, looking extremely frightened. He pointed at Xia Ya and said in horror, "General Kurozumi Orochi, it's him, it's really him." Kurozumi Orochi had a question mark on his face. "Who is he? Just tell me." The soldier's hand began to tremble, and he said incoherently, "He is the strongest devil in the New World. How could he be here?" Kurozumi Orochi didn't understand Xia Ya's identity for a while, and asked the soldier angrily, "Who is he? Just tell me clearly." The soldier said nervously, "General Kurozumi Orochi, he is the one who is known as the strongest devil in the New World, the one who led the pirates and almost wiped out the Marine in the Summit War. Moreover, he beat up Lord Kaido in the Golden City, and then killed Drought Jack. Advertisement, he is so scary, he is simply a devilish existence." The soldier told all the glorious deeds of Xia Ya in one breath. Everyone present, except Yamato, was shocked by the soldier's words. Especially Kurozumi Orochi. He thought that Xia Ya's beating up Kaido probably meant that he had fought with Governor Kaido, but was lucky enough not to be killed by Kaido. Unexpectedly, he didn't beat the Marines to pieces. And he really beat up Governor Kaido. What a terrifying strength. How could he be his opponent? Kurozumi Orochi was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. Advertisement, he wanted to escape from here, wanted to disappear from Xia Ya's sight immediately. But his feet were like lead, unable to move at all. Maybe he was afraid that if he moved again, Xia Ya in front of him would chop him to pieces. Kurozumi said with a crying voice, "Xia Ya, I was blind and accidentally bumped into you. Please forgive me this time, and the Oiran, you can take her away if you want, I will never complain." Xia Ya looked at Kurozumi, who was about to cry, and said indifferently, "I don't want your life, but I can't control your life." Hearing Xia Ya's words, Yamato immediately said, No, he must be killed today. He has done so many evil things, and he has made Wano Kuni so chaotic, he must die. Kazuki, the reason why Kazuki Hiyori hid his real name was to avenge his father Kazuki Oden one day. So Xia Ya looked at Kurozumi and said, "Look, it's not that I don't want to forgive you, but you have to die today, otherwise, I can't explain to them." 280. No way to escape death. After hearing Xia Ya's words, Kurozumi Orochi turned to Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori and begged for mercy. Kurozumi Snake pleaded, "Master Yamato, I am an ally of your father, Lord Kaido. We have worked together for a long time, how can you take my life?" Yamato sneered. "You are such an evil person that you should not live in this world. As long as you are here, the people of Wano Kuni will not have a good day, so you must die." Seeing that Yamato was unable to plead, he said to Kazuki Hiyori, "Shaozi, why do you want my life? Look at how well I have taken care of you over the years. I always think of you when there are delicious food and fun things. How can you do this?" Kazuki Hiyori said with disgust, "Don't mention the past to me again. Those things make me feel 437 disgusted when I think of them. Do you know what my real name is?" Kurozumi Snake asked with a puzzled look, "What is it?" Kazuki Hiyori. Hearing Kazuki Hiyori's real name, Kurozumi Snake's heart trembled a little. He said in shock, You, how could it be you? Kazuki Oden's daughter, impossible, absolutely impossible." Kazuki Hiyori continued, "So you must die today." Kurozumi Orochi looked at the three people in front of him in despair. He knew that he would die today. But if he didn't run away, there would be no chance. So, before everyone could react, Kurozumi Orochi ran away. Seeing this, Yamato immediately shouted, "Kurozumi Orochi, you can't escape." As he said, Xia Ya controlled the Yamato to chase in the direction where Kurozumi Orochi ran away. Advertisement Shenzhou White Drive, with a roar from Yamato. Yamato turned into a huge lightning snake. Its body was slender and agile, covered with a layer of white fluorescence. Its eyes flashed with red light, like a fiery red sun, extremely dazzling. There was an invincible majesty in its eyes. When Yamato transformed into a white snake, his speed reached ultimate, and it was almost impossible to catch his figure with the naked eye. The snake body drew lightning-like tracks on the ground one after another, accompanied by deafening thunder, as if it was the roar of nature. The lightning-white snake moved flexibly and quickly, sometimes winding and sometimes rushing forward. In almost 1 or 2 breaths, Yamato caught up with the fleeing Kurozumi Snake. At the moment of catching up with Kurozumi Snake, Yamato returned to the human beast form of the big-mouthed true god. Holding the mace in his hand tightly, he swung it at Kurozumi Snake at a very fast speed. Boom! There was only a loud bang. Kurozumi Snake was knocked to the ground by Yamato's mace. Suddenly, a very large deep pit was smashed on the ground around Kurozumi Snake. Advertisement Kurozumi Snake was embedded at the bottom of the deep pit at this time. Puff! Due to the heavy blow, Kurozumi the snake instantly vomited a large mouthful of blood. He looked at Yamato, who was chasing him in horror. His eyes were full of fear. He never thought that death was so close to him. So close that he seemed to hear Shinigami's breathing. He looked at Yamato in despair, not knowing what to do for a moment. Thinking of the decades he had been sleeping on straw and enduring humiliation. It was not easy for him to climb to the position of Wano-kuni general. It was time to enjoy himself. In recent years, everything has been developing in the direction he expected. Can it end today? No. This is not what he wants. Wano-kuni has not been completely destroyed, his goal has not been fully achieved, he can't just die like this. 281. This is simply a devilish existence. Thinking of this, Kurozumi Snake had only one thought in his mind at this time. That is, he wants to live, he must find ways to survive. No matter what method he uses, he must survive. So he struggled to climb out of the pit. At this time, Yin-Yi was staring at his every move. Yamato said seriously, Kurozumi Snake, today is your period, you can't escape. Kurozumi Snake endured the pain and finally climbed out of the pit, but he still heard Yamato's cold tone. So he said with a flattering face, Master Yamato, just let me go, I promise that I will never do anything that hurts the world again. Yamato said in a cold tone, Humph, it's too late, you can wait for the next life. Seeing Yamato's resolute tone, Kurozumi Snake knew that begging for mercy was useless. This Yamato only wants his own life, he didn't give himself a second choice. However, the one named Xia Ya was also helping him, it seemed that he was in danger today. Kurozumi Snake was determined and said with gritted teeth, in this case, I will fight you today. Snake Shadow Combo. Advertisement. Kurozumi Snake mobilized the remaining 4 snake heads. Suddenly, the 4 snake heads seemed to be soldiers fighting together, their heads twisted, and their eyes flashed with fierce light. The snake heads moved as fast as lightning. Under the control of Kurozumi Snake, they quickly approached Yamato, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult for people to react. Kurozumi Snake seemed to be desperate, controlling the snake heads to launch continuous attacks. The snake heads were like machine guns, constantly firing fierce attacks. Suddenly, countless holes were smashed into the ground. Yamato kept changing his position in the fierce attack of the snake heads to avoid the attack of Kurozumi Snake. Yamato clearly felt the strong power of Kurozumi. Compared with the previous power, this power seemed to have exhausted the life force, which was unbelievable. Yamato could only dodge continuously. Xia Ya said with great interest, this Kurozumi Snake seems to be quite strong, he doesn't want to look so weak. Yamato seemed to feel a little pressure, and said with some annoyance, Kurozumi Snake is indeed strong, but so what, anyway, he must die in my hands today. Xia Ya said jokingly, well, I'll chop off 2 more of his heads, I'll see if he dares to be so strong. As he said that, Xia Ya found the right opportunity, holding the long sword in one hand and loosening Yamato's reins with the other hand. Then he put his feet on Yamato's shoulders. Advertisement. A jump. Swish, Xia Ya jumped and aimed the long sword at the head of the Kurozumi Snake that kept attacking and quickly cut it twice. 0 in an instant, the snake body that was still attacking quickly just now collapsed on the ground like a hemp rope that lost its power. Ah, it hurts, you 2 bastards. It hurts. Kurozumi the snake could not help but scream wildly. At the same time, the 2 snake heads also rolled to the ground. Kurozumi the snake was heartbroken. I didn't expect that I could not hurt one of them by using the power that consumes my life to attack Yamato. Not only that, the one called Xia Ya also cut off the head of the snake that was attacking at high speed. And he cut off 2 of his heads at once. This person is so scary. This is simply a devilish existence. Yi. 282. The mind is connected. There were only 2 words in Kurozumi's mind at this time, despair. He tried everything he could think of, but it was useless. He even used the method of consuming life to fight Xia Ya and Yamato, but this attack still had no effect on them. Kurozumi looked at the 2 people opposite him in despair. At this time, Xia Ya had already rolled in the air and returned to the big 417 after the knife fell. After landing steadily, Xia Ya couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Yamato, the cooperation is very good. Yamato smiled proudly. That's right, Xia Ya, the moment you acted, I seemed to understand your intention at once, so I followed your trajectory for a while. Xia Ya said with satisfaction. Not bad, Yamato, you and I are really in harmony, you can understand my mind in the second riding state, you are simply my natural mount. Yamato said happily. That's right, I feel that my mace is more convenient in the riding state. Kurozumi, who was standing aside, saw that the 2 were chatting enthusiastically and thought that he had another chance to survive. So, he ran away again. However, Yamato didn't give him time to escape this time. Ma Wanren. Advertisement. Yamato quickly used the mace to wrap Aegean with full cold air. A strong cold air quickly rushed towards it, sprayed in the direction of Kurozumi Snake. Kurozumi Snake, who only wanted to escape, had no time to care about the 2 people behind him. In just a few breaths, this powerful cold air hit Kurozumi Snake. It instantly froze Kurozumi Snake. Kurozumi Snake had consumed too much in the previous battle and was in pain. In addition, Yamato's horse magic blade freezing power was too strong. Therefore, Kurozumi Snake couldn't break free from the freezing at this time. He could only let it be frozen. At this time, Kurozumi Snake was like an ice sculpture, still in the posture of running away. Seeing this, Xia Ya praised. Not bad, Yamato, your reaction is really fast. Yamato said embarrassedly. It's because of you that my strength can be improved so much. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori also chased after him. Advertisement. When she looked at a large ice sculpture not far ahead, she didn't recognize what it was for a while. She asked breathlessly, Xia Ya, Yamato, did Kurozumi run? Yamato smiled proudly, then pointed at the ice sculpture and said, "Look at that ice sculpture." Kazuki Hiyori said worriedly, "Yamato, stop playing, I'd better go chase Kurozumi, lest he escape." Haha, Yamato laughed, "Kurozumi has been frozen by me. That ice sculpture is him." Kazuki Hiyori looked at the ice sculpture in front of him in disbelief and said, "Really? Yamato, did you really freeze Kurozumi?" Yamato said seriously, "Of course it's true, I won't lie to you, Hiyori." "Ah, really? 1.0 That's great, Yamato. Yamato, you are really amazing," said Kazuki Hiyori excitedly ran towards the ice sculpture of Kurozumi. Xia Ya followed with Yamato. Soon, the three of them arrived next to the Kurozumi snake ice sculpture. Xia Ya rolled over and got off Yamato. 283. Welcome a new dawn. At this time, the three were surrounding the ice sculpture of Kurozumi snake. Kazuki Hiyori looked at it and asked, "What should we do with this ice sculpture now?" Xia Ya said indifferently, "It depends on what you two think, I have no opinion." Yamato said, "I think we should get rid of him quickly. If Kurozumi's snake recovers his strength and breaks the ice after a long time, it will be over." Kazuki Hiyori said nervously, "Then let's kill him quickly, don't let him run away." Yamato thought for a while and said, "In this case, let's smash him, then he won't be able to survive." Kazuki Hiyori immediately raised his hand in agreement, "Then let's do it quickly, but where should we start?" Yamato held the mace tightly and said, "Who cares, just hit it casually, as long as it is broken, it's over." Bang! There was a loud bang. The ice sculpture of Kurozumi's snake was hit by Yamato's mace, a crack appeared on the ice sculpture of Kurozumi's snake, and the crack gradually spread to the surroundings. Advertisement crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice breaking continued to ring, accompanied by bursts of cold air and splashing water droplets. Yamato kept hitting with the mace until the ice sculpture of Tsurugi's snake was completely broken, and the entire ice sculpture collapsed, with fragments scattered all over the ground. Kazuki Hiyori looked at the fragments on the ground excitedly, with an unconcealable joy on her face. She raised her head and shouted to the sky, "Father, did you see it? The great villain Kurozumi's snake has finally been eliminated, and our Wano-kuni is about to usher in a new dawn." Seeing this, Yamato was also extremely excited, and she also shouted to the sky, "Kazuki Oden, did you see it? I killed Kurozumi's snake with my own hands. I must fulfill your dream. Open the door of Wano-kuni to the world." The two of them spoke to the sky about Kazuki Oden's thoughts. After both of them were tired, Xia Ya took them to find a boat according to the previous plan. The ship dealer was near the dock, so the three of them walked towards the dock. Advertisement soon, the three of them arrived at the ship dealer they had agreed on. The boat was originally bought for Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori to use, so Xia Ya kept asking for their opinions when choosing the boat. "Yamato, what kind of boats do you want us to buy?" Yamato thought for a while and said, "I hope to buy a super big boat, so that we can put a lot of things on the boat." So Xia Ya asked Kazuki Hiyori again, "Hiyori, what kind of boat do you want?" Kazuki Hiyori thought for a while and said, "I think it's enough. Anyway, there are only 3 of us on the boat. It's useless if it's too big." As soon as Kazuki Hiyori finished speaking, Yamato hurriedly said, "Kazuki Hiyori is right. If she said it doesn't want to be too big, we won't buy too big, anyway. I listen to Hiyori. Whatever Hiyori says is what it is." Xia Ya was speechless. "Yamato, you changed too fast." Yamato said embarrassedly, "No matter what Kazuki Hiyori likes, I like it, as long as she thinks it's good, it's good." Xia Ya shook her head and said, "Okay, then I will only discuss it with Hiyori, you can go and have fun by yourself." Trapped on the ghost island for so long, Yamato, now free, naturally feels curious about everything outside. 284. Yamato is free again. Yamato was naturally very happy when she heard Xia Ya say that she would let her go to play nearby. So, she started to stroll around the dock alone. Yamato walked on the road with a brisk pace. The sea breeze was a little salty and wet, gently blowing her hair. The dock was bustling with people, and the cries of seagulls and the sound of waves hitting the shore intertwined into a unique ocean symphony. Yamato stood at the dock, with an endless sea in front of her. The blue sea was sparkling, as if countless diamonds were shining. In the distance, large and small ships were floating leisurely, with colorful Madara flags hanging on the masts, fluttering in the sea breeze. This was the first time in so many years that Yamato felt real freedom. Yamato walked along the dock, and she looked at everything on the dock curiously. The people on the dock were busy, and the workers carrying goods were swaying profusely, and their voices seemed so tough in the sun. The fishermen happily came ashore with their fresh catch, their faces filled with the joy of the harvest. A group of children chased and played on the dock, and their laughter echoed in the air. Yamato took a deep breath, feeling the mixed smell of seawater, fish and sunshine in the sea breeze, which was a kind of freedom and breadth she had never felt before. Advertisement. She closed her eyes quietly, listening to the sound of the waves, as if she could hear the heartbeat of the sea. The sun poured down from the sea level, and the sea breeze blew people's hair. She stood on the coast, ready to say goodbye to Wano-kuni. Because she was about to go to sea with Xia Ya, which was something she had longed for. She gently stroked the prajna mask on her face, which had been with her for many years. The reason why she had been wearing this mask was because she felt that wearing a mask could make her look more powerful and more mysterious. But now it was different. After she met Xia Ya, everything was different. Not only did she regain her freedom, but after reaching a riding agreement with Xia Ya, her strength was greatly improved. Yamato's eyes are now full of confidence and determination, so she no longer needs to wear a mask. So Yamato slowly reached out, slowly untied the mask straps, and gently took off the mask on her face. When the mask was off her face, the real face behind the mask was revealed under the sun. She has a pair of big orange eyes, bright and clear. Her eyebrows are curved, like willow leaves, very delicate. And a high nose bridge, giving people a sense of elegance. Advertisement red lips, very attractive. Her face is long and thin, and her jawline is clear, giving people a sense of noble and cold. Yamato opened her arms and faced the direction of the sea. The free sea breeze blew on her cheeks. The sun sprinkled on her delicate features, as if to give her face a layer of golden brilliance. Her face was filled with a relieved smile, and her eyes were shining. At this moment, Yamato's heart was full of expectations, Qian Li Jiao, and hope. She took the mask and looked at it carefully for a while. Then she raised her hand and threw the prajna mask that had accompanied her for many years into the distant sea. Ah! Goodbye, this feeling is really great. Looking at the mask slowly disappearing in the sea, he really felt free. Finally, he could boldly show his true face to others. 285. Yamato behind the mask. After doing all this, Yamato was ready to go back. She was going to find Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori. She couldn't wait to show them her true face. She walked quickly. As she walked, Yamato simply ran. Yamato ran all the way without feeling tired at all. While running, she kept looking for the figures of Sonoya and Kazuki Hiyori. Soon, she saw Xia Ya by the side of a boat. Hi, Xia Ya. Yamato started shouting before she came to Xia Ya. Hearing someone calling her, Xia Ya turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. Seeing a beautiful woman running towards her, Xia Ya narrowed her eyes slightly and said in doubt, "Why do these 560 people look so familiar? But this face looks so strange?" Hearing Xia Ya's words, Kazuki Hiyori also looked up at the person running in the distance. "Advertisement, isn't this Yamato?" Kazuki Hiyori said. "Is it Yamato?" Xia Ya was a little bit unbelievable. Because Xia Ya had no impression of Yamato's appearance, he only remembered Yamato wearing a prajna mask. So Xia Ya looked carefully at the figure in front of him. "Oh my god, isn't this Yamato? How could I have overlooked the pair of red devil horns?" Xia Ya patted his forehead with his hand, feeling a little annoyed that he had overlooked such important information. Kazuki Hiyori said in surprise, "Yamato is so beautiful, Xia Ya, you are not confused by Yamato's beauty." "Haha, that's right, although this picture of Yamato is not as stunning as yours, it is indeed a great beauty." The 10-pointed Xia Ya said something. Soon, Yamato ran to Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori panting. Without waiting for Yamato's breath to be smooth, Kazuki Hiyori hugged Yamato and said in surprise, "Great, Yamato. I finally see your face, you are so beautiful. I really didn't expect that Yamato under the big mask would have such a beautiful face." Hearing someone praise his beauty, Yamato felt very strange, but said a little embarrassedly, "Huh, really? You are the #1 beauty in Wano Kuni. Do you really think I look good?" Kazuki Hiyori said seriously, "Yes, really beautiful." Yamato only thinks of himself as a boy, and his father Kaido has always raised her as a boy. Advertisement, so she hasn't heard anyone praise her for her beauty for a long time. So much so that sometimes she really thought she was a boy. When she took off the mask, she had already made up her mind to start a new life. Since she was going to start over, she had to accept her identity as a girl again. Although Yamato felt a little awkward for the time being, she had to adapt. 013612028 Filu 224,470,440. So when Kazuki Hiyori praised her, she still felt very strange. So she turned her head and looked at Xia Ya and said, "Xia Ya, tell me, am I pretty?" Xia Ya immediately replied, "Pretty, very pretty." "Haha. It seems that I am also a big beauty." Suddenly, Yamato felt happy. As a girl, it is natural to be praised by others. In this case, she finally took the first step. A beautiful life is waving at her. Yamato couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. 286. "I'll make you anxious to death." Just when Yamato was inexplicably happy. "Ah," she suddenly screamed. Because he suddenly remembered something important, she immediately asked worriedly, "Where is the boat? Have we chosen our boat?" "Hey," Kazuki Hiyori laughed and said, "Yamato, you finally remembered. I thought you had already found our boat. You didn't care at all." Hearing about our boat, Yamato immediately said excitedly, "Our boat? Where is it? Take me to see it. I'm so looking forward to it." Kazuki Hiyori pretended to be mysterious and said, "You really want to know? I won't tell you if I don't tell you. You're going to be anxious to death." Yamato immediately became excited. "Tell me quickly, Hiyori. I'm really curious about what kind of boat I will take on my first trip to the sea." Seeing that Kazuki Hiyori just smiled and didn't want to say it, Yamato quickly turned her attention to Xia Ya. She asked Xia Ya anxiously, "Xia Ya, where's our ship? Take me to see it." Xia Ya is not the kind of person who likes to keep people in suspense. Seeing Yamato's anxious look, Xia Ya held back her laughter and pointed to the big ship behind her. "Yes." Yamato didn't understand for a moment and asked in confusion, "What did you say, Xia Ya? I don't quite understand." Kazuki Hiyori finally couldn't help it. She smiled and said, "Stupid Yamato. our ship is right next to us. Upon hearing what Kazuki Hiyori said, Yamato shook her head and looked around, anxiously asking, Where is it? Why can't I see it? Kazuki Hiyori said, Look up. Yamato looked up in confusion. Ah? A big ship was docked on the shore next to Xia Ya and them. But she had been focusing on finding Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori, and she didn't take everything around her into consideration. So Yamato completely ignored their location and the things they were thinking about. Because the ship was too tall, it stood beside them like a wall, and the merchant ship they were standing at was too close. So Yamato didn't expect that this wall would be a ship. Advertisement. When Yamato knew that the ship beside him was the ship that would carry them out to sea, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Please give me flowers. Is this, our ship? Xia Ya said affirmatively. Yes, because you said you wanted a bigger ship, so we picked a big one. Yamato was flattered and said, Didn't Hiyori say you wanted a smaller one? Why did you pick a big one? After that, she turned around and hugged Kazuki Hiyori and said excitedly, Hiyori, you are so nice, my good Hiyori. Kazuki Hiyori was hugged so tightly by Yamato that she could hardly breathe. She said with difficulty, Hey, Yamato, let me go, I can't breathe. Kazuki Hiyori struggled. Yamato was too excited, didn't hear what Kazuki Hiyori said, still hugged Kazuki Hiyori tightly and refused to let go. Xia Ya next to him couldn't stand it anymore, so she quickly said, Okay, Yamato, do you want to go to the boat to take a look? Sure enough, the boat is more attractive. Upon hearing that he was going to go to the boat to take a look, Yamato immediately let go of Kazuki Hiyori. Excitedly said, Hurry, I want to go up and see our boat right away. Door. 287. Such a simple and honest sea beast, it's just a little funny. As they said that, the three of them came to the ship. This is a ship that Xia Ya bought with a lot of money. This is a ship with rich equipment and strong combat power. The hull is made of solid metal and painted in eye-catching red. The bow is a huge sea beast statue. Although it is a sea beast, it does look honest and does not seem to have any lethality. It looks exactly like a fat tiger that can't run. 173. Xia Ya felt very humorous and harmonious when he saw the bow, so he liked it at first sight. I don't know what kind of person designed this ship at that time, and he actually designed such a bow. It is probably because the bow is a real sea beast, but the sea beast does not look ferocious. In addition to the humorous bow of this ship, the interior of the hull is very well designed. The ship is full of various advanced equipment, such as nautical charts, compasses, depth hammers, cannons, etc. The living facilities on the ship are also complete, with spacious cabins, comfortable beds, clean and tidy bathrooms, and a kitchen with pots and pans. The captain's room is even more luxurious, decorated with exquisite artworks and precious gems, giving people a noble feeling. Yamato started to walk around as soon as he arrived on the ship. Xia Ya found the largest bedroom and looked at the comfortable and soft big bed with satisfaction. Nothing can make people happier than a comfortable big bed. This ship was originally specially made by a big pirate group at a high price. But before they could get the ship, the entire pirate group was wiped out by marine. Since all the materials used in this ship are excellent and precious, the value of this ship is also very high. Many people have taken a fancy to this ship before, but the price is too high and no one can afford it. And those who can afford it dislike the bow very much. So this ship has been left there. The ship dealer was depressed because of this ship. He thought he would make a lot of money, but it turned out to be a hot potato. The capital had been spent, and the ship could not be sold. He was very worried. Until Xia Ya found this ship. Although Xia Ya also spent a lot of money, the ship dealer did not make much money. He just wanted to avoid losses, so he threw this hot potato away. Advertisement. Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori were also very satisfied. So this ship finally had the opportunity to go to sea. On the other side, Yamato finally looked at the inside and outside of the ship. He was exhausted and panting. She found Xia Ya and said, Xia Ya, this boat is great, I really like it. Xia Ya said lightly, As long as you like it. Yamato suddenly asked, What is the name of this boat? Xia Ya was stumped for a moment. Let me think about it. Xia Ya had never thought about the name at all, and only remembered that she had to give the boat a name when Yamato asked. In fact, when they bought the boat, the ship merchant told them the original name of the boat, but Xia Ya 0.8 didn't care about it at all, so she didn't pay attention to what the boat was called. Seeing that Xia Ya seemed to be thinking, Yamato consciously stopped disturbing her and quietly retreated. Thinking about it, Xia Ya suddenly thought of the honest sea beast on the bow. I couldn't help laughing in my heart. This boat is really good in every way, of course the bow is also good. It's just a little funny. 288. Hiyori, now you can take off your mask too. Xia Ya couldn't help laughing. He walked out and found Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato. He pretended to be serious and said, After careful consideration, I have already thought of the name of this ship. Yamato said excitedly, Really? What's it called? I'm looking forward to it. Kazuki Hiyori was also looking at Xia Ya expectantly. Because Kazuki Hiyori was also there when she communicated with the ship merchant before, she knew what the original name of the ship was. Now she was very curious about what kind of minister Zhang Yajin would replace for this ship. Xia Ya cleared her throat and said, Just call it Fat Tiger. Puff. 28. When Kazuki Hiyori heard the name Xia Ya gave, she almost lost her balance. She asked in confusion, Call it Fat Tiger, Xia Ya, are you kidding me? Advertisement. Yamato also thought she had heard it wrong, and looked at Yuan with a puzzled look on her face. Did we hear it wrong? Xia Ya said seriously, no, I didn't say it wrong, and you didn't hear it wrong either, just call it Fat Tiger. Kazuki Hiyori's face was full of black lines, and she whispered, why not just call it the original name? Because Kazuki Hiyori remembered very clearly that the name the ship merchant had said before was, Rage of the Wind. Although this name doesn't match the bow of the ship very well, it sounds much more powerful. Although the name Xia Ya gave fits the bow, it is too weak. Yamato, who was standing next to Kazuki Hiyori, heard what she said clearly, so he asked, Hiyori, you said this ship has a name, what is it? Fury of the Wind. Kazuki Hiyori blurted out. Yamato immediately agreed. Wow. This name is good. This name sounds very majestic and brave. Xia Ya didn't care about that, anyway, he thought that the bow of this ship must be matched with Fat Tiger to be the most unpleasant. So Xia Ya immediately rejected it. No, that's someone else's name. Now this ship is ours, so we must change the name. Yamato still wanted to fight for it. After all, this is the ship she will take for the first time to go to sea. How can it be called such a childish name? If someone asks you in the future, what is the name of the ship you took for the first time to go to sea, you will definitely find it difficult to say it. So Yamato tentatively said, Xia Ya, how about we think of a better name again? The result was naturally rejected by Xia Ya. Kazuki Hiyori also disliked this name in her heart, but since they chose to follow Xia Ya, they naturally had to listen to Xia Ya in everything. So Kazuki Hiyori just smiled and said nothing. Yamato didn't care about that. She insisted, Xia Ya, Fat Tiger 090, is too childish. Let's change it, Xia Ya said seriously. No, this ship must be called Fat Tiger, it's decided. Seeing Xia Ya's insistence, Yinhe really didn't know what to say. She sat down in a dejected manner and lay lifelessly on the table. Suddenly Xia Ya turned her head and looked at Kazuki Hiyori and said, Hiyori, you can take off the mask now, you don't have to wear it anymore. Kazuki Hiyori touched the mask on his face and said, yes, I'm leaving Wano Kuni soon. No one will recognize me in the outside world, so I finally don't have to wear a mask anymore. 289. I can ride anything in the world. After saying that, Kazuki Hiyori raised her hand, put it behind her head, and gently untied the mask strap. She took a deep breath and said, soon, I can live completely for myself. Although Kurozumi Orochi has been killed, there is still a major enemy, Kaido. And his strength is unknown how many times stronger than Kurozumi Orochi. If Kaido is not eliminated, the big stone in Kazuki Hiyori's heart will not disappear. So her only goal now is to find Kaido and kill him. Xia Ya naturally knows what Kazuki Hiyori is thinking. So looking at Kazuki Hiyori's beautiful face, she said, I won't let you wait too long. And Yamato on the side also heard what Kazuki Hiyori meant. She stood up and said excitedly, Xia Ya, when can we find Kaido? Xia Ya said lightly, it depends on the speed of this ship. Didn't you say Kaido is in Wangguo? Yamato took over and said, yes, Kaido went to Wangguo, but how long will it take us to get to Wangguo? Xia Ya said, then it depends on your sailing skills, I don't know how to sail. Advertisement. Yamato said confidently, my sailing skills should be good. Yamato's dream has always been to go to sea, so she learned a lot of sailing knowledge, but she didn't expect it to come in handy now. Hearing that Yamato knows how to sail, Kazuki Hiyori immediately looked at him with admiration and said excitedly, Yamato, you are so amazing, you know how to sail, it's great. Yamato smiled embarrassedly. Actually, this is my first time to go to sea, but I have been learning about sailing before, so it shouldn't be too bad. Xia Ya doesn't care, he's not in a hurry, anyway, it's fun wherever you go. It should be fun to have them accompany us along the way. So Xia Ya said, then the whole itinerary is up to you, Yamato. As for when we will arrive in Wangguo, it all depends on your skills. Hearing Xia Ya say this, Yinhe instantly felt a huge pressure. This journey is so long, what if Kaido leaves again when they arrive in Wangguo? Yamato said a little unconfidently, but I don't have any experience, I can't guarantee that I can arrive in Wangguo in time to find Kaido. Kazuki Hiyori said on the side, Yamato, I believe you can do it. Although Kazuki Hiyori was cheering for herself, Yamato was still not very confident. So she looked at Xia Ya. Ink? Advertisement. Xia Ya said lightly. Okay, got it, then I'll ride the boat forward, you have to keep an eye on the direction. When Xia Ya said this, Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori were immediately shocked. What did you say, Xia Ya? You can ride a boat, you can even ride a boat? Both of them asked at the same time. Xia Ya said nonchalantly, sure, I can ride a boat. Yamato asked incredulously, then, what else can you ride? I can ride anything, ride grass, ride flowers, ride the earth, I can ride everything in the world. As soon as Xia Ya finished speaking, Yin, good job, and Yu Guangzio and his jaw dropped. They never thought Xia Ya would be so powerful, both of them had been ridden by Xia Ya. They knew that as long as Xia Ya rode on them, Xia Ya could completely control their bodies, and even all their abilities would be controlled at the same time. The most terrifying thing is that Xia Ya can increase their abilities by dozens of times, and they themselves also benefit a lot, and their strength is greatly increased. What a terrifying ability. 290. Giant elephant with Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori looking at them in admiration. the three of them rode on the fat tiger towards the direction of Wangguo. At first, both Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori were very excited. Especially Yamato, who finally realized her dream and could freely travel in the vast ocean. Kazuki Hiyori was also very excited because she would soon find Kaido and defeat him. Just thinking about this made her feel very happy. Xia Ya, how long will it take for us to find Kaido? This is a question Kazuki Hiyori would ask every day. Xia Ya said lightly, don't worry, we will find Kaido soon. At this time, Yamato was looking up, feeling the free sea breeze, and she said excitedly, this is the feeling of freedom, it's so cool. Yamato also sighed about the feeling of freedom every day. But, soon both of them felt a little bored, although Yamato was previously confined to Onigashima. Advertisement, but Onigashima is an island after all, and Yamato can wander around on it. And there are many members of Beast's pirates on Onigashima, and Yamato can communicate and exchange martial arts with them when she has nothing to do. But now on the Fat Tiger, she feels very depressed. Not only is there no place to go, but there are only Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori on the ship to chat. It's really boring. Kazuki Hiyori also feels this boredom. At this time, the three of them are lazily on the deck, lying on beach chairs and basking in the sun. The days seem very comfortable, but they are also very boring. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori finally couldn't help but say, Xia Ya, when can we arrive? That's right, so boring. Xia Ya chuckled and said, you too, where did the excitement and freedom go? Who said we should find Kaido quickly? Who said the sea is so free? Kazuki Hiyori said a little embarrassedly, actually, there is no need to rush to find Kaido. Advertisement Yamato also said in a hushed voice, but sailing is really boring. Hearing the complaints of the two, Xia Ya said, in this case, let's find a nearby island to stop for a few days. After hearing Xia Ya's words, Yamato and Guangzhou immediately became excited. Yamato said happily, this is the real freedom, you can go when you want to go and stop when you want to stop. Kazuki Hiyori said with a smile, Xia Ya, you are really nice. Xia Ya said disapprovingly, then take out the map and see where the nearest island is. Yamato volunteered to run and get the map. Xia Ya, the map is here. Let's see which island we should go to. So, the three of them gathered together and began to study the map. Kazuki Hiyori pointed to another island and said, Xia Ya, let's go here. This island is the closest to us. Yamato pointed to an island on the map and said, Xia Ya, let's go here. This island looks fun. Then he pointed to another island and said, look, this island looks interesting too. Looking at the islands that Yamato pointed to, they were not close, Kazuki Hiyori said anxiously. No, Yamato, these two islands are a bit far apart. If we go around, it will take too much time. Yamato said tangledly, but these two islands look bigger and more fun. 290. The legendary moving giant island. So just when the three of them were discussing happily, Xia Ya suddenly felt something appear in front of him. So, he slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. I saw a huge elephant in the distance. It was standing quietly in the sea. I don't know if it was thinking or sleeping, it just stood there motionless. Xia Ya looked at the elephant in the distance and said excitedly, you two don't need to look, the largest island closest to us is here. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori didn't understand what Xia Ya meant, and their eyes were still searching on the map. Xia Ya, which island are you talking about? Yes, can you show it to us? The two were anxiously waiting for Xia Ya's instructions. Advertisement, however, after waiting for a long time, Xia Ya didn't move. They raised their heads and said at the same time, Xia Ya, don't be stunned, tell us quickly. The two saw Xia Ya staring at the distance, and Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori followed Xia Ya's gaze. The two suddenly widened their eyes and looked at the elephant in the distance in disbelief. Xia Ya, what is that? That looks like an elephant. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori's jaws dropped, and they stared at the distance with their mouths wide open. Xia Ya said calmly, yes, that's an elephant. Really, it's really an elephant, how can there be such a big elephant? Advertisement suddenly Yamato seemed to remember something and exclaimed, I know Xia Ya, that's Zou, right? Xia Ya said calmly, yes, that's Zou Island, this is a rare island. Why do you say that? Because the main body of Zou Island is not an ordinary land, but a living elephant of a huge size that has been said to have survived for thousands of years. So it can't be marked on the map, because the elephant will keep moving in the sea. Kazuki Hiyori was shocked, but very curious and asked, Yamato, how do you know that elephant is called a horse? Because in Kazuki Hiyori's cognition, Yamato is a person who has been blocked from all information, so Yamato should not know much about the outside world. So she was very curious about how Yamato knew this elephant called Zou. Yamato said, I heard when I was on Ghost Island before Kaido said that he had been looking for Zou, but he just couldn't find it. I thought Zou was just a legend, I didn't expect to meet him. Xia Ya continued, indeed, it is not easy to find Zou, but since we met him, we must go to Bird Island to have fun. Oh, Yamato said excitedly, great, we can actually go to the legendary Zou Island. Kazuki Hiyori was still a little confused, you mean that the elephant is actually an island, and we can land on it, right? Xia Ya said, yes, and there is a country on the back of the elephant. What, you mean there is a country on the back of the elephant? This is too incredible. Kazuki Hiyori said in shock, but the elephant looks so tall and big, how can we get up? Xia Ya raised her mouth slightly and said softly, "Don't worry about this, I will naturally find a way." Yamato said excitedly, "Then let's go quickly." 292, Bloody Wings. So, under Xia Ya's control, the three of them rode Fat Tiger towards Zou. As they got closer to Zou's huge body became more and more shocking. When Fat Tiger came to Zou, its body that was so high that you couldn't see the top at all. Its hugeness was breathtaking, especially Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori. They looked at Zou's huge thigh and were at a loss. "I can't believe it, this is an elephant's leg." "Yes, this leg alone is like a mountain, this is incredible." The two looked up along Zou's thigh and saw only a cloud of mist. "Xia Ya, it's so high, can you really take us up?" "Yes, Xia Ya, this is in the sky, can we really go up?" Xia Ya said confidently. "It seems that you two know nothing about my ability, you don't believe in my strength at all." Yamato said, "Xia Ya, it's not that we don't believe you, it's just that this Zou is too tall, and you can't see the end at a glance." Kazuki Hiyori also said, "Yes, Xia Ya, at this level, if you can't fly, how can you get up there?" Advertisement. Upon hearing what Kazuki Hiyori said, Xia Ya said proudly, "Yes, I can fly." "What did you say? Xia Ya, can you really fly?" "Are you kidding me? Where are your wings? Are they hidden? Open them up and show us." Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori were both confused, and asked Xia Ya many questions. Xia Ya said indifferently, "You mean wings? I really have this thing?" When Yamato heard that Xia Ya really had wings, he quickly ran behind Xia Ya and began to grope. "Where are your wings? Show me what they look like." Kazuki Hiyori also said in surprise, "Xia Ya, who are you? You are a god. Not only are you powerful, but you also have wings to fly, it's incredible." Xia Ya said proudly, What you have seen is just the tip of the iceberg of my strength. There will be more surprises waiting for you in the future." Yamato didn't care about so much at this time. She just wanted to see what the wings Xia Ya said looked like. "But Xia Ya, there's no shadow of wings on your back. Where did you hide them?" Kazuki Hiyori was also very much looking forward to the wings Xia Ya mentioned. She couldn't wait to say, "Xia Ya, don't keep me in suspense. Show me quickly." Xia Ya said proudly, "Okay, since you are so looking forward to it, I will show you." After that, a pair of bloody wings appeared behind Xia Ya, like the wings of a demon that broke free from the depths of hell. Every feather seemed to be infected with blood, flashing a strange red light. Under the sunlight, it was particularly eye-catching. When Xia Ya spread out the wings, the air seemed to tremble and a murderous aura spread. The wings fluttered gently, bringing a gust of wind. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori both widened their eyes, their faces full of astonishment. The strange light of the blood-colored wings was reflected in Yamato's pupils, and she was deeply attracted by Xia Ya's wings. 013612028 Filu 224,480,570. Yamato opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she only uttered a faint exclamation. 293. Can't put it down. Yamato was shocked. The appearance of Xia Ya's wings was beyond her imagination. She had never seen such a shocking scene. Even in Beast's Pirates, a place with all kinds of strange and bizarre creatures, Yamato had never been shocked so much. She clenched her hands unconsciously, and her fingertips turned white due to nervousness. Yamato's eyes were fixed on Xia Ya, her heartbeat accelerated, her blood kept boiling in her body, and an inexplicable emotion was stirring in her heart. Xia Ya's wings not only made her feel incredible, but also made her more awed by Sonoya's ability. Yamato slowly walked behind Xia Ya, trying to observe the wings from a closer distance. She stretched out her trembling hands, trying to touch the feathers that seemed illusory but 28 real. Kazuki Hiyori on the other side was similar to Yamato, and was completely shocked by Xia Ya's wings. She stared blankly at the wings that flashed with strange light in the sun. She opened her mouth, but could not make any sound. He could only stare at Xia Ya blankly. Xia Ya didn't care at this time. Advertisement. Because of this pair of blood-colored wings, he has attracted a lot of attention from others. The main reason is that the color of this pair of wings is too bright, just like blood, which makes people feel awe. So he was not in a hurry at all, just waiting for Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori to see enough. And just when Yamato wanted to touch it, Xia Ya said indifferently, "If you want to touch it, I don't mind." Yamato was as happy as if he heard the will of the gods. "Xia Ya, can I really touch it? Oh, just touch it, hurry up, we still have to go to Zou." Hearing Zou, Yinhe was a little sober. "Yes, we're going to Zou." After saying that, he immediately started to stroke Xia Ya's wings. While stroking, he said, "Hiyori, come and touch it, the feathers are so soft and smooth." Kazuki Hiyori looked at Xia Ya, and Xia Ya quickly said, "Touch it if you want, we can set off after you touch it." So Kazuki Hiyori also joined the ranks of stroking the wings. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori kissed and hugged the wings, and refused to let go for a long time. Advertisement. Xia Ya couldn't help but say, "I say you two have touched enough, we are going to Zou." Kazuki Hiyori reluctantly left Xia Ya's wings. Yamato kept rubbing on the wings. Seeing this, Guang Zio and quickly pulled Yamato away. "Okay, Yamato, we are going to Zou. Okay, I'll touch it for a while. The feathers are so comfortable." Xia Ya said with a dark face. "Okay, Yamato, let's go to Zou first. I'll let you touch me enough when we are free." When Yamato heard what Sha-037 said, his eyes were full of stars. Xia Ya, you are serious, don't lie to me. Really, really? When have I ever lied to you? Okay, we can go to Zou now. Yamato reluctantly let go of Xia Ya's wings. So Xia Ya, who regained her freedom, found a long rope, fixed one end of the rope on the boat, and tied the other end to one of the elephant's thighs. After watching Xia Ya complete this series of actions, Yamato finally found an opportunity to ask his own questions. Xia Ya, why don't you just throw the anchor into the sea, but tie the boat to the elephant's leg? 294. Born with wings, Xia Ya explained, because the elephant can move. If we don't tie the boat to it, we don't know where it will go after we get on it. How can we get back to the boat then? Yamato suddenly realized and said, yes, why didn't I think of it? Kazuki Hiyori said admiringly. So Xia Ya, you are really amazing, you can consider everything so thoughtfully. I really admire you more and more. Xia Ya said proudly. I told you, I am not just ordinary amazing. Yamato said with a ghost. I know, Xia Ya, you are the best. Xia Ya continued. Okay, we should get on the Satori. Kazuki Hiyori asked in confusion. Then how can Yamato and I get on? Yamato chuckled and said, stupid Hiyori, of course Xia Ya will carry us both up. Ah, is it okay, Xia Ya? Xia Ya pretended to be indifferent and said, then you two should stay on the boat, backquote. No, Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori shouted at the same time. Xia Ya waved her hand and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore, you two come closer. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori obediently approached Xia Ya. Xia Ya opened her arms and directly wrapped her hands around Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori's waists. The blood-red wings behind her fluttered a few times. Advertisement swoosh. Xia Ya hugged Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori and flew into the air. Yamato shouted excitedly. Wow, Xia Ya, you are so amazing, you can fly us too so easily. Kazuki Hiyori also shouted, but she was scared and shouted. Ah, she shouted while holding her hands tightly around Xia Ya's waist. Yamato was excited. Wow, Xia Ya, you are so amazing, you can fly us too so easily. Kazuki Hiyori also shouted, but she was scared and shouted. Ah, she shouted while holding Xia Ya's waist tightly. Yamato was excited. Wow, Xia Ya, you are so amazing, you can fly us too so easily. Kazuki Hiyori also shouted, but she was scared and shouted. Ah, advertisement, she shouted while holding Xia Ya's waist tightly. Yamato was excited. Ya, your wings fly so fast, how did you get them? Are they natural? Although Yamato was excited, he still asked his questions. I saw Kazuki Hiyori, who was still in fear just now, also calmed down. Because she also wanted to know how Xia Ya got these wings, because these wings were so special. The sudden silence finally made Xia Ya's ears quiet. He said lightly, Hiyori, are you not scared now? Kazuki Hiyori said embarrassedly, I'm still a little scared, your speed is too fast, and it's getting higher and higher, I'm really scared, but I can hold it back. Xia Ya smiled helplessly. Sure enough, girls' curiosity is more important than anything else. Yamato couldn't wait to say, then tell me how you got these wings. Xia Ya had no choice but to say, because I am zone bat fruit mythical beast species. What? Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori screamed again, Zhao's good. Aren't you the user of the Kikiki fruit? How can you have the abilities of two fruits? Xia Ya's ears were stimulated by the scream again. Xia Ya explained calmly, I'm too lazy to explain so much, anyway, this wing is the ability of the bat fruit, mythical beast, vampire form. That's why you think the feathers on the wings are so soft and smooth, because what you call feathers are actually not feathers at all. 295. Zou Island, Fur Tribe. Kazuki Hiyori asked in confusion. If it's not feathers, then what is it? Xia Ya explained. Because they are blood threads, just like the blood vessels in the body, but they grow outside, so they can't be called feathers. Yamato said with a vague understanding. No wonder, I was wondering why the feathers were so comfortable and people couldn't let go. Kazuki Hiyori suddenly felt nauseous, and she said with a bitter face. Ah, so we just touched your blood vessels, Xia Ya. This is too. Yamato didn't care so much, she said indifferently. Hiyori, you don't care what it is, as long as it's comfortable. Kazuki Hiyori still felt very uncomfortable. Thinking that she had just plunged into Xia Ya's blood, she felt an inexplicable nausea in her heart. No, it should be a bloody horror. At this time, she felt very bad. Fortunately, Xia Ya was very fast, and they had arrived at Zou. Click. Xia Ya landed steadily on the ground with the two of them. Advertisement. This ground is actually the back of the elephant Zou. Its back is broad and flat, like a small mountain range. Its skin is rough and full of wrinkles, as if the traces of time have carved countless stories on it. As soon as they landed, the nausea in Dan Yu-Rai's heart was immediately replaced by the shock of Zou. As soon as Yamato landed, she couldn't wait to run away. She jumped on the ground and touched the ground with her hands from time to time. Xia Ya, this is really the back of an elephant. Look at the ground, it's soft and fun. Kazuki Hiyori also curiously used her feet to feel the softness of the ground. Is this ground really the back of an elephant? This is so magical. As they said this, the two of them were curious like children, walking back and forth on the elephant's back to feel this magical land. And on Zou's back was a dense forest with tall and straight trees, lush and green. The sun shone through the gaps in the trees, forming the light and shadow add a bit of mystery and tranquility to this forest. Advertisement: in the middle of this forest, there lives a tribe called Fur Tribe. Their home is built on Zou's back, forming a unique and harmonious ecological environment. They call this place the Furry Principality. The houses of the Fur Tribe are built of wood and vines, with various shapes and colorful colors. These houses are cleverly built on Zou's back, blending into the surrounding environment. The roof is covered with thick moss and weeds, which can not only shelter from wind and rain, but also keep the house hidden. The people of the Fur Tribe also planted a variety of plants around the house, including trees, flowers and vegetables, providing a rich source of things for the Fur Tribe. The Fur Tribe is actually a human form derived from various furry animals, and all parts of the body are furry, so that the body is not heat resistant. So the people of the Fur Tribe never eat furry creatures. It is rumored that the Fur Tribe hates humans very much and does not like humans to approach their country. But it is not like that, they are very friendly to humans. Because to the Fur Tribe, humans are just monkeys with sparse hands and bodies. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Fei Lu 224,490,330. So there is no such thing as disgust. 296. Everything listens. Xia Ya and his group of 3 were wandering around the forest curiously. Yamato would climb up the big tree from time to time to look at it, and talk while climbing. This tree looks similar to Wanokuni, I don't think there is any difference. Kazuki Hiyori took over and said, it's because they are the same that I think it's a good idea to apply. You know, this is on the back of an elephant, and such a big tree can grow, and the plants here are also growing very well. I don't know where their fresh water resources come from, it's amazing. Xia Ya paused and said, I know this elephant Zou, it uses its long nose to spray water on its back twice a day, and the Fur Tribe calls this behavior, blessing rain. This is one of the reasons why the forest here grows so lush. After listening, Kazuki Hiyori was even more surprised. So that's it, no wonder such a good living environment can be formed here. Yamato asked in confusion, why does Zou spray water? Xia Ya knocked Yamato on the head and said, you can ask Zou. See if it can answer you. Yamato touched her own pain and suddenly her eyes widened. She asked with a smile, Xia Ya, didn't you say that your riding fruit is super powerful and can ride the sky, the earth and the air? Then can you ride this elephant? Kazuki Hiyori was stunned when she heard what Yamato said. She said incoherently, Big, Yamato, what are you kidding? How can you ask Xia Ya to ride such a big elephant? Xia Ya on the side showed a very interested expression on his face. Advertisement, he thought for a moment and said, Yamato, I am very interested in your suggestion. I will try what it feels like to ride this bird. Hearing Xia Ya say this, Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori were both stunned. They looked at Xia Ya in disbelief and said, No, Xia Ya, I'm just saying it casually, don't take it seriously. That's right, Xia Ya, Yamato is joking, you don't have to force it. At this time, Xia Ya had only one thought in his mind, that is, to try the feeling of riding Zou. As soon as this energy came up, his heart began to itch, and he wanted to ride it immediately. So Xia Ya quickly urged the ability of the riding fruit. He held his breath and concentrated most of the energy in his body. Asterisk. After all, Zou is so big, Xia Ya has never ridden such a big mount. Xia Ya psychologically feels that it should take more energy to succeed. Advertisement, so he prepared to use a huge amount of energy from the beginning. Xia Ya squatted down and opened his palm and pressed it on Zou's skin. Then, the generally powerful energy was transmitted through Xia Dou's palm, and began to exchange energy with Zou. When Xia Ya used the Yi fruit to communicate with Zou, Xia Ya suddenly felt that his body was full of strength. Then, a countdown appeared above his head. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Philo 224490430. The ability user and mount will gain the ability of Everything Listens. Remaining time 3 days, 10 hours, 2 minutes and 28 seconds. A must-have skill for the Pirate King. However, this did not seem very surprising to Xia Ya. For someone with his strength, this was just a temporary and fun skill. Because Xia Ya had no interest in becoming the Pirate King. It's not that he couldn't become the Pirate King, but he felt that it was meaningless and he never thought about it at all. 297. Unexplained heavy rain because he thought it was more fun to go around like this. Just when Xia Ya was sighing at the ability of Everything Listening. Suddenly, many voices appeared in his mind. A hoarse and low voice began to appear in Xia Ya's mind. I'm going to start walking, I'm going to start walking. I'm going to start walking. This, 550, sentence kept appearing in Xia Ya's mind. Xia Ya frowned, and he raised his head and looked around. For a moment, he didn't know who was talking, because this voice was very special, it was like a voice from ancient times. Xia Ya was suddenly stunned. He muttered to himself, this should be the voice of the elephant Zou. Xia Ya could feel Zou's loneliness and solitude. It turned out that Zou was really a supergiant elephant who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Advertisement, he belonged to the Natamiai Nolita elephant. A long time ago, it was Joy Boy's partner. Because he did something that hurt Wanokuni, he was punished to keep walking. Xia Ya suddenly thought of something interesting. He used the power of the rider Kiki fruit to try to control Zou's movements. After a while, Xia Ya could not feel Zou's movements at all. At this moment, Xia Ya was confused. Is it because Zou's body is too big, so his energy cannot control it? Just as Xia Ya was muttering, a heavy rain suddenly fell from the sunny sky. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori both became anxious. Why is the weather in Zou so strange? It rained heavily without any warning. That's right, this sudden heavy rain is really strange. As they said, the two ran under a big tree with lush branches and leaves, trying to avoid the sudden heavy rain. Kazuki Hiyori shouted to Xia Ya, "Xia Ya, come here and hide from the rain." Yamato said, "He is not afraid of the rain. Don't worry about him. 013612028 Fei Lu 224,490,520. Advertisement. Xia Ya was very happy at this time. Because this heavy rain was his masterpiece, he walked slowly under the tree and said proudly, "How is it, is this rain fun?" Yamato said unhappily, "What's so fun about this rain?" Kazuki Hiyori said, "This rain is not fun, it's just a little strange. Why does it start to fall?" Xia Ya laughed and said, "I think this rain is fun and interesting." Yamato frowned and said, "Xia Ya, you are not self-abuse, are you? You actually like to get wet in the rain?" Xia Ya raised her lips slightly and said, "I don't like to get wet in the rain, but this rain is very interesting. Let me tell you, this rain is actually the water sprayed by Zou from his nose." After hearing Xia Ya's words, Yamato felt sick. "What did you say? This is the water sprayed by Zou from his nose, so there must be a lot of nasal mucus in it, Yamato felt nauseous and couldn't help but vomit. Kazuki Hiyori also looked frustrated. She said in disbelief, "No way, Xia Ya, how is it possible that it is 5.2, such a heavy rain, how could it be caused by Zou?" As the three were talking, the rain suddenly stopped. Just like the rain just now without any signs, the rain stopped inexplicably. Seeing that the rain stopped, Yamato's nausea finally eased. She left the big tree curiously and looked up at the sky. 298. Beautiful rainbow, he murmured. This elephant Zou won't spray water again. Kazuki Hiyori said, "Zou seems to spray water only twice a day. He just finished spraying, so he won't spray again immediately." He looked up at the sky. Suddenly, Kazuki Hiyori shouted in surprise, "Look, there is a rainbow." The sky had just rained, and the sun shone through the clouds, covering the earth with a layer of golden gauze. A beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky at this moment, like the magic of nature. The colors of the rainbow are very bright, from red to purple, 28 each color seems to be carefully blended. The red and orange colors appear warm and passionate, the yellow and green appear fresh and vibrant, and the blue and indigo appear quiet and deep. The purple part gives people a mysterious and romantic feeling. These colors are intertwined to show a beautiful picture. The arc of the rainbow is very perfect, as if it was drawn by a brush. It spans the sky, connecting two clouds, giving people a dreamy feeling. Yamato also looked at this beautiful rainbow intoxicatedly. Advertisement. Kochunin couldn't help but exclaim, "This rainbow looks so dreamy, more beautiful than any rainbow I have seen before." Kazuki Hiyori also looked at it, with stars twinkling in her eyes, and was completely attracted by this beautiful rainbow. Xia Ya looked up and said, "This rainbow is really beautiful." Then her eyes swept to the faces of Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori. Xia Ya couldn't help but complain. "Sure enough, girls have no resistance to beautiful things. Just a rainbow has attracted you too. It seems that I need to take you to the outside world to broaden your horizons." Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori looked up at the rainbow for a long time. Xia Ya couldn't help but say, "Oh, I said you two are done. Do you want to continue to play in the furry principality?" Yamato woke up instantly when she heard about the furry principality. She said excitedly, "Of course we have to go, let's go now." Although Beast's pirates are all zone fruits, the furry bus is a real animal master. This is definitely more interesting than Onigashima. So Yamato is still looking forward to going to the furry principality. Kazuki Hiyori on the side is also looking forward to it. After all, this is the legendary Zou, and very few people can come here. What's more, the furry principality is a race that lives on the back of elephants, which is a very special existence in the world. 013612028 Philo 224500050. So Kazuki Hiyori also said excitedly, "Right, let's go to the furry principality right away." 697 Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori walked forward first. After a few steps, they found that Xia Ya had not caught up yet. Yamato asked with a puzzled look, "Xia Ya, why don't you leave? Let's go to the furry principality quickly." Xia Ya's face was full of black lines. Thinking, when you were watching the rainbow just now, I noticed that you were so anxious. So he said calmly, let's go. So the three of them walked deep into the forest. Suddenly Kazuki Hiyori grabbed the corner of Yamato's clothes and stopped. Yamato, who was pulled, also stopped. She looked back at Kazuki Hiyori inexplicably and said, "What's wrong, Hiyori?" 299. Clairvoyance. Xia Ya on the side also looked at the two people who stopped in confusion. Kazuki Hiyori stammered, "We don't know where the furry principality is. Are we just going to walk forward aimlessly?" After listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, Yamato was also confused. She looked at Xia Ya and said, "Oh, Xia Ya, we don't know where the furry principality is. How should we go?" Xia Ya said proudly at this moment, "Don't worry, you two, just keep going in the direction you just went." Yamato asked in confusion, "Are you sure you are going in this direction?" Kazuki Hiyori on the side heard Xia Ya's words and immediately reacted. She asked excitedly, "Xia Ya, have you been here before?" Xia Ya said innocently, No, it's my first time here too. Kazuki Hiyori asked uncertainly. Then how do you know that you can reach the furry principality by walking here? Yamato said, Xia Ya, you are not taking us for a blind walk, are you? Xia Ya said jokingly. I have clairvoyance, so you can be right if you listen to me. As long as we walk forward for 10 minutes, we can see the furry principality. Kazuki Hiyori believed in Xia Ya's ability, and she quickly said, Xia Ya, do you really have clairvoyance? Xia Ya quickly explained. Of course not, I'm kidding, but my intuition has always been very accurate. I am very sure that the furry principality is not far ahead. Because Xia Ya was already riding on the elephant Zou, he had a very strong sense of everything about Zou. He now knew everything on the elephant's back very well. So Xia Ya was very familiar with where the Maolinlan Park was. However, Xia Ya kept it a secret because he thought of something very interesting. So he didn't plan to tell Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori about it. Yamato on the side said half doubtfully, well, I will believe you for now. There is no way. In Yamato's heart, Xia Ya is a godlike existence. No matter what, Yamato has absolute trust in his strength. As for the others, Yamato can only choose to believe. Advertisement Kazuki Hiyori also believes in Xia Ya very much, so Kazuki Hiyori generally does not have any doubts about what Xia Ya says. Soon, the three began to move forward again, rustle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the grass on the side of the road. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori immediately became alert. Although Yamato is very confident in his ability, he still feels uneasy about the fear of unfamiliar things. Kazuki Hiyori also felt an inexplicable fear. After all, this is a completely unfamiliar environment, and the fur tribe in the legendary Hairy Spider Park is very disgusted with humans. They missed such important information. The movement in the bush reminded them of this incident, so they became nervous unconsciously. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori quickly approached Xia Ya. Yamato said nervously, Xia Ya, I heard before that the fighting power of the fur tribe is very strong. If we go to the furry principality so openly, will it cause public outrage? Kazuki Hiyori on the side also said, yes, I heard before that the fur tribe hates humans very much. If they see us, won't we be in great danger? 300. Garrett. Xia Ya said indifferently. Those are just rumors, don't believe them. In fact, the fur tribe is still very cute. After hearing Xia Ya's words, Kazuki Hiyori asked in confusion, Xia Ya, how do you know that the fur tribe is cute? Yamato on the side also approached Xia Ya with an unbelievable look on his face, squinted at Xia Ya and said, tell me, have you been to Zou before? Seeing Yamato's enlarged face, Xia Ya unconsciously took a step back and said, really not. Yamato continued to ask, then how do you know so much about this place? Xia Ya said, didn't I say it before? I rely on intuition, and my intuition is very accurate. Yamato 207 looked helpless. Intuition? I don't believe in your intuition. Said that, he approached Xia Ya again and asked seriously, tell the truth, is the information you said true or false? If it is true, how do you know it? Xia Ya deliberately kept the secret and hurried forward, saying as he walked, it's really based on intuition. You will soon know whether what I said is true or false. Seeing Xia Ya running away, Yamato hurriedly chased after her and shouted anxiously, hey, Xia Ya, wait a minute, is the news you said accurate? Kazuki Hiyori also hurriedly chased after her. It was not until the three of them walked away that a little head popped out of the grass on the side of the road. Looking closely, she has a pair of long rabbit ears, short golden hair, and big round eyes. Her nose and mouth look exactly like those of a rabbit. Her round face is very cute. She has white hair all over her body, a round and fluffy short tail on her butt, and sharp claws on her hands. She is petite and slender and has a pair of sexy straight long legs. From her appearance, it can be determined that she is a fur tribe of the rabbit species. Her name is Garlet. She is the kingbird of the furry principality of Zou and a member of the musketeers. She is a messenger who takes turns to deliver messages day and night. Today, she happened to be playing in the forest and suddenly found three, CICG, strange humans on Zou Island. Although the fur tribe does not hate humans as much as the legend, it is more than enough for Wachuan to have strangers come to Zou. After all, Zou is special, and no humans can land all year round. Advertisement therefore, when Garlet found Xia Ya and the other three, she immediately hid. She was very curious about humans, so she happily observed these three strange humans in secret. The more she looked, the more she felt that humans were 5-cent monkeys. Because humans do not have as much body hair as monkeys, their characteristics are very different. Originally, she followed Xia Ya and the other three carefully all the way. But just now, when she was hiding in the bushes, a branch on the side of the road accidentally hooked her small bag. This caused the carrots in her bag to fall out. Carrots are more important to rabbits than life, so Garlet also loves to eat carrots. She is the kind of person who lives on carrots. Seeing that her carrots had fallen, she made a noise in a hurry, which was heard by Xia Ya and the others. She was worried for a long time just now, fearing that Xia Ya and the others would find out. Fortunately, they only stayed for a while and then left. 301. Claude at this time, Garot was still in a state of fear. Although she was very curious about humans, she was not sure whether these three strange humans would bring danger to the furry principality. Moreover, she was alone at this time. If these three humans had bad intentions, she would definitely not be able to deal with them. Although there were only 3 of them, since they could come to Zhou, they must have something extraordinary. So she had to quickly tell the news of these 3 humans to her tribe members and let everyone be prepared. So she quickly took a shortcut back to the capital. She had to quickly tell her tribe members the news of these 3 humans. And Xia Ya and the other 3 were walking towards the furry principality at this time. As they walked, Xia Ya suddenly looked back at the road they came from. But she said nothing and continued to move forward with Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori. Soon, Xia Ya and the other 3 arrived outside the city of the furry principality. At this time, the 3 of them stood in front of a tall stone tablet, on which was written, Cloudu. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori stared at the stone tablet curiously. This stone tablet looks very old, indeed, it looks very historical. The stone tablet stood on a vacant lot on the side of the road, and it was obvious that the vacant lot was often cleaned and managed. It is not difficult to see from the appearance of the stone tablet that it has also been carefully maintained. The material of the stone tablet is hard granite, and after hundreds of years of wind and rain erosion, it still retains its original color and luster. Its surface is polished very smoothly, without a trace of weeds and dirt. The 3 big characters, Cloudu, on the stone tablet are also polished to a bright shine. The 3 of them stared at the stone tablet for a long time, and Xia Ya took Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori into Cloudu. Walking into Cloudu, the fur tribes of various families came and went, and the whole street was very prosperous. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the street. Although Zhou is not easy to find for most people, it is not a problem for the fur tribe caravan. No matter where the elephant Zhou goes, they can easily find it. Because they all rely on lifeguards to find Zhou, everything can be bought on the streets of Cloudu in the furry principality. Advertisement at this time, Xia Ya and the other 2 were walking on the streets of Cloudu. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori were excited to see the fur tribe coming and going on the street. Please give me flowers, the scene here was really too strange for Yamato. She would excitedly tell Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori about the fur tribe she saw from time to time. Hiyori, look, that seems to be a big cow, and over there, it seems to be a goat and there seems to be a gorilla. As she spoke, she stared at the various passers-by of the fur tribe. Until she saw that the other party couldn't help but speed up and leave here. Although most of the beasts pirates are mythical beasts, they all need to transform to show their fruit abilities. Most people are in normal human form, so Yamato was surprised to see so many fur tribes. Kazuki Hiyori was even more shocked when he saw these fur tribes. They walk upright like humans, but they still have animal features. The most important thing is that on the street here, except for the 3 of them, everyone else has animal features. This scene is really strange. Point 302, the most delicious fruit in the world. Xia Ya, on the other hand, was not paying attention to the appearance of the fur tribe. Because he felt an unusual breath, something was really wrong here. Logically speaking, the 3 of them coming to the furry principality should attract everyone's attention. After all, in the furry principality, humans can be said to be alien species, and they should be very rare here. So when seeing Xia Ya and the other 3, the 7th 6th Lord, fur tribe should be very surprised, nervous or excited, which is a normal reaction. But now they are walking on the street in a swagger, and the fur tribe members have no reaction at all when they see them. This is really too abnormal and too strange. This makes Xia Ya feel that there must be something wrong here. Although Xia Ya's strength does not need to care about the fur tribe at all, it is not worth it to be an enemy of a race. Besides, their coming here was an accident, and they were mainly curious about what this world of living on the back of elephants looks like. Advertisement more just want to see what the legendary fur tribe living in the furry principality looks like. Coming here is purely out of curiosity. Thinking of this, Xia Ya didn't think much about it. Anyway, the boat will be blocked and the water will be covered. No matter what happens next, Xia Ya has nothing to fear. At this time, Yamato was standing next to a fruit stall, drooling at the fresh fruits on the stall. She turned her head and looked at Xia Ya and said, Xia Ya, look at this fruit, it looks delicious. From Yamato's eyes, anyone who saw it knew that she was very fond of the fresh fruits in front of her. However, the fruits on this stall are indeed very fresh. At the front of the stall are the bunches of crystal clear grapes, which are shining like gems. The color of the grapes ranges from dark purple to light purple, and some have a touch of light pink, which looks very charming. To read Jing Shuang's novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Next to the grapes are a bunch of bright and juicy strawberries, as well as pineapples, mangoes, apples, watermelons, cantaloupes, etc. There are many kinds. Xia Ya naturally understood the greed in Yamato's eyes, so she said cheerfully, You really want to eat it, then I'll buy it for you. Advertisement hearing Xia Ya's answer, Yamato was so excited that he didn't even say thank you, and directly picked up the fruit on the stall and put it into his mouth. After taking just one bite, Yamato couldn't help but exclaimed, Wow! The fruits here are really delicious. After that, he started eating by himself. 013612028 Filu 224,500,450. Xia Ya looked at Kazuki Hiyori who was stunned and said, Hiyori, whatever you want to eat, I'll buy it for you. Kazuki Hiyori heard it and said gratefully, Is it okay, Xia Ya? Xia Ya nodded to confirm. Seeing this, Kazuki Hiyori picked a fruit and ate it without hesitation. But when the fruit juice filled his mouth, Kazuki Hiyori also showed an incredible expression. She chewed it for a few times and swallowed it, and said to Xia Ya, Xia Ya, you try it too. The fruits here at 4.5 are really delicious. Better than any fruit I've ever eaten. This is simply the most delicious fruit in the world. Xia Ya said in disbelief. Is it that exaggerated? After saying that, he picked up a fruit and bit it directly. In an instant, he felt like he was in a natural orchard, and his whole body was filled with the fragrance and sweetness of fruits. 303. A fox. This feeling is really very strange. After eating, Xia Ya sighed. Indeed, the fruits here seem to be really different, really delicious. The owner of the fruit stand looked at the three strangers in front of him with an unbelievable look on his face, wondering, is there no fruit on those islands in the sea? How come these two humans look like they have never eaten fruit? Although the boss was shocked in his heart, he looked calm on the surface. Even if he had thousands of words in his heart, he didn't dare to say them at this time. Because just now, the fur tribe of Claudu had received the message from Duke Inu 28 Lan. 3 strangers came to the furry principality. In the message, Duke Inulan also issued an order. The content of this order is that if the fur tribe encounters these 3 strangers, they must not show any shock or excitement, and must remain calm and natural as if they saw their own people. There must be no excessive actions. Advertisement. In addition, everything about these 3 humans must be reported to Duke Inulan as soon as possible. So in Shaw, after Ya and his team arrived at Claudu, all the citizens of Claudu were still the same as usual, and no one showed surprise or excitement. The reason why the fur tribe obeyed the order of Duke Inuarashi so much was because Duke Inuarashi was the king of the daylight of the furry principality of Zhou, and he was the king who controlled the daylight of the furry principality. Although everyone did not know the real purpose of Duke Dagong's order, in Malinlan Park, all citizens were absolutely obedient to Duke Dagong. So the orders given by Duke Inuarashi, the citizens of the civil principality would obey them under conditions. Because everyone knew that Duke Dagong would never do anything to harm Maojubu Park. So everyone just had to follow the orders of Duke Inuarashi. At this time, the owner of the fruit stall looked at Yamato, who was eating voraciously and didn't know how to respond for a while. At this time, Xia Ya, who had finished eating the fruit, asked, "Boss, how much is this stall of fruit?" The boss rolled his eyes and said a number. Xia, after hearing this, Ya paid the money to the boss without any bargaining. Then please help us pack these fruits. Advertisement. Okay, wait a minute. The owner of the fruit stand was the first person in Claudu to contact Xia Ya and the other 3. He was a fox from the fur tribe, and everyone called him Foxlot. He had a pair of slender eyes and looked very smart. Foxlot quickly packed all the fruits and prepared to give them to Xia Ya. Yamato on the side saw this and quickly reached out to take the packed fruits. 027. However, when she saw Foxlot's fox paw hands, her curiosity was aroused. She looked up at Foxlot and asked curiously, "Boss, are you a fox?" Hearing Yamato's question, Foxlot paused and said, "I guess so." As soon as the voice fell, Yamato burst into laughter. While laughing, he said, "What do you mean by considered? I think you are a fox." Foxlot's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but he quickly regained his calm expression and said, "I belong to the fur family. The fox fur is not a real fox." 304. Fox fur is not fox. After hearing Foxlot's explanation, Yamato laughed even crazier, and she couldn't stop laughing. Seeing this, Foxlot gritted his teeth and held back his anger and said, "What are you laughing at?" Yamato finally took a breath and said, "Isn't fox fur still a fox? There's no difference at all. Ha ha ha." Hearing Yamato's laughter, Foxlot couldn't hold it anymore. He completely forgot about the order of the Inuan company. Foxlot said angrily, "I'll tell you again, I'm Fox Fur of the Fur Clan, not a fox." Yamato couldn't hear Foxlot's explanation at this time, because she had completely determined that Foxlot in front of her was a fox who was quibbling. So no matter what Foxlot said, Yamato just laughed. And this harsh laughter completely angered Foxlot. Because in the cognition of the Fur Clan, they are different from ordinary animals. Just like humans evolved from monkeys, although they are very similar to monkeys in various body shapes, they will be very angry if they are called monkeys again. So Foxlot was also very angry at this moment. Advertisement. As he said this, Foxlot directly overturned the stall in front of him. He clenched his fist and quickly punched Yamato in the face. In terms of Yamato's strength, Foxlot's punch seemed very childish. Even though Yamato was laughing so hard now, she easily dodged Foxlot's attack. And Foxlot saw that his fist was ineffective. He gritted his teeth and said, "In this case, don't blame me for being rude. The fur tribe is famous for its strength, and its fighting method is to use electric current wrapped around the body or weapon to attack the opponent. Even the old, weak, women and children have the strength to beat the small fish-level pirates, and even babies have basic self-defense techniques. It can be said that there are no completely weak people in the whole country. So, even Foxlot, an ordinary fruit stall owner, has some strength." Seeing the owner of the fruit stand furious, and Yamato still laughing, Kazuki Hiyori quickly stepped forward and said, "Boss, Yamato actually has no ill intentions, she is just joking, you must not get angry with her." The stall owner next to the fruit stall approached Foxlot kindly and whispered, "Foxlot, have you forgotten the order of Duke Dalen?" Foxlot's anger has reached its peak at this time, and no one's persuasion can extinguish the anger in his heart. Advertisement. Foxlot said angrily, "You all get out of my way, don't blame me for hurting innocent people when the time comes." Fruit assassin entangled. Foxlot shouted, "Swish! Swish! Swish!" Then, hot fruit-shaped electric currents flew out of Foxlot's palms. Good. 013612028 Filu 224,510,050. And all these fruit-shaped electric currents flew towards Yamato at a high speed. And still laughing, Yamato immediately put away the American business card. Then he swiftly changed the angle of his body and the position of his feet. He kept dodging the electric currents flying towards him. The electric currents that Yamato dodged directly hit both sides of the street. Instantly, the streets of Claudu were bombarded by this wave of flying electric currents. 305. Where is the cuteness? Suddenly, the whole street made a harsh buzzing sound. At this time, waves of black smoke rose on the streets of Claudu. There were also screams in the middle. Ah, what's going on? It hurts. Who? Which B asterisk 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 D. My beauty is just fur. Ah, my tail. Is it those three new humans? We didn't offend them? Some ignorant and innocent people were hit by Foxlot's electric current. They kept roaring in the black smoke. The wind blew and the black smoke quickly dispersed. When the smoke dissipated, the street was in a mess. The stalls on the whole street were almost destroyed. On the ground on the street, various smoked black goods were scattered, making it impossible to see the original appearance. Advertisement: the buildings on both sides were also severely damaged, with broken glass windows and many store doors pierced. Even some store walls had huge cracks. After the smoke cleared, it was obvious that the fur tribe people on Claudu Street were also blackened by the black smoke. The fur on many people's bodies was damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, the people did not receive very serious injuries. But this is also intolerable. You know, the fur on the body is a symbol of pride for the fur tribe. It was inexplicably damaged like this, and no one could tolerate it. So the people on Claudu Street began to angrily walk towards Xia Ya, and the other three slowly gathered together. Seeing so many people angrily surrounding them, Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori both unconsciously leaned towards Xia Ya. Yamato couldn't help but said to Xia Ya, didn't you say that the fur tribe is a very cute tribe? Look at these people, how cute are they? Kazuki Hiyori said with some fear, Xia Ya, what should we do now? Xia Ya said calmly, don't worry, nothing will happen. Advertisement: the owner of the stall next to Foxlot saw the situation in front of him, fearing that it would cause a bigger problem, and quickly explained. It's not those three humans, the electric current just now was sent by Foxlot. As soon as these words came out, the other people reacted. It turned out that the attack they had just suffered was actually sent by Foxlot of their own tribe. Everyone felt annoyed because the attack just now was too sudden, and everyone knew that three strange humans had appeared, so Kangzhong's first reaction after being electrocuted was it was done by humans. If humans hadn't just come to Claudu, they would have easily identified the cause of the damage they suffered. Because electric shock is the natural attack method of the fur tribe. They rely on the static electricity emitted by their bodies, and every fur tribe is very familiar with this attack method. So, at this moment, all the anger of the people turned to Foxlot. Foxlot, what are you doing? Damn it. My newly arrived goods were destroyed by you. Foxlot, you B asterisk 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 D, dare to openly disobey the order of the Indian Company. I will report your behavior to Duke Nagong as soon as possible. Foxlot, you are finished. Hearing the angry condemnation of the people, Foxlot's anger dropped to the freezing point at this moment. 306. Public outrage. He began to feel annoyed. He regretted his impulsiveness. That human girl was just making fun of him. What's the big deal? A fox is a fox. He didn't lose any meat. He made such a big noise and messed up the streets of Claudu. He also aroused public outrage. For such a big thing, he must be punished by Duke Inurashi. What should he do next? Thinking of this, Foxlot looked at the crowd that kept gathering around him with a face full of resentment. He said tremblingly, everyone calm down. I really didn't mean it just now. Don't get excited. I will definitely take responsibility. At this moment, the masses couldn't hear his words. At this moment, Foxlot was a black sheep in the eyes of the masses. He not only hurt people, but also damaged Claudu Street, making Claudu Street a mess. And the most important point is that he also violated the order of Duke Inurashi. Just based on this point, Claude must not be forgiven. Advertisement: as soon as Foxlot finished speaking, the people present rushed forward and surrounded him in the middle. Suddenly, a scream came from the crowd. Ah, it hurts so much. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please let me go. How could the angry people be willing to bypass him so easily? Foxlot was surrounded in the crowd and was beaten by everyone. He kept wailing inside. The loss this time was too great, and the number of people affected was also large, so those who had not received Foxlot were still squeezing into the crowd. The Duke of Inurashi is here. I don't know who shouted. At this time, the excited crowd suddenly quieted down and the families scattered. Only Foxlot was left wailing at the scene. Advertisement. Woo 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 woo. I said I was wrong. Why are you still beating me hard? You are really too much. Although Foxlot was beaten by a group of people, everyone just wanted to vent their dissatisfaction, and no one wanted to really kill him. Because the fur tribe is very united, they all care about their own kind. Ask for flowers. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Fei Lu 224,510,270. So at this time, Foxlot seemed to be beaten hard on the surface, but in fact he was not seriously injured. Everyone avoided the key words when they bumped into him. So Foxlot was lying on the ground in a mess, mumbling in his mouth. And he didn't dare to curse loudly, for fear that the excited crowd would beat him again. Zero, seeing that the crowd had moved away from him, Foxlot finally got up from the ground with difficulty. Kazuki Hiyori was very nervous when she saw Foxlot in such a miserable state. She whispered, "Xia Ya, this fur tribe looks very fierce, how come they are not cute at all? It seems that your intuition is not very accurate." Yamato on the side also took a look at the scarred Foxlot, and said with reluctance, "Xia Ya, this fur tribe beats its own people so badly, will they beat us too? Hiss, this is indeed a bit cruel, but they should not beat us humans casually, so don't worry, we will be fine." Xia Ya said to the Taoist priest in confusion. 307, King of Daylight. Yamato narrowed his eyes and said with some doubt, "You really won't beat us, Xia Ya, why'd I feel that you don't believe it at all?" However, just when Xia Ya and the other three were talking, the scattered crowd had consciously stood to both sides, leaving a path in the middle. At this time, a tall dog-like fur tribe came over. He has the appearance of a canine, with brown hair, dark brown ears, a deep suture scar on his left face, and a huge fluffy tail behind him. He is the king of the day in the fur tribe's mouth, Duke Inuarashi. He slowly walked towards the scarred Foxlot. He asked with some doubts, "Foxlot, didn't you receive my order?" Foxlot knew that he had caused trouble and was trembling with fear, although Duke Inuarashi was a kind and humble leader. But Foxlot openly disobeyed the order of Duke Inuarashi, and Duke Yulin would impose severe punishment. So Foxlot was very scared at this time. He raised one hand tremblingly and answered guiltily, "It's not like that, Duke Inuarashi. There is a reason for this, because that girl, she made fun of me, so I was impulsive." Hearing this, Duke Inuarashi sighed, looked at Foxlot expressionlessly and said, "Just because others laughed, you were so cruel, and you also harmed so many innocent people. Even Crow Street was cut into this state by you, do you think it's appropriate?" As soon as Duke Inuarashi said this, Foxlot had nothing to say and lowered his head in annoyance. Seeing this, Duke Inuarashi turned and walked towards Xia Ya and the other two. His face was no longer serious just now. He looked at them and said, "My people were ignorant just now. Please don't take it seriously." Before Xia Ya could speak, Yamato jumped out and said, "That fox is really strange. I just laughed a few times and he attacked me directly, it's just weird." Hearing what Yamato said, Kazuki Hiyori quickly said, "Yamato, don't say anything. You were also wrong just now. Let's not care about it." Yamato said unconvincedly, "It was originally his fault. I can't say anything about him." Seeing this, Duke Inuarashi lowered his posture a little and said, "It's right to say it. It's originally his fault. I will punish him when I go back later." In fact, the fur tribe welcomes humans to the furry principality. But because of the recent turmoil on the sea, Duke Inuarashi feels that it is necessary to be cautious when humans come to the furry principality at this time to prevent humans with ill intentions from forcing the Tangzo district. So when he learned of Xia Ya's arrival, Duke Inuarashi gave an order not to have too much contact with humans, because before the purpose of humans coming here is determined, all the fur tribes cannot do anything to Xia Ya and others. Duke Inuarashi's order at that time was actually very simple, just to let Xia Ya and the other three people travel freely in the furry principality. And secretly observe whether they have other improper behaviors. If it is found later that they have no intention of pursuing Zuo Wu, then they will be given a welcome ceremony. After all, there are very few humans in this world who can come to Zuo Shiratori. 308. Miss. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Duke Inuarashi had never expected that such a thing would happen as soon as they entered Claudu Street, which really made him very angry. Because he didn't know whether these humans would do anything to harm Zou Island because of this. Although the strength of the fur tribe is very strong, they are unwilling to do anything to harm humans. So when he heard Yamato's angry tone, Duke Yulin humbled himself and apologized. He didn't want this matter to continue to expand. Xia Ya seemed to have sensed the grace of Duke Inuarashi. So he said, 28, Duke Inuarashi, this matter is not entirely his fault. Yamato is also wrong, so you don't have to apologize. We have not suffered any losses or injuries. After saying that, Xia Ya turned around and looked at Foxlot, who was annoyed, and then said to Duke Inuarashi, "But I think you should treat him quickly, he looks seriously injured." Hearing Xia Ya's words, Duke Inuarashi relaxed instantly and said happily, "Don't worry about him, he is thick-skinned, and the injuries are minor, it's no problem." Duke Inuarashi seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and looked at Xia Ya and asked, "I wonder what your name is, brother, what is going on in our furry company?" Hearing Duke Inuarashi's question, Xia Ya said directly, "My name is Xia Ya." Then he looked at the two people around him and said, "This is Yamato, she is Kazuki Hiyori." When Duke Inuarashi heard Kazuki Hiyori's name, he was stunned. Advertisement. He looked at Kazuki incredulously. Hiyori said excitedly, you, are you the eldest daughter of the Kazuki family?" In fact, when Duke Inuarashi came to Claudu Street, he had already noticed this very beautiful girl. But it was not because she was good-looking, but because she looked a little familiar. He had completely forgotten where he had seen her before. Because before that, he needed to deal with the matter caused by Foxlot. So he did not carefully study who the familiar girl looked like. When Kazuki Hiyori heard the word, eldest daughter, she seemed to remember some past events. She answered with some doubts, "Yes, do you know me?" Duke Inuarashi immediately said respectfully, "I can't believe that I can see you here. I am Inuarashi, one of the 9 red scabbards." It turned out that a long time ago, Duke Inuarashi was a retainer of Kazuki Oden and followed Kazuki Oden through life and death for many years. He once joined the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates with Kazuki Oden. 980 later, after Kazuki Oden was killed by Kaido, Inuarashi returned to the Furry Principality and began to govern the Furry Principality as the King of Daylight. Kazuki Hiyori was shocked when she heard, "The Red Scabbard 9 Men," she said in disbelief. "What did you say? You are the great Arashi of the Red Scabbard 9 Men." When she first heard Inuarashi, Kazuki Hiyori felt that the name was somewhat familiar, but she didn't think about it. Because she had never thought that her father's old subordinates were still alive and governing a country. After the excitement, Kazuki Hiyori looked at Duke Inuarashi with tears in her eyes and didn't know what to say for a moment. 309. The greatest person Duke Inuarashi was also very excited. He never thought that he could meet Miss Kazuki Hiyori in his lifetime. This was incredible. At this time, both of them were unconsciously immersed in deep memories. They both thought of the greatest person in their minds, Kazuki Oden. Xia Ya was also waiting quietly on the side. When he came to Zou Island, he actually forgot such an important thing, that is, the relationship between Inuarashi and Kazuki Hiyori. Suddenly, Xia Ya looked at Duke Inuarashi and said, "Wait, since you are here, Cat Viper should be here too?" Xia Ya's words, the sound of the sound, pulled Kazuki Hiyori and Duke Inuarashi, who were deeply immersed in memories, back to reality. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Duke Inuarashi expectantly, hoping to get a positive answer from him. Duke Inuarashi looked at Xia Ya with a vigilant face. Because his existence with Cat Viper was a very secret news, I don't know how the human in front of him knew this news. So he was very alert at the moment, and his mind was full of various speculations. Advertisement, but thinking about it, he felt that it was not right. Since he came with Kazuki Hiyori, it meant that he must not be a member of the Beast's Pirates. But it was obvious that Kazuki Hiyori did not know the news that he and Cat Viper were on Zou Island. And this human named Xia Ya actually knew about this matter, which was very late. He could not judge where this person named Xia Ya got the news from, and why he knew so much about the whereabouts of himself and Cat Viper. Facing Kazuki Hiyori's expectant eyes, Duke Inland did not know whether he should answer Yuan Ya clearly. He looked at Kazuki Hiyori hesitantly, because he did not know whether he could expose the random thoughts of the snake. Although he and Cat Viper are now on the opposite side of irreconcilable, no matter what, they are all members of the same tribe. And they were once friends of life and death, because the people who followed Kazuki Oden at the time were the current Duke Inagama and the boss of Cat Viper. Cat Viper was once one of the 9 Red Scabbards. And now he is also the other leader of the Furry Principality. He and Duke Inuarashi are two completely opposite sides. Advertisement: Duke Inuarashi is the king of the day, while boss Cat Viper is the king of the night. One of them is the leader of the Furry Principality during the day, and the other is the leader of the Furry Principality at night. Both are important figures in the Furry Principality. So now to reveal Cat Viper's whereabouts in front of a stranger, Inuarashi can't make up his mind for a while. Seeing Duke Inuarashi's hesitation, Kazuki Hiyori looked at Duke Inuarashi and said seriously, "It's okay, Xia Ya, he is not a member of Beast's Pirates, but he is a very powerful person. I completely trust him, so you can trust him too." Hearing what Kazuki Hiyori said, Duke Yulan seemed to relax a little. He said, "Promised, Neko Snake does live with me on Satori Island." Kazuki Hiyori was very excited after hearing this. Not only Inuarashi but also Neko Snake, both of them were former subordinates of her father Kazuki Oden. These are the only two people in the world who have a relationship with Kazuki Oden. How could Kazuki Hiyori not be excited? She immediately said, "Duke Dalen, then take me to see Neko Snake." 310. Arabian Nights. Duke Inuarashi said, "I can't take you to see him now, but he will come out naturally at night." Kazuki Hiyori suppressed his excitement and said, "Okay, it doesn't matter, as long as I know you are fine. Then wait until night to see him." Duke Inuarashi looked up at the sky and said, "I don't see the time, why don't I treat you to dinner?" Yamato got excited when he heard about dinner, because the taste of the fruit from Zou Island was still in his mouth. That feeling was really good. I wonder if other things on Zou Island are also very delicious. So Yamato quickly turned around and looked at Xia Ya and said, "Xia Ya, when shall we go?" For Kazuki Hiyori, who had just recognized Duke Inuarashi, it would be great to be able to stay with Duke Inuarashi for a while. Because they haven't talked well yet, they have too much to talk about his father Kazuki Oden. So Kazuki Hiyori also hoped that Xia Do would agree to go to dinner. Xia Ya naturally knew what Kazuki Hiyori was thinking. Advertisement, so she nodded gently and said, "Since there is food, we will certainly not miss it." After getting the consent, Duke Inuarashi led the 3 people to his residence. Along the way, Kazuki Hiyori was talking to Duke Inuarashi about the various deeds of his father Kazuki Oden before his death. Yamato was also very tactful this time and did not make a sound to interrupt their conversation. Instead, she followed them quietly and listened to everything about Kazuki Oden. Because Kazuki Oden was her idol since childhood. Now there is such a good opportunity to hear more about his deeds from people who have lived with Kazuki Yuhei. This is a very lucky and happy thing. So Yamato also listened very seriously. Several people soon came to Duke Inuarashi's residence. As soon as Xia Ya and the others agreed to eat, the people around Duke Inuarashi immediately rushed back to notify the kitchen to cook. Advertisement: when the kitchen knew that Duke Inuarashi was going to invite them to dinner, CIBB, it immediately started cooking at the fastest speed. So when Xia Ya and the others sat down at the table, someone started serving them food. The topic of Kazuki Oden between Duke Inagoka and Kazuki Hiyori also stopped. Because through the conversation with Kazuki Hiyori just now, Duke Inagoka knew that Xia Ya would take Kazuki Hiyori to defeat Kaido. Duke Inagoka knew that Kaido was not just called the strongest creature, casually. With Kaido's extremely strong strength, unimaginable defense and vitality, there are few people in this world who can be his opponent. Not to mention the pirates, there are few people in the two marine armies who can fight Kaido. So when he heard that Xia Ya could defeat Kaido, he thought they were just joking. After all, it was simply a fantasy for the three of them to fight Kaido. So when the few people started to eat, Duke Inagoka suddenly remembered this matter again. So he looked up at Xia Ya and asked casually, "Just now I heard from the eldest lady that you came to Zou Island just passing by, and your purpose is to go to Wanguo to find Kaido and defeat him?" Hearing this, Xia Ya also looked up, looked at Duke Inuarashi and answered seriously, "Yes, this is our plan." 311. Picking up heads, Duke Inuarashi said in disbelief, "Are you sure you are not joking?" Xia Ya looked into Duke Inuarashi's eyes and said seriously, "It's not a joke." Seeing this, Duke Inuarashi said earnestly, "I don't know how you persuaded the young lady to leave Wano-kuni, but I hope you don't deceive the young lady. I don't need to introduce who Kaido is, but it's really no joke to defeat Kaido. I think my master Kazuki Oden was defeated by him, and he also lost the entire Kazuki family. What's more, Kaido now, together with the beast's pirates behind him, is many times stronger than before. He really can't be defeated by words," Yamato said after listening. "We are of course very clear about Kaido's strength, but compared to Xia Ya, he is just a small witch meeting a big witch. It's no problem to defeat him. Moreover, my strength has improved a lot recently, and I feel that I can have a good fight with him." Kazuki Hiyori on the side said after listening, "Yamato, we agreed before, after defeating I must be involved in this matter of Kaido, so you must not fight him alone. When you find him, you must call me." Yamato heard it and said, "Oh, Hiyori, I have fought with Kaido so many times and he was easily defeated by me, so this time I must defeat him personally. Hiyori, you can leave the task of defeating Kaido to me, okay?" Kazuki Hiyori said with a look of dissatisfaction. "No, Yamato, other things are easy to talk about, but defeating Kaido is not like this. If you dare to go alone without me, I will break up with you, Yamato hurriedly said, "Hiyori, what are you talking about? How can I fight Kaido without you? How about this, I will take action first, and then I will hand it over to you after I beat him down, what do you think?" Kazuki Hiyori immediately said, "That won't work. In this way, wouldn't I not do anything and just pick up a head directly?" Yamato said proudly, "Isn't this good, anyway, what you want is to kill Kaido. Besides, your strength is far behind Kaido, so you definitely can't attack." 89. Kazuki Hiyori said, "With Xia Ya here, how can my strength be inferior? When the time comes, as long as Xia Ya rides on me, it will be a piece of cake to kill Kaido. Besides, Xia Ya also promised me that she would take me to defeat Kaido, so I must personally do it in this matter of killing Kaido." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yamato saw that he couldn't make it with Kazuki Hiyori, so he could only take a step back and said, "Okay, then when we find Kaido, we will attack together, how about that?" Kazuki Hiyori nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's about right, if I just wait on the side, that would be too much." Duke Inuarashi listened to them talking one by one, as if to say that it was an extremely easy and simple thing to fire Kaido. He was very confused. Was the Kaido mentioned by Kazuki Hiyori really the Kaido he knew? Could it be someone with the same name? So Duke Inuarashi said, "Wait a minute, I want to confirm again, is the Kaido you were talking about the Kaido from Beast's Pirates? Why does the Kaido you were talking about not look like the one called, the strongest creature?" 312. The vulnerable Kaido? Yamato said nonchalantly, "Of course it's Kaido from Beast's Pirates, otherwise is there anyone else named Kaido in the world?" Inuarashi Duke said with a look of horror, "But listening to you guys, how come Kaido seems to be a very weak weakling, and you seem to be able to defeat him easily?" Yamato said proudly, "Kaido was very powerful before, but now we are, 450, even more powerful, so we can definitely defeat him." Inuarashi Duke looked at Kazuki Hiyori with a trembling voice and said, Miss, who are they? What is your relationship with them? They don't know Kaido's strength, don't you know? How can you say Kaido is so vulnerable? If Kaido is really so easy to defeat, how could Wano-kuni still be like this now?" Kazuki Hiyori said, "Inuarashi, to be honest, before meeting Xia Ya and Yamato, I also thought Kaido was the most difficult person to defeat in the world, but when I saw Xia Ya's ability, I felt Kaido is not that invincible. Oh, I forgot to introduce you, Yamato is Kaido's daughter." As soon as these words came out, Duke Inuarashi immediately became nervous and said nervously, "Miss, how can you associate with Kaido's daughter? Have you forgotten the hatred between us and Kaido? Have you forgotten how our master Kazuki Oden was killed by Kaido? His methods are so cruel. By the way, Kaido is not easy to deal with. How did you come to this conclusion? If Kaido is easy to deal with, how could the family alone have such an end? He is Wano-kuna's biggest enemy, how can you?" Duke Inuarashi spoke a lot, and Kazuki Hiyori finally found an opportunity to say, "Inuarashi, don't get excited first." Duke Inuarashi said angrily, "Miss, how can I not be excited? This is Kaido's daughter. Who knows what she is thinking? Maybe our Zou Island has also exposed its position now. It is very likely Kaido is on his way. No, I have to send this message out quickly." Speaking of this, Duke Yulin stood up and was about to go out. Kazuki Hiyori quickly grabbed him and said, "Inuarashi, can you calm down and listen to me first?" Duke Inuarashi said excitedly, "No, miss, this matter is too serious, I must prepare quickly, otherwise it will be too late." Seeing that Inuarashi could not calm down, Kazuki Hiyori ordered in a strong tone, "Inuarashi, I order you to sit down quickly, don't talk or move, just sit and listen to me." Duke Inuarashi opened his mouth and said, "But." He covered his mouth with his hand and dared not speak again. In any case, Kazuki Hiyori's order is equivalent to Kazuki Oden's order. This is the descendant of his master, the one he needs to protect all his life, so even if Duke Inuarashi has 34,000 questions and doubts in his heart about Kazuki Hiyori's words, he dare not easily disobey Kazuki Oden's order at this time. If he disobeys Kazuki Hiyori's order, it means that he will not listen to Kazuki Oden's instructions, which means that he will betray his master who has been loyal to him all his life. No, this is not something he can do. So, after Kazuki Hiyori gave this order. 8RR 313. The young lady has been bewitched. Even though he was unwilling, Duke Yulin still sat down obediently. But the anxiety in his heart kept growing, and Duke Yulin was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Now his only wish was that Kazuki Hiyori would finish her words quickly, so that he could go down and arrange the next things quickly. At this time, he looked at Yamato next to him angrily, his eyes full of hatred. He didn't understand why the eldest lady wanted to be with her even though she knew she was Kaido's daughter. It is very likely that she bewitched the eldest lady, so the eldest lady left Wano Kuni. And it is very likely that they came to Zo 28 Island because they wanted to catch the master's Kazuki family in one fell swoop. Maybe Kaido had known about his and the cat-turned-snake whereabouts for a long time, so he guided Kazuki Hiyori to come here. Damn. This is so damned, and this person called Xia Ya must be Kaido's people. They must be too close, so Kazuki Hiyori was deceived by them. Seeing the angry look of Duke Inuarashi, Kazuki Hiyori quickly explained, "Inuarashi, calm down and listen to me. Although Yamato is Kaido's daughter, her goal is the same as ours, which is to defeat Kaido. This must be believed by you." Duke Inagong looked at Kazuki Hiyori with pity in his eyes. Poor young lady, I really don't know if she is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, she even believed what Kaido's daughter said. She was so naive. It was also her fault that she didn't meet her earlier, so that she wouldn't be deceived by others. Seeing that Inuarashi still looked unconvinced, Kazuki Hiyori looked at Xia Ya next to him and said, "Do you know who he is?" Public Relations Inagong sighed and shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. How could he know who this person was, but he was definitely not a good person. Duke Inagong's mood was really at the bottom now. Is the Kazuki family really going to end? It was not easy to meet the young lady, but she was brainwashed by the traitor and looked completely innocent. No wonder they said they were going to defeat Kaido so easily just now. Advertisement had turned out that they were bewitched by these two hateful people. He really wanted to kill them both now, but he couldn't disobey the orders of the eldest lady. Now he could only obey the orders of the eldest lady, sit here quietly and listen to the big and small ministers finish what they want to say. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Philo 224520440. Otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to catch up, maybe Kaido was already on the way to Zo. So he took a deep breath and put away all the anger in his eyes. He had to find a way to let the eldest lady finish her words quickly, so that he could quickly go down to deploy. Kazuki Hiyori saw that Inuarashi's eyes seemed not as sharp as before, so he said, "Then do you know what happened in the Golden City not long ago?" Although it is difficult for outsiders to know the news of Zo Island has always known the news of the outside world very clearly. So Duke Yulin certainly knew a lot about the sensational incident in Golden City. So Duke Inagoga nodded to show that he knew. Kazuki Hiyori continued, "Then you know that someone beat Kaido up in Golden City." Duke Inagoga's eyes widened. There are very few people in this world who can beat Kaido up. 314. Conspiracy? He still remembered that he thought he was dreaming when he heard the news. There was actually someone who could beat Kaido violently. How powerful must that person be? Kaido was the one who gave Marine a headache. He was beaten up by someone, which was really gratifying. However, he had not received any information about where this person came from and what he looked like. And it was said that this person led his pirate group during the Summit War and almost destroyed the entire Marine. Everyone only knew that he was also a big pirate. But how did he become so powerful and where did he come from? No one seemed to know. He seemed to have suddenly appeared. Duke Inuarashi had been waiting for news about this person. It was just because of the special nature of Zo Island that he had not yet obtained the wanted order for this person. He was really curious about this person, but why did Kazuki Hiyori mention this person at this time? Advertisement. Seeing Duke Inuarashi's face changing again and again, Kazuki Hiyori also guessed that he knew about the legend of Xia Ya. It's just that he may not know what Xia Ya looks like, so he has no feeling for Xia Ya when he sees her. Because with Xia Ya's face and his deeds, anyone who knows him should not be able to easily forget his appearance. So Kazuki Hiyori said, "This person is called Xia Ya." Duke Inuarashi didn't react at all when he heard Kazuki Hiyori say this name. He was curious. It turned out that this person who stirred up the world was called Xia Ya. Suddenly, Duke Inuarashi couldn't control his emotions and pointed at Xia Ya and said, "Miss, you said this person is him?" Kazuki Hiyori said proudly, "Yes, it's him, Xia Ya." Duke Inuarashi couldn't believe what Kazuki Hiyori said for a while. This must be fake, it must be Kaido's conspiracy. He must have used the prestige of this person called Xia Ya to trick Kazuki Hiyori out of Wano Kuni. Now that we have come to Zou Island, all of this must be a trick planned by Kaido. So, he completely forgot Kazuki Hiyori's order. He said nervously and anxiously, "Miss, you can't say that he is the one who beat Kaido violently. He is. Besides, he is the captain of a large pirate group. How could he travel around the Tianhai with you?" Advertisement, however, at this moment, a pair of slender big ears appeared at the door of the restaurant. Then, a cute little face appeared. She was the fur tribe Carrot who first discovered Xia Ya and his friends on the island. Carrot looked into the restaurant carefully, found that the atmosphere in the restaurant was not very good. Carrot was holding a lot of things in her hands, seems to be looking for something. When she locked her eyes on Xia Ya's face, although she had seen Xia Ya before, she was still shocked by the truth that she confirmed with her own eyes again. Li Lahao, she stood at the door and stared at Xia Ya motionlessly. However, the scorching eyes were finally discovered by the people in the restaurant. Duke Inuarashi looked at Carrot who was in a daze at the door. He quickly asked, "Garlet, what are you doing here?" Hearing the voice of Duke Inuarashi, Garlet finally woke up from the shock. Garlet quickly came to the side of Duke Inuarashi. He said something to Duke Inuarashi in a small voice. Advertisement 315. Wanted Duke Inuarashi's expression changed from disbelief to doubt and then to shock. His eyes widened, and he looked at Xia Ya in disbelief. Chunin couldn't help but exclaimed, "Are you sure it's him?" Garret then excitedly took out the thing in his hand. Duke Inuarashi saw that this was a wanted order, wasn't it? So he quickly took the wanted order from Garret's hand and quickly searched inside. Sure enough, after a few pages, he found a familiar face. He looked at the wanted order in complete disbelief, and then looked up at Xia Ya. He raised the wanted order with trembling hands and looked at Xia Ya for a long time. Finally confirmed that Xia Ya in front of him was the person on the wanted order. Duke Inuarashi said in a trembling voice, You really are you? 400. Yamato walked to Duke Inuarashi with a curious look on his face, looked at the thing in his hand in confusion and asked, "What are you? What is this in your hand?" As he said that, Yamato put his face in front of Duke Inuarashi and took a closer look. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, wanted order? Xia Ya, this is your wanted order? Wow, you are so valuable." Advertisement Xia Ya said proudly. You know, the long-eared Carrot on the other side was very excited at this time. Although she didn't know why the atmosphere between Duke Inuarashi and Xia Ya and the others was a little strange just now. But since Duke Inuarashi could bring Xia Ya and the others here, it proved that Xia Ya and the others had no problems. So Carrot's blood was boiling at this time. This was her first time to come into such close contact with humans. Although Carrot briefly followed Xia Ya and the others in the forest before. But Carrot was very nervous at that time. After all, Xia Ya and the others were complete strangers at that time. So Carrot had no other thoughts except vigilance at that time. But now the situation is different. Duke Inuarashi seems to have accepted them, which means that they are not dangerous to Zou Island and their concubines. And it can be said that they are completely approachable humans, even if one of them is wanted by Marine, and the amount is very large. That can only mean that this person is very powerful, but it does not mean that he poses any threat to the fur tribe. Advertisement This can be seen from the attitude of Duke Inuarashi towards them. Because if they are a threat to the fur tribe, Duke Yulin will definitely not bring them here. Those who can come here are all guests of Duke Inuarashi. From this point of view, Xia Ya and the others are friends of the fur tribe. Thinking of this, Garret could no longer suppress the impulse in her heart. She quickly rushed to Xia Ya. Before everyone reacted, Garret hugged Xia Ya's head. Pressed her cheek against Xia Ya's face. 013612028 Falu 224,530,080. At the same time, he kept saying, Karuchu. Suddenly, the people present were embarrassed. Xia Ya could naturally sense that Carrot's behavior was not aggressive at all. So Xia Ya just stood there motionless and let Carrot rub her face. At the same time, the ability of the riding fruit in her body seemed to sense something, and the fluid factor in Xia Ya's body was mobilized. Xia Ya had the idea of taming a new mount. Advertisement 316, Savior. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori looked at each other, both of them were a little puzzled. They turned their heads to look at Duke Inuarashi in tacit understanding. Duke Inuarashi then explained awkwardly. Her name is Carrot, she is a rabbit from the fur tribe. Her current behavior is because she likes Xia Ya very much and is greeting Xia Ya. Yamato took over and said, then her way of greeting is really special. Duke Inuarashi's mood at this time is like a roller coaster. Just now he was extremely suspicious of Xia Ya's identity and purpose. And now, after seeing the wanted order that Carrot brought over, he suddenly felt that Xia Ya in front of him seemed to be sent by God to save the Kazuki family. Because the legend of Xia Ya is really incredible. But now this legendary figure has appeared alive in front of him. And he even said that he would help their eldest lady Kazuki Hiyori to defeat Kaido. Before seeing the wanted order, he thought that defeating Kaido was simply a fantasy. Advertisement After seeing the wanted poster, Xia Ya suddenly had the aura of a savior. Duke Inuarashi didn't know how to face Xia Ya and the others for a while. At this time, he was very grateful to Carrot, because her actions made his own embarrassment less embarrassing. Although Carrot's behavior also brought a lot of embarrassment. But it eased the atmosphere a lot. Kazuki Hiyori also knew what the Duke Inuarashi had in his hand at this time. So she said, Inuarashi, do you believe in Xia Ya's strength now? The Duke of Inuarashi answered sincerely, yes, miss, I deeply apologize for my behavior just now. Kazuki Hiyori said, in fact, I also felt that it was impossible to defeat Kaido at that time. I once thought they were joking with me, so I understand your behavior just now. After listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, Duke Yulan felt very relieved. Their eldest lady really has a very beautiful heart. Even though he showed so much distrust just now, the eldest lady did not blame him at all. Advertisement, it really surprised him too much. Yamato on the other side said a little unhappy, I think, if you hadn't seen the wanted order, I guess you would have been anxious with us by now. The Duke of Inuarashi said embarrassedly, that's right, you said that someone in this world suddenly told you that he could defeat Kaido, no one would believe it. Yamato said proudly, that's right, there is no other person named Xia Ya in the world. Xia Ya on the other side. Ya raised her hand and pushed away Carrot, who was close to her. 013612028 Philo 224530190.0. While saying, okay, it's okay, Carrot then let go of Xia Ya's face and said happily, I think you look better than on the wanted poster. Hearing others praise her, Xia Ya's mood suddenly became better. That's right. That photo didn't capture my handsomeness at all. After saying that, Carrot was about to put his face close to her again, and Xia Ya quickly stopped him and said, no. Seeing this, Carrot was not sensitive and quickly came to Kazuki Hiyori's side. He quickly put his face close to Kazuki Hiyori's face. Karuchu. Because of Carrot's face-to-face gesture, Kazuki Hiyori was also amused and laughed. Okay, it's okay. 317. Killing relatives for the sake of justice. Carrot then let go of Kazuki Hiyori and said cutely, you are so beautiful. Yamato said on the side, that's right, Hiyori is the most beautiful girl in our Wano-kuni. Carrot said excitedly, really, I said, such a beautiful face must be extraordinary, I like you so much. He was about to get close to Kazuki Hiyori's face again. Seeing this, Kazuki Hiyori quickly found an excuse and pointed at Yamato standing next to Duke Inuarashi and said, her name is Yamato, she is also very powerful. Upon hearing Kazuki Hiyori's introduction, Carrot immediately shifted his attention to Yamato. In a flash, he rushed to Yamato's side and put his little face directly on Yamato's face. Karuchu. Yamato was also amused by Carrot's behavior and laughed. Yamato said with a smile, okay, Carrot, it's so itchy. Carrot rubbed excitedly before letting go of Yamato. Duke Inuarashi explained, this, Karuchu, is a unique behavior of our fur tribe to express love. Carrot likes you very much, so he always Karuku with you. Yamato suddenly realized, oh, no wonder, Carrot, you are so cute. Hearing Yamato praising herself, Carrot's eyes flashed with personality, and she moved towards Yamato's face. Yamato supported Carrot's face with her hands and said, okay, Carrot, I know you like it. Carrot said cutely, really, I really like you, you are the most beautiful humans I have ever seen. Hearing someone praising her beauty, Yinhi's mood was also very beautiful. Kazuki Hiyori on the side said, Inuarashi, you should be relieved now. Duke Inuarashi was still a little embarrassed and said, for Xia Ya, I am relieved. But miss, I heard you say before that you will also participate in the battle to defeat Kaido. Isn't this a bit dangerous? Kazuki Hiyori smiled and said, it won't be dangerous, because there is Xia Ya, so I am very confident that I can kill Kaido. Duke Inuarashi looked at Xia Ya meaningfully, advertisement. Because he didn't know why Kazuki Hiyori would trust Xia Ya so much, but Xia's strength was there. It's just that he couldn't figure out how Shun Ya could make Kazuki Hiyori's strength increase so that he could compete with Kaido. But now he didn't dare to ask directly, because he had questioned Xia Ya without knowing it just now. Fortunately, Kazuki Hiyori didn't care about them. So now he didn't know how to question Xia Ya's ability again. Then he turned to look at Yamato and asked with a little doubt, Yamato, aren't you Kaido's daughter? Why do you want to fight Kaido too? Yamato shook her head and said, because Kazuki Oden, whom I admired, was killed by Kaido, so I want to avenge him. Duke Inuarashi's eyes twitched unconsciously and he was speechless. He didn't expect that someone would fight against his father for the death of others, this is too righteous. However, thinking that the other party is such a great person like Kazuki Oden, he felt that Yamato's approach was really correct. 013612028 Philo 224530300. Suddenly, Duke Inagong looked at Yamato with respect. 318. Whale Forest. Duke Inuarashi said, in this case, I am going to hold a banquet for you. I think defeating Kaido is not so impossible, so it is worth celebrating. When Yamato heard that there was going to be a banquet, she immediately became excited and said happily, Inuarashi, where and when should we hold the banquet? Duke Inuarashi was also in a good mood at the moment, and hurriedly said, you rest here first, I will go down and arrange the banquet, it will be ready soon. After that, he walked out. 28 went out and turned back to say to Carrot, Carrot, why don't you take them around to see it first? Carrot was even more excited when he heard this. Duke Inagong wanted her to stay with Xia Ya and the others, so that she would have more time to contact Kazan and the others. This is a rare opportunity for Carrot to understand humans. especially for Xia Ya, a famous and powerful magical human. So Carrot was particularly excited at the moment, and she agreed to the proposal of Inu and company with all her heart. The little head kept nodding and said, okay, I will take them around. Then he turned to look at Xia Ya and said, our Zou Island is very fun. We have a whale forest, do you want to go and have a look? Hearing Carrot talking about the whale forest, Yamato was full of questions. What is the whale forest? Are there a lot of goldfish in it? As soon as Yamato said this, Carrot laughed out loud. After finally stopping, Carrot said, no, Yamato, I will take you to see why it is called the whale forest. Advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori turned to look at Xia Ya and said, Xia Ya, should we go and have a look? Xia Ya said with interest, since we are here, of course we have to see the characteristics of others. It's no waste for us to come here together. Hearing Xia Ya say that they can go and play, Yamato was very excited. Yamato didn't care about whales or goldfish. Anyway, they could play and have fun wherever they went. As he said, Carrot led Xia Ya and the other three went out. Soon, they came to a high ground. Garrett pointed to a tree-like shape in the distance and said, the whale forest is over there. If you look closely, you will find that this super large tree-shaped shape is actually 10 very large whale shapes. Its head is facing the sky, and it is covered with tree branches, which are very lush. The crown of the tree is very large, and its upturned tail is also facing the sky. The whole body of the whale is covered with various vegetation. The whole shape is like a proud whale standing in the forest. When the whole whale shape appeared in front of everyone, Xia Ya and the other three were shocked. Yamato kept making exclamations. Wow, this is the whale forest, this is incredible. Kazuki Hiyori was also amazed by the huge whale shape. He stared at the whale in the distance and said, Gallet, is it really the 10-song whale? Gallet said proudly, I once heard from the old people in the town that it was originally a big whale in the sea, and then for some reason it came to Zou Island. Finally it stayed there, and then its body slowly weathered into the shape of a whale. 319. Are whales lonely? Yamato stared at the whale in the distance and said thoughtfully, oh, I see, it really grew into a whale tree in the end. So you call it the whale forest, right? Gallet nodded and said, that's about it, we have no idea why it came to Zou Island. Kazuki Hiyori said, suddenly it feels so lonely, standing there alone, and leaving the sea where it lives, how lonely it must be. After listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, Carrot, who was excited just now, was also affected in an instant. She just thinks that the whale forest is a very fun place. Because it is the territory of the cat viper, outsiders are not allowed to enter. And Carrot, as a messenger of the furry principality who alternates day and night, can enter the whale forest freely, so the whale forest is a very special place for her. But she never considered this huge whale, she just thought it was just a whale, and she never thought from the perspective of a whale like Kazuki Hiyori did. So when she heard Kazuki Hiyori's sigh, she suddenly felt a little sad for this big whale. This is Yamato said, Hiyori, you are wrong, I think the big whale should be happy, because although it has left the sea, it has a different life, which is unique among all whales. After listening to Yamato's words, Kazuki Hiyori smiled and said, Yamato, you are right, this big whale has seen a different scenery, this life should be considered wonderful. Advertisement. Seeing that Carrot on the other side did not speak, Yamato couldn't help but gently push her and asked, Gallet, do you think this big whale is happy or unhappy? Gallet paused and said, I don't think it should feel lonely, because the citizens of our entire furry principality live under its influence every day. Its existence is like the patron saint of our Zou Island. It is the direction indicator of our Zou Island, always guiding us, and all our citizens respect it very much, so I think it should be happy. As soon as Garlet finished speaking, a fox tribe member came to Garlet's side, and he said anxiously, Gallet, Duke Inuarashi has something urgent to ask you, you need to go over quickly. Hearing Garlet's response, okay, I'll go back now. Then he said to Xia Ya and the others, Xia Ya, you play here first, I'll be back soon, and don't enter the forest first, wait for me to come back and take you in, it's safer. After Garlet finished speaking, he didn't wait for Xia Ya and the others to respond, and he jumped away directly. Looking at Garlet's leaving figure, Yamato said happily, Xia Ya, are we going to wait here? Li Jiao? Xia Ya said, do you have any good suggestions? Yamato looked at the whale in the distance and said, how about we go over to the big whale and take a look? Kazuki Hiyori immediately said, but didn't Carrot just tell us to wait for her here? She also specifically told us not to enter the forest? Yamato said disapprovingly, it doesn't matter, Xia Ya is here, why are you taking pictures of Hiyori? Advertisement. 320. Break off for 5 minutes. After that, Yamato walked into the forest without waiting for Xia Ya's consent. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Xia Ya and asked, Xia Ya, let's go in together, otherwise it will be bad if Yamato gets lost in there. Although Kazuki Hiyori's voice was not very loud, Yamato still heard it. Her face was full of black lines, and she turned around and said, Hiyori, you underestimate me too much. I am not a road idiot. Kazuki Hiyori smiled awkwardly and said, Yamato, that's not what I meant. Yamato pretended to be angry and said, huh, stinky Hiyori, I will fight with you for 5 minutes. Yamato, let her walk around the forest first, I can also walk around and have a look, anyway, since we are here, let's have some fun. Kazuki Hiyori said with some worry, but Yamato is alone after all, what if she encounters any danger? Xia Ya said, don't worry, this is on Zou Island, Yamato will not be in any danger, and besides, with Yamato's current strength, there are few people in the world who can be her opponent. After hearing what Xia Ya said, Kazuki Hiyori felt a little relieved. So the two of them were not in a hurry to chase Yamato, and they walked leisurely in the forest. Yamato in front had only one goal in mind, which was to reach the whale tree. She wanted to climb up the whale tree and stand on the whale to take a good look at the forest. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of a branch breaking came from a big tree next to it. Yamato, who was originally walking fast, stopped immediately after hearing the sound. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully, and determined what this person was hiding. Is it a person or an animal? Advertisement. Then after Yamato stopped, there was no other sound except the rustling sound of the leaves blown by the wind. Did I hear it just now? But there was clearly a sound just now. Yamato felt a chill in her heart. If an enemy appeared openly in front of Yamato, she would not feel afraid. What she feared was the kind of thing hidden around her that she could not be sure of. It was the kind of inexplicable fear that was generated psychologically. At this moment, Yamato regretted that she walked so fast alone. If Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori were by her side now, she would not feel so scared. So Yamato turned around and wanted to look back to see if Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori had caught up. However, all she saw was the road she had just walked on and the endless trees and vegetation. There was no trace of Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori. It seemed that she walked too fast, so the two of them had not caught up yet. So, Yamato took a deep breath to give herself courage. 321. Wild monkeys appearing? The fear of being dominated by the unknown is really annoying. This is Yamato raising her footsteps and preparing to move forward. Because she has already noticed the movement of the unknown. So Yamato has been carefully observing everything around her. Soon, Yamato sensed the unusual breath around her. Although it was very weak, it was still easy to detect with Yamato's current concentration. Yamato still walked forward without knowing it. She found that this unusual breath had been following her and had been appearing on the big trees around her. Yamato thought, could it be a wild monkey? Otherwise, how could this breath always come from the big trees? Yamato determined in her heart that this breath must be a big wild monkey, so the fear in Yamato's heart slowly faded away at this moment. But it was just a monkey. Yamato didn't think that a wild monkey could have any ability to threaten her. After relaxing, Yamato walked towards the goldfish tree. Advertisement seeing Yamato getting closer and closer to the whale tree. The aura on the tree seemed to have slowly changed. Although Yamato was no longer afraid of the unknown aura, he was not always paying attention to it secretly. So when the aura changed, Yamato also became more vigilant. He suddenly felt happy. It seems that this monkey is about to lose control. I want to see what kind of wild monkey you are. As they were about to reach the territory of the whale tree, the creatures hiding in the tree became more and more anxious. He squinted his eyes slightly, and his eyes were fixed on Yamato. This is a human. How could this human come to Zou Island? And he has already entered the whale forest, and is about to reach the Yufu base of the whale tree. If he is not stopped now, the cat viper will know about it later, and this human will be in trouble. The cat viper is the person Kazuki Hiyori wanted to see before. He is also another ruler of Zou Island, the king of the night. The cat viper is the king of the night on Zou Island, and is as famous as Tianlin, the king of the day. Cat viper leads his night group to protect the sacred place of the fur tribe, whale forest. Advertisement. His subordinates call him cat viper boss, but he always calls himself lousy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He used to be a retainer of Kazuki Oden together with Inuarashi, and was also one of the 9 red scabbards. After Kazuki Oden's death, he returned to the furry principality with Inuarashi and began to govern the furry principality as the king of the night. The leader of the real cat viper night group, who was following Yamato at this time, was Pedro. Pedro is a jaguar fur tribe and an elite warrior of the furry principality. His title is Pedro on the tree. As the leader of the whale forest night group, Pedro is the right-hand man of cat viper boss. He has no hostility towards humans. But now that Yamato, the human, has rashly come to the whale forest, Pedro doesn't know what to do for a moment. So he keeps following Yamato. But seeing that Yamato is getting closer and closer to the Yufu base, Pedro starts to get anxious. Pedro struggles internally whether to show up immediately to stop Yamato from moving forward. But Yamato is a human after all. If he shows up rashly to drive away humans, will people dislike the fur tribe? 322. What can you do to me? Pedro hesitated again and again, but still felt that it was better to ask this human first. It would be too bad if he let her enter the Yufu base like this. My duty is to guard the whale forest. If I do nothing, it would be too dereliction of duty. Swoosh. Pedro took a step and jumped directly in front of Yamato. Although Yamato had been paying attention to Pedro's whereabouts in 040, she had never expected that the shadow that had been following her would suddenly appear in front of her. She was immediately shocked. You want to scare me to death? Yamato said tremblingly. Pedro didn't think that he actually scared the other party, and said apologetically, sorry to scare you. But who are you and why did you come to our whale forest? Advertisement. Hearing the other party's voice, Yinhe finally saw the unknown shadow clearly. A tall humanoid animal appeared in front of her. He has a jaguar face, a brown nose, yellow hair with black moderate dots in the middle, and long wavy golden hair on his head. He was wearing a green jacket and a dark green cape behind him. After seeing the other person's appearance, Yamato asked with a puzzled look, are you a cat? Pedro explained. I am a jaguar, not a cat. Yamato said unconvinced. No, you look like a big cat. Pedro was too lazy to argue with Yamato and asked, you haven't said who you were and what you were doing here. Yamato said, my name is Yamato, I come here to play. Hearing Yamato say this, Pedro was relieved. Advertisement. He thought, it turns out that this human just accidentally broke into the whale forest and did not come to persecute the whale forest. So he said, so that's it, my name is Pedro, and I'm the guardian of the whale forest. This is the holy land of our fur tribe, and you can't come and go at will. You'd better go somewhere else to play. Yamato frowned and said, I don't care what holy land it is, I just want to go to the big whale to play. Seeing that Yamato didn't seem to understand what he meant, Pedro explained again. We have a rule in the fur tribe that outsiders cannot enter the whale forest, so you can't go in. Yamato said unhappily, you said you can't go, so you can't go. What if I insist on going in? Pedro said stubbornly, Yamato, right, since you have come to our Zou Island, please abide by the rules of our Zou Island, otherwise our chivalrous group is not a vegetarian team. Hearing Pedro's serious words, Yamato immediately said unhappy, I don't care whether you are a chivalrous group or not, I just want to go to the big whale today, what can you do to me? Pedro saw Yamato did not give up the idea of going to the Yufu base, so he said seriously, then don't blame me for being rude. Yamato also said in a bad mood, I want to see how rude you are, I'm going to the big whale forest today. After saying that, Yamato raised his foot, walked around Pedro, and strode towards the direction of the big whale. Pedro saw that he could no longer stop Yamato from moving forward, so he had to stop him. 323. No mercy. Pedro jumped and blocked Yamato. Pedro said seriously, if you go forward, don't blame me for being rude. Yamato said disdainfully, I'm going forward, what can you do? After that, Yamato ignored Pedro and continued to walk forward. Pedro, who could no longer bear it, drew the sword beside him and jumped again. Pedro pointed the long sword at Yamato's chest and said angrily, since you don't listen to my advice, you don't understand my mercy. After that, Pedro bent his right foot slightly and then kicked hard. A pit mark was left on the ground under his feet. Swoosh, 28 Pedro's long sword turned into a flash of lightning and quickly attacked Yamato. Yamato was not a vegetarian either. He instantly raised the mace in his hand to block his chest. Clang. Yamato's mace steadily caught the long sword that Pedro stabbed at him. Advertisement. Pedro increased his strength and tried to pierce the mace in Yamato's hand. Feeling the pressure from the mace, Yamato also increased his strength. The four looked at each other, so close, the strength in their hands not only did not decrease, but increased. Pedro used his strength, stared at Yamato and said, as long as you don't move forward, I promise not to attack you again. The strength in Yamato's hand did not decrease at all, and he said contemptuously, Humph. You think you can stop me? Who do you think you are? Seeing that Yamato was still unmoved, Pedro said nothing more and increased the strength in his hand again. The sword in Pedro's hand was against the mace, and the sword body was blessed by two forces and slowly bent. Yamato was not to be outdone, she just wanted to see the big whale. And this big cat who came out of nowhere kept blocking her, which was simply too much. So, Yamato turned his wrist and bounced Pedro's sword away with a clever force. This time the distance between Yamato and Pedro widened a lot. Advertisement. Pedro was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a human girl could have such great strength. Not only did she resist his strength, but she also bounced him away. It seems that he underestimated this human girl, but he just wanted to stop her from going to the whale forest and didn't think of hurting her. But now, the strength of this human girl is not weak. It seems that he needs to show greater strength to make her retreat. But if they really fight, he will inevitably hurt this human girl by mistake, which is not the result he wants. So Pedro said calmly, Yamato, why do you have to go to the whale forest? What is your purpose? Pedro still wanted to give Yamato a chance, because if he persuaded her to leave, there would be less trouble. And if she really had some secrets, it would be understandable for him to hurt her. That's why Pedro asked Yamato again. But Yamato said with a nonchalant look on his face, it's already started, why are you still so long-winded? Anyway, I'm going to enter the whale forest today. In fact, Yamato didn't have to do it, she just had to wait for Carrot to come. Or tell Pedro Carrot's name, maybe Pedro won't target him. 324. Lightning exchange because Carrot just said that he could take them to the whale forest. And Carrot is also a fur tribe, the same race as the big cat in front of them, they must know each other. So as long as Carrot comes, they will definitely enter the whale forest smoothly. Before Carrot left them, he also specifically told them to wait for her. But Yamato didn't want to wait and didn't want to wait. She was still a little angry about what Kazuki Hiyori said just now, how could she get lost? She must get to the whale forest before Kazuki Hiyori and the others, which is in line with her strength. In addition, after reaching a riding agreement with Xia Ya, plus this period of time, her strength has also been greatly improved. So Yamato still has a little selfishness, just want to see how much strength he can exert at present. Just in time, this Pedro in front of him also has some strength, so Yamato wants to fight with him. Advertisement practice by the way and show his new strength. So Yamato is not going to make any explanation, just want to have a good fight. On the other side, Pedro can see that Yamato has no intention of leaving at all. So he is not going to communicate with him. It seems that he still has to use force to deal with this man named Yamato. Hiss 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 hiss. With a burst of electric sound, the long sword in Pedro's hand is full of electric current. Pedro's body constantly releases electric current, and the silver-blue electric current is like a disordered spider web, covering the entire sword body, and it also makes a hissing sound from time to time. The electric current is like a spirit snake winding on the sword, and the radiant arc is as bright as day, and sometimes dim as the morning star, as if it contains endless power between heaven and earth. Seeing this, Yamato raised his mouth slightly and said provocatively, "Hey, you can also use electricity. I want to see, how accurate are our currents?" As he said, Yamato tightened the mace in his hand. Advertisement: the surface of the mace is covered with fangs, which constantly flash cold light, giving people a chilling feeling. However, at this moment, the body of the mace was instantly entangled by violent lightning, as if it was a divine punishment from the sky. The lightning kept jumping on the mace, as if it was a group of crazy dancers, constantly showing their most unique charm on the stage. The colors of these lightnings are also different. Some are dark blue, like the mysterious color of the deep sea. Some are dazzling white, like the light of the scorching sun in the sky, very dazzling. The mace not only releases the same lightning from the appearance, but also the lightning on the stick constantly emits deafening thunder. These sounds are sometimes low like drums, sometimes sharp like flutes, as if they are the most primitive and shocking music of nature. Under the mighty sound of the thunder, everything around was eclipsed, and even the air seemed to be trembling with shock from this force. Jiao Jiao's. Looking at the mace in Yamato's hand emitting strange lightning, Pedro was shocked. 013612028 Filu 224,540,470. He never expected that a little human girl could release such a strong lightning. According to his visual estimation, the current on the mace was completely comparable to the current generated by the static electricity generated by the hair of their fur tribe. Pedro felt uneasy. He didn't know who this human girl was and why she could also release lightning. 325. American electric explosion. Was she sent to specifically target the fur tribe? When this terrible thought came to mind, Pedro couldn't help but panic. Who is she and why is she targeting the fur tribe? In Pedro's opinion, humans should be able to get along well with the fur tribe. Why would someone come to persecute this kind of relationship? Could it be that someone wants to destroy the fur tribe and then occupy Zou Island? The more Pedro thought about it, the more scared he became. At this time, Pedro didn't dare to think any further. He had to drive away this human named Yamato. This way he would have time to tell Cat Viper about his previous guess. Yamato looked at Pedro, whose expression was unpredictable, and couldn't help showing an evil smile on his face and said, "Why, are you scared by my lightning and thunder? The fight hasn't even started yet?" Pedro put away the shock on his face and said with a little disdain, "What a joke, I'm afraid of you, a mere human girl. No matter what your purpose is today, I won't let you enter the whale forest." Hearing this, Yamato laughed. "Ha ha ha, today I'll let you see the oppression from humans." Thunder 8 trigrams. Advertisement as Yamato shouted. Yamato waved the mace in his hand, and the lightning on the mace was ready to go, and everyone danced excitedly. In a flash, the lightning on the mace kept jumping like a swift dragon, rushing towards Pedro. Suddenly, the sky was bright, and even the air was cut by the speed of the lightning. The situation was urgent, and Pedro immediately held the hilt with both hands. American electric explosion. Pedro shouted. Instantly, a strong current was emitted from the long sword in his hand, and this strong current was like a fierce snake coming out of a cave, and it was extremely panic. This super strong current kept making a hissing sound and rushed directly towards Yamato. Even the passing air was blown apart by the current, and suddenly, a burning smell was emitted in the air. At this time, Yamato's lightning spread rapidly, and Pedro's current was no less weak. Bang! With a loud bang, advertisement, the two powerful energies met in the air, generating a powerful electric shockwave. Puff! The powerful shockwave instantly spread to the surroundings. In just a moment, the surrounding flowers, grass, trees, and even the strong ground were scorched by this powerful electric shockwave. 013612028 Filu 224,540,570. Suddenly, a pungent smell of burning filled the air. And Yamato and Pedro retreated dozens of meters at the same time when the shockwave spread. The two of them left the range of the shockwave. At this time, both of them looked up to each other. Yamato felt that his thunderous 8 trigrams was quite powerful. Pedro on the opposite side could not only produce energy that matched it, but also successfully avoided the shockwaves produced by the two energies. From these 2 points of view, the strength of this Pedro was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Pedro on the opposite side was even more shocked. The American electric explosion he had just produced could be said to have used his own strength of more than 8 levels, but the energy of the human girl on the opposite side could compete with it. It can be seen that her strength is not inferior to his own, and now he is a little worried. 326. Can't beat. The reason why he exerted most of his strength just now was because he wanted to drive this human girl named Yamato away as soon as possible, so he was so ruthless. But Yamato was able to dodge easily, so it can be imagined that this human girl is not easy to deal with. Pedro was completely at a loss at this time. He didn't know how to deal with this human girl next. Pedro stared at Yamato with sharp eyes, trying to find a way on her face. But he had no idea. This human girl was not only unwilling to listen to advice, but also very strong. It seemed that he had a tough battle to fight. Pedro thought about it and decided to use close combat to deal with Yamato. Because the physique, speed and strength of the fur tribe are not comparable to ordinary humans. So he determined that Yamato's physical skills must be inferior to his own. After thinking for a moment, Pedro kicked his right foot, and with a whoosh, Pedro flashed in front of Yamato with a long sword in his hand. The long sword was about to stab Yamato. Yamato had already seen Pedro's purpose. Yamato slightly turned his body, and Pedro's long sword stabbed the air beside Yamato. Since there was no resistance, Pedro rushed directly behind Yamato. Then, Pedro restrained the strength of his body and arms. Advertisement. He did a backflip on the spot, raised the long sword in his hand, and attacked Yamato from behind again. Yamato immediately noticed Pedro's action. He then turned around quickly, and at the same time, raised the mace in his hand to block his chest. Clang! The long sword chopped on the mace again, making a harsh sound. Pedro was not convinced, and then he continued to attack Yamato one move after another. Yamato easily dealt with every attack of Pedro. Clang! Clang! Clang clang clang! Pedro saw that every move and every attack point of his seemed to be seen by the opponent in front of him. And he dodged very easily. Pedro's psychological defense line was getting more and more unbearable. He didn't understand why the opponent was just a human girl, but her body flexibility was much stronger than his. Who is this person called Yamato? Why did she go to the whale forest? Did she come with some conspiracy? Advertisement. Pedro fell into endless speculation. He jumped and distanced himself from Yamato. He opened his mouth slightly and breathed in the air rapidly. He almost used up all his strength in the fight just now. But it can't hurt Yamato at all. Pedro didn't know what to do for a moment. Point 0. Before, he wanted to use force to drive Yamato away, but now he knows that his strength is completely inferior to Yamato. Force can't solve anything at all. If he continues to fight, he might die at the hands of Yamato. Because so far, this human girl named Yamato has not attacked him at all. She is completely resisting his attack. Although Pedro didn't feel Yamato's attack, judging from her defensive method, if this Yamato attacks, he will probably be in danger. So in this case, all Pedro can think of is to stop first and keep a certain distance from people for the time being. If not, if Yamato attacks, he has no confidence that he can retreat unscathed. 7. 327. Not enough. On the other side, Yamato saw Pedro gasping in a mess. He couldn't help but sneer. You are very capable, come on, hit me. Pedro cursed in his heart. This hateful human girl, it's okay that she is strong, but she is so mean, it's really too much. Pedro dared to curse in his heart at this time, and didn't dare to show it on his face or mouth. Although he didn't know what the purpose of the opposite Yamato was, there was one thing that Pedro knew very well in his heart. That is, he couldn't beat this Yamato at all, and he could say that he was not Yamato's opponent at all. Pedro was very anxious at this time. On the one hand, he couldn't beat him, and on the other hand, he hoped to get the news about Yamato from Cat Viper as soon as possible. Suddenly, Pedro had an idea in his mind. Pedro was thinking about whether he should escape from here first, like returning to Cat Viper to bring the news to his tribe first. Anyway, he couldn't beat him now. What if Yamato really Kaido's people? If I continue to stalemate here, it will be equivalent to delaying time. If I miss the best preparation time, I will become a big sinner. As he said, Pedro couldn't help but look around. Advertisement. He was planning his escape route, just when Pedro was constantly planning in his mind. Suddenly, two human figures appeared in his field of vision again. Pedro was stunned for a moment. What on earth is going on? Why are there so many humans on Zou Island today? What on earth happened? Is Kaido really going to attack Zou Island? Are they all Kaido's subordinates? Pedro had countless questions in his mind. Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori here heard the sound of fighting from a distance. Kazuki Hiyori was very anxious to urge Xia Ya to rent, hoping that he could walk faster to see what happened in the front. Advertisement. But Xia Ya was not worried at all. With Yamato's current strength, almost no one on Zou Island could be her opponent. So Xia Ya was not in a hurry at all, and walked slowly. Song Yushi's light is used by Yuhei to watch anxiously. It was not easy to find a fight with Yamato. Kazuki Hiyori was very excited at the moment. She hurried to Yamato and asked with concern, Yamato, are you okay? What happened? When Yamato saw that it was Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori coming, he was instantly deflated and said unhappily, Oh, how did you catch up so quickly? I haven't hit you yet. Kazuki Hiyori asked worriedly, Who are you fighting with? Is your hand injured? Yamato pointed to Pedro opposite with his chin, and Kazuki Hiyori looked over along the way of Yamato. Kazuki Hiyori then noticed that there was a leopard from the fur tribe watching them vigilantly. Her attention was on Yamato just now, and she completely ignored Pedro here. Kazuki Hiyori asked in confusion, Yamato, why did you fight with the fur tribe? Yamato said unhappily, Who told him not to let me enter the whale forest? He deserves to be beaten. Kazuki Hiyori was even more confused. He looked at Pedro and asked in confusion, Didn't Carrot say that we can enter the whale forest just now? When Pedro heard Carrot's name, his eyes immediately became sharp. 328. Do you think I will believe it? Garrot is his apprentice. How do these people know Garrot? Where did these people come from? Why do they have to enter the whale forest? Pedro had more doubts in his heart, but he still asked the most concerned question. How do you know Garrot? Or did you do something to Garrot? HMPH, Yamato snorted heavily and didn't want to pay attention to him. Kazuki Hiyori patiently explained. Garrot is our friend. She just said she would take us to the whale forest to play, and Yulan suddenly said that she had something to do, so she had to come later? Pedro stared at Kazuki Hiyori who was speaking, his eyes full of doubts. Are you serious? Garot really said she would take you into the whale forest? Yinde Luo didn't believe it in his heart. This human girl named Yamato is so powerful, he has never heard Garot mention it. And there are 3 strange humans. If the 3 people had just arrived at Zou Island, Carrot hadn't had time to tell him. Then why was Carrot willing to take them into the whale forest in such a short time? This doesn't make sense. What does the whale forest mean to their fur tribe? It goes without saying. Advertisement. How could Carrot agree to let a stranger enter so easily? So Pedro didn't believe what Kazuki Hiyori said at all. And Kazuki Hiyori also saw Pedro Nagasa's suspicious eyes, so he continued. There's no need for us to lie to you, otherwise we can go in after Carrot comes. Pedro was suspicious. He didn't know why this human said that, and whether he had any other conspiracy. So Pedro said the question in his heart. Who are you? Why do you have to enter the whale forest? Do you have any ulterior motives? Before, this human girl named Yamato couldn't tell the truth, and Pedro wanted to see if this other human girl would tell the truth. So I asked Kazuki Hiyori again. Kazuki Hiyori explained calmly. My name is Kazuki Hiyori, this is Xia Ya. Then he gestured with his hand and said, she is Yamato. We were going to Wanguo to find Kaido, and we came to Zou Island by chance on the way, so we came to Zou Island. We saw that the whale forest looked magical, so we planned to go there to play, and there was no other purpose. Pedro received a very important message at this moment. These 3 people said they were going to find Kaido? Could it be that, as he had guessed before, they were really Kaido's people? But why did they say that Carrot would agree to take them to the whale forest? Has Carrot not figured out that they're Kaido's people? Pedro asked vigilantly. Looking for Kaido. Who are you to Kaido? Why are you looking for Kaido? Speaking of Kaido, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes instantly sharpened, and she explained. Of course we are looking for Kaido to defeat him. Kazuki. As soon as Hiyori finished speaking, Pedro almost lost his balance. He said in disbelief. Defeat Kaido? Why don't you think carefully before making excuses? Is Kaido someone you can defeat just by saying it? You can say it so easily. Do you think I will believe it? 329. Yamato was not happy. After hearing what Pedro said, Yamato rolled his eyes at him. Looking at Kazuki Hiyori, he said, Hiyori, ignore him, just let me deal with him, just practice. Kazuki Hiyori quickly stopped him and said, don't, Yamato, he is a member of the Inuarashi clan, but he doesn't know our real goal yet. If we really hurt the relationship, it will be hard to explain. Hearing Kazuki Hiyori mention Inuarashi again, Pedro said contemptuously again, then what do you want to do? You said Carrot and then the Duke of Inagaka. I don't know where you got their identities from, but if you want to borrow their names to enter the whale forest, then I have to tell you responsibly, no way. After hearing what Pedro said, Yamato's bad temper came up again. She said angrily, Hiyori, look at what this big cat said. He really can't tell good from bad. He thinks everyone he sees is a bad person. I think he is the big bad guy on Zou Island, humph. Pedro thought again and again, but still felt that what they said was very wrong. I originally thought that this Yamato didn't tell the truth, but I didn't expect that this Kazuki Hiyori would lie as soon as he opened his mouth. Obviously, he is even more unreliable. Since he boasted that he would defeat Kaido, it's really a big joke. Who is this Kaido? How can he be defeated just by saying it? These humans are really funny. Why can't they find any excuses, since they brag about going to fight Kaido? I guess they want to confuse the audience so that the fur tribe can relax their vigilance and get rid of Zuodu. They must be Zou birds sent by Kaido to act as spies. Otherwise, why do they have to go to the whale forest? But there are still things I can't figure out. Advertisement. For example, this human girl named Yamato is obviously stronger than him. Why does she only defend and not attack him? And he has a feeling that the other young man who has been silent is the leader of the 3 of them. Since he is the leader, his strength must be no worse than that of Yamato. In this case, they can kill him directly, but they didn't. Or, they can capture him as a threat, but they didn't do that. Also, if they really want to attack Zou Island, there is no need to find such a messy excuse here. Because they don't know who they are at all. Then why is all this happening? Could it be that what they said is true? They really know Duke Inuarashi, and their relationship with Duke Inuarashi is very special. Otherwise, why would Carrot say that he would bring them to the whale forest? But he didn't receive any information about humans from Carrot? Pedro's mind was in chaos at the moment. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, trying to calm himself down a little. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Pedro's changing expression and kindly reminded him. If you really don't believe it, we can wait here. Carrot should be back soon, Yamato said unhappily. Can we go in first? Carrot didn't say when he would come. Seeing that Yamato was not very happy, Kazuki Hiyori had no choice but to look at Xia Yang. 330. I don't believe you, Kazuki Hiyori asked. Xia Ya, what should we do now? Xia Ya answered irrelevantly. Yamato, do you want to get wet in the rain? The people present all looked at Xia Ya with puzzled eyes when they heard Xia Ya's inexplicable question. Especially Yamato, she said unhappily. Xia Ya, what are you talking about? Xia Ya explained. It's just asking if you want to get wet in the rain, like the kind of rain we just got to Zou Island. Yamato suddenly remembered and said disdainfully. Are you talking about the elephant Zou's saliva rain? I don't want it, it's a bit disgusting just thinking about it. Xia Ya said. Well, since you don't want to get wet in the rain, then wait here, Carrot should be here soon. Yamato's face was full of black lines, and he said unhappily. Wait, why did you say you want to get wet in the rain? Besides, will the rain stop just because I don't go to the whale forest? Xia Ya showed a barely perceptible sly smile on his face, and he pretended to be serious and said, "You are right. If you only ask to wait for carrot here, it will really stop raining. If you walk forward, it will rain heavily soon." Yamato said with a suspicious face, "Xia Ya, what you said is very strange. If you say that I should wait for carrot, I will naturally listen to you, but you should not scare me with such a bad excuse." Xia Ya said, "This is not an excuse, it is absolutely true. If you don't believe it, try it." Advertisement Yamato became interested and immediately said, "Try it? I really don't believe this." Xia Ya kindly reminded, "If you don't come back here, the heavy rain will not stop." Yamato said with contempt, "I don't believe you." Pedro on the side suddenly said, "Wait a minute, I don't care whether it rains or not, before carrot comes, none of you can take another step forward." Yamato looked at Pedro with contempt and said, "I won't." After that, Yamato ran towards the whale forest, CIFD. Just before Pedro could react, the humidity in the air suddenly increased a lot. However, in less than a minute, heavy rain suddenly hit. And Xia Ya had already hidden under a big tree with lush branches and leaves when no one was paying attention. The overlapping leaves blocked the rain very well. Seeing this, Kazuki Hiyori also hurried to Xia Ya's side and hid under the big tree with him. Advertisement on the other side, Pedro was still in shock. His brain was working rapidly. Is the rain of grace of their Zou Island predictable? No, he has never heard of any legends about this. Then why did this Xia Ya know that it was going to rain? Or was it really because the man named Yamato went to the whale forest that it rained? But this doesn't make sense. How could a human's actions affect the elephant Zou? This doesn't make sense. Then why did Xia Ya know that there was rain? Why is this? Questions kept popping up in Pedro's mind. However, not long after the heavy rain, a figure quickly ran towards Xia Ya. Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help shouting, "Yamato, you're back." 331. "I don't believe your lies soon." Yamato ran to Xia Ya's side, panting, and kept patting the raindrops on his clothes. He asked with a worried look on his face, "Xia Ya, what's going on? Why is it really raining? And it's raining so hard, my clothes are all covered with raindrops." Uh. Yamato suddenly remembered the origin of the rain, and he couldn't help but feel nauseous. After finally getting rid of the nausea, Yamato suddenly asked curiously, "Xia Ya, can you predict the weather?" However, as soon as Yamato finished speaking, the heavy rain that had just stopped suddenly. It was as if there had not been any heavy rain just now. If it weren't for the little water on the ground and the occasional drops of water on the leaves, it would not look like it had just rained. The people present couldn't believe their eyes at this moment. Pedro on the side looked up at the sky with a blank face. He stretched out his hand and felt it again. It was confirmed that it was not raining. This rain was like a dream. It came without any signs, and it stopped without any signs. Advertisement. Wait. Pedro looked at Yamato, who had returned in horror. What on earth was going on? It was because Yamato ran to the whale forest that it rained just now, and now it really stopped because she came back. Thinking of this, Pedro's horrified eyes turned to Xia Ya. Who is this human? Why does the rain of grace on their Zou Island come and go as he said? Who is this person? Just when Pedro was terrified. Yamato on the other side was also shocked. She said excitedly, "Xia Ya, what is going on? Why does the rain really move because of my behavior? How did you know? Tell me quickly." Xia Ya kept it a secret and said mysteriously, It's a secret, I won't tell you, haha." Looking at Xia Ya's smirk, Yamato felt like she was cheated, and she couldn't help but start to doubt. Advertisement. Xia Ya must be able to predict the weather and knew it was going to rain soon, so she said that just now. Asterisk. And he also knew that he would definitely not believe in evil and go to the whale forest. Thinking of this, Yamato was inexplicably dissatisfied, so he said, "Humph, ugly Xia Ya, I don't believe you, I'm going to try again." On the side, Kazuki Hiyori quickly grabbed Yamato and persuaded him, "Okay, Yamato, you are really capable. When has he ever cheated us?" Yamato said unconvincedly, "I know Xia Ya is very capable, but that doesn't mean he won't fool me." Xia Ya smiled and said, "I didn't fool you, I just kindly reminded you, but you just didn't believe it." Yamato said with a face full of resentment, "Then tell me, how did you know?" Kazuki Hiyori on the side also looked at Xia Ya with curiosity, and she naturally wanted to know how Xia Ya knew it. Because this is too amazing, although she knew that Xia Ya was very powerful and very capable. But it didn't hinder Kazuki Hiyori's curiosity. This Xia Ya always inadvertently showed some abilities that ordinary people couldn't imagine. 332. Believe it or not, thinking of this, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help but show a little admiration in his eyes. And Pedro on the side also pricked up his ears. He was also very curious. How did this human do it? If we know how he judges this use of grace, then Nezupin can prevent this use of grace very well, so that a lot of unnecessary losses can be avoided. So Pedro couldn't help but, August 17th, approach Xia Ya. Unconsciously, Pedro came close to Xia Ya. However, his behavior was seen by Yamato, who was standing by. Just when Pedro's ear was about to lean on Xia Ya, Yamato shouted loudly, "Hey, what are you doing?" Yamato's shout startled Pedro. He quickly jumped back. He stared at Yamato embarrassedly and said unhappily, "Nothing." Everyone naturally knew why Pedro suddenly came over. Advertisement. It was just that Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori had the same purpose in mind at the moment, so they did not expose his little thoughts. Now, Yamato, Kazuki Hiyori, and Pedro looked straight at Xia Ya. Facing 3 pairs of expectant eyes, Xia Ya couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you." Xia Ya's words made the 3 of them hold their breath, fearing that the faint sound of breathing would affect their hearing. Xia Ya's heart couldn't help but be overjoyed. Xia Ya continued, "In fact, it's not that I can predict the weather, but because I can control the rain here." After listening to Xia Ya's brief explanation, the 3 of them couldn't help but show contemptuous eyes. No one believed Xia Ya's statement. Yamato said first, "Xia Ya, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. There's no need to deceive us, you're not a child." Pedro couldn't help but complain. "I say, you look serious, but why are you so boastful? Control the rain here. Why don't you say you can control Zou Island?" After hearing Pedro's words, Kazuki Hiyori, who was still skeptical, changed her face instantly. Advertisement. She stuttered and said, "Wait, you said control Zou Island, Xia Ya you. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Xia Ya in shock and disbelief. Xia Ya looked at the shocked Kazuki Hiyori with a smug expression and said, softly. Seeing this, Kazuki Hiyori widened his eyes, quickly covered his mouth that was about to scream with his hands. 013612028 Philo 224560180. Yamato saw Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help but say, "Hiyori, what are you doing? You really believe Xia Ya can control the rain? How is that possible? Then he must be a god. You are so easy to fool." Pedro on the side also sneered and said, "That's right, you brag without thinking. Since you dare to say anything, you are not afraid of being punished by God." Xia Ya said indifferently, "You can believe it or not." At this time, Kazuki Hiyori finally regained some consciousness. She controlled her 1.8 pounding heartbeat and said to Yamato, "Yamato, you are stupid, you forgot what Xia Ya's ability is." Yamato didn't understand what Kazuki Hiyori meant for a while. Looking at Kazuki Hiyori with a puzzled look, he asked, "Hiyori, what do you mean?" Kazuki Hiyori explained again, "Stupid Yamato, Xia Ya is the user of the Kiki fruit." 333. Each with their own thoughts. After hearing Kazuki Hiyori's straightforward reminder, Yamato finally reacted. She couldn't help but yelled, "No way Xia Ya, did you ride Zou?" Xia Ya said proudly, "Yes, is there any problem?" Yamato looked suspicious and didn't believe what Xia Ya said at all, so she said, "How is this possible? This is Zou Island, an island. How can you ride on it?" Xia Ya said, "I'm riding on it now, there's no problem." Yamato looked incredible and still couldn't believe it. "I don't believe how 10 people can control Zudi, who is as big as 28. Xia Ya said with disdain, "It seems that you know nothing about my power." Pedro, who was eavesdropping on the side, was also confused at this moment. "What is the ride fruit? Can you ride Zou? What a joke, a mere human being actually wants to control the elephant Zou." Advertisement. It's just a daydream, you dare to brag like this. Pedro laughed in his heart. Yamato also didn't believe it, and continued, "Although I know you are very powerful, this is an island, how can you do it?" Xia Ya said indifferently, "Forget it, you can believe it or not." Kazuki Hiyori on the side said admiringly, "Xia Ya, I believe you, I know, with your strength, you don't need to lie to us." Hearing Kazuki Hiyori's belief in Xia Ya, Yamato said a little shakingly, "Xia Ya, then prove it, just for a while." Pedro said sarcastically in his heart at this moment, "Proof? Are you kidding? How can this be proved? If he can really prove it, he won't brag." Xia Ya said, "Then how do you think the rain just now came from?" Yamato still looked suspicious and said, "Maybe it was just a coincidence just now, you just keep making it rain 10 times. Pedro couldn't help but said, "What a joke, how can a mere human control the rain of blessing?" This time Yamato didn't argue with Pedro, but agreed with him in his heart. Advertisement. After all, the elephant Zou is the largest creature in the world. Even if Xia Ya is powerful, how can he control it? Xia Ya was not angry either. After all, controlling such a large creature is really shocking. So he said lightly, "Well, you guys can watch." As he said that, the other 3 people locked their eyes on Xia Ya's face. Especially Kazuki Hiyori, although she believed in Xia Ya's ability very much, from beginning to end, she had no idea when Xia Ya rode on the elephant Zou. At the same time, she didn't know how he controlled the elephant. 503. So she really wanted to see with her own eyes how Xia Ya's extraordinary ability was exerted. On the other side, Yamato stared at Xia Ya with excitement and curiosity, although she didn't quite believe that he could really control the elephant Zouogan. But Xia Ya had always shown extraordinary abilities, maybe he could really control the elephant? So, I must see clearly whether he was lying. Pedro looked at Xia Ya with a sarcastic look on his face. At this moment, he was thinking about how he would tell other tribesmen about his ridiculous story after he failed. 334. Idle. Thinking of this, Pedro unconsciously showed a look of watching a joke on his face. Just when the 3 of them were staring at Xia Ya, Xia Ya stood leisurely under the tree. Pa. Hoolalalalalal. It started to rain heavily without any warning. Yamato and Kazuki hurried to Xia Ya's side, looking at Xia Ya with an incredible look. Yamato said excitedly, "Xia Ya, you can really control the elephant Zou. You are so amazing." Advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori looked at Xia Ya with admiration, trying to see a flower bed on Xia Ya's face. Xia Ya felt a little uncomfortable with Kazuki Hiyori's fiery eyes, and said slowly, "Okay Hiyori, this is actually not a very amazing ability, don't look at me like that." Kazuki Hiyori looked straight, and said unconsciously, "Xia Ya, you are too modest, you have to know that this is Zou Island. You can control it so easily, and you still say that this ability is nothing amazing. You are really my idol. God." On the other side, Pedro, who was indifferent in the rain, was full of fear on his face at this moment. He was completely unwilling to believe that this rain was the result of the person named Xia Ya's people made it. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a mere mortal control Zou Island? This sounds like a joke. This is Zou Island, but he couldn't explain why it rained one after another? Advertisement because Zou's habits have never changed over the years. The rain of grace falls twice a day. Although the time is not fixed, it has never fallen so intensively. Could this Xia Ya really control Zou? No, absolutely impossible. He must have some other ability, such as being able to control the clouds in the sky and then let the clouds rain on Zou Island. 013612028 Philo 224560390. Or he can control the seawater, which can automatically come to the sky of Zou Island and then turn into rain and fall down. In short, it must not be the elephant Zou that makes it rain. So, Pedro raised his eyelids angrily, stared at Xia Ya and said, "I don't care how you make it rain, anyway, you use such a lousy method of controlling Zou to make alarmist remarks, you are definitely not a good person." Hearing that Pedro still didn't believe Xia Ya, Yamato was the first to disagree. Yamato angrily said, "Xia Ya is the rider of the rider fruit, she can ride the sky, the ground, and everything, not to mention a mere elephant, isn't that a piece of cake?" Hearing Yamato's words, Pedro was convinced that the three of them were in the same group and had teamed up to deceive him. He said disdainfully, "I don't believe you, didn't you not believe it just now? Why, now, Qian Zhao, it rains and you believe it? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? So easy to fool?" Yamato said unconvinced. "I did have doubts just now, but this doesn't mean Xia Ya doesn't have the ability. Isn't the rain just now the best proof? Don't you know that this rain is the water sprayed from the elephant Zou's nose?" Pedro sneered. "Rain of blessing is naturally Zou's behavior, but how can you guarantee that the rain just now was from Zou?" 335. Frog in the well. Yamato said with a look of dissatisfaction, "How come it's not Zou's rain? Could it be that this rain was brought by the rain god?" Pedro also said without showing any weakness, "Who said it wasn't? You can't just say that you can control the elephant Zou after it rains twice? Do you believe it yourself?" After hearing what Pedro said, Yamato didn't know how to refute him for a while. Yamato turned his head and looked at Xia Ya, then looked at Kazuki Hiyori, hoping to find a point to refute from their faces. But the two had no reaction to their conversation, as if they were listening to someone else's story, and looked like they had nothing to do with it. Yamato said angrily, "Xia Ya, show off your skills, let him see what the power of God is." Kazuki Hiyori said, "Yamato, we know Xia Ya's ability, why do we have to get others' recognition? Who cares? He can believe it or not." Yamato said unconvinced, "No, today we must make him believe in Xia Ya's ability. What's so great about an elephant?" As he said that, Yamato approached Xia Ya, stretched out his hand to pull Xia Ya's arm and shook it, and said coquettishly, "Xia Ya, show it again, let these frogs in the well see how big the world is." Xia Ya was most afraid of others acting coquettishly to her, so she said reluctantly, "Okay, Sifa. Okay. Since you want to see it so much, let me let the elephant Zou dance." Then, Xia Ya mobilized the energy of his body and prepared to transmit his thoughts to the consciousness of the elephant Zou. Pedro laughed loudly. He laughed and said sarcastically, "Haha, you guys are really interesting, you actually said that you can make Zou dance. This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life." Advertisement. Pedro couldn't stop laughing and laughed so hard that tears came to Kakuzu's eyes. Yamato said angrily, "Hey, is it so funny? You are a frog in the well who doesn't know the height of the world." As soon as Yamato finished speaking, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone present instantly became nervous, especially Pedro, who thought he was laughing too much and had an illusion. So he turned his head and looked around, and it seemed that nothing happened. So he was about to speak sarcastically again, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the whole ground began to shake. It was a slight shake at first. It seemed that all the trees in the forest shook with it and the whole forest made a rustling sound. Then, the originally stable land began to rise and fall, as if the earth became rapid and powerful. It felt like the whole world was starting to get crazy. Advertisement. The whole forest made an unusual sound. There seemed to be the sound of trees shaking in the distance. As the shaking intensified, several people present began to shake, and just when the shaking became stronger and stronger, it suddenly stopped again. It was as if nothing could happen just now. 013612028 Philo 224,560,500. All the sounds stopped abruptly. The whole world returned to normal. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori's face turned pale with fear. They thought an earthquake was coming. This is the power of nature, no creature can resist it. Pedro on the side was still terrified. What happened just now? This earth, no, what's going on with this elephant Zou? 336. Elephant Zou dances. He had never experienced the vibration he felt just now. He had never heard anyone else on Zou Island mention it. Their fur tribe had lived on Zou Island for hundreds of years, and there was no record of this kind of vibration. This What on earth is going on? Suddenly, Pedro suddenly remembered Xia Ya's words. Let the elephant Zhou dance. This sentence was like a sharp sword, directly piercing Pedro's sacred belief in the elephant Zhou. It turns out that the elephant Zhou is not the most powerful creature in the world, it turns out that it can be controlled. And it is controlled by an unknown human. Once this sense of belief was destroyed, Pedro suddenly felt that the whole world was overturned. He stared at Xia Ya in horror, trying to see some clues on Xia Ya's face. I hoped that the vibration just now was just an illusion, and that it was hypnosis caused by some kind of power of Xia Ya, so I had an illusion. But there was no expression on Xia Ya's face at all. The more Pedro looked, the more empty he felt. I even began to wonder if I was dreaming. Advertisement, but the fear just now was too real. Pedro pinched his arm unconsciously. Because he used too much force, he couldn't help but make a hiss sound. After the vibration ended, Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato straightened their bodies. Only then did they finally confirm that the danger was over. Yamato immediately jumped in front of Xia Ya and said excitedly, Xia Ya, what was the vibration just now? Kazuki Hiyori was moved to tears by Xia Ya's extremely powerful strength. Hearing that Yamato didn't understand Xia Ya's ability, Kazuki Hiyori said angrily, Stupid Yamato, Xia Ya just said that we should make the elephant Zhou dance. Yamato slapped his forehead and said suddenly, That's right, what a bad memory, we are on Zhou's back. Since Zhou dances, we will naturally feel the world shaking. Xia Ya said angrily, Yamato, your mind has finally turned around. After knowing that the vibration just now came from Xia Ya's power, Yamato completely forgot the fear just now. Please give me flowers, she said with a sly smile. My mind is not very fast, but, Xia Ya, can you make Zhou dance again? It was actually quite fun just now. At this time, Pedro, who was in self-doubt, heard after Yamato's dangerous suggestion, he immediately shouted loudly, No, you must not jump again. Hearing someone refute his idea, Yamato angrily said, Know what, don't you believe in Xia Ya's ability? Why are you worried about something now? Pedro was immediately speechless by Yamato. 013612028 Filu 224,560,590. He really didn't believe that Xia Ya could control the elephant Zhou. The previous rain could be said to be an accident, but what about the strong vibration just now? He clearly felt the sky shaking, and the feeling was too real. He couldn't help but look up and saw that a big tree in the distance had tilted down. The tree was about to fall down. In the face of such physical evidence, Pedro really couldn't deny the extremely strong vibration just now. 337. Destroyed. But he still didn't want to believe that all this happened because of this human called Xia Ya. So when Yamato asked him why he didn't believe in Xia Ya's ability and wanted to stop Xia Ya at the same time, he really didn't know how to refute it. Pedro suppressed all the doubts in his heart, because he didn't dare to gamble again. Bet whether this Xia Ya could really control the elephant Zhou. Because, 700, knew that their Minwenwen principality really couldn't withstand the strong vibration like just now. Although he didn't know why the vibration just now occurred, he couldn't be 100% sure that this incident was related to Xia Ya. But even if there was only a 1% possibility, the same thing couldn't happen again. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just a simple matter of a tree. At that time, they would not only suffer from Claudu in the whale forest, but also the survival of their entire furry principality and even the entire fur clan. The impact of this incident was too serious, so he had to prevent what happened just now from happening again. Even if he would be laughed at by others for being deceived or laughed at for being stupid in the future. Advertisement because being laughed at is something that can be ignored compared to the survival of the entire race. After figuring this out, Pedro retorted, Whether I believe it or not, I will never allow what happened just now to happen again. Kazuki Hiyori on the side also said, Xia Ya, this really can't be done again. If it is done again, I'm afraid that the capital of Claude will be destroyed. Yamato also suddenly felt the seriousness of the problem, so he also said, That's right, Xia Ya, it can't be done. Duke Yulin and Garat are still very good to us. We can't destroy their country. My sister was thoughtful and careless just now. Just treat it as a fart that I said nothing. Xia Ya said unhappily. You still know that your request just now was too much. I thought you were just playing around. Yamato rolled his eyes at Xia Ya and said, I'm not such an evil person. How could I play with the survival of the entire country? Hearing Yamato's words, Kazuki Hiyori also quickly agreed. Yes, we Yamato are not bad people. Xia Ya. Where are you? Just as they were chatting, a girl's voice came from a distance. After they heard it clearly, Yamato said happily, It's Carrot, she came to find us. Then Yamato responded loudly, Carrot, we are here. Advertisement then, a voice came back from Carrot. Okay, you stay there, I'll be there soon. Yamato also replied in a hoarse voice. Okay, we'll wait for you here. Pedro's heart sank. It sounds like Carrot really is the voice. Could it be that what these humans said just now is true? Do they really know Inuarashi and Carrot? 1.2 and it was really Carrot who brought them to the whale forest. Are they really not someone sent by Kaido? But why did all this happen? Why didn't I receive any news before this? Pedro stood there motionless without a word. It seems that everything will be clear only after Carrot arrives. 338. The rising Chi-Chi fruit among the people present, except for Pedro who was full of anxiety, everyone else was waiting for Carrot's arrival with joy. Soon, Carrot quickly stopped in the open space between the people like a breeze. Xia Ya's eyes revealed a look of desire. What was she longing for? Of course, it was because the energy of the riding fruit was boiling. Such a cute mount. Even without the guidance of the riding fruit, Xia Ya was attracted by Carrot, especially the two long rabbit ears on Carrot. Xia Ya couldn't wait to ride on it, and then he rubbed Carrot's long ears hard. When he thought of this, Xia Ya's blood was boiling. But he quickly suppressed this impulse, because Xia Ya felt that it was not the best time to ride Carrot. After all, the fur tribe did not believe in the power of his yi fruit. So Xia Ya planned to conquer the fur tribe first and then kidnap Carrot. Thinking of this, Xia Ya shook her head unconsciously, trying to stop herself from being too obsessed with Garrot. Garrot stood firm and immediately said excitedly, "Why did you all come here? It took me so long to find you. Why didn't you wait for me?" Yamato quickly explained, "Because I can't wait. I really want to get to the big whale right away, so I set off." As he said that, Yamato pointed at Pedro on the side with some anger and said angrily, "Huh, if it weren't for his obstruction, I think I would have reached the big whale by now." Garrot looked in the direction of Yamato's finger, and then he noticed that the person standing on the side was Pedro. Garrot immediately jumped to Pedro's side and shouted happily, "Pedro, why are you here too?" Pedro was not in a very good mood at the moment. "Let's not talk about anything else, just talking about Garrot. I have been standing here all the time, and this guy came and didn't even notice me at all." All his eyes were on those three people. If it wasn't for that guy called Yamato pointed at him, this Garrot probably didn't know he was standing here. Just based on this, Pedro was already very angry. Moreover, Garrot had already seen him. Not only did he not explain to him what these people were doing, but he even asked him why he was here. Such a useless question made Pedro even angrier. So Pedro said in a bad tone, "Huh, can't I be here?" Garrot seemed to hear the dissatisfaction in Pedro's words, and quickly introduced, "Pedro, they are our friends. Shulon asked me to take them to have fun on the island." Pedro finally heard some news about the 3437 humans, and his expression eased a little. However, he immediately thought of these arrogant humans who dared to use the ridiculous method of controlling the elephant zoo to deceive himself. This was simply unforgivable. So Pedro still said in a bad tone, "Since we are friends, you have to talk to them." Do you know what they did just now? When Garlet heard Pedro's tone, he immediately realized that Xia Ya and the others might have some misunderstandings with Pedro. So he quickly said, "Pedro, don't worry, they are all good people. They will not do anything to hurt our fur tribe." 339. Confused Pedro said disdainfully, "Will not harm our fur tribe? Humph, you believe this too? Do you know how they lied to me just now?" Pedro pointed at Xia Ya angrily and said angrily, "It's this stinky boy. He said he can control the elephant zoo, and his two companions colluded with him and acted in front of me." Hearing that Xia Ya could actually control the elephant zoo, Garrett's eyes instantly lit up, staring at Xia Ya with admiration and said, "Xia Ya, can you really control the elephant zoo?" Pedro, who was standing aside, saw that Garrot had such a reaction after hearing his words, and he was instantly furious. He said loudly, "Hey, Garrot, are you listening to me? The point is that they are liars. They can't control the elephant zoo." Because Pedro's voice was so loud, Luoshi woke up instantly. Said to Pedro, "Xia Ya is a very powerful person. If he can control the elephant zoo, I think it is not impossible." Pedro said unconvincedly, "Powerful? How can a mere human be so powerful? I think it's just bragging." Gallet saw that Pedro seemed to have a deep misunderstanding of Xia Ya and the others, so he prepared to explain it carefully to Pedro. So Garrot said, "Pedro, listen to me, they are really not liars." As he said that, Garrot pointed at Kazuki Hiyori and said, "Don't say Xia Ya, say her. Do you know who she is? She is Kazuki Oden's daughter, Kazuki Hiyori." Just based on this, you shouldn't misunderstand them like this. Of course, you don't have to doubt her identity at all. This has been confirmed by Lord Inuarashi himself. Hearing Kazuki Hiyori's identity, Pedro was confused. Kazuki Oden's daughter Kazuki Hiyori? This is the daughter of Duke Inuarashi and Cat Viper's previous owner. How is this possible? But Garrot just said that Lord Inuarashi personally confirmed it. This must be correct. Pedro slowly cast his eyes on Kazuki Hiyori's face, and a strange feeling inexplicably rose in his heart. No wonder he felt that this girl's temperament was very unusual. It turned out that she had such an identity. Gallet saw that Pedro didn't speak, thinking that Pedro was still doubting, so he continued. "You know that Kaido was beaten up when he was in the Golden City." Pedro nodded happily and said, "Of course I know about this kind of world news. I just don't know what kind of big shot can beat Kaido up. Just thinking about it is very exciting." Gallet deliberately kept it a secret and said, "Then do you want to meet this big shot?" Hearing Garlet's words, Pedro's face was full of shock. He said excitedly, "What did you say, Garlet? Do you know this person who can defeat Kaido? Damn, where is he? Can you take me to see him? I hope he can help our fur tribe to defeat Kaido." Gallet said proudly, "Well, of course I know him." When Pedro heard Garlet's confirmation of Kaido, Xia Ya, they forgot about it and wanted to meet the big man that Garrett mentioned right away. He said excitedly, "What are we waiting for? Hurry up, Garrett, take me to meet him now." 340. In trouble. Garlet looked at Pedro, who looked anxious and couldn't help laughing. "Pedro, this is the first time I see you so anxious." Pedro said unhappily, "Don't tell me there's nothing to do, let's go find the person." Garlet cleared his throat and said, "Okay Pedro, since you want to see him so much, I can let you see him right away." Pedro said excitedly. Can I really see him right away? Has he come to our zoo island? You kid, why didn't you say it earlier? Let's go now. Seeing Pedro getting more and more excited, Garlet stopped teasing him. So he said, Pedro, he is there. As he said that, Garlet raised his hand and pointed to Xia Ya. Pedro 110 looked in the direction of Garlet's finger and saw Xia Ya, who seemed to be smiling. Ya was also looking at him. Instantly, Pedro's face darkened, and he said unhappily, Garlet, your joke is not funny at all. This person may be a liar, and you dare to use him to deceive me, it's really outrageous. Seeing that Pedro didn't believe him at all, Garlet said anxiously, it's really her, his name is Xia Ya, Shulan people have just received his wanted order. Pedro's dark face turned cold again, he suddenly felt that the whole world was quiet. Advertisement except for his own heartbeat, he couldn't hear any other sound. At this moment, his brain was completely blank. This, how could this be possible? The big man he had always longed for turned out to be the person in front of him who he regarded as a liar. This is too ridiculous, right? But although Garlet loves to joke, she can't joke in the name of Duke Inuarashi. Because Duke Inuarashi is the sacred and inviolable king for their fur tribe. So this human named Xia Ya, is he really the great hero with great experience? But if he is, then wouldn't his behavior just now have angered him? I still shamelessly said that he was a big liar, CA, and I have repeatedly opposed him and his companions. At this moment, Pedro regretted all his actions just now. The reason why Duke Inuarashi asked Carrot to bring them to the whale forest to play must be to make this person named Xia Ya happy so that Duke Shugong could ask them to help me. But his behavior just now obviously angered them. Advertisement wasn't he in big trouble just now? Even the person that Duke Inuarashi wanted to curry favor with, I repeatedly targeted him. What should I do? If Xia Ya decides not to help the fur tribe anymore, then I will be the sinner of the entire furry principality. 013612028 Filu 224,570,480. No. I think this cannot happen. Pedro looked at Garot for help. Garot did not understand the meaning in Pedro's eyes at all. I thought Pedro was so excited that he could not speak because he heard Xia Ya's identity. So Garot said, Hey, Pedro, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to see him? He is here now? Pedro hesitated and said, Yes, I'm sorry. BWGB. Xia Ya saw Pedro's expression and naturally understood a lot of the reasons. 341. Pedro the Confessor. But Xia Ya doesn't care about Pedro's attitude at all. Because in Xia Ya's eyes, Pedro was just one of the fur tribe members and he didn't care too much. So Xia Ya said lightly, It's okay, I don't care. After hearing Xia Ya's words, Pedro was a little confused for a while. Did Xia Ya really not care or did he care very much, but was just polite to him because of Duke Inagama? Pedro was unsure, but he said apologetically, Why don't you beat me up? I offended you just now. I hope you don't blame our furry principality for this? Xia Ya said seriously, Don't worry, I really don't care about what happened just now. Kazuki Hiyori on the side explained, Pedro, don't worry, Xia Ya is the kind of person who will take revenge if he has a grudge. If he says he doesn't care, you can just pretend that nothing happened. Yamato also said, That's right, if you really care, you would have died long ago. How can you have the opportunity to repent here? Gallet couldn't help but say at this moment, Pedro, Xia Ya is the kind of person who will take revenge if he has a grudge. If he says he doesn't care, you can just pretend that nothing happened. Yamato also said, That's right, if you really care, you would have died long ago. How can you have the opportunity to repent here? Advertisement Gallet couldn't help but say at this moment, Pedro, Xia Ya, he won't be so stingy, so you really don't have to worry. Pedro asked cautiously, Is that true? Xia Ya's appraisal Kaido. Yeah. After several people took turns to talk, Pedro finally put down the big stone in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, That's good. Then he immediately said, Aren't you going to the whale forest? Come on, I'll take you there myself. It was then that Garrett remembered what Duke Inuarashi had just told him. So he said to Pedro, Pedro G, it's like this. Duke Inuarashi said that he would quickly report Xia Ya's affairs to Boss Cat Viper. How about you go down and pass this news to Boss Cat Viper? I'll accompany Xia Ya and the others to the whale forest, right? After listening to Garrett's arrangement, Pedro also felt that the most urgent task was to tell Cat Viper God about this news. Otherwise, when their tribesmen see Xia Ya, they will definitely have some unnecessary misunderstandings about Xia Ya, just like what I did just now. So Pedro agreed and said, Okay, Carrot, you take them to the whale forest first, and I will go to tell the Cat Viper boss first. After I bring the message, I will go to the whale forest to find you. Please give flowers advertisement. After that, Pedro was about to turn around and leave. Wait. Seeing that Pedro was about to leave, Carrot quickly stopped him and said, Pedro, Duke Inuarashi has something to give to Cat Viper boss. After that, Carrot took out a letter from his small bag and gave it to Pedro. Pedro, this is what Duke Inagong wants to give to Cat Viper boss. You must give it to Cat Viper boss in person, and you must let Cat Viper boss read the above content. This is what Duke Inagong has repeatedly explained. Pedro took the letter from Carrot and said seriously, Don't worry, I will let Cat Viper read the contents of the letter in person. After that, Pedro stuffed the letter into his chest pocket. Swoosh, in an instant, Pedro disappeared in the open space. After seeing Pedro leave, Carrot said, "Okay, we can go to the whale forest with peace of mind now." 342. Excited Cat Viper hearing that they could set off immediately to the whale forest, Yamato jumped up excitedly. "Yeah, we can finally set off. Let's go, let's go." Kazuki Hiyori looked at Yamato lovingly and said gently, "Yamato, slow down, don't walk too far ahead by yourself." Yamato said excitedly, "Oh, if you walk faster, you will catch up, I can't wait anymore." Carrot, 537, said seriously, "It's okay, Pedro has already passed, so there shouldn't be anyone blocking the way along the way. As long as Yamato doesn't get lost, he will soon reach the whale forest." When Yamato heard the word, lost, his face darkened again, and he said unhappily, "Carrot, how can you say I will get lost? There is such a big whale in front of me, as long as I walk towards it, I will definitely not get lost." Kazuki Hiyori said gently, Yes, Yamato is the smartest." Carrot said a little embarrassedly, "Yeah, I worry too much, haha." The four of them walked towards the painted fish forest while chatting. After Pedro separated from Xia Ya and the others, he ran to the heartland of Cat Viper Boss with Luffy. He couldn't wait to find Cat Viper Boss. He said breathlessly, Cat Viper Boss." Seeing that he was panting and couldn't even speak clearly, Cat Viper said soothingly, "Pedro, why are you so anxious? If you have something to say, can't you say it slowly?" Advertisement Pedro took his breath and said, Can't be slow, the matter is too urgent." Then he took out the letter that Carrot gave him from his arms. He continued, "Boss Cat Viper, this is a letter from Duke Inuarashi, and he said that you must open it in person." Boss Cat Viper said disdainfully, "Humph, this old dog, don't even think about ordering me." Cat Viper and Inuarashi were at Kazuki. The two broke up after Odin's death. After returning to Zobird, the two kept their distance from each other, so at this moment, Duke Inagami said that he must open the letter himself. But Cat Viper Boss should not obey Duke Inagami's arrangement. The two always compete with each other. Seeing that Cat Viper Boss did not want to accept the letter, Pedro immediately became anxious. 0136120028 Philo 2245801000. He said anxiously, "Cat Viper Boss, you'd better take a look. Just now when I was guarding in the forest, I met Carrot. Carrot was walking towards the whale forest with 3 humans." Hearing that someone was going to the whale forest, Cat Viper Boss immediately jumped up and said angrily, "Pedro, are you crazy? How dare you let humans into the whale forest? Although we have no hatred with humans, you can't just let people in. Have you forgotten what the whale forest is? This Carrot is the same. He actually dared to lead people in personally. You are really bold." As he said, 1.0 was about to walk towards the whale forest. Pedro quickly grabbed Cat Viper and said anxiously, "Cat Viper Boss, don't get excited, listen to me finish my words." Cat Viper Boss immediately shook off Pedro's hand and said angrily, "By the time you finish your words, they will have arrived at the whale forest, right? I'll go and drive those people away first. Really, I'll punish you when I come back." Point 343, 3 questions. Seeing that Cat Viper was about to go out again, Pedro grabbed Cat Viper's arm again. He said anxiously, "Cat Viper, wait a minute, I really have something important to say. This matter is about the 3 humans that Garad brought. Wait until I finish talking, and then decide how to find them." Cat Viper was only concerned about those ignorant humans who illegally entered the whale forest, so he couldn't hear what Pedro said. He shook off Pedro's hand again and said to the members of the night group outside, "You guys, hurry up and follow me to the whale forest." As he said that, Cat Viper ignored Pedro and ran towards the whale forest with a few people. Pedro saw that Cat Viper had no intention of stopping to listen to him. So he simply chased in the direction of Cat Viper. Pedro quickly came to the side of the boss Cat Viper and said while running, "Master Cat Viper, do you remember that not long ago, in the Golden City, someone beat Kaido up?" After hearing the news about Kaido, Cat Viper slowed down, but still said in a dissatisfied tone, "So what if he remembers it? Kaido is still not dead." Seeing that the boss Cat Viper finally responded to his words, Pedro hurriedly continued. "The news from Duke Inuarashi said that the person who beat Kaido up is one of the people who are going to the whale forest now." Advertisement Cat Viper heard that the person who beat Kaido up actually came to Zou Island. He stopped running instantly, and Pedro and the other members of the jacket group rushed directly a few meters away without any preparation. It was not easy for them to break and stop. Seeing that Pedro had rushed to the front, Cat Viper also ran to Pedro and asked suspiciously, "What did you mean just now?" Pedro said, "Boss Cat Viper, you heard it right. The person going to the whale forest now is the one who beat Kaido in the Golden City before." Cat Viper still looked suspicious and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure?" Pedro explained, "This news was told to me by Carrot. She was ordered by Duke Inuarashi to take those humans to the whale forest." Cat Viper quickly asked, "If it is really that person, why did he come back to Zou? Why did he know Inuarashi, and why did he go to the whale forest?" Boss Cat Viper asked 3 questions in a row, making Pedro not know which question to answer for a while. At this time, Pedro remembered the letter on his body, so he took out the letter and handed it to Cat Viper again and said, "Cat Viper, I really can't answer these 150 questions of yours. Why don't you take a look at the letter written to you by Duke Inuarashi first? Since Duke Inuarashi can send Carrot to take them to the whale forest, Duke Dalen must know the answers to your questions." Cat Viper was very uneasy at this moment, because he didn't know the truth of what Pedro said. He was very worried whether this was another conspiracy of Kaido. Thinking of Kaido's conspiracy, Cat Viper unconsciously remembered that Kaido designed Kazuki Oden and killed Kazuki Oden. This incident was his lifelong pain. He and Inuarashi also parted ways because of this incident. 344. On the verge of coming out, but now that things have come to this, he can only see what is in the letter sent by Inuarashi. If it is just some trivial matters, he will not let him go easily. As he said, Cat Viper snatched the letter from Pedro's hand. Cat Viper looked at the letter and suddenly felt something strange. The letter was wrapped in a rough craft paper envelope. The edges of the envelope were carefully sewn with thread, and the stitches were fine and neat. It can be seen that Inuarashi paid attention to and valued this letter. Cat Viper looked at this special envelope with mixed feelings. It seemed that there were a lot of letter papers in it, because the whole envelope looked very heavy in his hand. Pedro saw that Cat Viper was just staring at the envelope tightly, and it seemed that he had no intention of opening it. So he said, "Boss Cat Viper, you should open it and see what is written in this letter." After Pedro's reminder, Cat Viper did not hesitate and directly tore a hole in the craft paper envelope. Cat Viper pulled out all the letters in the envelope. Advertisement soon. A wanted order fell out, and the person wanted on this wanted order was Xia Ya. Just after Cat Viper completely opened the wanted order, Pedro also saw the face of the person on the wanted order clearly. He was so familiar with this face, although he had not met Xia Ya for a long time. But when Xia Ya was playing tricks before, he stared at him for a long time. But now he can't say that he is playing tricks, because his identity is really terrible. Pedro couldn't help but take a breath, and now all his doubts have disappeared. It turns out that this is the wanted order that Garlet mentioned. It is really Xia Ya. After noticing Pedro's strange expression, Cat Viper asked in confusion, "Pedro, what's the matter? Do you know this Xia Ya? You said before that this person is in our Zou Island. Isn't it ridiculous? How could such a powerful person come to Zou without our knowledge?" Pedro stuttered, Boss Cat Viper, it's really him." Cat Viper thought Pedro had been deceived before, so he couldn't accept it for a while after seeing the real Xia Ya, so he said to the wanted poster, "Wanted posters are not something that can be forged. This is Xia Ya, the one who can beat Kaido up. If we can find him and ask him to join forces with us, then we can get rid of Kaido, the devil." Pedro looked at Xia Ya's face on the wanted poster and didn't know what to do for a while. It's really him. Since he can really beat Kaido up, does it mean that he can really control the Elephant Zou and control their entire furry principality? Otherwise, with his extremely powerful ability, what reason does he have to deceive an insignificant little character like himself? The king. The answer is obvious. That is, the human named Xia Ya really has the ability to control the Zou elephant. What a terrifying existence this is, but after a brief contact just now, the human named Xia Ya really has the ability to control the Zou elephant. Ya's people don't seem to be evil people. At least when I tried my best to stop them from going to the whale forest, this guy named Suan Ya didn't attack me at all. 345. Unreliable joke. Seeing that Pedro had not spoken, Cat Viper moved his eyes away from the wanted order and came to Pedro's face. When he saw Pedro's face kept changing, he looked strange. Wasn't Pedro very anxious just now? Why is he standing there without speaking and looking strange? "Hey, Pedro, are you talking?" Hearing Cat Viper calling him, Pedro finally woke up from his shock. He said incoherently, "Boss Cat Viper, you called me?" Cat Viper said unhappily, "Pedro 223, you have been acting strange since just now, what's going on?" Pedro pointed to the wanted order and said very affirmatively, "Boss Cat Viper, the person I mentioned who entered the whale forest is the person on the wanted order." Suddenly, Cat Viper looked incredible and said in an uncertain tone, "Pedro, are you telling the truth?" Pedro nodded vigorously and said, "Boss Cat Viper, I am very sure it is him, and there are 2 little girls with him, one of them has a pair of devil horns. I fought with her at that time, and her strength is probably higher than mine." Cat Viper asked in horror, "A little human girl is stronger than you? Pedro, are you kidding?" Pedro's face slightly changed. He also hoped that he was joking, but it was obvious that the girl named Yamato was really very powerful. Advertisement. Pedro was very sure that as long as Yamato took action, he would definitely be doomed. Pedro said seriously, "Boss Cat Viper, I am really not kidding. The other girl is very beautiful. As for her strength, I don't know, because I didn't fight with her at that time." Cat Viper pondered for a moment and asked, "Then this girl named Xia Ya? Have you fought with him? Is he really that powerful?" Pedro shook his head and said, "I didn't fight with him, but he seems to be able to control Zou." Cat Viper was full of doubts and asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by being able to control Zou? Can Zou be controlled?" The other 2 people who came with them couldn't help but say, "That's right, Pedro, can Zou be controlled?" "Pedro, your joke is getting bigger and bigger, can we not be so unreliable?" Pedro said seriously, "I'm not kidding, he seems to be able to control the vibration just now, did you feel it?" Cat Viper then remembered that there was a strange vibration just now, and that kind of vibration had never happened on Zou Island. There was a feeling of the sky falling and the earth cracking, but because someone broke into the whale forest, he temporarily forgot about this inexplicable event. The other 2 also remembered the strange vibration just now. Indeed, the vibration just now was really too terrifying, as if the earth was about to crack. It was unbelievable the Zou Island could produce such a violent vibration. Yeah, I've never heard of an earthquake happening on Zou Island. Pedro looked at the faces of the people in front of him, took a deep breath and said, Before the vibration, the guy named Xia Ya said that he could make Zhou jump. 346. Pedro being teased Cat Snake and the other two were confused after hearing this. They had no idea what Pedro was talking about. Cat Viper said with a look of disgust. Pedro, are you okay? What are you talking about? The other two also looked at Pedro like a lunatic. Pedro, are you out of your mind? That's right, what a mess you were talking about. It's simply incomprehensible. Pedro ignored their incomprehension and continued. Xia Ya said to let Zhou jump, and then the whole Zhou island began to cry. Xia Ya said to let Zhou jump, and then the whole Zhou island began to cry. Ya said let it rain on Zhou island. Zhou's rain of blessing fell immediately. Cat Viper understood what Pedro meant, but he still felt that Pedro was talking nonsense. He said sternly. Pedro, are you injured in the head? Do you know what Zhou is? He is the largest creature in the world. Its back is the habitat of our entire fur family. Such a behemoth, you said that a human can control it? Isn't this a big joke? The other two couldn't help but sneer. Pedro, I think your brain is really injured. You can actually say such nonsense, there is really no hope. Yes, what a joke, since you are making such a big joke that is invincible in the universe, you must not tell others again, otherwise it will really make others laugh. Pedro said seriously. Boss Cat Viper, I really am not joking. Before seeing this wanted order, I didn't believe that the man named Xia Ya, but when I saw the face on the wanted poster was exactly the same as his, I believed it. Advertisement. Pedro looked at the other two tribesmen who were smiling and said, think about it, he can beat Kaido violently. With such a powerful force, is there any need for him to lie to a little person like me who has no reputation? Also, if he is a liar, then Duke Shulon was also deceived by him. Otherwise, how could he let Carrot take them to the Three Whales Forest? As he was talking, Pedro suddenly remembered the letter that Carrot brought, so he quickly said, Boss Cat Viper, why don't you take a look at the letter written by Duke Inuarashi? See if it says anything about Xia Ya's thing? Please give me flowers. Zero. Cat Viper then remembered that in the envelope he was about to open, in addition to the wanted poster, there were several pages of letter paper. So, Cat Viper quickly opened the other stack of letter paper and began to read it carefully. Cat Viper carefully read the contents of the letter, his face like a neon light that changes color constantly. Soon Cat Viper finished reading the contents of the letter. He read the letter carefully several times with a confused look on his face, and then he read the letter again and again, muttering to himself. This letter is indeed written by a Nagong Gongian. When Cat Viper read the letter, he once suspected that it was forged by someone else. Because the content of the letter was really incredible. So Cat Viper read it carefully several times over and over again. The writing method and style of this letter were indeed from Inuarashi, and there was also their secret code on it. Although the two had been at odds with each other for many years, they were originally inseparable good partners, good brothers in. 347. Three unusual people. So Cat Spider Snake was very sure at this moment that this letter was indeed written by Dagong to him. But the content of the letter was too shocking, so much so that he couldn't digest it for a while. Pedro and the other two looked at the silent Cat Viper, not knowing what to do for a while. Because they didn't know what was written in the letter, they didn't know whether Cat Viper boss was thinking about something in his heart. If that was the case, they would definitely not dare to disturb Cat Viper easily. But watching Cat Viper read the content of the letter over and over again, Pedro suddenly felt that the content of the letter must be related to Xia Ya. Because there was also a wanted order for Xia Ya in the letter, but I didn't know whether the letter made it clear about Xia Ya's affairs. After waiting for a long time, Pedro couldn't wait any longer because he had agreed with Garla before. As long as he delivered Xia Ya's news in the letter to Cat Viper boss, he would go to the whale forest to meet them. A lot of time has passed, and I am afraid that they will have left the whale forest by the time I arrive. So Pei couldn't help but say, Boss Cat Viper, does this letter mention Xia Ya? Hearing Pedro's voice, Cat Viper finally woke up from his shock. Advertisement. Cat Viper looked at Pedro's face, took a deep breath, and calmed his still shocked heart. Cat Viper said, Pedro, you were right. The person who went to the whale forest is indeed Xia Ya on the wanted list, and the identities of the other two people are also extraordinary. The girl with two devil horns on her head is Kaido's daughter, Yamato. When Cat Viper said this, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Pedro said with a trembling voice, She is actually Kaido's daughter, no wonder she has such strength at such a young age. So is it really Kaido's conspiracy for them to come to Zou Island? But that's not right, Xia Ya obviously has a problem with Kaido. How could he be with Kaido's daughter is together, what is going on, or is this? Pedro kept asking questions, so Cat Viper didn't have a chance to finish his words, so Cat Viper impatiently stopped him and said, Pedro, wait, can you listen to the end of the words? Pedro stopped his smacking mouth. Cat Viper continued, there is another very beautiful girl you said, she is General Kazuki Oden's daughter Kazuki Hiyori, that is, our eldest lady. Pedro was shocked again, and couldn't help saying, she turned out to be Kazuki Hiyori. But how did the three of them get together? The identities of the three of them are not ordinary mortals. But why is this? 013612028 Filu 224,590,020. The other two people 0.2 were also confused at this time. This is too much information. What kind of people are they? Cat Viper is so powerful. Is all this information written in this letter? Could it be fake? Cat Viper said unhappily. A letter written by Inuarashi himself. How can I tell the difference between true and false? Then, Cat Viper told Pedro and the others about the relationship between Kazan and the others. 348. Common goal. After listening, several people fell into silence. Everyone was digesting this incredible information. Even Cat Viper, although he had read the letter several times, he still hadn't fully digested the content. Pedro was the first to react, no matter who Xia Ya is, or whose daughter Yamato is. But their common goal now is the same as Kazuki Hiyori, which is to defeat Kaido. This means that the goal of the three of them is also the same as the goal of their furry principality. That is to eliminate the big devil Kaido. Thinking of this, Pedro's eyes immediately became firm, and he said, Boss Cat 28 Viper, no matter what the identities of the three of them are, or how their relationship is, I think it doesn't matter, we just need to know the most important point. Cat Viper quickly answered Pedro's words and murmured, the most important thing? The other two also asked eagerly, what is the most important thing? Yes, Pedro, tell me what is the most important thing. Pedro did not keep the secret and then said, that is, we have a common goal. Cat Viper couldn't help but repeat Pedro's words again and said, common goal? Pedro nodded seriously and said, yes, we have a common enemy. Cat Viper suddenly realized and said, you mean dealing with Kaido? Pedro said, yes, their goal is also to defeat Kaido, isn't this what we are talking about? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so we are allies on the same front with them. Cat Viper's eyes lit up instantly, advertisement yes, who cares what their relationship is and what their purpose is? As long as they can defeat Kaido and ensure the safety of Miss Kazuki Hiyori, everything else will be fine. So, the most important thing now is to find Xia Ya and the others, and then return to Claude together. The rest will be discussed by the 5 great storms. Cat Viper ordered. In that case, let's go find them now. Okay. Boss Cat Viper. After hearing Cat Viper's order, Pedro and the others followed Cat Viper and walked towards the direction of the whale forest. On the other side, Carrot brought Xia Ya and the others to the bottom of the whale tree soon. The three of them looked up at the huge and unique whale tree and they were filled with emotion. This whale tree is more magnificent when you get closer than when you look at it from a distance. Yes, it's really amazing. Advertisement. Xia Ya also admired the wonders of nature. Looking at the whale's raised tail, Carrot jumped up and jumped directly on it. She shouted from above, Xia Ya, Yamato 780, Hiyori, you guys come down together. Yamato was eager to try, and jumped to Carrot's side with a whoosh. Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori were left below. Xia Ya asked, Hiyori, do you want to go up and take a look? Xia Ya naturally knew Hiyori's curiosity. Although Kazuki Hiyori had lived in the closed country of Wano-kuni for so many years, Hiyori's eyes had a lot more light since she left Wano-kuni. She was curious about everything in the outside world. So Xia Ya took the initiative to ask Kazuki Hiyori. Kazuki Hiyori naturally wanted to go up and take a look. 349. Envy Yamato, but because she has developed the habit of disguising herself over the years, Kazuki Hiyori usually doesn't express her inner thoughts. So when she saw Yamato, she jumped up with envy in her eyes. Envy of Yamato's skill to jump up easily. With her own ability, it would be difficult to jump up such a high tree trunk. Besides, she didn't know if it would be bad to step on the whale tree. So she didn't do anything about it. When Xia Ya asked her, Kazuki Hiyori's face turned red, as if the girl's thoughts were guessed. She said with expectant eyes, Xia Ya, can I go up and take a look? Xia Ya said firmly, sure, I'll take you up now. After that, Xia Ya leaned towards Yamato, then stretched out her arms and directly embraced Kazuki Hiyori's small waist. Although it was not the first time that Kazuki Hiyori had such close contact with Xia Ya, she was still a little embarrassed. Her blushing face became even redder. Advertisement. At the moment Xia Ya jumped, Kazuki Hiyori turned pale in fear because of the speed. Xia Ya saw the change of Kazuki Hiyori's face with her peripheral vision and couldn't help laughing. Hiyori, your face changes too quickly. Because she was still frightened, Hiyori couldn't hear Xia Ya's words. She could only hug Xia Ya's waist tightly and bury her face in Xia Ya's side. Xia Ya was very fast. When the two stood steadily on the whale tree, Hiyori was still a little scared and didn't dare to let go of Xia Ya's waist. Yamato on the side saw Kazuki Hiyori's nervous look and couldn't help but comfort him. Okay Hiyori, we're here. Hearing Yamato's voice, Kazuki Hiyori slowly let go of Xia Ya's waist. Seeing that everyone was there, Carrot said excitedly, hurry up, let's run up quickly. At the top of the big whale's tail, we can see the most beautiful sunset on the island of Sado. Hearing the most beautiful sunset, Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori instantly became interested. Seeing the light in Hiyori's eyes, Yamato smiled and said, Hiyori, are you not afraid now? Hiyori was annoyed and her face turned pale. Yamato. Ugly Yamato, how dare you make fun of me? Advertisement. As he said that, he was about to step forward and slap Yamato's arm. With Yamato's reaction speed, how could Kazuki Hiyori succeed? Just as Kazuki Hiyori slapped him, Yamato ran towards the big whale's tail. Seeing that he didn't hit him, Kazuki Hiyori also chased after him. Seeing the two people running up so excitedly, Garrett on the side also chased them closely, shouting as he ran, hey, you two wait for me. Seeing 3 lovely, beautiful, and youthful girls running up. I don't know whether he was looking forward to the figures of the 3 girls or the most beautiful sunset on Zou Island. Huang Yi was in a good mood for some reason. He also walked up along the tail of the whale with big strides. Soon, several people climbed to the top of the tail of the big whale. There was actually a large open space here, covered with green grass. When Xia Ya arrived, Yamato and the other three were sitting on the grass panting and resting. After seeing Xia Ya coming up, the three of them stood up at the same time, and Yamato pointed to the horizon excitedly and said, "Xia Ya, look at the sky over there." Xia Ya then noticed that the sky in the distance was breathtakingly beautiful. 350. Beautiful sunset. The four people stood on the tail of the big whale, quietly watching the sunset. At this moment, the world around them seemed to be still. The sky was so beautiful that people couldn't bear to blink, for fear of missing every moment of this beauty. The afterglow of the sunset filled the entire sky, dyeing the clouds into pieces of golden red and orange and deep purple. These colors intertwined together, like a flowing oil painting, making people intoxicated. Carrot said proudly. I said, watching the sunset from this position is the most beautiful. Yamato couldn't help but sighed. Yes, this is the first time I have seen such a beautiful sunset, it's incredible. Kazuki Hiyori on the side also praised. Indeed, how can there be such a beautiful scenery in the world? It's really unexpected. Carrot, thank you for taking us to see such a beautiful scenery. Carrot, who was praised, couldn't help but shyly said, don't thank me too much. Even Xia Ya, who has seen all kinds of scenery, is very appreciative at this moment. This sunset was really the most beautiful sunset he had ever seen. Under the gaze of several people, the sunset slowly sank, and its light gradually became soft and warm. Advertisement. Under this soft light, the whole world seemed to be covered with a layer of golden gauze. Yamato joked, Hiyori, look, I seem to be glowing. At this time, everyone noticed that they seemed to be glowing under the sunset, with a thin layer of golden light. At this moment, time seemed to slow down, and everything seemed so harmonious and peaceful. Carrot, where are you? However, this tranquility was broken by several voices. I only heard someone shouting Carrot's name in the forest under the whale tree. After hearing this, Carrot quickly answered loudly, I am here. After Carrot's voice came out, the voice calling her should have heard Carrot's response, and then another voice came out, come to the whale tree, CIDF. Carrot did not answer this voice at this moment, but looked at Xia Ya and said, it seems that Pedro is coming. Xia Ya looked at the sky in the distance and said, let's go, the sun has set, and we should go back. Yamato looked at the sky that had darkened reluctantly and said, let's go. Advertisement. Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help but take a look. There was no way, what she had just seen was too unforgettable. This was her first time seeing it, she must keep such a beautiful scenery in her heart. So, the four began to walk down along the tail of the big whale. Soon, the four came to the trunk of the big whale. At this time, there were several figures standing under the whale tree. Their eyes were looking straight at Xia Ya and his group of people. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Fei Lu 224,590,350. Gallet was no stranger to them, so she quickly jumped down. She said excitedly, Boss Cat Viper, why are you here too? When Kazuki Hiyori heard Gallet calling Cat Viper, her heart trembled slightly. She didn't know if Cat Viper still remembered her after so many years. Kazuki Hiyori leaned towards Xia Ya. Xia Ya naturally understood what Kazuki Hiyori meant. She couldn't jump up, so she couldn't get down either. 351. Reunion. So Xia Ya didn't say much, and directly put her arms around Kazuki Hiyori's waist. Pa! With a sound, Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori fell steadily to the ground. This time, Kazuki Hiyori's attention was all attracted by Cat Viper. So when Xia Ya took her down, Kazuki Hiyori didn't feel scared at all. Her eyes fell directly on Cat Viper's face, and Cat Viper also looked at Kazuki Hiyori, that was the eldest daughter of the Kazuki family. Seeing Kazuki Hiyori alive, Cat Viper was extremely excited. This was the first time he saw someone from the Kazuki family since Kazuki Oden's death. He thought he would never see anyone from the Kazuki family again. Because after Kazuki Oden's death, Kaido sanctioned the entire Kazuki family and killed almost all of them. However, Cat Viper already knew that the person in front of him was Kazuki Hiyori, but Cat Viper still wanted to hear Kazuki Hiyori's confirmation in person. Because the girl in front of him was really too beautiful and a little different from the lady in his memory. Cat Viper trembled in his voice and asked in an uncertain tone, Miss Hiyori? Advertisement. Hearing Cat Viper's voice, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help it anymore, and her eyes were wet. This is a retainer who has followed her father for many years. He was also a retainer who followed his father Kazuki Oden through life and death. I didn't expect that I could really see him again, and in Warashi. So Kazuki Hiyori was very excited. Her throat tightened, and she said in an unnatural voice, Kaido, it's me, Cat Viper. The two stared at each other, and the past came to their minds. The two had tears in their eyes. Yamato suddenly said inappropriately, you are the Cat Viper they're talking about, but you look like a wild lion. As soon as Yamato said this, everyone present was scared out of their wits. Because Cat Viper hates being told that he looks like a lion, and Yamato was talking about a wild lion. So Pedro and the other two took a breath of cold air. Usually when Cat Viper hears someone calling his name, he will get angry and beat up the person who called him. Advertisement. So Pedro hurried forward to stop Cat Viper's actions. However, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help laughing after hearing Yamato's description. Haha, you really have to say, Cat Viper, you really look like a lion now. Please give me flowers. Although he heard two people saying that he looked like a lion, Cat Viper didn't have any temper at this time. Because he could meet Kazuki Hiyori, Cat Viper was so happy. He was so happy that he forgot everything else. He was so happy that he didn't care even if everyone in the world said he looked like a lion. He was relieved now. He was relieved that General Kazuki Oden's daughter was still alive and well in this world. This showed that the Kazuki family had not disappeared, which meant that General Kazuki Oden's will would not continue to be passed on. There was no better news in the world than this, so Cat Viper was not angry at all at this time. And even the eldest lady said that she looked like a lion, so she must look like a lion very much. After Pedro confirmed that Cat Viper would not be angry, he felt relieved. This is when Carrot said, "It's getting dark, should we go back quickly?" When we came out, Duke Inuarashi was already preparing for the banquet. It should be about the same time now, 352. Sea Dog Pirate's Cat Viper looked up at the sky and said, "That old dog is going to be sleepy now. Let's go find him first." As he said that, the group walked towards the direction of Claudu again. Along the way, Cat Viper's eyes followed Kazuki Hiyori. This was the first time he saw someone from the Kazuki family after leaving Wano-kuni for so many years, so he was naturally very excited. Suddenly, a large group of people who were walking forward all stopped. TT Cat Viper was puzzled by everyone's sudden stop and asked in confusion, "Why did they all stop?" Pedro explained, "Boss Cat Viper, look over there." Following Pedro's line of sight, Boss Cat Viper looked over. On the side of the forest, more than a dozen people were staring at them fiercely. Cat Viper's arrogance instantly rose. Cat Viper took a big step forward, pointed at the group of people and asked seriously, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Cat Viper's temper flared up and he was about to attack immediately. Seeing this, Pedro rushed up and said, "Don't worry, Cat Viper boss, let's ask Xia Ya first to see if she is with them." Hearing Pedro's words, Cat Viper's arrogance instantly subsided a lot, and turned to ask Xia Ya, "Xia Ya, do you know them?" Xia Ya shook her head gently and said, "No." As soon as Xia Ya finished speaking, Cat Viper's arrogance, which had just subsided, rose again. "You guys leave here quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." At this time, a voice sounded from the group of people. "Haha, Captain Korenlisk, it seems that the legend is not wrong at all. There are really fur tribes on this elephant zoo. Look at that talking lion. His tone is still very arrogant." The speaker is Carolinster, he is the vice captain of the Sea Dog Pirates. They are the pirates who have just landed on Zoo Bird, and the leader is the captain of the Sea Dog Pirates, Korenlisk. Before this, they have been sailing on the sea, and their goal is Wano-kuni. Advertisement: they are a group of pirates who admire Kaido Bailu pirates. The reason they went to Wano-kuni is to join Kaido's Beasts Pirates. They think Kaido's Beasts Pirates are really in line with the style of their Sea Dog Pirates, so they plan to join the Beasts Pirates for the entire pirate group. They sailed all the way, and 3 days ago, they accidentally met the Elephant Zoo. On the Sea Dog Pirates, Korenlisk was lying leisurely on the reclining chair on the plywood, with a cigar in his mouth. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Falu 224,590,590. He was enjoying himself, and the Vice Captain Carolinst was sitting beside him. The two chatted casually. "Captain Korenrisk, we have been sailing for more than 10 days, and we should be able to reach Wano-kuni soon." Korenrisk blew out a cloud of white smoke and said leisurely, "Well, very good, we will soon be able to join the most powerful pirate group in the world. By then, with the support of the 100 Beasts C5.9 pirate group, I wonder who dares to bully our Sea Dog pirate group." Carolinst smiled evilly and said, "That's right, by then we will be rampant on the sea, ha 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 ha." Thinking that the future road of pirates will be smooth, at this moment, not only Korenrisk laughed, but also the other pirates of the Sea Dog pirate group around him laughed. 353. Moving pillars. However, just when everyone was laughing, there was an urgent call from the lookout. "No, Captain Korenrisk. No." At this time, Korenrisk, who was enjoying himself, heard someone shouting, which ruined his mood. He became unhappy instantly, and he loudly blamed, "Didn't you see Lousy was having fun? What the hell is he shouting about?" The people on the lookout were seen rolling and crawling down from the lookout, looking very scared. He staggered to Korenrisk and stammered, "It's a big deal, Captain Korenrisk." Seeing the little pirate shivering, Korenrisk stepped forward and slapped him, saying in a rage, "Useless thing, what are you talking about here? We are about to reach Wano-kuni, don't make trouble for me. If you have something to say it quickly, and if you have something to say, fart quickly." The slapped little pirate's frightened mood was instantly replaced by pain, and then he said, "Captain, look over there." After saying that, the little pirate raised his shaking arm and pointed forward. A huge black shadow appeared in front of the Sea Dog pirate ship. Suddenly, everyone on the ship was shocked. What is that? I don't know, it wasn't there just now. It can't be a devil, why is it so big?" Korenrisk frowned and looked at the black shadow like a high wall in front of him, and fell into deep thought. Carolinst cursed at the little pirate who came down from the observation deck. "You be asterisk 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 D. Why did you come to report such a big shadow now? Are you dozing off up there?" He was about to raise his hand to beat the little pirate. Korenrisk stopped him and said, "Carolinst, come and take a look." Carolinst was called away by Captain Korenrisk, and the little pirate escaped another beating. Korenrisk and Carolinst walked to the edge of the deck, at the back. "To read cool novels, go to Falu Novel Network." Korenrisk said, Take a closer look, does this shadow look like something? Carolens squinted and looked carefully. The shadow looked like 4 very thick pillars, and these 4 pillars seemed to be moving. Wait, 4 moving pillars? Is this really some scary monster? Suddenly, Carolens thought of something and shouted, Captain Kronrisk, do you think this is an animal? Kronrisk was staring at the 4 moving pillars, thinking about it constantly in his mind. Hearing Carolens mention the animal, Korenrisk immediately confirmed his guess, and he said excitedly, it's Zo. Carolens looked at Carolinrisk with a blank face, and asked in confusion, Zo? Captain Korenrisk, what is Zo? At this time, the little pirate in the lookout shouted excitedly, Captain Korenrisk, I know, this must be the legendary Elephant Zo Island. When the little pirate shouted like this, all the pirates on the ship heard it, and all the pirates were shocked. What, Elephant Zo? Is it the legendary Walking Zo Island? No way, are we so lucky? We can actually meet the Elephant Zo bird? 354. Great gift arrives. Seeing a ship full of excited pirates, Captain Kronrisk also showed great joy. He said excitedly, it seems that this is God's favor to our sea dog pirates. Knowing that we are going to join the beast's pirates, he specially prepared a big gift for us, ah ha 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 ha. Caloransk didn't understand what Kronrisk meant for a moment, and asked with a puzzled look, Captain, what do you mean by this? You are not going to give the Elephant Zo to Kaido, right? Kronrisk raised his hand and slapped Carloransk on the back of his head. He cursed. Why is your brain getting worse and worse, Carloransk? Zo is so big, how can you and I control it? Caloransk's head was confused by this slap. He raised his hand and stroked the back of his head, and said in a flattering tone, Captain is right, my brain is certainly not as flexible as the captain's, I hope the captain can give me some advice. The other pirates on the pirate ship did not quite understand what the captain meant for a while, and they all looked at Captain Korenlisk expectantly. Captain, just tell us what we are going to do next. Yes, Captain, what use is this Elephant Zo to us? I heard that it is the largest creature in the world and no one can control it. Korenlisk looked at the pirates on the ship with contempt and explained, of course I know that this Elephant Zo cannot be controlled, but according to rumors, there is a place called Furry Principality on the back of this elephant, where the Fur Clan lives. Hearing the Fur Clan, the pirates around started chattering. Advertisement, I have also heard of the Fur Clan. It is said that they are all evolved from animals, like humans and animals. Another pirate retorted, how can they evolve? They are upgraded. I heard that they can stand up and walk like humans. Not only stand up and walk like humans, I also heard that they can speak, and the same language as us. A large group of pirates discussed happily. Korenlisk listened carefully to everyone's talk about the fur tribe, hoping to find some clues from it. Because after he confirmed that the giant in front of him was the Elephant Zo, he thought of the rumored fur tribe. The rumors about the fur tribe were just as the pirates said, they were very similar to humans, but they also retained animal characteristics. They had animal characteristics, and according to rumors, their combat power was much stronger than that of ordinary humans. And the reason they were joining the beast's pirates now was because most of the members of the pirate group were people with animal-type fruits. If he could capture a few fur tribe members and offer them to Kaido for research, wouldn't it be a great contribution to the beast's pirates? When the time comes, Kaido might even reward him with a few animal-type devil fruits. In this way, they will definitely get a high status in the beast's pirates. Thinking of this, Korenlisk felt very happy, so, when the pirates had almost finished their discussion, Korenlisk said, okay, everyone has talked about what they know about the fur tribe. Next, it's time for us to witness a miracle. 355. Let's go back to Farm. Clarence asked doubtfully. Witness a miracle? Captain, what are we going to do next? Korenlisk raised his mouth slightly and looked up into the sky. He said, next, of course, we have to go and see if there are any real fur tribes on the back of the Elephant Zo. Everyone on the Sea Dog Pirates was confused when they heard Captain Korenlisk say that they were going to the back of the Elephant Zo. Captain Korenlisk, are you saying that we are going to go on the back of the Elephant Zo? No way, Captain, Zo is so high, how can we get on it? That's right, 717, that kind of behemoth, if we accidentally anger it, won't we die without a burial place? A large group of pirates were frightened by Korenlisk's decision. They were all talking about the danger of the Elephant Zo. Clarence trembled and advised, Captain, it is said that Zo is very dangerous. If we get too close to it, he can crush our entire boat with one foot. It's too dangerous. Korenlisk rolled his eyes at Clarence and scolded him angrily. Useless thing, as the saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without going into the tiger's den. Why did we join the Bailu pirates? Isn't it to have a stronger backer? But can you guarantee that if we find Kaido and ask him to take us in, he will definitely take in our entire Sea Dog Pirates? What should we do if he refuses us at that time? Clarence explained unwillingly. But Captain, this Elephant Zo is too dangerous. He is more dangerous than Kaido. Some pirates also raised objections. Advertisement. Yes, Captain, this is too dangerous, let's not go. Hearing a pirate singing a different tune, Korenlisk had a look of disappointment and was so angry that his teeth itched. He gritted his teeth and said, what I said just now is in vain. Ah, pirates are so scared, just go home and farm. You useless things. Seeing Korenlisk was very angry, the little pirate in the lookout quickly stood up and said, I will go wherever the captain says to go. I will follow the captain until death. Caloranster was scolded by the captain, and the passion in his heart was also awakened. Caloranster said loudly, Captain is right, why be a pirate if you are afraid of death? We are the least afraid of death as pirates. I will follow the captain until death. The other pirates were moved by this passion. Everyone shouted in unison, follow the captain to the death. Follow the captain to the death. Seeing the pirates' enthusiastic mood, Korenlusk finally showed a satisfied smile. Then he waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. After the scene was quiet, Korenlusk said, in this case, let's plan and see how to land on Zou Island. If you have any good ideas, please feel free to bring them up, and we can discuss a feasible plan together. Kalornst also stood up and said, everyone has heard the captain's words clearly, so think about it quickly and see if there is any good way to let us land on Zou Island easily. 356. It's settled at this time. A little pirate stood up and said, Captain Carolinster, we can make a long ladder and then climb up along the ladder. Carolinster rolled his eyes at the little pirate and said, you idiot, we have materials to make a ladder. Don't make suggestions blindly, we must proceed from reality. Suddenly, the whole pirate ship fell into a dead silence. Everyone seemed to be thinking silently. After a long while, seeing that no one spoke again, Korenlusk said impatiently, why, with so many of you, no one can think of a useful solution. Kalornst took over and said, Captain Korenlusk, this Zou is too high, unless it can fly, I really can't think of any other way to get up. Korenlusk said unhappily, I don't believe it. Can the legendary fur tribe not fly? Otherwise, how did they get up? Kalornst said guiltily, we haven't seen the fur tribe with our own eyes. It's still uncertain whether it really exists. Korenlusk got angry instantly after hearing what Kalornst said. He said angrily, how can it not exist? Is this elephant Zou our hallucination? Open your dog eyes and look, that's a living Zou. It's standing in front of us. We don't know if it exists or not. Humph. Kalornst, you are always singing against me now. I think you. The captain, are you tired of being the captain? Do you want to replace me as the captain? Hearing what Kronlusk said, Captain Lawrence was shocked. It took a lot of effort to get the position of deputy captain. With this title of deputy captain, he is second only to the captain in the Sea Dog Pirates. Except Captain Kronlusk, the other brothers have to listen to him. If he can't keep his position as deputy captain, how can he survive in the Sea Dog Pirates in the future? Thinking of this, Caroline Stir immediately felt something was wrong and panicked. No, we must not let Captain Korenlusk withdraw his vice captain. We must come up with a good way to land on Zou Island, so that we can change our position in Captain Korenlusk's heart. Ask for flowers. So, Carolinst hurried forward and said in a mean way, Captain Korenlusk, what are you talking about? I am just a vice captain, how dare I covet your position as captain? We are still counting on the captain to lead me to join Beast's pirates, become a stronger pirate. Such a difficult task, how can I do it? All depends on you, the captain, please don't say such words that make me panic, you are torturing me. Zero hearing Carolinst emphasize his importance, Captain Kronlusk suddenly felt happy. Finally, the dissatisfaction in Captain Kronlusk's eyes dissipated, so he said, in this case, why don't you hurry up and find a way? This is directly related to the future development of our Sea Dog Pirates, so he took Zou Bird away. Knowing that Captain Kronlusk has made up his mind to land on Zou Bird, all the pirates on the Sea Dog Pirates began to rack their brains to find a waypoint 357, a ship of trash. A group of people started to discuss, and after listening for a long time, no one offered any suggestions that could be adopted. Suddenly, his temper rose again. Useless, a bunch of useless. You have so many brains but you can't think of a solution. What's the use of you? I'm so angry. Korenlusk kicked the chair next to him with a 997 kick, and the chair flew out directly. When Carolunst saw the flying chair, he suddenly had an idea and said, Captain Korenlusk, I have an idea. Hearing that there was an idea, Korenlusk's face immediately returned to excitement and he said quickly, oh, really? Then tell me what the idea is. Carolunst cleared his throat and said, it's like this, Captain, you see Zou is so high, the first person to go up must have flown up. Hearing that he flew up, Korenlusk didn't even let Carolunst finish his words and interrupted him directly, nonsense, of course I know that you can fly up, but do any of us know how to fly? Really, I thought you had a good idea, what a fool. Carolunst hurriedly explained, Captain Korenlusk, please listen to me first, I haven't said my idea yet. Oh, really? I misunderstood you, hurry up and say it, don't be so nagging. Kalornst said quickly, it's like this, we can send a person in a long rope up first, and then throw the rope down from above, so that we can climb up along the rope. Advertisement. After hearing Carolust's method, Korenlusk laughed in his heart, don't I know that I can throw a rope down from above? The difficulty of this problem lies in how to send people up. This idiot is really going to guess himself off. Korenlusk originally wanted to curse Carolunst again, but then he thought about whether he had other ideas. So he suppressed his anger and asked, then tell me how to send people in ropes up. Kalornst was very proud, because even he felt that he was too smart to come up with such a good idea, so he said meaningfully, Captain, I have already thought of a solution. Haha. Really? Then you should tell me quickly, you are really making me anxious. Korenlusk was delighted to hear that Kalornst had already thought of a solution. Kalornst pointed to a round of cannons on the deck and said, Captain, this is my solution. Korenlusk didn't understand Kalorn for what Carlos Stir meant, and asked back, are you talking about this wheeled cannon? Yes, Captain Korenlusk, we can put the people in the rope into this cannon, and then launch the people in the rope to Zou Island, and the people in the rope will go up. After saying that, Carlos Stir looked very proud. 5.0. Because he thought this method was really great, and there should be no one in the entire pirate group who could come up with a better solution than this. So he suddenly felt that he was the IQ of the entire Sea Dog pirate group. Now the captain can see his value and will definitely not revoke his position as the deputy captain. 358. Bad idea. As soon as Carolyn said this, the entire Sea Dog pirates fell silent. This method of stuffing people into a cannon and firing them out is really not something that ordinary people can think of. Even Korenlusk was shocked by this incredible and evil method. Korenlusk was speechless for a while. He didn't know whether to flatter Carolynst for his big brain or call him a fool. And Carolynst thought that everyone was stunned by his invincible method, so everyone was still stunned and didn't react. So he looked at Korenlusk and said, "What do you think, Captain? My idea is perfect. I promise Fang Guangxi will buy it first." Korenlusk was thinking, this guy even hurt his own brothers, he is really not a human. Although Korenlusk is the captain of the Sea Dog pirates, he doesn't do anything good, but he is very good to his brothers. At least he won't hurt them for no reason. No matter what, they are brothers who have been with him through life and death, so he will not do anything excessive. But Carolynster's bad idea is really too bad. These are usually his brothers. Whoever goes into the cannon will die. He even has the face to say that it is guaranteed to be foolproof. But Korenlusk thought about it. These people have not come up with other ways to land on Zou Island. At least so far, there is no one like Carolynster who can sweep it down. Korenlusk was immediately in a dilemma. On the one hand, he let his brothers take risks, and on the other hand, he couldn't land on Zou. Advertisement. What should we do? Korenlusk glanced at Carolynst and had an idea in mind. Since Carolynst came up with this idea, let him do it. This way, the other brothers won't have to suffer. Thinking of this, Korenlusk felt happy and said, "Carolynst, you really have a good brain. You can come up with such a wonderful idea. I really admire you." Carolynst was so happy to see the captain praise him so much, and said proudly, "Captain Korenlusk, you are too kind. This is all due to your usual leadership and guidance. Otherwise, how could I come up with such a good idea?" Korenlusk felt disgusted. "I didn't teach you to think of such inhumane ideas." But Korenlusk still asked in a friendly manner, "In this case, who do you think is better to be the first person to wait on the island?" Korenlusk didn't want to ask Carolynst to go directly. After all, he still had to rely on him. If he felt that he was targeting him, it would not be good for him, so Yu Kui followed his wishes first and then thought of a way to make him go up willingly. After hearing Korenlusk's question, Carolynst remembered that he had not considered such an important link. He knew that the person who entered the cannon must be extremely dangerous, so he would certainly not do this. Although this idea was his own, he was unwilling to take such a risk, but who should be entrusted with this important task? For a while, Carolynst couldn't think of who would be more suitable. Seeing Carolynst silent, Korenlusk felt better. 359. The conflicted Carolynst. Because, at least Carolynst knew that this idea would be very dangerous no matter who went, so he was so hesitant. However, for Kronlusk, he was a little disappointed with Carolynst at this moment, even though he was the vice captain of the Sea Dog pirates. When he proposed this bad idea, he actually wanted other brothers to take the risk and did not consider letting himself go. So, Korenlusk asked tentatively, "Kalorster, you haven't thought of who to let go yet?" Kalorster hesitated and said, Well, I haven't thought of the right person yet." Korenlusk continued, "Yes, we have to choose this person carefully. After all, he will become the hero of our Sea Dog pirates. When we go to Wano-kuni, I must praise him in front of Lord Kaido. After all, he can complete such a dangerous thing. It's really amazing. See." Korenlusk intentionally or unintentionally described this person as a successful person, so that Kalorster could take the bait. Such a big project, although very dangerous, but if it can be successfully completed, they will definitely join the Beast's pirates at that time, and they will definitely become the backbone of the Beast's pirates, and maybe even the Beast's pirates. Pirates cadres. With such a good opportunity, Carolynst will definitely not give up. Carolynst, who was standing by, felt a little nervous after hearing what Kronlusk said. Indeed, if he let others complete such a brilliant idea, wouldn't it be like helping others? But the risk of this matter is also very high. This singer has to enter the barrel and let himself be launched like a cannonball. The risk factor can be said to be very high. After thinking about it, Carolynst felt that this was a great opportunity to make meritorious service, and he didn't want to give it to others easily. Advertisement, but he was indeed a little scared. If he didn't do it well, he might lose his life. Kronlusk saw Carolynst hesitating and despised him. The reason why Carolynst was made the vice captain was not entirely Kronlusk's own idea at the time. It was also because the Sea Dog pirates had just been formed and needed someone with ideas to assist him, and the person around him at the time was Carolynst. Leinster had the most ideas. In several incidents, Carolynster had come up with a lot of ideas. Under the instigation of his brothers, Korenlusk had no choice but to appoint Carolynster as the vice captain. This has continued to this day. Carolynster didn't have much actual ability, but he relied on his brain full of ideas to privately pit other brothers. Some brothers also whispered in his ears from time to time about their dissatisfaction with Carolynster. Of course, the more he looked at Carolynster, the more he disliked him. But for a while, Korenlusk couldn't find any other reason to make Carolynster step down. But now is a great opportunity. It would be best if he could succeed, so that he could continue to stay in the Sea Dog pirates. At least he made a great contribution to the Sea Dog pirates. And if he failed, he could take this opportunity to get rid of him, so that he didn't have to do it himself. Thinking of this, Korenlusk decided to add fuel to Carolynster's fire. 360. Become a legend so that he can quickly make a decision to be the cannon fodder. So Corinlus continued. I really don't know who this lucky guy will be. With such a good opportunity, he will definitely become a legend. He will be the first human to land on Zou Island. I have to admire him just thinking about it. Hearing Corinlus say that he might become a legend, Carolinst felt itchy. After all, this kind of thing is not easy to encounter. So Carolinst made up his mind and said, Captain Corinlus, this matter is too dangerous. I can't let my brothers take risks. Since this idea is my idea, I will take this risk. After saying that, Lawrence regretted it a little. Such a dangerous thing, if you are not careful, you will lose your life. The bet is really too big. And what Kronlusk was waiting for was what Carolinst said, so he naturally would not give him a chance to regret, and immediately said, as expected, he is the vice captain of our Sea Dog Pirates, brothers. Carolinst is a good captain who really works for everyone, and he goes there himself when there is danger. Even I, the captain, am ashamed of myself. After the captain said this, the other pirates also expressed their gratitude and respect for Carolinst. Vice Captain Carolinster, you are so brave. Not only are your ideas ahead of ours, but your courage is beyond our reach. Yes, Captain Carolinster, you are the future hero of our Haya pirates. No, Vice Captain Carolinster should become the hero of the entire pirate world. Advertisement, great hero. Vice Captain Carolinster, you are my idol. Idol. Great hero. Hearing the pirates praise for him, Carolinster could no longer say what he wanted to regret, but began to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. This feeling of being admired and respected by everyone is really great. Carolinster happily accepted the admiration of everyone at this moment. Kronlusk smiled evilly, which was exactly the effect he wanted. Let Carolinster take this risk willingly. So, Corinlusk said while the iron was hot, Calornst, since you have made up your mind, let's prepare quickly, strive for success. After that, Corinlusk commanded several pirates to adjust the cannons, and several pirates went back to the cabin to carry ropes. Calornst was worried about the pirates who were busy and didn't know what to do for a while. Seeing Carolist's expression, Corinlusk was afraid that he would regret it, so he comforted him. Carolinst, you will be famous soon. Don't forget our Sea Dog Pirates and our 10 brothers when the time comes. Carolinst immediately said, Captain Corinlusk, what are you talking about? I am the vice captain of the Sea Dog Pirates. No matter when, I am a member of the Sea Dog Pirates. How could I forget? Corinlusk looked down on him in his heart, but he still showed a very relieved look on his face and said, as expected of the vice captain of our Sea Dog Pirates, I didn't make a mistake. Carolinst, everything is up to you from now on. 361. Ready. As soon as Corinlusk finished speaking, a little pirate ran over and said, Captain Corinlusk, all the work is ready. When he heard this, Carolinst's face turned pale instantly. Although the feeling of being worshipped by thousands of people is very wonderful, it is indeed dangerous. If he is not careful, he will lose his life, so Carolinst is very scared. But it is not easy to show it on his face, he can only bear this fear silently in his heart. Corinlusk asked, Carolinst, the preparations are all ready, are you ready? Carolinst wanted to say that he was not ready yet. He really couldn't bear such a life-threatening thing. But things have come to the point where the arrow has to be fired. Looking at the pairs of admiring eyes, Carolinst really didn't want to fall from the altar. Just bite the bullet and say, I don't need to prepare for this, I can set off at any time. Hearing Carolist's fearless speech, all the pirates started a new round of admiration speeches. Advertisement, it's Vice Captain Carolinst, this amazing courage really makes people admire him. Vice Captain Carolinst is mighty, Vice Captain Carolinst is wise and brave, I really love you. Vice Captain is mighty, Vice Captain is mighty. The shouts drove away a lot of fear in Carolist's heart. This also made him really feel that he was indeed a brave person. So he walked to the turret with his head held high, pointed at the cannon and said, Is this the cannon? Have you checked it? A little pirate said, Don't worry, Vice Captain Carolinster, we have checked it again and again, and we guarantee that the cannon can be fired successfully. This is the most powerful cannon of our Sea Dog Pirates, and it will definitely send you to Zou Island smoothly. Carolinster walked around the cannon, looking here and touching there from time to time. But he never dared to put it into the barrel, no one dared to do this, this is a powerful cannon. Carolinster felt numb in his heart. Advertisement. These words have been said, the cannon is ready, but he is still afraid. Please give me flowers. Seeing that Carolinster was reluctant to put it into the barrel, Corinlusk asked again, Carolinster, are you ready? Carolinster bit his back teeth, the prepared words could not be said. And he couldn't say anything about regret. Seeing that Carolinster didn't say anything, Kronlusk incited the other pirates and said, Such a dangerous mission does require more psychological preparation. Let's cheer for Vice Captain Carolinster. Hearing Kronlusk's words, the other pirates began to make a noise. Vice Captain Carolinster is wise and brave, how could he be afraid? That's right, Carolinster, you are my super idol, I am proud of you. Vice Captain Carolinster is mighty. Carolinster lost himself in the mighty voices, waved his hand and took the initiative to load into the barrel. As soon as he entered the narrow and dark barrel, Carolinster regretted his husband. 362. Regret. Carolinst yelled in the cannon. I don't want to go to Zou Island, let me out. I don't want to be fired as a cannonball, help. However, the caliber of the cannon was facing the sky, and when he entered the cannon, everyone moved away from the cannon. In addition, after seeing him enter the cannon, all the pirates were still in a state of excitement. No one heard his voice of regret. At this time, he couldn't climb out even if he wanted to. He could only struggle and shout in fear in the cannon alone. Korenlusk heard Karolyst's screams, but what can he do? Korenlusk quickly gave an order. Fire now, don't let Vice Captain Karolynst wait too long. The pirate who was about to ignite was called Robophil. Because he was closest to the barrel, he also heard the shouts of Karolynst. He said uncertainly, Captain Korenlusk, I seem to hear Vice Captain Karolynst shouting? Korenlusk frowned and said, You heard it wrong, Robophil. Robophil was a little confused. Advertisement no, I clearly heard Karolyst's voice just now, how could I have heard it wrong? So Robophil moved closer to the barrel and listened carefully, and just heard Karolynst shouting, Let me out, let me out. At this moment, Robophil heard it clearly, so he said to Korenlusk, Captain Korenlusk, I really heard Captain Karolynst calling out, he said let him out. Korenlusk looked at Robophil sternly, approached Robophil and said in a warning tone, You mean Karolynst called out to let him out, and then let you go? Hearing Korenlusk's words, Robophil's face instantly became stiff. He said with a hard throat, No, Captain Korenlusk, I heard it wrong, and Vice Captain Karolynst didn't say anything. Nonsense, dangerous things are thrown indirectly. If Captain Leinster doesn't go, he will definitely choose someone from these little pirates to go up. Now Vice Captain Karolynster has entered the cannon barrel. If he is released because of me, then I will definitely be the one to replace Vice Captain Karolynster. Such a suicidal behavior, I suddenly want to give myself a big slap. Why am I so nosy? Since Captain Korenlusk said that I heard it wrong, then I heard it wrong. I don't want to die. Seeing that Robophil didn't say anything, Korenlusk quickly ordered. Since, in this case, Robophil, light the fire quickly, don't let Vice Captain Karolynst wait too long, don't let him get suffocated inside. Robophil understood and immediately lit the fuse, he didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. If he wasted time, Karolynst's shouting would be heard by others, and this matter would be really difficult to handle. Captain Korenlusk would definitely blame him at that time. Captain Korenlusk was so close to him, he must have heard Karolynst shouting. Since the captain didn't say anything and made him mishear, the captain's intention was already very clear. 363. Launch it's all my fault, why am I so stupid? I have to go against the captain. Fortunately, the captain didn't blame me. So when the captain gave the order, Robophil didn't dare to delay for a second and immediately lit the fuse. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge black shadow flew out quickly. Accompanied by a scream, Karolynst was launched like a cannonball. All the pirates on the Sea Dog pirate ship held their breath and watched Karolynst being launched with nervousness. Wow! Vice Captain Karolynst was launched like this? What else? Or do you want to replace him? How could it be? How dare I compete with Vice Captain Karolynst for credit? I don't know if he can successfully land on Zou Island. Advertisement looking at Karolynst flying farther and farther, everyone was nervous no way. Robophil said at this time, Captain Korenlusk, since Vice Captain Karolynst flew to Zou Island before, should these ropes be launched as well? Korenlusk thought for a while and said, Wait a little longer. Seeing this, the other little pirates began to talk again. It has been flying for a long time. Do you think Vice Captain Karolynst has finally gone up? How could it be so fast? Didn't you see how high Zou is? I also think that it must take a long time to fly to such a high place. Our Vice Captain Karolynst is so brave. He went on such a dangerous mission as soon as he said it. It is really admirable. Not long after a while, Robophil asked again, Captain Korenlusk, this rope can be launched, no? At this time, Korenlusk did not hesitate at all and ordered, Fire immediately, launch all the ropes, quickly. After that, Robophil quickly lit the fuse, bang. The loud sound rang again, and a black shadow followed Karolyst's trajectory and flew to Zou Island. Advertisement. The reason why Korenlusk did not wait any longer was because he thought of a very important thing. That is, the elephant Zou seemed to be resting at this time and did not move. If Zou's position began to move later, it would be difficult for them to find Karolyst's position. So Korenlusk did not dare to delay any more. At the beginning, it was not that he had not thought about letting Karolynst carry the rope and launch it directly, but thinking that Zou Island was so high, if Karolynst flying with the rope would be too heavy. If they fail to fly up, their plan will fail, so they decided to let Karolynst fly up first, and then send the rope up. But at that time, they ignored the fact that Zou would move. But now it seems that their luck is really good, and the elephant Zou has no intention of moving at all. I originally wanted to let Karolynst go up, and then send the rope up after a little adaptation. So this moment is urgent, and we really can't wait a moment. Now that the man has been launched and the rope has been sent up, all they can do is wait quietly. All the pirates looked up and stared closely at the towering elephant Zou. I hope to see the rope hanging from it soon. 364. Unlucky Karolynst. On the other side, after a period of rapid flight, Karolynst, who was launched, did land on Zou Island. Due to the excessive shock and the high speed of flight, he hit a big tree hard. At this moment, he was lying on the ground with a dazed look. His mind was very unclear. He slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Am I going to heaven?" Karolynst could not move his body, and his palms subconsciously touched the ground. He found that the ground seemed unusual, it was a little soft, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Am I lying on the clouds? Why is the ground so soft? Am I really dead? After saying that, Carolyn suddenly felt pain. Ah, woo, I shouldn't have been so arrogant, how could my fame be ruined here? Carolyn regretted it so much, he didn't regret coming up with such a deadly idea, but regretted why he had to do this mission himself. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have coveted the identity of becoming a legend. Now, everyone is dead, and there is no point in becoming a legend. Advertisement. At this moment, Carolyn was already in tears. He had a lot of tears and snot, and he unconsciously raised his arm to wipe the snot and tears from his face. As he was wiping, Carolyn suddenly realized that something was wrong. He suddenly jumped up. He shouted, "No, if I was really dead, how could I feel anything?" After that, he stretched out his hand and pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, it hurts so much, ha ha ha. After the pain, Carolyn suddenly laughed. People who didn't know him would think he was a psychopath. He cried, shouted, and laughed again. Carolyn suddenly laughed because he suddenly thought that he might not be dead. Because dead people don't feel pain, so he pinched his thigh hard. Advertisement just to prove that he felt pain and was not dead. Carolyn jumped on the spot excitedly for a long time. He was so happy, it seems that he will become a hero soon. However, he didn't have time. He was so happy for too long that a bunch of ropes flew down at him. Immersed in excitement, Carolyn didn't notice the ropes flying over. He was knocked unconscious by the ropes again. He didn't even have time to see what the scenery of Zou Island was like. At this time, the pirates on the Sea Dog Pirates were anxiously waiting to be pulled out. Did Vice Captain Carolyn go up? He must have gone up, for the money? How do you know? You are talking nonsense. If he didn't go up, he would definitely fall down. Did you see Vice Captain Carolyn fall down? Yes, why didn't I think of this? Since he didn't fall down, he must have gone up. Those ropes didn't fall down, which means that Vice Captain Carolyn and the ropes were successfully launched up. That's just too good. 365. I want to cry, but I have no tears. The Sea Dog Pirates, who had come to the conclusion, began to cheer at this time. It seemed that they would soon conquer Zou Island, join the Beast's pirates, and become the most legendary pirate group in the world. Cornlisk was also delighted. I didn't expect that this Carolynster was still useful. He could come up with such a strange trick, and he could implement it himself and succeed. This made Cornlisk's attitude towards Carolynster change a little. It seems that he should be kept. After all, his brain is very useful. At this moment, everyone in the Sea Dog Pirates looked eagerly at the top of Zou. They were afraid of missing the rope that Carolynster put down. No one would have thought that Carolynster was being pressed by the rope that was launched up and was suffocating. 333 Carolynster, who had been hit hard, was hurt physically and mentally, and now he was pressed by this pile of ropes and couldn't move. He lay on the ground with tears in his eyes. His body was pressed tightly. Only his hands could move. Carolyn tried his best but couldn't get out from under the rope. Advertisement. He wanted to swear at this moment, but no one could hear him. Carolyn regretted again why he had come up with such a damn idea. How could this thing, which was about to succeed, turn out like this? CIBG, he thought of thousands of results, but he never thought that he would be pressed down by this damn rope. Carolyn wanted to slap himself hard at this moment. After a moment of regret, Carolyn began to think of other ways. He figured it out. No matter how much he regretted it at this time, it would be useless. The most important thing now was to get out from under this pile of ropes as soon as possible. If the time was delayed too long, Captain Cornlisk and his men would think he was dead, and then announce that the plan had failed and stay away from Zou Island. That would be even worse. Not to mention what is on Zou Island. I am alone and I might die on Zou Island in this life. No, absolutely not. How can my life end on Zou Island? This is absolutely not possible. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Carolyn cheered up and started to think of ways to escape. He stretched out his only hands that could move and began to grope on the pile of ropes. Finally, God will not let down those who work hard. Carolyn touched the head of the rope in the messy ropes. I suddenly had an idea. Since so many ropes cannot be pushed away at once, just like Yugong moving the mountain, move them away slowly bit by bit. So Carolyn began to pull the rope bit by bit along the rope head. Throw the pulled rope to the open space on the other side. Since the body is still lying on the ground, the range of movement of the hands is also limited, and the arms cannot use too much strength. Carolyn could only pull the rope while cursing the person who launched the rope. At this moment, he didn't know who to blame. He could only blame the person who launched the rope, who didn't launch it earlier or later, and hit him exactly. Damn it, Carolyn couldn't help but curse again. His arms were sore, but he didn't dare to stop. He was afraid that if he was late for 1 minute, he would miss his whole life. Carolyn moved the rope little by little like an ant moving house. 366. Damn Robophil. The Sea Dog Pirates, who were still drifting on the sea, turned from excitement to anxiety. Do you think Vice Captain Carolyn succeeded? Didn't the above say that since he didn't fall, he succeeded? But since he succeeded, why hasn't Vice Captain Carolyn let down the rope yet? Could he have been captured by the Fur Tribe on Zou Island? No way. The Fur Tribe are all animals. How could Vice Captain Carolyn be captured by a group of animals? But I heard rumors that the combat effectiveness of the Fur Tribe is not low. It's just a group of animals. How strong can they be? Carolyn is the vice captain of our Sea Dog Pirates. How could he be captured so easily? If not, why hasn't he let down the rope? A group of pirates discussed in the discussion area but couldn't come up with a conclusion. At this time, all the pirates turned their eyes to Cornlisk. Looking at the expectant eyes, Korenlusk didn't know how to answer these pirates for a while. Because he didn't know what happened to Karolunst. Advertisement, since it didn't fall, it should have been successful. They have been waiting for a long time, but they haven't seen the shadow of the rope yet? Is it true that Karolunst was captured by the fur tribe as those little pirates said, so the rope has not been lowered for a long time? It shouldn't be. Encountered the fur tribe as soon as he got on the island? Karolunst's luck can't be so bad, right? Seeing Korenlusk frowning, he didn't know what to do. Roboful on the side stood up and said, Captain, how about we send another person up? Roboful's words shocked all the pirates around. Everyone kept cursing in their hearts. Damn Roboful, what a bad idea you came up with. You dare to ask for such a deadly task? Damn Roboful, if you want to go, go by yourself, but don't let us go. Roboful suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his back and couldn't help shivering. He said unconsciously, Huh, why'd I suddenly feel a chill coming? Advertisement, please give me flowers. At this time, the pirates around didn't dare to make any sound. For fear that Captain Korenlusk would take Roboful's advice and find another person from among them to be launched to Zou Island. Everyone tried to reduce their presence as much as possible, wishing to disappear on the deck immediately. 013612028 Philo 234020250. 0 at this time, Korenlusk was indeed considering Roboful's suggestion. Since we don't know what happened to Karolunst, it's also a good choice to send another person to take a look. Otherwise, there is really no other way to go to Zou. If I miss this opportunity today, I don't know when I will encounter such a good thing as today. But if it is true as I guessed just now, Karolunst was captured by the fur tribe, then it would be futile even if one person went up. Even Karolunst can't escape the control of the fur tribe, and the others who go up will die. For this, I will lose a younger brother, which is not worth the loss. But if I don't go, what should I do next? 367. Exhausted. At this moment, everyone on the Sea Dog pirate ship was waiting for Korenlusk's decision. Everyone was very nervous. On the one hand, they hoped that someone could go up to see what happened to Vice Captain Karolunster. On the other hand, they were very worried that the captain would choose them. Because no one wanted to take such a risk, it was simply going to die. So, at this moment, all the pirates dared not speak out, for fear of attracting Korenlusk's attention. 440. And Korenlusk was also very hesitant, whether to do it or not. After thinking for a long time, Korenlusk decided to wait. After all, Zou was so high, and we didn't know what the environment was like above. I also thought that Karolunster was trying to lower the rope down. So Korenlusk said, we have to believe in the ability of Vice Captain Karolunster. He must be trying to lower the rope down now, so let's wait and see. Hearing Captain Korenlusk's words, the other pirates secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, waiting below is better than going up there and dying. So everyone must support Captain Korenlusk. All of a sudden, all the pirates agreed with Korenlusk's decision. Our Captain Korenlusk is still thoughtful. Karolunster is our vice captain. I should believe in his ability. Advertisement, yes, we must absolutely imagine Captain Korenlusk and Vice Captain Karolunster. Captain Korenlusk is wise. Captain Korenlusk is mighty. Korenlusk wanted to wait a little longer, but he didn't want to waste other resources. If there were really many dangers on Zou Island, Karolunster would die if he went up there. It was just right that we didn't have to think about how to kill him. The reason why Korenlusk wanted to spend some time waiting was because he saw such a good opportunity on Zou Island. If we could really catch a few fur tribes and offer them to Kaido, that would naturally be the best thing. So at this moment, all the pirates on the ship were looking at Zou eagerly and continued to wait for Karolunster's rope. At this time, Karolunst was already exhausted. He moved the rope little by little, and the weight on his body was slowly reduced. Karolunst lay on the ground and gasped for breath. His body, which was pressed under the rope, seemed to be able to move a little. Karolunst was ready to take a rest and wait for the next burst of energy to climb out from under the rope. Advertisement, damn Robofear, damn rope. Karolunst couldn't help but curse again. After resting for a while, Karolunst shouted, dug the ground with both hands, and crawled forward. Finally, his body escaped from under the rope little by little. He cursed while crawling. It seemed that if he cursed a few more times, he could climb faster. After Karolunst used up all his strength, he finally climbed out 3.4. At this time, he was sweating and lying on the ground exhausted. He gasped for air and wanted to drink some water. Unfortunately, he had taken off all the items on his body to reduce weight. Not to mention drinking water, he even wore less clothes for a while. He felt like he had escaped death, although this way of death was a stupid idea he came up with. 368. Stone. However, fortunately, everything was completed smoothly. The next step is to put the rope aside and let all the brothers below climb up, so that they can show their skills on Zou Island. Thinking that he will soon become a legendary figure, Karolunst's mouth corners unconsciously rose. When Kaido is found, based on his glorious deeds, Kaido may reward him with a captain. Thinking of this, all the anger in Karolunst's heart disappeared. At this time, all that was left was the joy after success. After thinking about this, Karolunst instantly felt that his body was full of strength. So, he began to organize the ropes. Because Zou is too high, all the ropes on their ship were launched up. This is why there are so many ropes. What he has to do now is to fix the rope somewhere. Advertisement. Karolunst looked around and decided to fix the rope on a big tree next to him. However, after looking at it, he felt that it was not enough, so he wrapped the rope around another big tree and finally tied a knot. After doing all this, Karolinsk clapped his hands in satisfaction. Then he continued to deal with other ropes. The next thing he had to do was to connect all these ropes together. He found the heads and tails of all the ropes from a pile of ropes, and then tied them together one by one. After doing this, Karolinsk was exhausted again. At this time, he was tired and thirsty, as if he had eaten and drunk a lot. After a short rest, Karolinsk still bit his back alveolar and endured the fatigue and started again. He found a big stone and tied the big stone tightly with a rope. The reason for doing this was that he just thought of a problem. Advertisement: this Zou Island is so high, if the rope is put down directly, it will definitely be blown away by the wind. So it is necessary to tie a heavy object and put it down together so that the rope can reach the sea vertically. After everything was ready, Karolinsk still grabbed the rope and slowly let it down. It's not that he didn't want to throw the rope down directly, he was afraid that if the stone was too heavy, it would uproot the tree, and then it would be really over, so he could only let the rope down little by little. Zou was too high, and the rope was too long, and Karolinski's hands were rubbed with blisters. But in order to become famous, he had to grit his teeth and continue to work. Look, what is that? With a shout, everyone on the Sea Dog pirate ship became nervous. Everyone looked up at Zou. At this moment, everyone on the pirate ship saw a black object, which slowly slid down along Zou Island. Suddenly, 170, the pirate ship exploded. What is that? I don't know, I only saw 10 black shadows. Could that be Vice Captain Karolinsk? It shouldn't be, that shadow doesn't look like a human shadow, it looks like a big rock. Big rock? Could that be the stone that Vice Captain Karolinsk put down? How is it possible? Why would Vice Captain Karolinsk put down a stone? That's nonsense. What could that be? Karolinsk was also staring at the black shadow at this moment. 369. Stupid pirate. As the black shadow continued to fall, Karolinsk suddenly had a look in his eyes. He knew what it was, it might really be a stone. Karolinsk looked at the slowly falling black shadow excitedly. At this time, Robophil couldn't help asking, Captain Karolinsk, what do you think that black shadow is? Karolinsk answered firmly, stone. Upon hearing what Karolinsk said, the pirate ship, which had just been quiet, suddenly exploded again. What? Captain Karolinsk said that it was really a big stone. How could it be? How could a big stone float down from Zou Island? This is too incredible. Robophil continued to ask, Captain Karolinsk, are you telling the truth? How could a stone fall from Zou Island? Then should we escape from here quickly? Karolinsk said unhappily. Why should we escape? Can't you see the speed at which the stone falls? How could there be danger? If I am right, that should be the stone that Karolinsk put down. When all the pirates heard Karolinsk mention Karolinsk, is that the stone that Vice Captain Karolinsk put down? But why didn't he put down a rope but a stone? You are so stupid, you can say such stupid things. Vice Captain Karolinsk must have written some important message on the stone and put it down for Karolinsk to see. Advertisement. Oh, I understand. Vice Captain Karolinsk used the stone as a tool to convey the news on Zou Island to us. That means Vice Captain Karolinsk has safely arrived at Zou Island. That's great. All of a sudden, all the pirates' eyes were full of hope. They will get the news of Zou Island soon, it's really great. At this time, Karolinsk looked at the pirates speechlessly, cursing in his heart. Why am I leading such a group of stupid guys? At this moment, Karolinsk wanted to strangle those pirates who kept chattering. Robophil looked at the slowly falling stone and suddenly thought of something. He shouted, I understand, the stone is like the anchor of our pirate ship. Captain Karolinsk tied a big stone to the rope so that the rope would not be blown away by the wind. After hearing that someone finally gave the correct answer, Karolinsk felt a little better. Karolinsk praised, Robophil, I didn't expect you to be so quick. That's right, this is the rope that Karolinsk let down to catch us. So, guys, get ready, we will start landing on Zou Island soon. As he said, a large group of pirates took action. Because they had to climb up the rope with their bare hands, everyone was trying to tie some necessary items to themselves. This way, both hands could be freed. Suddenly, Robophil thought of a serious problem, and he asked, Captain Karolinsk, are all of us going to Zou Island? Karolinsk's eyes rolled. Hearing that everyone was going to the island, Karolinsk remembered that someone had to stay. 013612028 Falu 234,020,580. Advertisement. Otherwise, when the elephant Zou walked away, where would they find a boat when they came down? So, Karolinsk immediately said, of course not, a few people must be left on the boat to guard it. When the elephant Zou started to move, the people guarding the boat must hurry up and follow it. Robophil followed Karolinsk's words and asked, who will be left to watch the boat? Karolinsk thought for a while and said, Robophil, you can arrange the manpower. Robophil was waiting for Karolinsk to say this, because he didn't want to be the one left behind. This is Zou Island, a place that few people in the world can reach. Not to mention being a pioneer like Vice Captain Karolinsk, at least he has to be one of the few, King Zhao, who has been to Zou Island. So now the people who stay behind have their own arrangements, which means that he must be the one who can go up with Captain Karolinsk. So Robophil quickly took the order and said, okay, Captain Karolinsk Lu. So Robophil quickly arranged the staff. The pirates who were named to stay complained. Because everyone wanted to see the legendary Zou Road, which not everyone has the opportunity to go. But due to Captain Cornlisk's order, they could only complain a few times behind their backs. After all, nothing is more important than 370, finally on shore. After Robofear arranged the personnel, Cornlisk led a group of brothers to climb up along the rope. They climbed up in batches. Cornlisk was in the front because Karolinsk was already on top and the rope was lowered as planned. This meant that Karolinsk had arranged everything on top and it must be safe. So Cornlisk could climb up first without hesitation. After all, as the captain, it was more appropriate for him to be the first to go up. This way, he could lead his brothers better. Cornlisk cursed as he climbed. Why is it so hard to climb? My hands are about to break. Cornlisk stopped climbing and looked up at the endless rope. 737 suddenly felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. This elephant Zo is 2F G high. He couldn't see the top when he looked up, and it seemed like a bottomless abyss when he looked down. At this moment, Cornlisk had 10,000 alpacas in his heart. It was really a dilemma. Advertisement, there was no other way, he could only grit his teeth and climb up. A gust of sea breeze blew, and the rope kept snagging. The pirates on the rope were like mortals being chased by Shinigami, at the mercy of others. Cornlisk heard a few screams, and saw that several little pirates could no longer hold on in the stirring of the strong wind, and fell straight into the sea behind them. Seeing this, Cornlisk shouted from above, "If you don't want to die, hold on to the rope. As long as we climb up, we can become famous." However, the only response to him was the whistling sea breeze. Some little pirates desperately grabbed the rope, because no one wanted to be thrown down like this. Falling from such a high place, although there is the sea below, it is too high. Even if you don't die, you will faint from the fall. Fainting in the sea is equivalent to death. Cornlisk climbed up desperately, and the little pirates behind him followed closely. Finally, the hard work paid off, and Cornlisk climbed up to Zo Island exhausted. As soon as Cornlisk climbed ashore, he fell to the ground. CIBB, he was panting heavily, but his eyes were looking at the sky with great excitement. He finally landed on the legendary Zo Island, which was the Zo Island that Kaido had tried his best to find. Advertisement, he came up just like that. After he rested well, he must catch more people from the fur tribe. In this way, Kaido will definitely look at him with new eyes. 013612028 Filu 234,030,110. Thinking of the future of being able to dominate the sea, Cornlisk was extremely excited. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help laughing. At this time, Karolinster, who was checking the attachment, heard the laughter and ran over here quickly. At first, he had been waiting here, but after waiting for a long time, no one came up. He was a little impatient, so he just wandered around. Fortunately, he didn't go far, and heard his laughter when Cornlisk laughed. "Captain Cornlisk, you finally came up," Kalorance shouted excitedly while running. Hearing Kalorance's voice, Cornlisk didn't seem to hate him so much at this moment. After all, he was able to land on Zo Island safely today, all thanks to Kalorance. 371. Plenty of time therefore, when he saw Karolinsk appear, Cornlisk was even more upset. No matter how much he hated him, Cornlisk put this unpleasant feeling behind him at this moment. Cornlisk propped himself up excitedly and greeted with a smile, "Kalorance, we finally succeeded." Kalorance was also very happy. He said excitedly, "Captain Cornlisk, I just observed the surroundings a little bit. The environment here is similar to that of ordinary islands. I haven't found any traces of the fur tribe." Cornlisk was in a very good mood at the moment, so he didn't care at all. He said happily, "It's okay, since we have safely landed on Zo Island, there is plenty of time to find traces of the fur tribe." Kalorance took over and said, "Cornlisk is right. We have completed the most difficult part. The rest is a small matter." After speaking, Kalorance looked at the shore. It seemed that no other brothers had come up. He couldn't help asking, "Captain Cornlisk, why are you the only one here? What about others?" At this point, Cornlisk's heart twitched fiercely. The fear and fatigue I felt while climbing up the rope just now were really unpleasant. Fortunately, I had enough physical strength and power. Otherwise, I would have been buried in the sea if the strong sea breeze had blown just now. Advertisement at this time, I don't know how many brothers can climb up. Kalenlisk sighed and said, "Kalorance, go along the rope to see if there are other brothers who are about to climb up, and help them quickly." Kalorance had no idea how much strength and luck it took to climb such a high rope. He asked with a little doubt, "Can't they climb up?" Hearing this, Kalenlisk wanted to slap Kalorance in the face. "I don't know how much effort it takes to climb up the rope." Cornlisk said angrily, "Just go and help me, why are you talking so much?" Hearing Cornlisk's impatient tone, Kalorance didn't dare to say anything and ran to the shore in shame. He lay on the ground and looked down along the rope. "Please give me flowers." There was no way, it was too high here and I couldn't see the bottom. So Kalorance could only lie on the ground and look down for safety. When he stretched his head outside, he saw Robophil. Robophil was exhausted at this time. Kalorance shouted, "Hey, Robophil, climb faster, why are you so slow?" Karolance's sudden shout scared Robophil, who was trying hard to climb up. His palm, which had already used up all his strength, almost loosened, but fortunately, he had a little bit of reason that made him hold the rope tightly. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. But when he reacted, Robophil was excited. 013612028 Falu 234,030,230. Because he heard the voice of the deputy captain, Carolinester. Since he heard Carolinester's voice, it means that he can climb ashore immediately. At this time, Robophil's confidence increased greatly, and he completely ignored Carolinester's light tone. Robophil felt that his body was full of strength at this moment. 372. Is it difficult? He looked up at Carolinst and began to climb up faster. When he was about to reach the top, Carolinst reached out and grabbed Robophil's hand. Robophil climbed up the mountain directly. Due to excessive physical exhaustion, Robophil collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Huh. Inhale, hurry, inhale. 930. Looked at Robophil's tired face, and Carolinst said happily. Robophil, you are too unlucky. How can you be so tired just climbing a rope? You are too weak. Captain Korenlisk, who was still sitting on the side to rest, had the urge to hit someone again. This damn Carolinst just gave him a little color. He deserved a beating. It was really infuriating. But Korenlisk couldn't speak. After all, this is about climbing a rope, isn't it just climbing a rope? It feels like it's going to take your life just to climb a rope, isn't that weak? Advertisement. So Korenlisk couldn't admit that climbing a rope actually stumped him. At this moment, Korenlisk could only hold back his anger in his heart. But Robophil had just experienced life and death, and was already exhausted. When he heard Carolist's sarcastic remarks, he instantly got angry. He completely forgot Carolist's current identity and said angrily, I'm weak? What a joke. Do you know how long this rope is? Do you know how difficult it is to climb? I climbed up after a lot of hardships, and I don't know how many brothers below have no chance to go to Zou Island again. You are still talking nonsense here. You really don't take your brothers' lives as your lives. After listening to Robophil's words, Carolinst was also very angry. What do you mean by not taking your brothers' lives as your lives? Have you forgotten how I got to the island? I was hit by a cannon. I fought my way up here. I suffered so much to give you such an easy way to the island. Not only are you not grateful, but you even have the nerve to teach me a lesson. I am really p********* D off. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Captain Korenlisk quickly came out to explain. Calorinster, of course we know you have suffered a lot, but the other brothers are not like me, because this place is too high, and climbing up with a rope really requires a lot of strength, so many of our brothers died halfway because of lack of physical strength. If they didn't have enough support or strength, they would fall down, and their lives and deaths are still unknown. After hearing what Korenlisk said, Carolinst was instantly struck by lightning and stood still. He stuttered. Captain Korenlisk, are you telling the truth? Did we really lose several brothers because of this? At this moment, Carolinst realized that this is Zou Island. It is so high here. With only a rope and a pair of hands, how long will it take and how much endurance will it take to climb up? He stared blankly at the Luo Bowfire, who was panting, suddenly felt a little heartache. He just mocked him 3.4 and disgusted him, which was really wrong. But then he thought that he had also experienced life and death before coming up. 013612028 Filu 234,030,340. So the two were even, but because he was the vice captain, how could he bother with the little brother? So, Carolinst said lightly, I was careless, you take a good rest first, I will go to see if there are other brothers. 373. The missing pirate. As he said that, Carolinster lay down near the shore again. Soon, one after another, the little pirates began to climb up exhausted. The first action of everyone on the island was to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath without moving. Robophil, who had almost rested, began to count the number of people at this time. Cast, I remember you were the last one to climb up the rope, right? A little pirate with green hair replied, yes, the last person in my team. Robophil said after hearing this, since you are the last one, it means that there is no one else on the rope. 1, 2, 3, 4, -28 advertisement. Robophil pointed at people and counted the number of people one by one. After counting, he said with a confused look, no, I must have entered it wrong, count it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Suddenly, Robophil walked to the side of Korenlisk with a hurt face and said, Captain Korenlisk, I counted several times, and we are actually missing 5 brothers. When Korenlisk heard it, he jumped up excitedly. What did you say? Did you count correctly? How could there be so many people missing? Robophil said sadly, Captain Korenlisk, I really counted several times, and I am very sure that we are missing 5 brothers. And Carolinster on the side was also confused. He didn't expect that he would lose 5 brothers just by climbing a rope. Originally, I thought my choice was the most dangerous one. Advertisement. I think I only felt fear at the beginning, and then I felt nervous when flying in the air. Everything else seemed fine. It was not as dangerous as I imagined. I didn't expect that climbing the rope would be so dangerous. 5 brothers were lost because of it. This is really terrifying. Calorinster asked one by one, wanting to personally confirm that Robophil had counted wrong. He counted over and over again, but it turned out that Robophil had not counted wrong. From the first person, Captain Korenlisk, to the last person, Custer, 013612028 Falu 234,030,460. There were actually 5 people missing in the middle. This is really too sad. A few hours ago, several brothers who lived with me disappeared. This is really hard to accept. The other seamen who collapsed on the ground, the thieves, were also angry. It's all because of that strong wind. If there hadn't been a strong wind, they would have been able to hold on. That's right, Arelo was blown away by that gust of wind. He was right in front of me at the time. I watched him fall with my eyes wide open. Yes, I heard his screams. He fell directly from beside me at the time. I saw his terrified face with my own eyes. I feel scared when I think about it now. Seeing that the younger brothers were very depressed, Korenlisk stood up and said, "Young men, they may not be dead. There is the sea below. Don't we still have brothers on the boat? They may be saved, so we must have confidence. Since we have safely landed on Zou Island, we must complete all the things they can see and can do, so that it will not be in vain for the harm they have suffered." 374. Once and for all hearing this, Robofol's grief seemed to be less painful. Karolinsk also restrained his grief and anger. He said excitedly, "Captain Korenlisk is right. Although those brothers fell down, they did not necessarily die. Therefore, we should cheer for them as well." Robofol also said, "Captain Korenlisk and Vice Captain Karolinsk are right. We have landed safely. Then we should follow the original plan and capture more people from the Fur clan. In this way, our sea dog pirates will definitely become famous in the pirate world, and then we can smoothly join the Beast's pirates." When Robofol said this, the people present were instantly excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Yes, they may not really be dead. There are other brothers down there and they will definitely be saved. That's right, since we have come to the legendary Zou, it means we can become a legend. When the reputation of our sea dog pirates spreads, we won't be afraid of the beasts. Pirates won't accept us anymore. We should be happy now. Don't be afraid of the unknown, brothers. Follow Captain Kronlisk and you'll have meat to eat. Captain Kronlisk is right. We should use the efforts of those injured brothers together. Captain Kronlisk is mighty. Follow Captain Kronlisk until death. Follow Captain Kronlisk until death. Seeing the momentum of the pirates being raised, Kronlisk struck while the iron was hot and said, "Little ones, let's conquer Zou Island and the Fur tribe together." Kaloranster rolled his eyes and said evilly, "Captain Kronlisk, I suddenly thought of a good idea." When he heard that Kaloranster had another good idea, Kronlisk's smile became even brighter. Korenlisk said with interest, "Oh, really, Vice Captain Karolinster, what good ideas do you have? Tell us now." Karolinster said, "Captain Korenlisk, this is what I think. We met Zou by chance, so the Fur tribe would definitely not return to Zou Island by chance. Since there are legends about them in the world, does that mean they will also go to our world? How did they come back?" After hearing Karolinster's words, the scene suddenly exploded. Yes, the Fur tribe would definitely not return to Zou Island by chance. They must have a way to find Zou Island's whereabouts, and they must have a better way to land on Zou Island. If we can figure out these two problems this time, does it mean that we can find Zou Island at any time, and we can wait for Zou Island more easily? Hello, King Zhao. And Robofear on the side was also very excited and did not forget to flatter the vice captain. So he said earnestly, "Our deputy captain Carl Lawrence is really smart. He can think of such a permanent solution. He is really amazing. So, Captain Korenlisk, our only target next will be the Fur tribe. As long as we capture one of them, we will definitely be able to get this information from him." 375. Legendary Pirates Karolinsk was instantly flattered by Robofil's praise. He said proudly, "That's right, this kind of permanent solution is not something that ordinary people can think of." And his words sounded like a curse to Korenlisk. "This idiot, don't think that you can float just because you have a little idea. Are you still a captain? Come on, wait until I control the Zou bird and see how I will deal with you." Korenlisk couldn't help but curse a few words in his heart. But it was not easy to tear his face openly. He could only smile and say, "That's right, after all, you are the vice captain of our sea dog pirates, you still have to have this brain." After following Korenlisk for many years, Karolinsk could of course hear whether Korenlisk was really relying on him or pretending to take him away. Although he was sometimes dissatisfied with Korenlisk in many ways, he never thought of replacing Korenlisk. Therefore, Karolinsk quickly said modestly, "It is because Captain Kronlisk taught me well that I was able to use my talents. In fact, our Captain Kronlisk is the best. Otherwise, how could we become a legendary pirate group? Captain Kronlisk must continue to take us to eat and drink spicy food, chaff, in the future." Kronlisk's smile immediately became sincere when he heard Karolinsk's compliment. That's right, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Karolinsk transferred all his credit to himself, so his position in the Sea Dog Pirates is more solid and solid. This would make anyone happy. Advertisement. After hearing this, the other pirates followed Karolinsk and praised Kronlisk fiercely. "It is my greatest luck to meet Captain Korenlisk and join the Sea Dog Pirates successfully. Yes, thanks to Captain Korenlisk for establishing the Sea Animal Pirates, we have become the legend of the sea. Captain Korenlisk not only has a good vision and strong ability, but also has strength that cannot be underestimated. Captain, please don't abandon us brothers in the future. Captain Korenlisk, you are my lifelong pursuit. Korenlisk, you are the greatest captain in the history of pirates. Captain Korenlisk, you are my idol, my god. Long live Captain Korenlisk, long live. Long live the captain. Long live." A kind of pirate is as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. And Korenlisk is also immersed in the joy of being the center of attention at this moment. Korenlisk said happily, "I understand your intentions, don't worry, no matter how high we can stand in the pirate world in the future, I will never give up any of you. As long as I have a bite of meat to eat, everyone will have a share. Follow Captain Korenlisk until death. Follow Captain Korenlisk until death." After Korenlisk finished speaking, the pirates cheered again. Seeing this, Korenlisk said excitedly, "Everyone has worked hard today, why don't we hold a small banquet here? After everyone has eaten and drunk enough, let's go to conquer Zou Island." 376. Labor? Karolinsk said quickly, "Sure enough, our captain is thoughtful. He is afraid that we don't have the strength to fight the fur tribe, so he let us eat and drink enough to have strength. The captain is really great. Robophil also praised. I will never regret joining the sea lion in this life. I only recognize Korenlusk as the captain in this life. Korenlusk was in a good mood after hearing this, and quickly said, in this case, let's have a happy drink first. After that, Karolinsk organized some people to prepare for the banquet. Robophil on the other side didn't want to be tired, so he came directly to Korenlusk and said, Captain Korenlusk worked hard today, let me serve you, how about you massage my shoulders? When Korenlusk heard this, he agreed immediately. After that, Robophil began to massage Korenlusk. It's true that Robophil's skills are really amazing. Korenlusk closed his eyes and said with enjoyment, Robophil, I didn't realize that you have such skills. Why didn't I find it before? Robophil explained, Captain Korenlusk, I was not qualified to massage you before. You are a high-ranking captain. I only dare to look up and admire you. How dare I reach out to offend you? Advertisement. Robophil's words lifted Korenlusk up, and Korenlusk felt very comfortable listening to them. He said, we are all brothers, so don't say such polite words in the future. Robophil said flatteringly, Captain Korenlusk is still generous, he really treats us unknown pirates as his brothers. Korenlusk pretended to be angry and said, don't say such discouraging words, there will be no unknown pirates in our Sea Dog Pirates in the future. From tomorrow on, we will be the famous Sea Dog Pirates, so remember, don't see yourself clearly, see your brothers clearly. Robophil responded, okay Captain Korenlusk, I will definitely remember the captain's teachings. On the other side, the pirates who were preparing for the banquet were busy and happy. Soon, they started a joyful banquet on the spot. Everyone began to fantasize about life after conquering Zou. Please give me flowers, from tonight, let's see who else in the world will know about our Sea Dog Pirates. Advertisement, ha ha ha. That's right, I will be the legendary pirate group in the future. Just think about it and you will know how powerful it will be. That's right, I think, even if there is no with the support of Kaido's Beasts Pirates, our Sea Dog Pirates will also shock the entire pirate world with our conquest of Zou Island. 0. That's right, we can capture more fur tribes to work for us, and then we can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, come on, brothers, cheers. 17. Cheers. A large group of pirates drinking and eating meat together, don't mention how happy they are. Korenlusk was also drinking to his heart's content at this time. This moment was the happiest time since he became a pirate. Although he became a pirate because he had no other choice at that time, but now thinking about it, this is simply God's will. Bu. 377. Not enough fun. A large group of pirates were reveling. At this time, Korenlusk shouted, bring me more wine. Karolinsk said quickly, Captain Korenlusk, we have finished our wine, there is no more. Because they needed to climb the rope, the food and drinks they could bring up were limited. During the revelry on the shore, everyone ate and drank a lot, and almost quickly ate and drank all the 763 food and drinks they brought up. And Korenlusk was drinking happily, so he forgot about this matter at all. When he heard Robophil say that there was no wine, he really wanted to get angry. Robophil said on the side, Captain, you forgot, we didn't bring much when we came up. Oh, that's right. Korenlusk slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. It was my suggestion at that time, because I thought that since there were fur tribes on Zou Island, there must be food, so I didn't ask the brothers to bring more food at all. As for the wine, it was Robophil who mentioned it, so he asked the brothers to bring some, otherwise even the little wine just now would not be available. Advertisement. But it was precisely because they brought less wine that none of them got drunk. But no one had a good time, so Korenlusk said, in that case, let's celebrate later. When we succeed, will we still be afraid of having no wine to drink and no meat to eat? Robophil quickly took over and said, Captain Korenlusk is right, it's not too late to celebrate after we succeed. The pirates were all excited because of this. That's right, our current mission is to find the fur tribe. That's right, if we find the fur tribe, we can occupy Zou Island, then we will be afraid of having no meat to eat and no wine to drink. Ha 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 ha, the pirates were very excited. Korenlusk said, then let's set off immediately to find our prey, the fur tribe. The pirates were in high spirits and all picked up their weapons and gathered together. This is Korenlusk asking, Kalornster, didn't you survey a mine here before? So now tell me, which direction should we go? Where should we go? Hearing what Korenlusk said, Karolunsk's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although he was the first person to come to Zou Island, he didn't have much time to explore Zou Island. He just wandered around here casually and didn't figure out the direction of Zou at all. However, now a pair of eyes are looking at him expectantly, waiting for his answer, especially Captain Korenlusk. Karolunsk didn't want to disappoint Captain Korenlusk. If he couldn't point out both directions, it would be a real bummer. Karolunsk turned 2.4 and thought, anyway, no one has ever been here. It's better to just point in a direction, anyway, no one will know whether it is right or wrong. And who knows what is on this Zou Island? Maybe as long as you enter the forest, you can meet the fur tribe everywhere. So, Karolunsk plucked up the courage and pointed randomly with his hand. 378. Personality, Captain Korenlusk, according to my observation, we should go that way. After saying this, Karolunsk looked at Korenlusk nervously, fearing that he would find out that he was talking nonsense. After listening to Karolunsk's words, Karolunsk didn't think much and walked in the direction he pointed with a group of younger brothers. A group of people walked through the forest in a mighty manner. The little pirates were so happy. Not to mention that they will soon reach the peak of their lives. Just walking on the back of the elephant zoo is a very magical thing. So along the way, everyone was very excited. However, when everyone was talking, they happened to meet Xia Ya and his group who were rushing to Claudu. The person who laughed at Cat Viper loudly was the vice captain of the Sea Dog Pirates, Kaolinst. As soon as Kaolinst said this, all the pirates focused their attention on Cat Viper and his fur tribe. Look, it looks like a rabbit, with long ears on its head. Let me see, it's really a rabbit, you see it has claws. Advertisement, that's right, but this rabbit still looks very beautiful, with long legs, as white as a little girl's thighs. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. I don't know who made fun of Carrot's legs. All the pirates of the Sea Dog Pirates burst into laughter instantly, and it was a very obscene laugh. The hearing of the fur tribe is much better than that of ordinary people, so Garuda heard their words clearly. At this time, Carrot was already furious, because he didn't know the other party's identity, he had been suppressing his emotions. However, after Cat Viper knew that they were not from Xia Ya's group, he could not tolerate this presumptuous pirate at all. Immediately stretched out his claws. Swoosh, with one quick step, Cat Viper disappeared from the spot. Kronlisk, sensing the murderous aura, immediately shouted, "Not good, everyone, get out of the way." Advertisement hearing Kronlisk's order, all the pirates quickly spread out in all directions. And when Cat Viper appeared again, it had already appeared where Kronlisk had just stood. That's right, Cat Viper's claws were directly aimed at Kronlisk just now. Although Korinlisk is the captain of a small and not very famous pirate group, he still has some fighting ability. So when Cat Viper launched an attack, Korinlisk immediately noticed it. Since Cat Viper was still some distance away from the Sea Dog Pirates, in an instant, the pirates of the Sea Dog Pirates opened up. 410 When seeing Cat Viper's pounce, the Sea Dog Pirates burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, look, that lion still wants to attack us, it's so funny. Look at his funny look, it's just like a joke, an animal still tries to attack us humans, really don't be too arrogant. Or we can catch him, it looks very individual. I don't know who in the crowd said this. 379. That's what I meant. Karolinsk said quickly, Captain Korenlisk, I think this lion is really unique, how about we catch it first? After hearing Karolinsk's words, Roboful also said, Captain Korenlisk, I agree with Vice Captain Karolinsk's opinion. I also think this lion is very interesting. When the time comes, we can find a big cage and turn it around and transport it to Wanokuni. Then we can take it out for exhibition. This will not only make us famous, but also make money by selling tickets. After listening to Roboful's opinion, Karolinsk also thought this was a very feasible idea. It can be said that he has gained both fame and fortune. So he said loudly, I have the same idea, let him be our first trophy. Kalorens stood up and said, Captain Korenlisk, let me catch this first trophy and give it to you. For things like catching people, it would be best if Korenlisk didn't have to do it himself. Why not sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? So he said, Kalorens, you can do it alone, or call a few brothers to come together, so as not to delay us too much time, Then he looked at Xia Ya and the others, and his eyes finally fell on Garrett's long legs. After that, a strange sound and color were released from his eyes. Then Korenlisk cleared his throat and said, I think that rabbit looks good, why don't you catch it together? Hearing Korenlisk's words, Robofear stood up and said, Captain Korenlisk, let me assist Vice Captain Karolinster. I will be responsible for catching the rabbit and presenting it to the captain, okay? Korenlisk naturally had no objection, so he said, that's great. Then Korenlisk shouted loudly, little guys, you guys come together and see who catches the prey first. I will reward the first one to catch it. As soon as Korenlisk said this, all the pirates present were excited. This is a rare good thing. They all looked like hunters who saw their prey, staring at Cat Viper and Carrot. At this time, on the other side Yamato said angrily, what kind of people are these? They really don't know what's good for them. They want to catch this and that, and they don't even know what kind of people they are. It really makes me angry. No, I'm going to kill these ignorant people. As he said that, Yamato rolled up his sleeves and prepared to go up and beat them. Kazuki Hiyori on the side quickly grabbed her and said, Yamato, wait a minute, let Cat Viper and the others handle it themselves. They also want to vent their anger. If they need help later, you can come and help them. Hearing Kazuki Hiyori's words, good for money, Yinhi immediately put away his hands. Although what Kazuki Hiyori said was very reasonable, it was the most satisfying to avenge one's own hatred with one's own hands. At that time, Yamato was still angry and a little unhappy. Because she felt that the words said by those bastards were too ugly, especially to a girl like Carrot. Such obscene words could actually be said. It was really hateful, too hateful. She wanted to slap him a few times right away. 380. Capture the leader first, but they could only bear it. It would be more refreshing if the person involved could fight back. The pirates on the other side were ready to go, waiting for Karolinsk to give the order. Little guys, charge. Captain Korenlisk said that the first one to catch the prey will be rewarded. With Karolinsk's order, all the pirates of the Sea Dog Pirates rushed out. Because everyone wanted to grab the first merit. Not to mention the big reward for Korenlisk, just the fact that the first person to catch the fur tribe is a lifetime of bragging in the world of Sea City. So the pirates present all hope to be the first. After seeing such a large group of pirates attacking at the same time, the other fur tribe members present also stood up. They were ready to fight this group of pirates together with Cat Viper. I want to catch the rabbit first, advertisement. No, the rabbit is mine, let me do it, ha ha ha. You idiots, that lion is the best, I'm going to catch that lion. The pirates' loud conversations kept coming out from the rushing pirates, which made Cat Snake even more angry. He shouted, "Don't do anything, I'm going to beat all these screaming thieves, I want them to know that I'm a cat, not a lion. I must make them kneel down and kowtow to admit their mistakes." Carrot, Pedro and several other fur tribes also knew Cat Viper's temper. Since he said he would defeat these pirates alone, they would not take action again. Although they also wanted to beat those pirates severely, they could not disobey Cat Viper's orders. So several people quickly retreated to the back and let Cat Viper deal with these hateful pirates alone. "Okay, Lord Cat Viper," several people said in unison. With Cat Viper's ability, they can rest assured. The group of mortal pirates in front of them are no match for Cat Viper. Although they are numerous, they are natural warriors. Why are they afraid of these card people? To read the cool novels, go to Faloo Novel Network. So Carrot and Pedro are not worried about Cat Viper's comfort at all. Advertisement after Cat Viper gave the order, they just stepped aside and watched the show quietly. And these pirates seemed to understand the identity of Cat Viper and his men, that is, the lion in front should be the boss of these fur tribes, that is to say, as long as the lion is taken down first, then the other fur tribes will obey orders obediently, right? Thinking of this, Carol and Stee shouted loudly, "Catch the leader first, let's take this lion first, then the little Luo will naturally obey us obediently." Hearing what Carol and Stee said, all the light boards charged their eyes. 013612028 Faloo 234,040,560. At this time, Cat Viper stood in place, with sharp eyes scanning the surrounding pirates. At this time, the pirates had formed a circle, holding various weapons, and circled Cat Viper in the middle. There were ferocious expressions on their faces, and greed and cruelty flashed in their eyes. At this moment, Carol Inst shouted, "Boys, come on, catch this arrogant lion. Charge, charge." The pirates shouted and rushed straight towards Cat Viper. 381. Careful thoughts in an instant, the Cat Viper was submerged in the crowd. And when Carol Inst saw so many brothers coming together, he had no intention of joining them. Because he was already the first person to land on the Elephant Zoo Island, just for this point, it was enough for him to talk about in his life. So the opportunity to catch the first fur tribe member was left to other brothers to fight for. There was no need for him to grab this opportunity. After all, no matter who caught the fur tribe first, it was done under his leadership, so whether he caught it himself or not, he could get the credit more or less, so he just had to wait here, and there was no need to spend such meaningless effort. On the other side, Roboful had another idea. He planned to let other brothers take the lead first, and when the lion's strength was almost exhausted, he would take him down in one fell swoop. So Roboful did not follow the crowd and rush forward. However, in just a few seconds, when no one reacted, the crowd kept screaming, "Ah, it hurts so much. Ah, my hand hurts so much, what happened to my leg, ah." Advertisement. As the screams came out, black shadows flew out from the crowd. Bang, 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 one after another, the pirates were thrown heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the ground was full of pirates, and they were all wailing in pain. Calornster ran to the nearest pirate and asked nervously, "What's wrong with you? What happened just now?" Because there were too many people just now, Calornster, who was standing on the periphery, didn't know what happened in the crowd, so he was very worried and asked his injured brother. The pirate hugged his abdomen tightly, and his body was curled up. His face was twisted in pain. His face was very ugly, and he could only make painful sounds, and he didn't care about Calornster's questions at all. Advertisement. Because there was only one word rushing through his brain at this time, that was, pain. As for the rest, he could no longer feel it. Looking at the painful younger brother who was completely unable to control himself, Calornster turned to the other younger brother. At this time, Korenlisk looked at all this with a confused face. His brain was short-circuited at this moment, because he had never seen such a scene before. That was the scene where all his younger brothers fell to the ground. For a moment, he thought he had hallucinations, and even suspected that he was having a terrible dream at this time. And Robofear on the other side was also confused. However, he quickly reacted and secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he didn't rush forward with those pirates without thinking. Looking at the wounded soldiers on the ground, Robofear thought that it must be because there were too many of them, so they were crowded together and couldn't use their fists and feet at all, so they were knocked away by the lion's random punches. 382. Nonsense. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't get involved in this mess, Robofil thought to himself. While Robofil was secretly proud of himself, the deputy captain Carolynster came to another pirate who didn't seem to be injured so seriously. He squatted down and asked, "Dog, what's going on inside? What happened to you?" The pirate named Goozy was holding his arm and groaning in pain. Hearing the question from 023, Carolynster, Goozy raised his head and looked at Carolynster despite the pain, and said with difficulty, "Captain Carolynster, that lion is very strong. We were all beaten by him. He directly hit my arm with one punch. I seriously suspect that my arm is broken, it really hurts." After hearing what Goozy said, Carolynster looked unconvinced and frowned and asked, "Did your brain get broken? Do you know what nonsense you just said? You actually said that the lion beat so many of you with bare hands, and you were all seriously injured. Can you believe what you said?" Goozy saw that Carolynster didn't believe him, and his already painful face became even sadder. He quickly explained, It's true, Vice Captain Caroleinster. If you don't believe me, go ask other people. That lion is really not simple. He is really strong. Caroleinster heard Guzi say that the lion was strong, and sneered. Haha, you are still saying that the lion is strong. I think you were really injured. At this time, Roboful heard their conversation and interrupted. Guzi, I think you really hurt your brain. Let the ship doctor take a good look at you later. Don't become a fool and die. Hearing Roboful's words, Caroleinster laughed even more heartily. Roboful is right. Guzi, why don't you go find the ship doctor quickly? Roboful continued. Captain Caroleinster, I think the lion must be inside because there are too many of us. It's because of the random fight that our people were injured. There were too many of us and we were too crowded, so there was no room for us to use our fists and feet, which led to the current situation. After listening to Roboful's analysis, Caroleinster also felt that what he said was very reasonable, so he continued. Indeed, Roboful's analysis is very reasonable. I think so too. This lion is just pretending to be empty, so he took the opportunity to seriously injure so many of us. Let's see how I will teach him a lesson later. On the other side, Korenlusk didn't care about the situation at all. He was thinking about how to dominate the pirate world in the future, so he didn't think that their people would be seriously injured by this lion, and his idea was very different from Roboful's. He thought that the reason why Cat Viper was lucky enough to seriously injure those brothers was purely accidental. But there was still the Deputy Captain Caroleinster, so Kolisk was not worried at all. After all, he had just given him the task of catching the lion, so he just had to stand aside and watch quietly. At this time, not far from Caroleinster, a little pirate who was groaning in pain just now finally came over. He climbed up with difficulty and staggered to the side of Caroleinster. 383. Damn it, he said with a dry throat. Vice Captain Caroleinster, Guzi is not talking nonsense. This lion is really not simple. Caroleinster said unhappily. It's just a lion, no matter how powerful it is. How powerful can it be? Don't think that he is powerful just because he was injured by him. Didn't Robofear analyze it just now? It's because there are too many of us, so he took advantage of the loophole. He was just lucky. Don't exaggerate here. Originally, several pirates who had already recovered from the pain were ready to remind Caroleinster, but Caroleinster's remarks directly stopped their words in their throats. Several pirates opened their mouths but didn't say anything. On the one hand, it was because of the pain in their bodies, and on the other hand, they felt that such a powerful lion was nothing to Caroleinster. That's why he emphasized that this lion was not powerful at all. Seeing that no one stood up to refute his words, Caroleinster naturally felt that what he said was the truth. It seems that the lion is very lucky today. Let him see that in front of strength, the others are all scum. Then, Caroleinster walked forward and looked at the Cat Viper face to face. He said disdainfully, it's just an animal, although you dare to hurt my brothers, I think you are a little impatient to live. I will show you what real strength is later. After that, Caroleinster drew a long sword from his side and slashed directly at the head of the Cat Viper. The Cat Viper watched Caroleinster's actions calmly. He didn't even take out Wushin, just stared at the human in front of him who didn't know the world. Swish, as Caroleinster's long sword stabbed over, the Cat Viper gently retreated and directly avoided Caroleinster's attack. However, the Cat Viper did not rush to fight back, but looked at Caroleinster with a teasing look. Cat Viper's mouth slightly raised. Yiping had seen through Caroleinster's attack pattern. Seeing this, Caroleinster immediately launched another attack. Swish, 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 Caroleinster swung his sword forward again, and the sword light flashed like a meteor across the night sky. No matter how fast Caroleinster's swordsmanship was, Cat Viper was still calm and could dodge Gyron's attack at the critical moment every time. He was like playing with a little mouse. Every time Caroleinster was about to succeed, he could always dodge Caroleinster's attack at the critical moment. It made Caroleinster's mind and body very tired. However, Caroleinster did not give up because of this. He couldn't give up. This was their first battle since they came to 853 Zou Island. No matter what, he had to win. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Filu 234,050,270. This lion is indeed as Guzi said just now, he is really not simple. No matter how I attack, he seems to be unable to dodge, but in fact he always dodges at the most critical second. My attack path is as transparent as it is in his eyes, and it can never hurt him at all. Damn it, Caroleinster cursed in anger. Just now he should have believed what Guzi and the others said, otherwise he would not have been in a dilemma. In the eyes of other pirates, in this duel, Caroleinster has the upper hand. 384. Lost because in their opinion, although Caroleinster has not hurt Cat Viper yet, it has forced Cat Viper to have no power to fight back. It has been avoiding Caroleinster's attacks, so everyone thinks that as long as Caroleinster is faster, he can definitely take down this hateful lion directly. So, several slightly injured pirates shouted and cheered on the side. Come on, Vice Captain Caroleinster, catch that hateful stinky lion. Vice Captain Caroleinster must reward us. Yes, revenge for us. Knock down that lion. Knock down the stinky lion. Knock him down. Knock him down. Hearing the cheers of the pirates beside him, Caroleinster's heart collapsed. Advertisement, what the hell is he shouting? Can't you see that Lousy is already struggling? This lion is really not simple, and he has almost used all his skills. But he didn't hurt the stupid lion at all, and he had almost used up all his strength. If he kept fighting like this, he wouldn't even need the lion to do anything, he would be exhausted. But he couldn't say these words. He was the vice captain of the Sea Dog Pirates after all. How could he escape in front of a group of brothers? And they had already stirred up the atmosphere to this point. He really didn't know whether to fight or not. Karolenst quickly cursed the group of brothers who were making trouble in his mind. If they hadn't been making trouble at this time, he might have asked Captain Krenlisk for help. And this group of brothers made trouble inappropriately. In such an atmosphere, if he asked Captain Krenlisk for help again, it would be too embarrassing. Advertisement. How could he convince these brothers in the future? Thinking of this, Karolenst could only grit his teeth and prepare to fight Cat Viper again. So, Karolenst took out what he thought was the most exquisite swordsmanship, ready to fight to the death with Cat Viper. You stupid and damn stinky lion, let me see how I will deal with you. Karolenst shouted, and with the speed of lightning, he swung the long sword in his hand and hit Cat Viper with his knee. At this moment, the tip of the sword passed through the air like lightning, heading straight for Cat Viper. However, Cat Viper seemed to have expected it. He jumped lightly and easily dodged the attack. Karolenst was slightly stunned, his eyes full of surprise and sadness. He had never thought that the lion could dodge his desperate attack so easily, as if it was effortless. This was really a great shame in his life. At this time, Cat Viper also saw the loss in Karolenst's eyes. Cat Viper raised his lips slightly and said with a smile, "Ridiculous human pirates, dare to challenge our Mala Jiao, Mao clan, it's simply a big joke, really overestimating yourself." Hearing Cat Viper's ridicule, Long Lawrence's eyes were full of helplessness. Because he finally woke up, because the lion in front of him was really not something he could defeat. From the first time he attacked, he had already lost, and he lost very thoroughly, because the opponent hadn't even made a move, but he had exhausted himself to death. 385. Life is more important than face. It seemed that every step he took was seen through by the other party. So, no matter how he attacked, the other party could easily dodge it, and dodged it effortlessly. On the contrary, he could not see through the other party's strength at all. He could not see clearly what the other party's attitude was now. What to do? Karolenst was very entangled at the moment. He was entangled in whether to ask for help from Krenlisk. On one side was face, and on the other side was an uncertain fate, so Karolenst finally understood clearly that life was more important than face. What was the use of face if he had lost his life? So, he wanted to escape from the battlefield with Cat Viper at this moment. However, when he had this idea, the Viper found the clue. The moment before Karolenst moved, Cat Viper said, "What, you want to escape before I even made a move?" Hearing Cat Viper speak, Karolenst was even more shocked by how the lion on the opposite side knew his thoughts. Karolenst immediately denied it and said, "What a joke, how could I run away?" Cat Viper said coldly, "No, that's the best, it's my turn to take action next." Advertisement. Hearing what Cat Viper said, Long Lawrence was instantly shocked. He tried his best but couldn't hurt the other party at all, which showed that the other party's strength was very strong. Now the other party directly said he wanted to take action. With his hand stretched out, Karolenst had no confidence at all. He trembled and said, "If you take action, take action. Do you think Laozi is afraid of an animal like you?" Although he said the toughest words, Karolenst was afraid in his heart. Just because he saw the murderous intent in the other party's eyes. Karolenst, who felt something was wrong, ran away. Swoosh! Cat Viper instantly disappeared from the spot. In just half a second, Cat Viper appeared again. At this moment, he had come to Karolenst. Karolenst felt his eyes go dark in an instant, and something blocked his escape route. When he saw clearly that it was his opponent, Cat Viper, who was blocking his way, he was shocked. He couldn't help but step back. He staggered and sat down on the ground. He looked at the suddenly appeared Cat Viper with horror on his face. Advertisement. He said in a trembling voice, You, what do you want to do?" Cat Viper sneered and said, "What do I want to do? Do you know how cats catch mice? Play with the mice first, now is the time to hunt." Seeing Karolenst fall to the ground, the little pirates of the Sea Dog Pirates started to make a fuss again. "Vice Captain Karolenst, what's wrong with you? Catch the lion quickly." "Vice Captain, don't play with him, just knock him over." "Come on, Vice Captain Karolenst." No matter how the pirates around him shouted, Karolenst's heart was trembling at the moment, and he could no longer distract himself to curse those shouting brothers. Because he had already felt the approach of death. Cat Viper's Shinigami-like eyes have completely locked onto him. What should he do? Will he die here today? Those stupid little brothers only know how to shout there, but don't know how to save themselves. It's so hateful. No, he must send a distress signal to Captain Krenlisk. Otherwise, he will really be finished today. 386, trembling. However, just when he wanted to shout, Cat Viper grabbed his throat with lightning speed. Carl Lawrence had no power to fight back, and could only be strangled by Cat Viper. He sneered. "Humph! Why do you want to ask for help? Sorry, you don't have a chance anymore." It was only at this moment that the pirates of the Sea Dog Pirates began to feel fear. What's going on? What happened? I don't know. Why did Vice Captain Lawrence get strangled by the lion? What should we do? Should we go up and save him? Several pirates looked at the scene in front of them with fear. However, Krenlisk on the side also found that the matter was not simple. He shouted, "Hole, let go of Karolenst quickly, otherwise you will be in trouble." However, Krenlisk's words did not attract the attention of Cat Viper at all. Cat Viper only had the little mouse Karolenst in his eyes at this moment. Because he had played enough, now it was time to close the net. And Kronlisk saw that his words had no effect, and shouted to the pirates next to him. You idiots, why don't you hurry up and help at once, Karolinster. When Kronlisk said this, the surrounding pirates were like soldiers who received orders, all holding their weapons tightly and rushing towards Cat Viper. Advertisement, however, it was this movement that successfully allowed Cat Viper to end Karolinster's life. Crack. There was only a crisp sound from Karolinster's neck. Then Cat Viper raised his arm and threw Karolinster's body directly towards the pirates who were rushing forward. When all the pirates saw Karolinster's body, they became even more angry. Then Cat Viper, he didn't want to get entangled with them anymore. He drew out the sword beside him, swish, ah, clang. With screams, the little pirates kept falling down. In less than half a minute, the little pirates were completely left on Zou Island. And Kronlisk on the side was trembling with fear at this moment. He watched his brothers lying in a pool of blood one by one. Asterisk 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 asterisk, advertisement, it can be said that they had no power to fight back. Kronlisk said with trembling mouth, You, are you a devil? You killed all my brothers in one go, don't come over here? Kronlisk clenched the hilt of his sword with both hands, staring at Cat Viper with fear in his eyes. He had never expected that the lion-like animal in front of him would be so powerful. Oh, so powerful that his entire Sea Dog pirates were wiped out. They're the entire Sea Dog pirates. It was just a huge joke that they were wiped out by a lion. If he had known that the Fur Clan was so fierce, he would never come to Zou Island. Now, all the crew members are gone, however, he doesn't know if he can leave Zou Island alive. Looking at Cat Viper's murderous eyes, Kronlisk couldn't help but tremble in his legs. Plop. Kronlisk's trembling legs knelt directly on the ground. Dozens of brothers were killed by this guy in an instant. No matter how powerful he is, he can never be his opponent. 387. I am just a dog's life. Kronlisk knelt on the ground in a panic. B asterisk 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 she his head and saying, Brother Lion, I was wrong. We shouldn't have come to Zupin to disturb you. Please spare my life. I promise to leave Zou Island immediately, please let me go. However, Cat Viper's arrogance did not diminish at all. Because Kronlisk called him the name he didn't want to hear the most. That is, calling him Lion. 867, he hated being called a lion the most in his life. Yamato naturally knew that Kazuki Hiyori was concerned about her, so she didn't refute Kazuki Hiyori's words. He walked up to Xia Ya and said, Okay, the obstacles blocking the road have been cleared, let's continue walking. I'm so looking forward to it, I'm going to drink a lot of wine. Kazuki Hiyori said on the side, Yamato, you are a girl, you can't drink too much, you know. With Kronlisk's scream, Pedro whispered, Gallet, hide well and don't peek, it will be over soon. How could Kronlisk have the heart to listen to Cat Viper's words seriously? He could only kowtow and say, Yes, Lord Lioncat, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. Advertisement. Cat Viper stared at Kronlisk, who was kneeling on the ground, and the anger in his heart showed no sign of extinguishing. And Xia Ya and Yamato also watched all this silently. So, Cat Duck Mosquito raised his knife and fell. Instead, she made a face at Kazuki Hiyori and said, Okay, Hiyori, I know, I will control it. Xia Ya responded, Okay, the banquet at Inuarashi should be almost ready, we can start it when we go back. Cat Viper was really going to be P***** D off by him. And Garlet also hid obediently and didn't dare to look at the battlefield. Instantly, the whole world was quiet. I heard Kronlisk dare to call himself Lioncat. Ah, Cat Viper said viciously. Listen, I'm a cat, not a lung. Hearing that he could attend the banquet soon, Yamato instantly became interested. Advertisement. Carrot quickly said, Okay Hiyori, I will control myself at the banquet later, I promise not to drink too much. She had been hiding behind Pedro when Cat Viper was killing. Gallet had never seen such a cruel scene. After Cat Viper finished everything, it was as if nothing had happened. Because it was really bloody, Yamato and Carrot looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. Carrot on the other side said, It doesn't matter, the girls in our furry principality will drink a lot. Kazuki Hiyori objected, No, Carrot, it's not good for girls to drink too much, so you have to control yourself, don't drink too much, you know, 1.0 degrees. Gallet had never seen such a bloody scene. Kazuki Hiyori also had no expression. When she heard the fierce screams of those little pirates, she was behind Pedro, tightly holding the corner of Pedro's clothes behind him. Seeing that the two girls were so obedient, Kazuki Hiyori said with relief, That's good, girls must learn to protect their bodies. 388. An open secret. The three girls were talking as they walked. No one else bothered them. Soon, the group arrived at Claudu. The people at the door were shocked to see them return. Especially when they saw Cat Viper, everyone started to panic. What's going on? Why did old Cat Viper appear in Claudu at this time? I don't know, but we must not let Duke Inuarashi see Cat Viper. Yes, otherwise, if they fight, no one will be able to stop them. Then what should we do? Quick, find someone to find a way to delay Duke and Agong, and we must not let them meet. Everyone in Claudu knows very well, Duke Inuarashi and Boss Cat Viper are two people who are incompatible with each other. As soon as the two meet, they will definitely fight. Advertisement. And the two will fight until the sky and the earth are dark, until no one has the strength to stand up. At that time, I don't know how many people will suffer. So after seeing Cat Viper's arrival, the whole of Claudu fell into extreme tension. However, after they entered Claudu, Garot went to find Duke Inuarashi as quickly as possible. She must quickly report the whereabouts of Boss Cat Viper to Duke Inuarashi. Because this was something Duke Yulin specifically told before going to the Whale Forest. So, when Xia Ya and Cat Viper and their group walked on the streets of Claudu, the people on the street didn't know what was going on. In their impression, the emergence of this situation will definitely cause chaos later. Everyone who saw Cat Viper stared at him blankly, not daring to make any move. Kazuki Hiyori noticed the strange behavior of the people in Claudu and asked softly, "What happened? Why do I think these people are weird?" Pedro explained, "That's because of the appearance of Boss Cat Viper." Yamato quickly asked, "Why, Cat Viper, are you so fierce to these people? Are they afraid of you?" Cat Viper shyly shook his head and didn't want to explain. Pedro explained, "Of course, we are not afraid of Cat Viper Boss, but we are afraid that Cat Viper Boss will meet Duke Inuarashi." Yamato asked in surprise, "What, Pedro, I don't understand what you said. What do you mean by afraid of the meeting? Will something bad happen when they meet?" Pedro glanced at Cat Viper and saw that Cat Viper didn't mean to stop him from telling the truth, so he continued to explain. "Bad things will happen, because Cat Viper Boss Yamato and Duke Inuarashi have been incompatible for many years. As long as the two meet, they will definitely fight, and the battle will be very fierce. The battle will be fought without regard for the consequences, and both sides must be injured and unable to move. So everyone is very afraid of the two of them meeting." Yamato asked in surprise, "Didn't you follow Kazuki together, Odin? Why are they so unharmonious?" Pedro said, "As for why they are not harmonious, I am not sure, only they themselves know the specific reason." What Pedro said is also an open secret of the entire furry park. 389. Chilled. As for the real reason, no one knows. Yamato doesn't care. Now that he's here, the 8 trigram's heart is ready to move. So, Yamato quickly walked to the side of Cat Viper and asked curiously, "Cat Viper, tell me why you and Inuarashi are irreconcilable. Aren't you two very good brothers?" Cat Viper rolled his eyes. Yamato, at this moment, he didn't want to talk about what happened between him and Inuarashi. So he didn't open his mouth to explain anything and continued to walk forward. Just as they walked forward a few steps, suddenly, the whole world seemed to be still. You could only hear the sound of the wind blowing gently past your ears. There was no sound in the whole of Claw, because people found that before Cat Viper, Inuarashi appeared on the street with Carrot. At this moment, the people of the whole of Claw held their breath. Everyone secretly said in their hearts that it was not good. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, Inuarashi and Cat Viper Boss have met. Advertisement, what should I do, what should I do next? The expressions of all the people were solemn, they didn't know what would happen next. No one dared to move, for fear of making a little noise and causing a fight between the two. At this time, Yamato also saw Duke Inuarashi in front of him. Seeing that Cat Viper was not going to explain the problem between them, Yinhe simply walked towards Yanlin. The scene at this time was that no one in the entire crow made any movement, and only Yamato walked towards Inuarashi alone. I don't know how to describe the mood of the people. Everyone exchanged glances with each other. What does this human want to do? Wasn't she taken away by Duke Inuarashi before? Why did she appear with Boss Cat Viper again? Is she going to find Duke Inuarashi again? What is her relationship with the two adults? Amidst the suspicious eyes, Yamato strode to the side of Duke Dalen. Yamato asked without hesitation, "Inuarashi, what is going on between you and Cat Viper? Why do you two have to fight as soon as you meet?" Advertisement. Yamato said this. The already quiet imperial capital became even quieter. 0136120028 Philo 234060340. It was like a world frozen in ice and snow. Everyone felt a chill on their backs. What's wrong with this human? How can he be so bold and blatant to ask this matter in front of the two adults? It's over, it's over. The two adults will definitely be furious. What should we do? Should we hide? Just when everyone was looking at Yamato nervously and horrified, Inuarashi said unexpectedly, "Well, I'll explain it to you later, okay?" Inuarashi said so. Yamato naturally couldn't ask any more questions. So he happily said, "No Zhao, okay, then it's a deal, you must tell me later. I really want to know why your good relationship has become like this now." Inuarashi nodded seriously and said, "Okay, I will tell you everything I know later, and tell you everything you want to know." Yamato was very happy. Seeing this, Cat Viper and his group over there also slowly walked towards Inuarashi. Inuarashi and Cat Viper looked at each other the moment they appeared. 390. The hug of the century. Although there was still some grudge between the two at this moment, after both knew about Kazuki Hiyori's existence, they hid their dissatisfaction in their hearts. Both of them planned to take this opportunity to discuss the future. So, when the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer, the people on the street were breathing more and more quickly. Because no one knew what would happen next, after the two looked at each other, they turned their eyes to Kazuki Hiyori at the same time. After feeling the fiery gaze, Kazuki Hiyori's eyes shuttled back and forth between the two. Finally, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help asking, "What's going on? Why didn't you two say hello when you met?" The crowd around who didn't know the reason became even more terrified after hearing what Kazuki Hiyori said. It's over, they're definitely going to fight right away, 707. How can this human girl be so bold that she dared to ask them to say hello directly? That's right, isn't this the same as asking them to fight directly? Just when everyone was frightened, advertisement Inuarashi and Nekomamushi looked at each other. The two opened their arms at the same time. Seeing the two do this, some of the onlookers around couldn't help but close their eyes. They really didn't want to see the fight between the two bosses. Because they had seen it too many times before, once the two of them started fighting, the end was really tragic. It is said that after each fight, the two had to recuperate for several months before they could recover. It can be seen that both of them were ruthless to each other. However, those who closed their eyes didn't hear any movement for a long time. Unable to bear it, they slightly opened their eyes. The scene in front of them was even more shocking. In addition to Xia Ya Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori, the rest of the people were all confused. Because the scene they saw was Inuarashi and Cat Viper hugging each other, and both of them were smiling. Everyone in the furry principality was shocked by this magical scene. What's going on? I don't know, I thought they were going to fight, but I never expected that they would hug each other like this. This, Sieg, is too incredible. Advertisement, what kind of hug of the century is this? Such a shocking scene actually happened in front of us, it's really rare. Everyone was amazed by their hug. Only Kazuki Hiyori on the side had a gentle smile on her face. This is what she remembers. Although Kazuki Hiyori didn't have much contact with them when she was a child, she knew very well that their relationship was extraordinary. So just now Kazuki Hiyori deliberately asked why they didn't say hello when they met. Because Pedro said before, the relationship between Yulin and Cat Viper is very bad now, and it has reached the point where they're incompatible. So Kazuki Hiyori thought of this method, that is, to make them reconcile. Although it seems that they are still not in harmony now, at least they will not fight as soon as they meet. We must find an opportunity to repair the relationship between the two later. In this case, we must first understand why the two of them have become so hostile to each other. But Inuarashi has promised Yamato that he will explain it later, so there is no need to be too anxious now. 391. Reaching consensus meanwhile, Inuarashi and Cat Viper were hugging each other, slapping each other's backs with strength invisible to outsiders. Although both were in pain, they dared not show any painful expression on their faces. They could only bite their back teeth tightly and let out an unnatural smile. Haha, Inuarashi, long time no see, Cat Viper, you too, long time no see. I see you have gained weight recently, with a lot of fat on your back. You are not bad either, your hand strength is getting stronger and stronger. The two of them were secretly cheering for each other while hugging. At this time, Yamato suddenly asked, Inuarashi, didn't you say you were going to prepare a banquet? How are the preparations going? Yes. Since returning to the furry principality, the two of them have been fighting whenever they meet, and there is no chance to communicate properly. Inuarashi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Cat Viper, and said disdainfully, you'll know when you get there, but how long has it been since we last had a drink together? Kazuki Hiyori said at this time, why don't you take advantage of this great opportunity today and have a good drink with both of you? Don't go home until you're drunk. Advertisement. Only a bunch of onlookers who hadn't come back to their senses were left on the street. Since they appeared with Duke Inuarashi, it means that the two of them must have reached some kind of consensus. Inuarashi said, the party is ready, we can go there and have a party now. The two people who were competing also took this opportunity to let go of each other. Please for flowers, Cat Viper couldn't help but mutter. Yes, the last time we drank together was many years ago. This is really incredible. Our furry principality has finally ushered in the century Yamato is flat. Cat Viper said with some disdain, how good can the party you prepared be? No matter whether it is an agreement between them or just a superficial effort. It's not a dream, are the two bosses making peace? After that, the group left the streets of Claude. Don't go home until you're drunk. At this time, many cadres of the furry principality were already waiting here for the banquet. Not to mention sitting together and drinking. Advertisement. This is moving in a good direction, Inuarashi and Cat Viper said in unison. Ouch. No need to pinch, I pinched my own thigh, it really hurts. At this time, Inuarashi led Cat Viper, Xia Ya, Yamato, Kazuki Hiyori and others to sit on a big table together. Righteousness. Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. That's right, there will be no difference between day and night in the future. Of course. The two bosses have reconciled, and our furry principality will be more peaceful in the future. You're talking nonsense, didn't you hear them go out for a drink together just now? They would have started fighting before, how could they go out for a drink together? The group quickly came to the place where Inuarashi was preparing for the banquet. Inuarashi suddenly said this, at least the two bosses will not fight for no reason in the future. Cat Viper suddenly felt a little embarrassed, after all, they have been with Inuarashi for a long time, and they would not show surprise easily. They were also surprised to see Inuarashi and Cat Viper appear together. 392. Deep hatred at this time, Yamato suddenly said, Inuarashi, didn't you say you would tell us about the grievances between you and Cat Viper? Can you tell us now? Hearing Yamato's inappropriate words, the citizens of the furry principality present were all sweating. What's wrong with this human girl? Why bring up such a thing at this time? In such a joyful occasion, it's really too much to talk about such an embarrassing topic. However, what no one expected was that Inuarashi was not angry about it. Even Cat Viper on the side didn't mean to be angry. Inuarashi picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He glanced at Cat Viper's face. and Cat Viper pretended to be indifferent. Seeing this, Inuarashi probably felt a little confident in his heart. That is, Cat Viper didn't mind telling the story of their grievances by himself. Advertisement. So, Inuarashi straightened his body and said, that happened a long time ago. It turned out that the cause of the matter was because Kazuki Oden and Kaido's bet. When Kazuki Oden was about to last an hour in the oil pan, Cat Viper was very happy. He thought that Kazuki Oden had won, so he publicized this matter with great fanfare, thus influencing the people of Wano Kuni. The people of Wano Kuni thought that Kazuki Oden had defeated Shinigami and won the bet. However, in fact, this was already under Kaido's control. Whether Kazuki Oden could last an hour or not, Kaido would not let him go. The simple Cat Viper did not think of this at all. But Inuarashi thought of it, so Inuarashi kept persuading Cat Viper not to get too excited, let alone inciting the emotions of the people. Because in Inuarashi's view, Kazuki Oden's body had been completely rotten because of the oil pan. Kaido should let Kazuki go for this reason Oden's. But Nekomamushi completely ignored Inuarashi's dissuasion. Winning is winning. Why can't you cheer after winning? Advertisement. However, it was because of the cheering led by Nekomamushi that Kaido took action. In fact, when things developed to this point, whether Kaido took action or not, Kazuki Oden's life would end in this incident. It was just a matter of a little earlier or a little later. The final outcome, of course, ended with the death of Kazuki Oden. It was just that the excitement of the people made Kaido feel very alert, so he had to mention the end of Kazuki Oden's execution by boiling. It was because of this quarrel that the two broke up, and it has continued to this day. In fact, both of them did nothing wrong, and Cat Viper's idea was simpler. After listening to Inuarashi's explanation, I was in a state of confusion. You mean you just had a quarrel and then fought for so many years? Cat Viper responded 0.8. That's exactly what happened. Yamato said in shock. I say you two are really something. I thought you two had some deep hatred. It turns out that you broke up because of such a disagreement. You know, at that time, General Kazuki Oden was dead anyway. What does it have to do with you? Inuarashi pondered for a moment and said, in fact, don't we understand it ourselves? 393. Reconciliation. Yes. Inuarashi and Nekomaru both know that they cannot be blamed for Kazuki Oden's death. But Kazuki Oden is indeed dead. The reason why they blame each other is that they cannot face their own incompetence and divert their emotions. The real perpetrators of this matter are still the hateful Kaido and the despicable Orochi. Inuarashi and Nekomaru have hated each other for so many years, and neither of them can swallow their pride to reconcile. This time, Kazuki Hiyori's arrival, in fact, the two of them had already forgiven each other in their hearts. Although they still squeezed each other verbally, they would not fight each other as soon as they met like before. Cat Viper also picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Paw. Advertisement. Cat Viper put the quilt on the table after drinking it hard, making a sound. This sound attracted the attention of everyone present. Inuarashi looked at Cat Viper's face. He said, Cat Viper, say whatever you want to say. We hope that our relationship can change. Cat Viper paused and said, indeed, we should not fight like this anymore. Our enemies are not each other. Seeing that both of them were willing to give in, Kazuki Hiyori stood up and said, since you all feel that the relationship between you needs to be eased, then I declare that Mayarashi and Cat Viper have reconciled. Then Kazuki Hiyori raised his glass and shouted, let's toast to their reconciliation. 1. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Advertisement. Under the leadership of Kazuki Hiyori, everyone present raised their glasses and toasted to the good of Yamato in this century. Especially the fur tribe of Malulan Park, who were so excited after hearing the news that they couldn't believe it. Finally, Duke Inuarashi and boss Cat Viper have reconciled. Yes, it's really great. Today is a happy day for our furry principality. Yes, it's a happy day for our entire fur tribe. Cheers everyone. After 3 or 2 glasses of wine, Yu Lan and Cat Viper were also excited at this moment. While clinking their glasses, they talked about what happened over the years. Inuarashi said, we should thank Xia Ya the most for this matter. Cat Viper asked in confusion, shouldn't we thank Miss Yamato the most? Inuarashi explained, of course Xia Ya is the most important person. You don't know, it is because of Xia Ya that we have the opportunity to meet Hiyori and Big Sister 633. Speaking of Xia Ya, Cat Viper suddenly remembered something very important, so he asked quickly, old dog, the wanted order in your letter is really Xia Ya? Iniden said seriously, of course, the wanted order can be fake. That's why I said Xia Ya is the most important person. If he hadn't brought Miss Yamato out of Wano Kuni, how could we see Miss Yamato again in our lifetime? And the eldest lady also said that Xia Ya was going to take her to find Kaido. Before Inuarashi finished speaking, Cat Viper interrupted him anxiously. Find Kaido? Why find Kaido? Kaido is so powerful, how can you just find him directly? 394. A wise choice. Inuarashi rolled his eyes at Cat Viper and said, listen to me, and you forgot that Xia Ya was the one who beat Kaido up. Cat Viper quickly said, I know about this, but Kaido's strength is there after all. Who knows if he was lucky or strong enough to beat Kaido up? What if he was just lucky? Inuarashi said contemptuously, how can you say it's luck? Xia Ya was the one who almost wiped out Marine. Such strength is definitely not a problem, but. Cat Viper wanted to say something. Inuarashi interrupted, there's no but. Marine is not the kind of person who boosts others' prestige and destroys his own morale, so it is an indisputable fact that Xia Ya beat Kaido up. Cat Viper said with a serious face, then are you really confident that Miss Hiyori will go with him to find Kaido? You know, Kaido is full of tricks. How can 10 people from Zhongyu be safe with these 2 girls? Cat Viper asked this question, which really stumped Dalen. Kaido's methods are not only many, but also very evil. Even if Xia Ya is very powerful, Kazuki Hiyori is a girl, it would be bad if something goes wrong. As for the other girl Yamato, there is no need to worry about it. Even if, as she said, she really wants to avenge Kazuki Oden, she has to deal with Kaido. But Kaido is her father after all, Kaido can't kill his own child. So the most dangerous one is Kazuki Hiyori, because Xia Ya will deal with Kaido at that time. Then Beast's pirates still have so many people, Kaido will definitely let others deal with Kazuki Hiyori at that time. So, it is not a wise choice to let Kazuki Hiyori go with Xia Ya. After thinking for a long time, Inarashi and Mausai decided to persuade Kazuki Hiyori again. Advertisement so, the 2 came to Kazuki Hiyori. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori was chatting with Xia Ya and Yamato. Inarashi was not in the same circle and said directly, Xia Ya, I know you are very powerful, but if Miss Hiyori goes with you to defeat Kaido, the risk factor is still too high. Cat Viper also said, yes, Miss Hiyori is a weak woman, it is really too unsafe. Opportunity. Before Xia Ya spoke, Kazuki Hiyori got excited first. What are you 2 doing? I must go to defeat Kaido myself. Inarashi said, but this is too dangerous. Cat Viper also dissuaded, yes, Miss Hiyori, you know how strong Kaido is and how cruel his methods are. At this time Yamato suddenly said, hey, are you questioning Xia Ya's ability? Don't you know how powerful Xia Ya is? He beat up Kaido and can destroy half of the Marines by himself. How can you question him? Really? Kazuki Hiyori also said, that's right, I'm with Xia Ya, you can rest assured. And following Xia Ya, my fighting ability will also improve a lot. Cat Viper asked with a puzzled look, why can your ability be improved by following Xia Ya? Inarashi was also very puzzled. Could it be that Xia Ya has the legendary secret treasure of the sea? 395. Effects of alcohol. Hearing Inarashi's doubts, Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori turned their eyes to Xia Ya at the same time. Xia Ya is a devil fruit user, which should be an open secret in the pirate world. However, of course, only he can talk about this kind of thing. How can Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori say it? So the 2 of them looked at Xia Ya, and Xia Ya was leisurely holding a glass of wine and drinking. Very calm, apart from anything else, isn't the wine from Zou Island really good? What is the secret treasure of the sea that Duke Inarashi said just now? Of course, Xia Ya was not drunk, such a small amount of wine would not make her drunk. However, Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori did understand what Xia Ya meant by this sentence. Yamato saw Xia Ya didn't want to explain, so he said, you can be assured of Xia Ya's strength. So I asked curiously, what happened? Xia Ya. Yamato looked at Xia Ya inexplicably and said, what's wrong with Xia Ya? Advertisement. What blood? However, the calmer Xia Ya was, the more uncalm the other people around him became. Xia Ya suddenly put down the wineglass and stood up from the chair. That's right, otherwise why would Duke Shulon and Boss Cat Viper hold a banquet for them? He must have something extraordinary. Alcohol just released the energy of the Kiki fruit that Xia Ya had suppressed. The most important thing is that although this Xia Ya is very famous and rumored to be very powerful, they have never seen it with their own eyes. Xia Ya's words sounded very strange to the ears of others around. There is a light fruity aroma in this wine, and then there is a light herbal aroma. Kazuki Hiyori also felt very strange, and Xia Ya had been together for a while, and rarely saw Xia Ya so eager. No wonder, I was wondering why Duke Inarashi and Boss Cat Viper suddenly reconciled. And Xia Ya has already had several glasses of wine at this time. What? That human has devil fruit? That is something that only exists in legends. The boiling in her blood, under the effect of alcohol, was like boiling water, rolling non-stop. Advertisement. After all, this is directly related to Kazuki Hiyori's life safety. Especially when Xia Ya's eyes accidentally swept over carrot. So Xia Ya drank one glass after another. Xia Ya said calmly, actually, nothing happened. I just saw a very good mount, and my blood started to boil again. The taste is very special and very refreshing. However, after a few drinks, the ability of the Kiki fruit in her body became more active. That is, at this banquet, Xia Ya found a good mount. You are stupid. The secret treasure of the sea is of course the legendary devil fruit. Every sip of wine is mellow and subtle, just like tasting the mystery and charm of Zou Island, which makes people have endless aftertaste. So they are still not sure about his strength. Kazuki Hiyori also said at this time, Xia Ya's ability is really not comparable to that of ordinary people, so you two really don't have to worry about me. Everyone looked at Xia Ya in confusion. Inarashi and Cat Viper would not doubt Kazuki Hiyori's words, but they didn't dare to believe them completely. What mount? 396. Misunderstanding. For a moment, the two of them didn't know who the mount Xia Ya had chosen was. The Cat Viper asked, Xia Ya, what do you mean? I don't understand at all. The question of the Cat Viper is really the question of all the fur tribe members. This is Xia Ya. What do you mean? I don't understand at all. Ya, why do you keep saying weird things? At this time, Kazuki Hiyori looked at Xia Ya, hoping that he would explain quickly. I don't know either. Suddenly, everyone around began to be dissatisfied. Drive them away. What does this Xia Ya want to do? Inuarashi and Cat Viper naturally heard what people were talking about. Yes, drive them away. Duke Inuarashi, Boss Cat Viper, you can protect our fur tribe. That's right. What blood? What mount? Advertisement. Unexpectedly, Kazuki Hiyori spoke before he could speak. Don't be so excited. I don't want anyone to be my mount. Inuarashi quickly came out to comfort him. Everyone, be quiet first. I'll ask clearly first. Don't get excited. It's so abominable. He actually wants to ride us. It's really hateful. Drive away. Duke Inuarashi looked at Xia Ya and asked, Xia Ya, what do you mean by this? Do you really want to catch someone from our fur tribe as a mount? I don't know who repeated the word mount, and suddenly everyone present seemed to react. It shouldn't be. He doesn't look like that kind of person. Besides, isn't there Kazuki Hiyori is here, she won't agree. Inuarashi and Cat Viper looked at each other, and they seemed to communicate with their eyes. As soon as Ya said this, the people present became even more excited. What? What does he mean by this? Isn't he still going to find someone among me to be his mount? How much do we know about him? Miss Kazuki Hiyori is now in the same group with him. Who knows whether she will side with us or him? What does he mean? Is he going to let one of us be his mount? At this time Yamato quickly explained. Inuarashi, you misunderstood. Xia Ya generally does not force others to be his mount. Others? Force? Mount? Inuarashi finally understood from Yamato's explanation. That is, Xia Ya wanted someone to be his mount. How could he allow such a rebellious thing to happen on Zou Island, in the furry principality? Inuarashi immediately said righteously. We, the people of the furry clan, will not be others' mounts. Advertisement. The crowd became more and more excited. Mount. That's what I heard. What kind of crazy idea is this? That's right, just drive them out of Zou Island. That's right, what are we, the fur tribe, doing? Everyone turned their eyes to Xia Ya and Duke Inuarashi. With Inuarashi's comfort, the people at the scene finally quieted down. Instantly, the whole banquet became noisy. The two of them kept communicating with each other with their eyes, but they couldn't come to any conclusion. That's right, it's simply too much. Who are we, the fur tribe? How can we be controlled by him at will? Is he really going to catch our fur tribe to be his mount? 397. What does it mean? Seeing that the misunderstanding of everyone present was getting deeper and deeper, Yamato couldn't help but explain. You have misunderstood. Xia Ya has the ability of the Kiki fruit. He is not the kind of bad guy who treats everyone as a human being. Cat Viper asked with a puzzled look. What does the Kiki fruit ability user mean? This question is also the confusion in the hearts of everyone present. So when Cat Viper asked it, everyone turned their wooden pipes to the big, 867, and hoped that Yamato would explain in more detail what the Kiki fruit ability user is. Yamato said unhappily. Didn't you all mention the devil fruit just now? Xia Ya is the ability user of the devil fruit. He ate the Kiki fruit, so he is called the Kiki fruit ability user. Can't you understand this? Suddenly, there was an uproar at the scene. What, is it really a devil fruit? Did that human really eat the legendary sea treasure devil fruit? Then the devilkin fruit really give people powerful and magical powers? All of a sudden, all the people had various questions in their hearts. Cat Viper asked solemnly. Xia Ya, did you really eat devil fruit? Advertisement. Xia Ya said lightly. Yes. Any questions? Inuarashi took over and asked. You ate a devil fruit called the rider fruit, so what is the function of this rider fruit? Xia Ya explained nonchalantly. This rider fruit, as the name suggests, means that anything or living thing in this world can become my mount. The people present did not understand what Xia Ya meant by this sentence for the time being. They only heard the last half of the sentence, become his mount. Suddenly, the scene was once again plunged into various discussions. What does this mean? Could it be that Xia Ya came to our Zou Island just to find a mount? It's really inexplicable. Although we are the fur tribe, we don't want to be mounts for others. That's right, we don't have such a useless person in the leather hand tribe. You'd better leave our Zou Island quickly. We don't welcome people who destroy the dignity of our fur tribe. I don't know who started to drive Xia Ya away. Ya's head. Instantly, everyone began to shout, leave quickly, you hateful humans. Advertisement, go quickly, don't try to control our fur tribe. Go quickly. Duke Inuarashi, drive away the shameful humans quickly. Inuarashi looked at the excited crowd and immediately shouted loudly, don't get excited. Wait for them to finish explaining first. A sharp voice shouted. What else is there to explain? He is going to ride on our heads. Let's drive him away. Yes, drive him away. Shut up. Drive away these evil-doing humans. Shut up, all of you. Finally, Cat Viper couldn't stand the noise from the crowd anymore and shouted this sentence. 0.3 As soon as Cat Viper's high-pitched voice came out, everyone present immediately shut up. Everyone looked at Cat Viper with their mouths tightly closed. Because compared to Duke Inuarashi, the citizens of the furry principality think that boss Cat Viper has a hotter temper. If you don't obey his command, he will probably beat him up. 398. Joke. Therefore, once Cat Viper opens his mouth, everyone will immediately stop making a fuss. When the scene became quiet, Yulan asked, Xia Ya, I know your ability is extraordinary, and Miss Kazuki Hiyori also believes in you very much, but this is our furry principality of the fur tribe after all. Although we all retain the characteristics of animals in your mouth, we are not animals, so my people will not become anyone's mount. Please do not go against the wishes of all our people. In fact, Xia Ya does not intend to make his ability public. Even if the whole world knows his ability, no one can do anything to him. It's like a private matter, no one is willing to let others know everything about themselves. So, Xia Ya said calmly, you don't have to be so nervous, I didn't say I would let you become my mounts, they were just joking with you and the drama is true. After Xia Ya said this, Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori were instantly confused. What's wrong with Xia Ya? Yamato was about to ask, but was immediately stopped by Kazuki Hiyori. Kazuki Hiyori leaned close to Yamato's ear and said in a voice that only Yamato could hear. Okay, Yamato, since Xia Ya doesn't want to disclose his ability, we just need to do it, we will help Xia Ya decide anything, since he said it was a joke, we just follow his words. Advertisement. After listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, Yamato felt upset, but there was nothing he could do. Because these fur tribes don't understand Xia Ya's ability at all, to be favored by Xia Ya, that is an opportunity that can only be obtained after several lifetimes of blessings. Even if they don't sign a riding contract with Xia Ya, as long as they are Xia Ya rides once, and his strength can be greatly improved. It's like trying for 3 to 5 years by yourself, and you may not be able to reach this level. But Xia Ya doesn't want to make this public. Suddenly, Yin and Siping understood Xia Ya's idea. What kind of scene will it be if everyone knows Xia Ya's ability? Will everyone be waiting to be ridden by Xia Ya once? Not to mention the whole world, even this furry principality will have to ride for a long time. Xia Ya doesn't have the magic to help everyone, advertisement. So it's right for Xia Ya not to make it public. So Yamato laughed and said, I say you don't know how to joke. We are not Kaido, how can we enslave others at will? Besides, with Xia Ya's ability, more people means more trouble. Xia Ya is the most afraid of trouble. We were just joking just now, don't take it seriously. 377. After listening to Xia Ya's words, there was a silence. Everyone was thinking what Yamato said, was it really just a joke? But if it wasn't a joke, then it was real. With the ability of the fur tribe, how could they be reduced to being someone else's mount? Besides, that Xia Ya is so powerful and has made such a big name in the sea, and there is no rumor that he would ride people like animals. Maybe this is really just a joke. This is definitely a joke, as expected, there are some differences between humans and the fur tribe. 399. Making a fool of oneself, ahahaha, ahahaha. After a moment of silence, Inuarashi and Cat Viper both burst into laughter. Inuarashi said, I told you, how could someone whom Miss Kazuki Hiyori trusts be a bad person? Everyone present raised their glasses and clinked them enthusiastically. Seeing that the two bosses had let it go, the other fur tribes also believed that what happened just now was a joke. At this time, Inuarashi raised the wine glass in his hand and said loudly, let's toast together. Welcome Xia Ya and their arrival. Cheers. Haha. Sure enough, humans and our concepts are still somewhat different. As soon as Cat Viper finished speaking, Yulan continued. Yes, I can reconcile with the old cat, all because of your arrival. So, you are the great benefactor of our entire furry principality. Open black lens bracket 013612028 Fei Lu 234,080,250. Cat Viper also said, I told you the descendants of the Kazuki family can't be so blind. It seems that we have too little contact with humans. We don't even know that they're joking, it's so embarrassing. Anubi said, whether you came here on purpose or by chance, since you came to Zou Island, it is our fate, and because of you, my relationship with Cat Viper has also improved, which is a great thing for our Zou Island. Cheers. Advertisement. At this time, Inuarashi and Cat Viper raised their glasses again and came to Xia Ya. Inuarashi paused and continued. There is one more thing, that is, you said before that you would take Miss Kazuki Hiyori to defeat Kaido, can we discuss this again? I said it, how could human thoughts be so dirty? Hearing Inuarashi's words, Xia Ya and Kazuki Hiyori had no time to speak, and Yamato, Mama Zhao, on the side immediately became excited. Yes, thank you very much for coming, negative, haha. It seems that we still have to find opportunities to contact humans more, otherwise it will really make a big joke. Xia Ya also raised her glass and said, you are too polite. I just came to Zou Island by chance, so you don't have to care too much. Inuarashi, what are you talking about? What is there to discuss about defeating Kaido? The reason why we came to Zou Island is because it has been determined Kaido's location. We are on our way to find Kaido. We can say we are just passing by Zou Island on the way. This matter has been decided long ago. There is nothing to discuss. Inuarashi explained cleanly. Yamato, don't get excited. Listen to what we have to say. Cat Viper also said, yes, if it weren't for you bringing Kazuki Miss Hiyori came to Zou Island, how could I have such a good opportunity to reconcile with the old dog? So, you are the great benefactor of our Zou Island. You don't know that because of the relationship between the two of us, the citizens of our furry principality often feel uneasy. That's right, I was scared to death just now. I thought I was chosen as a mount for Yao. Actually, I was also scared just now. Fortunately, it was just a joke. Xia Ya, come, we toast you. The scene was full of noise and excitement. Cheers. 400. Shocked, Yamato crossed his arms and said angrily, okay, then you say it. Inuarashi glanced at Cat Viper as if to confirm something. Cat Viper nodded slightly, but did not speak. Seeing Cat Viper nod, Inuarashi immediately understood that Cat Viper's idea must be the same as his. So Inuarashi said, "Actually, Cat Viper and I have an immature suggestion." Inuarashi had just said a word, and Yinhe immediately said, "Since it is immature, why don't you just say it out?" Hearing Yamato's words, Yulin was a little embarrassed for a while. Inuarashi looked at Kazuki Hiyori, and Kazuki Hiyori naturally understood the meaning of Inuarashi's eyes at this moment. So, Kazuki Hiyori said, "Yamato, why are you so impatient? Let Inuarashi finish what he said first, even if it is an immature opinion, it doesn't matter if we listen to it." Seeing Kazuki Hiyori come out to say good things, Yamato said unhappily, "Well, I won't say anything, Inuarashi, you speak." Seeing this, Inuarashi quickly said, "I, Cat Viper, think it's too unsafe for the three of you to go find Kaido, so Xia Ya, Cat Viper and I want you to take the two of us with you, how about it?" Fearing that Xia Ya would refuse, Cat Viper quickly added, "Yes, you see, Kazuki Hiyori and Yamato are two girls. You may not be able to protect them alone, so take us with you, so we can have two more helpers, right?" Inuarashi continued to add, "That's right, there are so many pirates in Beast's Pirates, and it will be too dangerous when the time comes. Especially our Miss Kazuki Hiyori, she is a weak woman, we really can't let her go." Cat Viper pleaded, "Xia Ya, just take us with you." The two of them talked back and forth, and Yamato couldn't get a word in. This finally stopped. Yamato said quickly, "Your worry is really unnecessary, protect me. With my current strength, you two together may not be my opponent." Hearing Yamato say that she is powerful, Inu and Cat Viper naturally don't believe it. After all, she is just a girl, how strong can she be? Cat Viper said quickly, "Yamato, I know you are powerful, but our Miss Kazuki Hiyori is not good enough. You know that there are dozens of strong people in Beast's Pirates, not to mention hundreds. When the fight starts, Miss Kazuki Hiyori's safety will not be guaranteed, haha." After hearing what Cat Viper said, Yamato couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "In the Beast's Pirates, there is no one who can match me. You don't know. The three disasters have been beaten to a pulp by Xia Ya. And that guy, oh, Jack, he has already met his death. As for Jin and Quinn, they are probably still lying on the boat and can't get off." What? After hearing Yamato's words, Yulan and Cat Viper were shocked. You know, the combat power of the three disasters of Beast's Pirates is second only to Kaido's combat power as the strongest three people. This guy named T-Ya can actually fight three people by himself? 013612028 Fei Lu 234,080,350. And he killed Jack directly, 401. Discuss. Who is this Xia Ya? And the beating of Kaido before, I thought he was lucky, could it be true? Then he is really amazing. He can actually destroy the entire Beast's Pirates by himself. You know, Beast's Pirates is one of the most powerful pirate groups in the New World. If the three major disasters of Beast's Pirates are defeated, then it means that the flying wood cells of Beast's Pirates are no longer a threat in the eyes of East Asia. Not to mention other small pirates. In front of such a powerful Xia Ya, Yulan and Cat Viper could not find any reason to convince him to take them with him. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori said, "Okay, Inuarashi, Cat Viper, you really don't have to worry about my safety, and my own fighting power will be greatly improved by following Xia Ya. I don't want to die at Kaido's hands." Not only will I not die at his hands, Xia Ya also promised me that he would let Kaido was defeated by me. When Kazuki Hiyori said this, Inuarashi and Cat Viper were shocked again. Advertisement, what kind of lewd words are these? Xia Ya can beat Kaido because he is very strong, Cat Viper said in disbelief. Miss Kazuki Hiyori, let Xia Ya, who is so strong, beat Kaido. You just need to hide in a safe place and watch. Don't take risks. At this time, Yamato pointed to Carrot who was chewing a carrot and said, "You can't do it, then let her come and spar with Hiyori. At least you can see that Hiyori has some strength." Can't Xia Ya hold Kaido on the ground and let Kazuki Hiyori sacrifice him? Inuarashi also said, "Yes, miss, if that's the case, we will definitely not let you go with us." Yamato said at this time, "I say you two are really, you don't believe this, you don't believe that, let's just fight, then you won't think we are bragging." How can Miss Kazuki Hiyori beat Kaido? Carrot's long ears moved unconsciously and said, "Oh, you mean let Hiyori and I practice casually, right? Advertisement, how could he just lie there and get beaten? Who is Kaido? He is the pirate known as the strongest creature in the sky." Kazuki Hiyori said nonchalantly, "You underestimate me too much, my current fighting power is not weak." Inuarashi said, "How can this be? Hiyori is our eldest lady, how can we do something to the eldest lady?" 0. Yamato smiled and said, "It's not a fight, it's a competition. You two should just practice and let Hiyori show her strength. Then Inu and Cat Viper can let Kazuki Hiyori go with us to find Kaido." Just thinking about this scene makes me feel too realistic. Carrot looked at Yamato who was talking with a confused face. Cat Viper asked incredulously, "Miss Kazuki Hiyori, no matter what, you are just a mortal. How can you fight with those sea-flavored Li Jianland?" Puzzledly asked. "Why did I put some heavenly rules when I ate a carrot? Why do I have to fight with Kazuki? Why don't you fight with Kazuki Hiyori?" 402. Is it awesome? Yamato said, "Yes, that's what I mean. You two don't have to fight for real, understand?" Kazuki Hiyori said at this time, "It seems that I can only show my strength, otherwise Inuarashi and Cat Viper will definitely be worried." Carrot chewed the carrot in his mouth and said, But I'm so fast, what if I hurt Yamato? Hearing what Carrot said, Yamato couldn't help laughing. Haha, 550. Haha, Carrot, just use your greatest strength to attack me, I promise you can't hurt me. Carrot said cutely. This is not good. At this time, Pedro on the side said, Carrot, I think you should be more careful, Yinhe's strength is probably above mine. Hearing what Pedro said, Carrot immediately asked with a suspicious face. How is it possible, Padeji? You are one of the best fighters in our zoo, how could you lose to Yamato? Cat Viper and Inuarashi here also looked incredible. Pedro, the two of them haven't started the competition yet, how do you know that Yamato's strength is better than yours? That's right, you are a warrior of our zoo island, no worse than others. Pedro explained. In fact, when we were in the whale forest before, I fought with Yamato. I was exhausted in this battle but didn't hurt Yamato. Advertisement. Even though Pedro said this himself, no one present believed him. After all, Yamato is just a human, how can she compete with the warriors of Zou Island? Pedro probably has other hidden reasons for saying this. Carrot said, since it's agreed to compete with Yamato, then I will have a good fight with her. Yamato didn't waste any words, and kicked her feet directly and jumped to the open space in the middle of the banquet hall. Said, come on, Carrot, let's see who is stronger between us. Since Yamato was already on the field, Garrot naturally had nothing to say anymore. Swish, Garrot instantly jumped to the opposite side of Yamato. Said, in that case, let's have a fight. After saying that, Garrot clenched his fist, kicked the ground with his left foot, and rushed directly towards Yamato with his clenched fist like lightning. Advertisement. However, at the moment when Garrett's fist approached Yamato, Yamato disappeared. Garrett's fist missed, and her whole body lost balance and staggered. And when Yamato appeared again, she was already standing at the place where Garrot started. In just a few seconds, Yamato's performance caused an uproar at the scene. What's going on? What happened just now? Big, how did Yamato appear there? I don't know, I just saw Garrett's fist was about to hit her, how did she run there again? This is Yamato really that powerful? Is what Pedro said true? Is Yamato really more powerful than him? If so, then Carrot will definitely not be able to beat him. However, Carrot staggered and turned around to look at Yamato in surprise and said, how can you be so fast? You can even block more of my punches. 403. Sad Garrot. Haha. Even among the warriors of the fur tribe on Zou Island, no one could easily block her punch. But this human girl seemed to be fine and didn't want to be busy, she seemed to have seen through his moves. Wow, how powerful is the strength of Xia Ya? Soon, Carrot's physical strength obviously decreased. Yamato laughed and said, didn't I just tell you to do your best? And Yamato dodged Carrot's punches very easily, as if she had rehearsed it. She already knew the direction of Carrot's punches every time. Carrot's movements were agile and quick, and every punch was very fast, so that people could only see the afterimage of the fist. In fact, this was not caused by physical strength, but Carrot's mental shake. However, Carrot was not discouraged and continued to attack Yamato. Even Pedro would be vulnerable and get hit by a few punches under her fierce attack. Advertisement. This was something that had never happened before. Swoosh, as soon as she finished speaking, Carrot disappeared in front of everyone. Even a little girl next to him can have such strength, this is simply a godlike existence. Such strength is simply too amazing, it seems that what Pedro said just now is true. She was just dodging his attacks blindly, not attacking at all. So no matter how Carrot's punches change, Yinhe easily blocked them. If she made any move, with her speed, he would definitely get hit by such a punch. At this time, 28 people saw that Carrot was constantly punching Yamato. Looking at Carrot sitting on the ground and crying, Yamato said awkwardly, okay, Carrot, don't be sad, it's not that you are too weak, I am too lazy. Although he could still launch electric attacks, it would inevitably ruin the atmosphere of the banquet. Advertisement. This was really amazing. Suddenly, Carrot sat down on the ground and cried. And the fur tribe present were also shocked by Yamato's speed. A burst of wind sounded, and Yamato's body swayed left and right like a tumbler, and her footsteps kept retreating behind her. Besides, Yamato hadn't launched any attacks at all. Yamato was still leisurely and contented at this time, and she didn't seem nervous at all. While crying, he said, I can't even touch Yamato's clothes, I'm so sad, wow. Carrot said unwillingly, in that case, I will do my best, don't blame me if I hurt you. She thought that Yamato might have some strength, but she didn't think that this Yamato was faster than him and could dodge his punch so easily. That was Carrot. Although Carrot's speed was not the fastest on Zou Island, she was also a strong warrior. Even the 260 warriors on Zou Island cannot compete with it. This Yamato actually dodged Carrot so easily, it can be said that it was effortless. 404. Beat me as usual. Inuarashi came over to comfort her. Okay, Carrot, we made a mistake. How could the person following a powerful person like Xia Ya be a simple person? Kazuki Hiyori quickly grabbed Yamato and whispered, no need to say hello, Yamato, let's leave quietly, otherwise it will spoil their nature. The banquet lasted from dusk to dawn, cheers. Yamato said unconvinced. Lousy, so what, I will still beat him, humph, The scene was so lively. Seeing Xia Ya was about to leave, Kazuki Hiyori hurriedly greeted Yamato and whispered in Yamato said in his ear, Yamato, Xia Ya is leaving, should we leave here with him too? Kazuki Hiyori said dissatisfiedly, Yamato, goodbye King Nuo, think Xia Ya wants to rest. I'm also sleepy and want to rest. Are you going? Cat Viper also said, yes, you have to know that Xia Ya can beat Kaido. Besides, this Yamato seems to be Kaido's daughter. Since she is Kaido's daughter, her strength must not be weak. So don't be sad, just practice hard in the future. Yamato laughed happily. Instead, when he was slightly tipsy, he left the venue. Advertisement. Yamato jumped out and said, Cat Viper, why don't you wish me to defeat Kaido too? People drank happily and talked loudly about various things. Haha. Cat Viper also raised his glass and said, defeat Kaido and disintegrate the beast's pirates. I wish Xia Ya and you will succeed soon. Everyone started to drink a lot. Cat Viper did not argue with Yamato and quickly smiled and said, well, I also wish you to defeat Kaido soon, Yamato. As he said that, everyone present raised their glasses excitedly. Carrot sniffed and stopped crying. Those who didn't drink were also because of the excitement of the whole night, which caused their bodies to be exhausted and fell asleep. Cat Viper said happily, no matter what, you are Kaido's daughter, how can I wish you to defeat your lousy, right? When he heard that Xia Ya was leaving, Yamato instantly sobered up a lot. Why does Xia Ya want to leave? Is he unhappy with his drink? No, how about I go and toast him again? When the banquet felt late at night, Xia Ya also drank a lot of wine, but he didn't get drunk. Advertisement. After hearing what Yamato said, Carrot cried even louder. Cheers, but Kazuki Hiyori didn't drink properly, and he didn't feel drunk at all. So he said, okay, I'll tell them, and then I'll go to rest with you. The banquet also reached its climax at this moment. When it was slightly bright, everyone had drunk. After hearing what Kazuki Hiyori said, Yamato felt that the three of them were together, so naturally they had to do everything together. On the contrary, Yamato drank a lot of wine, but he didn't get drunk and unconscious. Wow. Seeing that Carrot stopped crying, Inuarashi said loudly, Xia Ya, if that's the case, you want to go find Kaido, we won't stop you. Come on, I wish you to defeat Kaido soon. Yamato's mind was still somewhat clear. Sniff. Hey, 405. Xia Ya is gone. After listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, Yamato also felt that it was true, so he followed Xia Ya silently and left here. The drinking was so enthusiastic that when the three of them left, no one noticed them at all. Xia Ya took Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori to find a quiet room, and Xia Ya just lay down on the sofa. And Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori slept on the bed in the room. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning sprinkled on the earth, Xia Ya opened her eyes. Xia Ya slowly sat up from the sofa. Although Xia Ya's movement was very light, it still woke Kazuki Hiyori up. 690 and Yamato was sleeping comfortably on the side. Kazuki Hiyori woke Xia Ya up, and then gently pushed Yamato beside him. Yamato, wake up, we should get up. Seeing that Yamato did not respond, Kazuki Hiyori got up, walked to Xia Ya and asked, Xia Ya, what should we do next? Xia Ya thought for a while and said, let's go. Kazuki Hiyori didn't react for a while, and asked in confusion, go? Where to go? Xia Ya said, of course to find Kaido. Kazuki Hiyori asked in surprise. CICF, go to find Kaido now? We are still on Zou Island now? Xia Ya explained. Of course I know, I think we should leave Zou Island like this. Inuarashi and Cat Viper must have drunk a lot last night, and they must be sleeping soundly now, so if we leave here now, there will be a lot of trouble. After Xia Ya said this, Kazuki Hiyori immediately understood what Xia Ya meant. If we don't leave now, when they wake up, who knows what will happen again. So Kazuki Hiyori hurried back to the bed and shook Yamato hard, saying, Yamato, wake up, wake up. Yamato said sleepily, don't move me, I still want to sleep. Hiyori raised his voice and said, Yamato, if you don't get up, Xia Ya will leave. Hearing that Xia Ya had left, Yamato quickly jumped up from the bed and asked excitedly, where did you go? Seeing Yamato's funny look, Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help laughing. Haha, Yamato, you are so funny like this. Yamato looked around and saw Xia Ya sitting on the sofa, muttering, what Hiyori, you dare to lie to me? Xia Ya is sitting there well, right? Why did you say Xia Ya left? Kazuki Hiyori said, how could you get up if you didn't say that? But Xia Ya also said just now that we are leaving Zou Island now. Yamato looked at Xia Ya with a puzzled look and asked, are you in such a hurry? Why? Xia Ya explained, I don't want to cause more trouble. Kazuki Hiyori also said, while Inu and Cat Viper are still sleeping, we should just leave quietly now, otherwise when they wake up, I don't know what kind of weird things they will say. Yamato pouted and said, that's right, they said a lot of things yesterday, and they may do something else when they wake up. Kazuki Hiyori also said, so, let's leave here as soon as possible. After speaking, Shala stood up and said, then let's go. 406. The disappearance of Fat Tiger. With that, Xia Ya took Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori away from Zou Island. Soon, they returned to the Fat Tiger and began to sail towards the kingdom where Kaido was. The three of them lay leisurely on the deck. It was sunny and windy at this time. The sea breeze was blowing, and the three of them chatted casually. Kazuki Hiyori suddenly asked, by the way, Xia Ya, when you were on Zou Island before, did you say that you found a favorite mount again? Why don't you plan to ride it later? 1. Xia Ya said, I did sense a high-quality mount before, but I suppressed it later. Can you guess who it is? Yamato quickly said, I guess it's Cat Viper. Kazuki Hiyori said, I guess it's Carrot. Yamato quickly retorted. How could it be Carrot? She's just a rabbit. Impossible. It must be Cat Viper. Xia Ya asked back. Yamato, why did you say it was Cat Viper so firmly? Yamato said confidently. Look at the shape of Cat Viper, it must be very fun to ride, and you can suppress the urge to ride later, which also shows that you are not very satisfied with this mount, and it is only suitable for a little impulse, because you definitely don't want Cat Viper to go with us to find Kaido, right? Xia Ya was even more confused by Yamato's inexplicable words. Seeing Xia Ya didn't speak, Yamato said proudly. What's wrong, Xia Ya? I guessed it right, didn't I? Ha ha ha. Since then, no one has ever seen the fat tiger and Xia Ya and the other three on the sea again, with the entire sea area has returned to its previous calm state, as if nothing had happened. Advertisement. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori looked at Xia Ya helplessly at this time. Xia Ya shook his head helplessly and said, I don't know what happened. All my abilities seem to be ineffective. Suddenly, Yamato pointed at the sea ahead and shouted. But no matter how hard Xia Ya tried, the fat tiger could not escape this huge attraction. Yamato asked puzzledly. Why is it Carrot? How can Carrot be a mount when it is so thin and small? Then, the fat tiger took the three of them and was sucked into the huge black hole on its back. Kazuki Hiyori smiled. I said, Xia Ya must have set her sights on Carrot. Yamato pouted and said, That's true, Kazuki Hiyori said. Yamato, Carrot is so spiritual, she must be very suitable as a mount. Besides, Xia Ya's ability is that she can ride anything, why would she care about Carrot's size? Xia Ya also felt very unfamiliar with the situation at the moment and had no idea what was going on. Looking closer and closer to the black hole, Yin Yi asked in horror. Then, what should we do? Xia Ya immediately used the power of the Kiki fruit to control the fat tiger, intending to escape from this terrifying attraction first. Look, what is that? Ah, why? She could only watch the fat tiger being sucked into the black hole. Advertisement. It seemed to have a huge attraction, sucking their fat tiger into the black hole. Xia Ya said, because I don't like the big fat cat viper. At the beginning, I was attracted by Carrot because of the ability of the ride fruit. But at first, I thought I would find an opportunity to ride her later. Later, because of the reasons of the Fur Clan, you also saw that it was nothing, but now that we have left Zou Island, it doesn't matter. Especially the expanding black hole in front. Afterwards, Xia Ya thought of taking Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori out of the fat tiger, but his flying ability seemed to be completely unusable. Xia Ya shook her head and said, What a mess you said, it really has nothing to do with it. This change happened almost instantly. On the calm sea, a black object was expanding. Suddenly, the wind and waves began to surge. Xia Ya, what is after a while, the huge black hole disappeared on the sea. What happened at this time? The sea surface also began to become uneasy. Yamato and Kazuki Hiyori suddenly became uneasy. Xia Ya said at the last moment when the fat tiger was sucked in. Let it be fate. What on earth was going on?